I clearly cannot contract even the most useless beast, yet I possess the remains of a legendary beast that once destroyed the world. However, this invincible legendary remains is evaluated by the Academy as a worthless bone suitable for dogs to chew on. Just as I decided to contract it as my first beast, everyone laughed at my intelligence, saying I was even worse than a dog. And even the school beauty who had been fawning over me for 2.5 years wanted to break up with me. But they didn't know that I possessed the Emperor's bestiary beast system, which allows me to replicate the juvenile form of an Emperor creature as long as the integrity of the remains I absorb exceeds 30%. And the higher the integrity, the purer the bloodline of the replicated Emperor beast. So I placed my hands on the remains, and then the attribute panel of the remains popped up. Species: Skull Phantom Beast. Race: Qilin Auspicious Beast. Bloodline: Emperor level. Attribute: Fire. Trait: Immune to fire attribute damage. Other data lost. Even though I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but be shocked. The integrity of the Skull Phantom Beast's remains was detected to be 100%. Would you like to immediately replicate the perfect juvenile form? Replicate, I answered immediately. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant light surged from the bones, and a terrifying wave spread, making the surrounding air become hot and dry. I was filled with anticipation, and soon the system's prompt sounded. Detected that the host has replicated an Emperor creature for the first time, rewarding the remains of a 1-star peak griffin. 30% integrity. Did such a creature actually exist in ancient times? My eyes lit up. Immediately after, a juvenile beast, entirely silver-white and resembling a deer but not quite, appeared before me. The Qilin juvenile beast replication was complete, and I tried to reach out to touch it. As soon as I got close, I felt a wave of intense heat. At that moment, the young beast actually raised its head voluntarily, as if signaling me to touch it. I was taken aback, and then my right hand gently rested on its head. The scorching heat transmitted from my palm warmed my nearly frozen heart. I smiled, and after 2 years, I once again stirred the soul power that had been sealed within me. In an instant, drops of fresh blood surged from my palm and condensed into a complex mark. Little one, let's shock this world together. I gently pushed my palm, sending this mark into the young beast's brow, and its emerald green pupils flickered with light as it raised its head voluntarily. At the moment the mark made contact with it, a tremor from the depths of the soul simultaneously resonated within both of us. Instantly, waves of blue smoke rose from the back of my right hand, and an indescribable, terrifying burning sensation came from my hand, where a blue mark was slowly taking shape. Meanwhile, the wind-riding Beast Academy, which had been under a clear sky, suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, accompanied by intermittent deep rumbling sounds. A fierce wind swept through the entire academy, and countless students wore puzzled expressions, unsure of how the weather had changed so suddenly. Suddenly, from the churning dark clouds, beams of emerald green light began to spill out, illuminating every corner of the academy, and for a moment, the academy was dyed with this greenish light, resembling the underworld. Soon after, the air began to grow hot. In just a few breaths, countless students felt drenched in sweat, each one experiencing a surge of fear in their hearts. Earlier, in the dean's office, a female instructor wearing gold-rimmed glasses held a document and was reporting to a middle-aged man about the new students. Yuan, he wants to leave after taking tomorrow's test. The middle-aged man, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, slowly turned around. Yes, Dean. Seeing him approach, Instructor Zhang and I quickly handed over my personal information. The dean glanced over my personal data, his gaze lingering on the soul power qualification section, not moving for a long time. It's indeed a pity that a special grade qualification cannot contract a beast, Zhang and I said. It's more than just a pity, the dean sighed. As long as he can contract any beast, I will spare no effort and use all resources to cultivate him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ni's eyes flashed with subtle fluctuations. Dean, the city competition is at the beginning of next year. I wonder if our Linyun city can make it into the top 20 this year. The dean shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say more on this topic. Seeing this, Zhang and I prepared to leave. But suddenly, the change in the sky made Zhang and I stop in her tracks. What a strong celestial phenomenon! Someone in the academy is contracting a beast, Zhang and I exclaimed, turning to look at the dean beside her. The dean exuded a calm demeanor, with a storm hidden between his brows. He gazed at the suddenly changing weather, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The fluctuations are very close. In the southeast corner of the academy was the boys' dormitory building. Zhang and I closed her eyes, slightly furrowing her brows, as if she had activated some kind of perception ability. A few days ago, that kid Zhang Hong found a beast egg in the Withering Valley. Could it be because of him? Zhang and I looked at the dean, who did not respond to this statement, still gazing at the sky, lost in thought. To cause such a celestial phenomenon, the bloodline level of the beast must have reached the overlord level, or even higher than that. Zhang and I was shaken. This was the strongest level below legend, and as far as she knew, The dean only possessed a beast with an overlord-level bloodline. Zhang Heng is her cousin. And thinking about the celestial phenomenon caused by her cousin's contract beast, a sense of pride inevitably arises in her heart, and the smile at the corner of her mouth can no longer be concealed. Zhang and I skipped out of the dean's office. Zhang Heng, ha! The dean stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a majestic eagle landed on his shoulder. Go to the dormitory area. As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle vanished in an instant. He closed his eyes, and after about 2 minutes, he said, "No, this bloodline fluctuation exceeds the overlord level by too much. It's legendary level." A legendary bloodline. Zhang Heng is quite fortunate. His brows furrowed even tighter. The contract is nearing its end. Wait, isn't this Zhang Heng's soul power fluctuation? The dean's expression changed slightly, and he controlled the eagle to dive toward the dormitory area. The soul power of this beast master is extremely rich, and there's a hint of familiarity. Just like, the dean suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils bursting with brilliance. Ji Yuan, it's him. Because I was too focused during the contract, I was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Congratulations, host, you have successfully contracted your first Emperor-level beast. The Emperor's illustrated guide is about to upgrade, and new functions will be unlocked after the upgrade is complete. Expected time 1 minute. Now, a green mark is flashing on the back of my right hand. The Beast Master seal. Before the beast space is opened, Beast Masters rely entirely on this seal to store and release their beasts. I have finally waited for this day. The vast and surging soul power within me seems to have been completely activated, and a terrifying power is gradually boiling. In tomorrow's autumn test, I will definitely shock everyone. I want to shine with my own brilliance at this most prestigious Beast Master Academy, just like I did 2 years ago. Once I become a student, I will learn how to master the use of soul power. With my special grade soul power concentration, my achievements will be immeasurable. Around me, young beasts with vibrant green bodies circled, as if sensing the joy in my heart. My gaze fixed on the young beast, and its attribute panel suddenly popped up. Species: skeletal phantom beast, juvenile, race, Qilin auspicious beast, bloodline, emperor level, perfect, attribute, fire, trait, immune to fire attribute damage, possesses a unique, soul-burning nether flame, talent, auspicious beast, slightly increases the luck of the beast master. Flame Lord, doubles the power of released fire attacks. Skill 1. Flamestorm, unreservedly unleashes the nether flame within, incinerating everything around. Skill 2. Intimidation, exerts the oppressive force of the imperial bloodline to intimidate any creature with a lower bloodline level. Path to advancement. To grow to the juvenile stage, must devour a nether ghost tomb. All information is laid bare, and my gaze lingered on the bloodline section. Lost in thought. Beasts are classified by the quality of their bloodlines, while beast masters are distinguished by the strength of their soul power. 9 grades for beginners, and 1 grade for peak. Nowadays, as a beast master with a contract, I have just stepped into the 9th rank. With my current temporary identity, I cannot understand the differences between the ranks of beast masters, but there are 2 points I am very clear about. First, the higher the bloodline level of the beast, the more diverse and rich the talent attributes it possesses. Perhaps when this young beast advances to its youth stage, it will unlock new talents. Second, the rank of the beast master determines how much power the beast can exert. No matter how high the bloodline level of a beast is, if it is contracted with a low-ranked beast master, it will also be powerless when facing strong enemies. Therefore, Ji Yuan's primary goal at the moment was to understand the method of hammering soul power as soon as possible, so that his soul power could reach a high grade. And there's only one way to do that: with a bang at tomorrow's end-of-fall test. Wait for me. Ji Yuan collected his thoughts, and after he lowered his head and stroked the cub's small head, the seal on the back of his hand flashed. Open your eyes. He sat up from the bed. It was nearing evening, and after restoring the layout of the dormitory to its original state, he lay back in bed once more. Ji Yuan closed his eyes and pressed the back of his right hand to his forehead, rawly mobilizing the soul power in his body. He surged towards the seal of the imperial beast on the back of his hand. In the next moment, his consciousness came to the chaotic space he had just been in. The griffin hatchling was curling up to rest. Upon sensing his scent, the cub leapt up and circled around him, jumping up from time to time and misusing his face with his head. Well. Ji Yuan smiled and plopped down as the cub dove headfirst into his arms. He stroked it gently and said, "Let me name you." The moment he saw the cub, he was calculating in his mind whether he should name it Dragon Aotion or something more complicated. Eventually, he had an answer. Dim. How about a simple word? Ji Yuan had wanted to refer to its characteristics and other aspects, but all he ended up with was some garbled names. After thinking about it, and combining it with its soul-scorching spectral fire properties, it might as well be Dim. The little guy's eyes lit up when he heard the name, and he immediately made a cheering face. Seeing that it was excited, Ji Yuan also smiled. After frolicking with Dim for a while, he exited into the seal of the Imperial Beasts. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard someone in the dormitory yakking about something. I've heard that the sky is flooded with green light because someone made a poisonous oath and angered the gods. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously, I told you how the sky suddenly turned green. It scared me. What the hell is that? That sky. It's lighting up the college green and green, just like the ING netherworld. It's so spooky. Hey, what do you guys know? I heard that it's because of Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng? The son of the vice dean, that Zhang Heng who was a bully one day. Yeah, I heard that it was Zhang Heng who. Ji Yuan slowly sat up, and the chatter of the crowd stopped for a moment. After that, a few people urged toward a yellow hair. You damn well go on. What did Zhang Heng do? Ji Yuan perked his ears and came to be interested. Does it sound like the color of the sky was off just now? What happened? Prodded by a few people, a wise light flashed in yellow hair's eyes. The sudden change in the sky color just now was because Zhang Heng was contracting with an imperial beast of overlord class bloodline. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Made it up. Didn't you? Overlord level. You're a ING braggart. Even he can contract with an overlord class imperial beast? Pull back. A few people's questioning pissed yellow hair off. Look at your sour faces. The other Zhang Heng went to Apocalyptic Valley the other day to get a royal beast egg. You've always heard of this news, right? It's rumored that in that imperial beast egg, an imperial beast with an overlord level bloodline has hatched. It's spreading like crazy in the academy. His grandmother. What makes this Zhang Heng so lucky? Zhang Heng. When he heard this name, coldness flashed under Ji Yuan's eyes. This Zhang Heng on the basis of his father is the vice dean, coupled with his own and the royal beast's some talent. So in the college to make a fuss, basically put no background of the students, are bullied all over the place. 2 years ago, the extremely popular Ji Yuan entered the academy, and after falling off the face of the earth, Zhang Heng didn't look for trouble from him. A royal beast egg of overlord class bloodline? Ji Yuan frowned. This yellow hair's source of information, reliable. The dormitory gossip chatted late into the night, and before long, the sound of rising and falling snores filled the dormitory. Ji Yuan pillowed his head with both hands and looked out the window at the thick night color. His heart had incomparable expectations for tomorrow's test. There was no talk all night. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, when a loud and violent trumpet sounded, the academy, which had been calm for a long time, seemed to boil up once again. Fall testing, the day all students have been waiting for. Uncountable dark horses, uncountable rising stars will blossom and sharpen in this test. Today, clear skies. Ji Yuan was dressed in a set of black attire. His handsome face hung with a light smile, full of vigorous vigor. He slowly headed towards the plaza along with a group of students. The fall test was held in this square of the academy that could hold tens of thousands of people. At this moment, in the center of the crowded square, 2 stages were built. The one responsible for presiding over the testing process was the academy's director of instruction, Lu Xingyue. She is 25 years old, a single woman, and is called, by her male students, a goddess, because not only is she a great looker, she has a lively and gentle personality. More so, Lin Yun City, the top 3 ranked imperial beast masters. When Lu Xingyue, dressed in a set of long pink dresses and riding on a pink eagle beast, landed on the stage from the sky, the whole audience erupted into a warm roar. The much-anticipated fall testing is finally about to begin. Hello students, are you happy to finally be back for the annual fall testing session? Lu Xinyue's voice was like a warbler's cry and her smile was vibrant and pleasing to the eye. For the fall testing session, there are 2 agendas. First item on the agenda, Soul Power Concentration Test and Imperial Beast Bloodline Level Test. Second item on the agenda, the Ring Challenge. Lu Xinyue's voice reached everyone's ears, removing the effect of the sound. There was also the effect of soul power. Then, let's start with the first item on the agenda, the Soul Power Concentration Test and the Imperial Beast Bloodline Level Test. Lu Xinyue looked at the list in her hand and frowned before reading. The first tester, the tentative student, Ji Yuan. As the words fell, the entire room erupted. Ji Yuan? How is this guy who can't contract a royal beast still around? Chapter 4, shocking the whole place. The square of tens of thousands of people was in an uproar. In the midst of countless gazes, Ji Yuan, who had a handsome face and wore black clothes, stepped onto the high platform. This punk doesn't even have a royal beast. What does he want? Hey, maybe he's trying to remember his exceptional soul power qualification for the gang. After all, that's all he can blow off a little. A guy who can't contract a royal beast. Any strong qualifications are all for naught. I'm afraid he's doing it for the sake of speaking to Sister Divine one more time before he leaves. Off the field, taunting, contempt, gloating, etc., etc., etc. Countless gazes converged on Ji Yuan, ready to see what gesture he would make to leave the stage. Tentative student, Ji Yuan, when you're ready, step up to the psionic testing table, Lu Xingyue spoke in a gentle tone. On top of the high platform, there was a stone brick round platform crawling with green vines, and as long as one stood on it, the soul power in the tester's body would be activated. Ji Yuan took a step across, and below him were countless pairs of eyes waiting to see him make a fool of himself, accompanied by the stone brick circular platform emitting a burst of brilliant light. An unspeakable, terrifying aura that could not be captured by the naked eye exploded within Ji Yuan's body. At the scene, countless people were feeling their souls vibrating, and the color of the clear sky was even darker for a few minutes. There were gasps from some who had not yet experienced it, while some of the older students scoffed at the idea. Che, that's about all he can fake. I'll see what he does next. A punk who can't contract a royal beast has the nerve to stand on the stage. Cynicism and sarcasm continued to flow, and Lin Yunjia, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, was equally filled with contempt in the bottom of her eyes. What's the point of trying to be a hero? Who didn't know Ji Yuan's bottom line? All the students who had been in the academy for more than half a year? As the light from the soul power testing platform gradually dissipated, an ethereal human voice came out from the round platform. Soul power qualification. Extra. Ji Yuan's expression was as normal as he walked down the soul power testing platform. Here we go. Here we go. Watch what the waste does next. No, no, no. I can't hold back my laughter when I think that he won't be able to summon the imperial beasts later. Ha ha, dry. It's really hard for Sister Goddess to waste her words with this kind of trash. On the high platform, Lu Xingyue didn't go on to the next imperial beast test. She will take care of every student's feelings evenly. In her opinion, Ji Yuan immediately stepping down and leaving now would be the best choice. Director. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan suddenly called her. Lu Xingyue froze, her beautiful eyes looking at the youth's handsome face. I'm ready for the next test. Ji Yuan laughed. Ji students, you. Lu Xingyue nodded after giving him an odd look. Next, conduct the Imperial Beast Bloodline Rank Test. These words were like a huge stone thrown into the lake, stirring up countless ripples. Did I hear it right? This Ji Yuan is going to conduct a test of the Imperial Beast Bloodline. I Lu a bean. He contracted the Imperial Beast. No wonder. No wonder. I told you how someone would rush up to humiliate themselves. So this guy is emboldened. What bullying. Even if he really contracted a royal beast, what can he do? I dare to conclude that this Ji Yuan's royal beast bloodline is at most intermediate, and can't go any higher. Screw you damn. Don't forget that this Ji Yuan possesses a special grade qualification. Bull ***** extraordinary qualification. In the end, it's still not about soul strength and imperial beasts. Have you guys forgotten what happened yesterday? Yeah, the heaven and earth vision when Zhang Hong contracted the overlord grade imperial beast yesterday was extremely terrifying. Even if this Ji Yuan soul power qualification was extraordinarily high, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Hong. Speaking of which, yesterday's heaven and earth visions were somewhat frightening, just when there are so many different opinions. A light laugh resounded throughout the square. I say, let's not waste our time on this punk, shall we? At this sound, the entire room fell silent. Everyone's gazes have condensed on the front side, where there is a handsome young man with both hands in his pockets smiling lightly. Zhang Hong, son of the vice president of the Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy. Even if this loser does have a royal beast, it's not worth the delay in this fall test. Zhang Hong hung a contemptuous smile. Has the director of instruction forgotten that the fall test is the home ground for us older students? This kind of waste, it's better to let him roll until the spring test. As soon as he spoke, a number of people in the crowd chimed in. Under the field, there was a clamor. Lu Xingyue frowned and looked towards Ji Yuan. No need to pay attention to it. Go on, summon your imperial beast. The goddess seems to have more to say than the little bully's agitation. Hearing her speak, the clamor on the stage fell silent. A cold smile spread across the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth as he looked deeply at Lu Xingyue. Seeing that the entire room was finally quiet, Ji Yuan slowly raised his right hand. When a green-colored mark surfaced on the back of his hand, it caused quite a stir. He really did contract the imperial beast. Many people had expectations, and they were eager to see what imperial beasts this genius with extraordinarily high-level soul power had contracted. Lin Yunjia narrowed her eyes. This guy actually contracted the imperial beast without saying anything. No wonder he dared to talk about himself like that yesterday. Humph. What kind of imperial beast can he contract? It must be the lowest level. Creatures that no one wants. Ji Yuan never paid any attention to any voices from the stage. He closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart. Dim, today is the beginning of your and my names resounding through the world. Come out. Dim. As his heart dropped, the air began to sizzle. Immediately after, between the attention of all, a young Qilin beast with a body as white as snow and a glistening greenish hue was gradually molded from a bit of starlight and proudly stood on the side of Ji Yuan. Dim's entire body was covered in snow-white scales, and the greenish underworld flame within his body outlined the scales into a perfect shape. At the neck, the lime-green mane swayed with the wind, and Dim lightly tilted the beast's head. A pair of emerald-green young horns reflected a brilliant luster in the sunlight. This is an imperial beast with a unique appearance to the extreme. Dim's appearance directly caused the square of tens of thousands of people to fall dead silent. Everyone, it's silly. Earlier, those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself were dumbstruck. This imperial beast, one could tell just by its appearance, was by no means an extraordinary object. Under the stage, Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with astonishment before a flash of greed surged forth. The creature that stood beside Ji Yuan was too much of an eye-catcher. Lin Yunjia stood in the middle of the crowd, her sight completely filled with the perfect shape of Dim. Well, what a beautiful imperial beast. Lin Yunjia's heart skipped a beat. She had her heart set on this imperial beast. On stage, Lu Xinyue was the closest. Her gaze similarly flashed with amazement, but it quickly changed to gravity. In the presence, only she was able to feel up close and personal what sizzling fluctuations were emanating from the body of this graceful-looking imperial beast. Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her white palm and a handheld scanner appeared out of thin air between her palms. This is the Imperial Beast Bloodline Tester, a commonly used portable bloodline instrument. She pointed the tester at Dim's forehead while explaining towards Ji Yuan. At first, Daiming wanted to avoid it, but at Ji Yuan's gesture, he gladly accepted it. The tester erupted with a violent light the moment it touched Dim, and then, under the gaze of countless people, the handheld tester, with a click, shattered. Chapter 5, What is Arrogance? It is? Ji Yuan was slightly puzzled. He had never seen this before. If it broke, how else could it be measured? Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes flashed with shock the moment she saw the tester shatter. This conveniently portable tester could withstand bloodline fluctuations of up to the overlord level. She stared at the unique imperial beast beside Ji Yuan for a moment, and word by word, to the entire room, she announced the result. Ji Yuan, contracted imperial beast, bloodline level, overlord level or above. When these words came out, Ji Yuan was a bit stunned. My goodness, did you guys hear that? It's actually an overlord class imperial beast. My goodness, overlord level where did he get this imperial beast from? This Ji Yuan, after pretending to be a waste for 2 years, it turns out that he wants to come up with a big wave in this late fall test. Didn't you guys hear that? Sister Divine said overlord level or above. Maybe, the bloodline of this imperial beast is going to be even more exaggerated. No wonder this imperial beast looks so different. Lin Yunjia listened to the whistling in her ears, her white palms already pinched red, her gaze dead set on Ji Yuan's figure on the stage, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She hadn't thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Yesterday, she had said that Ji Yuan would be kicked out of the academy at the end of fall test, but now, possessing special grade soul power and having contracted a hegemony grade imperial beast, he was bound to leap into the academy's key cultivation target. On the stage, Ji Yuan dumbly smiled. Just the overlord level on this movement. If they know Dim the real bloodline level, I'm afraid to riot on the spot. Student Ji Yuan, congratulations on successfully having your own imperial beast. Please step down. Lu Xinyue's chest rose and fell for a moment, and with a smile, she gestured for him to leave the stage for the time being. However, Ji Yuan shook his head. Director, I remember that there was a rule on the end of fall test. I apply to be the challenge ringmaster. His tone was unruffled, but once again, he shook the room. According to the rules of the late fall test, any student can apply to be a ringmaster. The second item on the agenda for the end of fall testing, the ring challenge. The intention was for students at all levels to make a big impact and receive rewards allocated by the college according to their performance. And, once someone became the ringmaster, they would face all the students who were qualified to participate in the challenge. According to the rules, the ringmaster needs to fight until no one dares to answer again to win. The ringmaster was able to win and would be rewarded by the academy with an incomparable amount of money. But if they fail, the ringmaster will not be allowed to participate in the end of fall test for 2 years. Historically, only a handful of demons from the academy had accomplished the feat of guarding the ring. Everyone did not expect that this Ji Yuan would actually dare to be so arrogant. He's gone crazy. Could it be that he lost his mind after the sudden transformation after being repressed for too long these past 2 years? Arrogance has gone too far. Ji Yuan, even if you possess an overlord grade royal beast, so what? You yourself are only a 9th grade imperial beast master. Just finished contracting the imperial beasts and you're mad as hell. Someone will definitely clean you up. In the crowd, countless students pulled their necks and cursed, more or less with an element of catharsis. Lu Xinyue's beautiful eyes widened. This normally unperturbed director of instruction did not know how many times she had been shocked at the very beginning of today's test. Are you sure? Ji Yuan nodded. Okay, he didn't do it on impulse. he did it for a reason. As the words fell, before Lu Xingyue could announce it, off the stage, Zhang Hong couldn't help himself. I want to be the ringmaster too. He leapt onto the high platform in one go, his face flushed, staring dead at Ji Yuan. He wouldn't allow someone to be so arrogant and cocky in front of him. If both of you want to be ringmasters, you can only fight, with the winner holding the ring and the loser withdrawing from this test. Lu Xingyue resumed her usual gentle character and said in a soft voice, hooked. Ji Yuan looked at Zhang Hong, a cold smile spreading across his heart. Do you dare fight me? Zhang Hong arrogantly raised his chin, extremely contemptuous. He had been in the academy for 3 years, and he had a notable level of proficiency regarding the control of imperial beasts and the control of the imperial beastmaster's soul power. He was confident that a guy like Ji Yuan, who had been wasted for 2 years, would never be his opponent, even if the other party possessed an overlord-level imperial beast. Why don't you dare? Ji Yuan laughed aloud. As his words fell, a burst of furious green light rolled up around Diming, enveloping Ji Yuan's figure as he swept towards the wide challenge ring in the very center of the square. The green light that the ding transformed into crashed into the surface of the ring, and after it swung away, Ji Yuan's figure standing proudly with it was revealed. On the other side, Zhang Hong was not willing to show weakness. As the seal of the imperial beast emerged, a silver-white figure leaped up carrying him and landed steadily in the challenge ring. It was a silver wolf with silver-white fur and a stocky body. The silver wolf was even bigger than Dim, and was feared to be around 2 meters 5 in height and length. The silver wolf assumed a pouncing and biting stance, the beast's eyes blossoming with ferocity, a silky low growl emanating from its bloody mouth as it stared at Dim beside Ji Yuan, not moving a muscle. You're too complacent, Ji Yuan. Zhang Hong laughed contemptuously. So what if this imperial beast bloodline of yours is even stronger? The grade of the imperial beast master's soul power is what determines victory or defeat. The imperial beast master's soul power grade determined what kind of power the imperial beast could exert. Zhang Hong had become a royal beast master 3 years earlier than Ji Yuan, and at this moment, he was already at the peak of the 8th grade of soul power. He pointed at the silver wolf poised at his feet and said, its bloodline is only advanced, but with my augmentation, it's easy to deal with you, the overlord imperial beast. After all, Ji Yuan had only just become a royal beast master, with a comparable 9th grade introductory soul power, even if his qualifications were extraordinarily high. So what? How could he fight with him? That's a lot of crap. Ji Yuan's face was calm. Regarding the connection between the imperial beast master's soul power grade and the imperial beasts, only after becoming a regular student could one learn about it from the relevant books. Zhang Hong possessed combat knowledge that was ahead of him, and that was probably good. However, Ji Yuan likewise possessed an undercurrent that the other party could not guess. For example, everyone thought that Dim's bloodline rank was merely overlord level. Carry dash. At that moment, pink-colored light flashed, and a pink eagle beast landed between the two of them from a high altitude. Lu Xingyue sat on her knees on the eagle beast, and after looking at the two of them, she said, since you've reached a consensus, then let's make this battle for the ring a beautiful one. After saying that, the eagle beast flapped its wings and flew to the outside of the ring. Zhang Hong will win. Zhang Hong will win. Zhang Hong will win. Down on the field, ear-splitting shouts came out. How come you don't hear your name being called? Is it because you don't need it? Zhang Hong was smug. Ji Yuan snorted. That's all your lapdogs can do to incite these brainless people. Zhang Hong knew that his mouth was not able to defeat him, and his eyes flashed ferociously. I would like to see if your strength has a hard mouth. Immediately, the silver wolf moved like running thunder, pouncing out with its bloody mouth open. A creature of this bloodline is worthy to bear its fangs before us? Jibyuan laughed softly. Boom! Suddenly, above the ring, one could only see Dim tilting its head slightly, and within its body, an unspeakably terrifying aura emanated. Skill 2, Deterrence, unleash the oppressive power of the Emperor's bloodline, deterring any creature with a bloodline lower than your own. In an instant, the silver wolf that showed its teeth was rushed by the breath, and instantly its entire body's silver hair stood up. The entire wolf, just like that, froze in place, and the beast's eyes, which had previously been filled with ferocious light, instantly became clear. Gradually, it is actually directly the whole prostrate on the ground, little by little towards the dim move body. During the period, also from time to time issued a low whimper. That look, as if he was trying to please the other party, completely lost the aura he had just had. The whole room was silent because of this sudden scene. Everyone's all dumbfounded, including Zhang Hong, who was also dumbfounded. Silver Moon, what the are you doing? Chapter 6, Zhang Hong, your imperial beast is stolen. Silver Moon, what the hell? In the silent square, only Zhang Heng's roar of shocked anger echoed. Ji Yuan had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although nowadays his soul power grade was comparable to the 9th grade, But the bloodline gap from between the imperial beasts was a fear instinct that penetrated deep into his soul. Shame on you. Veins appeared on Zhang Heng's forehead, and he guessed that it must be because the other party's overlord-level bloodline had caused the silver wolf to lose its battle power. Immediately, he made a move with his right palm, and the silver wolf figure dissipated into bits of starlight. Don't be cocky. Do you think this is the only waste I have? Zhang Hong looked at Ji Yuan's expression, and an ice crystal deep blue mark suddenly appeared on his right hand. In a trance, the temperature of the air, which had been boiling from the dimming, gradually cooled. In front of Zhang Hong, there stood an orangutan shrouded in cold mist with ice crystal deep blue fur. This gorilla was not a big body. 2 arms were pestled on the ground, bowed down and bent over, and the icy aura was spreading continuously from its surroundings. Hiss! It's the snowy crag ice scarlet. Zhang Hong actually summoned it out. I've heard that this imperial beast was given to him by his father, and that it's been raised extremely well on weekdays, and hasn't been summoned out in public yet. That's not right. An 8th grade imperial beast master can contract a maximum of 2 imperial beasts. If Zhang Hong already has 2, then yesterday's heaven and earth vision. I say, are you guys out of your minds? It's only now that you're reacting to the fact that yesterday's heaven and earth anomaly was definitely caused by Ji Yuan. Yes, look at the luster on this imperial beast of Ji Yuan. Isn't it exactly the same as yesterday's heaven and earth vision? My god, worthy of being the possessor of a special grade qualification. I'm afraid that Ji Yuan is going to get rid of the title of waste from now on and soar to the heavens. It's too early to say these words. If you want to soar to the sky, get past Zhang Hong first. Off stage, the whispers continued. A fierce light filled Zhang Heng's eyes. This Snow Crag Ice Scarlet was originally his bottom card, and it was all because the Silver Wolf was too wasteful. Fortunately, Snow Crag Ice Scarlet possesses a special talent, perception slowness. Ignore any bloodline suppression. Note, if the difference in bloodline level is more than 2 levels, the talent is useless. This Snow Crag Ice Scarlet's bloodline level was advanced, only 1 level lower than Ji Yuan's Imperial Beast, and the sensory retardation just happened to work. Without the bloodline oppression, I'll see if you, a 4-legged thing, can still be arrogant. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth grinned as if he had already predicted Ji Yuan's miserable end for the Imperial Beast. Cover both of your fists with frost power and attack directly. Head on, it'll never be able to hold up against it. At that moment, Zhang Hong issued a command, only to see that Snow Crag Ice Scarlet violently straighten up his body of nearly 2 meters, his basketball-sized fist covered with a layer of ice crystals. Roar! The blue-haired gorilla roared up to the sky, and immediately, the ground shook like a mountain, charging out violently towards Ji Yuan. Chang Hung. As the cold breath poured in, Ji Yuan's face was as normal as ever, his sight crossing over the snowy craggy ice scarlet and landing on Zhang Heng's confident face. I'll make you recognize reality now. Ji Yuan's flat voice spread throughout the square. Next moment, the crowd only saw the green-colored imperial beast beside Ji Yuan slowly step forward, greeting the blue-haired gorilla that came bursting forth. Dim's ghostly green pupils flashed with light. Shasta! Boom! A greenish-green wave of terrifying heat erupted from within Dim's body, and in an instant, it covered the entire ring. The ring was surrounded by a defensive light shield, but even so, the crowd underneath the stage still felt the blazing flame fluctuations. The greenish-green heat wave covered the ring, and everyone could only hear a mournful scream resounding from the stage. The Snow Crag Ice Scarlet in the center of the heat wave was twisting its body frantically, and its hands were desperately scratching its head, as this greenish flame was not only hot, but it was also burning its soul. The double pain from its soul and flesh immediately caused it to roll its eyes and pass out. At Ji Yuan's gesture, this horrifying heatwave did not sweep Zhang Heng, who stood in the midst of the blankets of flames, his face unsightly, because, from the seal of the Imperial Beast, he perceived the state of the snowy crag ice scarlet, transforming from active to dead silent. How can it be? All around, the green-colored flames were fading away. Why would I lose to him? I'm a peak 8th grade Imperial Beastmaster. By what right? On what grounds? Zhang Hong lost his expression management due to his extreme anger. His fists were clenched in death and his teeth creaked. May I announce the results, Director? In the silent square, Ji Yuan's faint voice rang out, causing everyone to return to their senses. The fight didn't last long, and it could even be said that only 5 minutes had passed from the time the 2 men mounted the ring to the end. Everyone's gazes condensed on the center of the ring, the unconscious Snow Crag Ice Scarlet. At first, they had thought that this was a crushing innings for Zhang Heng. However, 5 minutes passed, but it was Zhang Heng who was easily crushed. The sound of an eagle beast waving its wings rang out, and riding the eagle beast as it slowly landed on the ring. Lu Xingyue's face was complex, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at Ji Yuan. A moment later, her red lips lightly opened. Ringmaster confrontation. Winner, Ji Yuan. Word for word. When Lu Xingyue announced it, all of them truly accepted this fact. Ji Yuan, this person who joined the academy 2 years ago with his special class soul power qualification, after 2 years of silence, once again, blossomed with dazzling light. Wait! Zhang Heng's eyes showed a fierce light as he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You despicable thief! You're the one who stole the Imperial Beast egg I brought back from the Fading Valley and took the opportunity to hatch this greenish fire-type Imperial Beast and make a contract with it. Zhang Hong pointed at Ji Yuan, his expression grimly agitated. You stole something from me and actually dared to use it to take the end of autumn test. Do you really think I can't tell? As he was unable to accept his failure so easily, between the emotional upheaval, he failed to control himself for a moment, and just after he finished speaking, Zhang Hong himself regretted it. However, once the words are spoken, the impact has already been made and cannot be taken back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. This Ji Yuan's Imperial Beast, is actually stolen? You guys don't say. It's really possible. Come to think of it, this Ji Yuan hasn't made a move in 2 years, but after Zhang Heng's Imperial Beast egg was lost, he suddenly had an Imperial Beast. It's hard not to make people suspicious. One word stirred 1,000 waves, and the silent crowd instantly began accusatory mode. They, for one, were only willing to believe what they wanted to believe. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia skimmed her mouth. Contempt flashed in her eyes. After all this time it was stolen. It really can't be seen. There was a lot of cursing from one side to the other. Ji Yuan handsome face ripples. These 2 years, he has long been accustomed to the crowd's cynicism. Lu Xingyue frowned. Did not expect this Zhang Hong actually so unable to afford to lose, lost, but also annoyed and angry splashing dirty water. She was one of the few people who knew that Zhang Heng's Imperial Beast egg that he had brought back from the Withering Valley was a dead egg. But, after all, Zhang Hong was the son of the Vice Dean, and he himself, a director of instruction, chose to remain silent in the moment as a better option. At this point, in the midst of the roiling curses, after noticing that the director of instruction chose to remain silent, Ji Yuan suddenly moved. With a casual stride, he walked over to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong glared angrily, but his heart was dewy, so he could only slowly step back. Next moment, Ji Yuan swung out his right hand with great force, slapping it violently on top of Zhang Heng's cheek. Can't afford to lose. In an instant, the roaming shouting and cursing stopped. Chapter 7, So-Called Fairness and Justice. Zhang Hong felt the fiery stinging pain coming from his cheeks, and his pupils vibrated continuously. Ji Yuan actually dared to hit himself. As his eyes swept across the stage, countless pairs of eyes stared at him with incredulity. Instantly, humiliation, anger, and various other emotions rushed straight to his brain, causing him to roar and raise his hand, ready to hit back. But Ji Yuan backhandedly grabbed his arm, and then, with his right hand, he once again exerted force towards his face and swung down violently. This slap directly slapped Zhang Hong to the ground, his nose bleeding. Under the field, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Lu Xingyue took a few steps back. In their minds, all of them floated a sentence at the same time. Jibyuan, crazy. Since Zhang Hong had been admitted to the hospital, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. After all, the Vice Dean was known to be protective. A cold snort suddenly resounded through the academy. What a ruthless kid. The voice contained anger, causing a group of students to involuntarily shrink their heads. It's the Vice Dean, Jibyuan, who's dead. With a flash of white light, a middle-aged man in a suit and wearing black and gold glasses appeared in the ring. The person who came was none other than the vice president, Zhang Qilin, Dean Chang. On the side, Lu Xingyue immediately shouted respectfully when she saw him, and then, she summoned the eagle beast and left this place of wrongdoing. Zhang Jilin's eyes were sharp as he appeared and stared at Ji Yuan. Since the inception of the Riding Wind Imperial Beast Academy, there has never been a student of your despicable behavior. A sense of oppression from a high-grade Imperial Beast Master came over him. Ji Yuan's expression was as normal as ever, looking straight into his eyes and smiling gently. Dean Zhang, where does this despicable deed begin? Zhang Hong lost the battle and became enraged and slandered me for stealing from him. Could it be that, in order to protect your calf, you can't even distinguish between right and wrong? Facing the imposing Vice Dean, Ji Yuan straightened his back and was not humble. That's right. Why don't you come out and take care of this Zhang Hong when he's been bullying and acting like a bully for 3 years based on his status? This Vice Dean, what a ing double standard. My ass. Under the stage, there were still some sober people present after all. Unbridled, Zhang Jilin's sharp gaze swept across the bottom, and some people shut up obediently. Between classmates, it's a normal thing to get hurt in a ring cut. Zhang Jilin spoke faintly. The reason I showed up is because Zhang Hong accused you of suspected theft. The academy has always emphasized personal integrity, and since theft is suspected, the academy will find out the truth. He said so on his lips, but in his heart, He now hated to slap Zheng Heng, this rebellious son. It's really usual for him to be spoiled. Losing is losing. And actually slandering others casually in front of the entire faculty and students. The only thing he could do now was to let Ji Yuan sit on this theft charge. Otherwise, Zheng Heng's future reputation in the academy would be considered completely ruined. I never wronged any of my students. Zhang Jilin tilted his condescending chin and said with both hands behind his back, Zheng Heng, in front of the entire faculty and students of the academy, tell everyone why it was determined that Ji Yuan had stolen your imperial beast egg? He slightly side-eyed Zheng Heng. The latter's eyes flickered as he realized what his father meant, and at that moment, he hurriedly opened his mouth. The imperial beast egg I brought back from the fading valley emits a radiance that is precisely greenish-green, Zheng Heng said without a blush. The imperial beast egg had been kept in the dormitory and was already in a state of imminent hatching, and after I came back from the reading room in the middle of the day yesterday, I realized that the egg had disappeared. Until yesterday afternoon until now, Ji Yuan hadn't contracted a royal beast, but after the appearance of the heaven and earth visions, today, Ji Yuan possessed a never-before-seen imperial beast. It was with this that I concluded that Ji Yuan had stolen the imperial beast egg. Zheng Heng racked his brain to make things relatively believable. Seeing him finish, Zhang Jilin looked at Ji Yuan. Can anyone prove that this imperial beast was contracted by you before yesterday? Or can anyone prove that you weren't contracting imperial beasts when the heaven and earth anomaly occurred? Looking at the two fathers and sons singing in unison, Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. If you want to commit a crime, why not? Who in the entire academy doesn't know that I don't have any friends? How does Vice President Zhang want me to find someone to testify? Zhang Jilin, on the other hand, looked calm and said, So, you're not going to deny it? Immediately, he swept his eyes across the room and said in a deep voice, the temporary student who lives in the same dormitory as Ji Yuan. Now, come up to the stage. As the words fell, a yellow-haired and two coy boys immediately walked up to the ring and stood at the edge, heads bowed. Where were you when the heaven and earth vision occurred? Hearing the vice dean ask, the three provisional students hurriedly replied, back to the dean. We were at the training hall at that time. Have you seen Ji Yuan? No. Reporting to the dean, we witnessed Ji Yuan coming out of Zhang Heng's dormitory yesterday morning. Suddenly, several boys raised their hands in the crowd. Zhang Jilin let them on stage. Ji Yuan swept one by one. These so-called witnesses, all of them are Zhang Heng's side of the dog legs. You guys, in front of the entire faculty, tell us what you saw. Zhang Jilin looked toward the several doglegs, his tone calm. If anyone dares to take advantage of this opportunity to intentionally plant evidence, I will never forgive them lightly. This vice president is as fair and just as he can be in his words. At his gesture, a few dog legs began to speak up, and unsurprisingly, everyone said that they had seen Ji Yuan take something from Zhang Heng's dormitory. The matter has come to this point. Ji Yuan has been unable to defend himself. Ji Yuan was witness stealing. It's a direct catch. Alas, this Ji Yuan's reputation is considered a complete thunderstorm. Across the room, searing sights gathered on Ji Yuan, a gaze that was mixed with discrimination and contempt. Lin Yunjia student, please come up. Just then, Zhang Jilin spoke again. In the crowd, Lin Yunjia, who had suddenly been named by the vice dean, was flattered and walked up to the ring in fear under countless gazes. Vice President. Lin Yunjia bowed her head extremely obediently in front of Zhang Jilin. I heard that you and Ji Yuan grew up in an orphanage since you were young. You should be the one who knows his character the best. In order to avoid wrongful accusations, I'm here to ask you, how did Ji Yuan act when he was at the orphanage? Zhang Jilin spoke slowly. Lin Yunjia's mind went blank at that moment. She slightly side-eyed Ji Yuan who was not far away. This man is almost guilty of theft. The vice president didn't have to pull this stunt. Could it be that it's about mending and killing people? Her mind raced. The Ji Yuan royal beast was stolen. And even if it was stronger, it could only be returned to Zheng Heng in the end. Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy is the most authoritative academy in Lingyun City. The dean almost never shows up, and the big and small matters are all taken care of by the vice dean. Perhaps the dean acquiesced in today's events? In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yunjia made her choice. Back to Dean Zhang. Lin Yunjia straightened up and glanced at Ji Yuan before looking at Zhang Jilin and said, Ji Yuan has often stolen other people's things since he was a child in the orphanage, and I've always disdained being his companion for this very reason. With one move, he pleases the vice dean and draws a clear line with Ji Yuan. So the dust has settled. An orphan with vile and bad habits since he was a child. Now that he's come to the academy, the dog can't change his ways. In everyone's hearts, contempt rose. A gaze gathered on Ji Yuan, those mixed with disdain and disgust. These gazes, like sharp blades, pierced deeply into the skin, and Ji Yuan clenched his fists until they trembled. During his orphanage days, He was the most beloved and well-behaved child. He hadn't expected that Lin Yunjia would choose to lie at such a time. Jibyuan, what else do you have to say? Zhang Jilin stared at him condescendingly, mockery welling up in the bottom of his eyes. If you want to fight with me, you're still too young. Now, destroy your contract and return the imperial beast that originally belonged to Zhang Heng back to him. Zhang Jilin's tone was light, but contained a hint of intimidation. At the back, excitement flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes as he dared not imagine how strong he would be after possessing that green-colored imperial beast. But, just then, Ji Yuan slowly raised his head and looked straight into the eyes of this Weisteen. You said that this imperial beast belongs to your son, didn't you? Green light emerged, and Dim's body materialized and stood beside Ji Yuan. The evidence is all there, and you still want to argue? Zhang Jilin's eyes flashed with amazement. This imperial beast was indeed appealing. If not for the fact that his father's love was greater than his selfishness, he really didn't want to cheapen his stupid son. What a great self-directed drama. Ji Yuan suddenly laughed. What if I told you I have more than just this one imperial beast? In a flash, the wind changed. Chapter 8, the farce is over. Rumble. Once again the clear skies were stormy. The sky was violently overcast, as if it had shifted from day to night in an instant. Vision of heaven and earth. Zhang Jilin's eyes narrowed slightly and his brows furrowed as a hint of something wrong suddenly flashed through his mind. A bunch of dog-eyed things. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. Ji Yuan laughed aloud. The next instant, the clouds swung open violently, revealing a light and colorful cosmic river of stars. Another heaven and earth vision. What the hell is going on here? Ji Yuan just said. Keep your eyes open and watch. Mofo. Mofo because of him. My goodness. This is the first time I've seen a vision that manifests the cosmic stars and rivers. What kind of imperial beast is this? And what level of bloodline is it for the vision to appear? On the ring, Zhang Jilin's eyes narrowed into slits, and at this moment, a fierce wind swept through the square, causing the crowd's clothes to shake and their hair to fly. Zhang Hong and Lin Yunjia and the others looked up in shock, no longer able to speak. Karakoho. Just then, a strange roar resounded. Shoo! Above the sky, a black shadow swooped down from that cosmic star river vision. When this black shadow steadily landed beside Ji Yuan, the entire scene, as if it had stopped breathing, only to see that it was a strange beast with a sturdy body and a pair of golden yellow wings. This foreign beast was like a combination of a lion and an eagle. On the strong and sturdy lion's body, in addition to a pair of exaggeratedly shaped wings, there was also an eagle-like head. It was covered with golden fur, like the radiance of the midday sun, extremely eye-catching. At this moment, it was as if everyone had been strangled, their mouths wide open. Everyone, no longer able to make any sound. This beast was none other than the Star Peak Griffin that was rewarded by the system when Ji Yuan contracted Dim. When the first contract was completed, the Emperor's illustrated book was upgraded, and one of its features was the ability to briefly summon the Emperor-class creatures that were included in the illustrated book. This kind of summoning would cause heaven and earth visions, capable of briefly illuminating Emperor-level creatures that were incomparably real. Only, the cost of doing so is that it depletes the integrity of the remains. He was unwilling to use it. But, who would have thought that this pair of father and son could actually be able to reverse right and wrong so much? Zhang Heng, is this imperial beast yours too? Ji Yuan's cold voice resounded all over the square, and Zhang Heng's face turned pale, not daring to meet the other's eyes. Nice one, Jibyuan. At this moment, Zhang Jilin was like being slapped in public, between the twitching of his eyelids. He didn't expect that there would actually be more than one imperial beast of this level. Ji Yuan, it seems that there is only one way left. Vast soul power fluctuations surged within Zhang Jilin's body, and he, it seemed, wanted to summon the imperial beasts. Oh, what a hoot! Just then, a soft laugh rang out. Zhang Jilin's face was instantly gloomy. Not a chance. In the sky, the heaven and earth anomaly induced by the Star Peak Griffin slowly faded, and the clear sky emerged once again. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man with graying temples and eyebrows that contained storms. Ji Yuan tilted his head slightly, and his pupils contracted when he saw behind this person, only to see that this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared actually had a pair of wings on his back. Fourth-grade Imperial Beast Master. Ji Yuan had once heard that a fourth-grade Imperial Beast Master was able to use his soul power to visualize any part of a contracted Imperial Beast, although this move was extremely soul-draining. However, being handsome was the most important thing. When this middle-aged man landed 3 steps away in front of Ji Yuan, on the stage, Zhang Jilin, who had been aggressive earlier, took half a step back and softly said, Dean Tan. The person who came was none other than the true dean of the Ride the Wind and Beast Academy Tanhe. This Lin Yun City's hand. Always pay more attention to the development of the city. Seldom tube college things. How today but? Zhang Jilin's eyes rolled, and eventually came to a realization. Glancing at Ji Yuan, who was not far away. It's the dean. I've been coming to the academy for 4 years and it's the first time I've seen him in person. Did I just see it right? Dean actually has wings. Turtle. That's the ability of a 4th grade Imperial Beast Master. The sudden appearance of this dean, who had always been a godsend, caused quite a stir. Ji Yuan looked at his back, his fists gradually clenching. It finally showed up. Back then, when Ji Yuan awakened his extraordinarily advanced soul power qualification, he was the one who led him into the academy. The reason why he left no stone unturned today was, for the sake of it, to get the other side to come forward. Because, only the dean could give him the most help. He wore a smile, like a down-to-earth teacher. He walked up to Ji Yuan, his eyes sweeping over the griffin with a magnificent body and the stunningly shaped dim. Not bad, not bad. The 2 imperial beasts at this time both coincidentally took half a step back, seeming to be somewhat scornful of this man. He stretched out his hand and lightly patted it on the griffin, which instantly turned into starlight and dissipated. What is it that requires Vice President Zhang to personally intervene to resolve it? He turned around, and during that time, engaged in a momentary stare-down with Ji Yuan. In the entire Lin Yun city, everyone knew that Zhang Jilin was the vice president, but he was the only one who could address him in this manner. Now, hearing his question, Zhang Jilin shook his head expressionlessly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Hung at the back was gritting his teeth and roared ahead. Report Dean, this Ji Yuan he. Zhang Heng's heart of thievery was undead, and having gotten to this point, he had to make Ji Yuan's charge of stealing stick. But, before the words were out of his mouth, his own father's hand slapped at his face. Snap! The fiery sting on his cheek surged once more, and the normally pampered male stared blankly, dumbfounded. Zhang Jilin's face did not change, but in his heart, he hated to strangle this brainless rebellious son on the spot. Dean Tan. It's just a misunderstanding. Zhang Jilin's voice was flat, but it still had a hint of explanation. Tan's smile remained the same. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. There's no more business for you here. Let's go. With this unceremonious expulsion, Zhang Jilin merely nodded his head in silence, and his figure disappeared after a flash of white light. The Lord Dean swept his gaze across the crowd on the stage, and after lingering on Lin Yunjia for a few more moments, he slowly opened his mouth. Zhao Yun, Li Peng, Lu Yi, and Zhou Koan, the 4 of you, who have become liars, making up lies at will to frame other students. From today onwards, the Riding Wind Imperial Beast Academy will give you expulsion from the academy. These 4 people named were none other than Zhang Heng's lapdogs. At this moment, their faces were like ashes. This was a decision from the dean, who dared to veto it. At that moment, the 4 could only look at Zhang Heng pleadingly, but it was like the 4 had forgotten that even his old man didn't dare to say anything in front of this man. And he, Zhang Heng, what could he do? Zhang Heng. At this time, the dean's voice sounded once again. Now, tell the entire school, did Ji Yuan steal your imperial beast egg? His tone and gaze were calm, but when it coalesced on Zhang Heng, it made his heart tremble. Yard, Dean. Zhang Heng's face was pale. If this matter was told, he would truly be nailed to the pillar of shame in the academy's history. He frowned slightly, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp and piercing. Nope, didn't steal. As if Zhang Heng had lost all his strength, he could only lower his head and tell the whole story. The way everyone looked at him changed when they heard that this farce was just a lie he made up because he was not convinced of losing. Despise, disdain, loathe. Those eyes that had looked at Ji Yuan pierced Zhang Heng's skin without reservation. I told you, Ji Yuan, although this man has been deserted for 2 years, he is a man of integrity. How could he possibly steal from others? You were the one who cursed the loudest earlier. What words? What kind of words are these? I, Lu Hongtao, have never scolded Ji Yuan. In the square, once again, the bustle resumed. But, this time, the conversation shifted and began to praise Ji Yuan and spit on Zhang Heng. After returning Ji Yuan's innocence, he shifted his gaze to the last person, Lin Yunjia. Chapter 9, I will provide you with all the resources. Lin Yunjia. Tanha's voice rang out. Lin Yunjia's 10 fingers pinched the hem of her coat, her body trembling slightly, countless remorse rising in the bottom of her heart at the thought that she would face the consequences of expulsion. This dean was clearly sticking up for Ji Yuan. What should she do? She mustn't be fired. At this moment, she suddenly heard the dean say, Ji Yuan, this person, what do you want to do with him? It was a moment like she had grabbed a lifeline. Jerking his head up, he met Ji Yuan's gaze right on time. Lin Yunjia lightly bit her lips, her eyes pleading, a pretty face written with aggression. She always remembered that any time in the past, as long as she made this kind of gesture, no matter how big the mistake was, Ji Yuan would always be able to forgive herself. Expulsion. But when Ji Yuan calmly said 4 words, Lin Yunjia's face instantly collapsed. You, who are you to fire me? she screamed. On what basis? Ji Yuan laughed. Lin Yunjia, don't you have any numbers in your heart? With your pitiful soul power qualification, why were you able to enter the Ride the Wind Royal Beast Academy? In the beginning, if I hadn't asked the dean to be lenient, with your barely intermediate soul power qualification, you would have been worthy of enrollment? These words, like a bolt of lightning, exploded in Lin Yunjia's mind. For 2 years, she always thought it was her malleability that made the college make an exception, but she didn't realize everything, with the appearance of the dean of the reversal. This farce, but also finally here to end. Expelled from school, Lin Yunjia and her group, disoriented, left the ring. Zhang Heng buried his head deep in his chest and walked away in the midst of countless mocking gazes. Above the ring, only the figures of Ji Yuan and the dean remained. Late fall testing, as usual. Tan He was breezy and said, before that, Ji Yuan is the ringmaster. Does anyone want to challenge him? Off the field, quietly. Everyone is not a little cutie. They saw that the farce dean was so partial to Ji Yuan. Not to mention, Ji Yuan also possessed 2 imperial beasts that were capable of triggering heaven and earth visions. For those 2 points, anyone who still challenges him has their head stuck in the door. Meet me in the dean's office. Seeing that no one responded, Tan He looked at Ji Yuan and laughed. And then, a pair of eagle-like wings spread out. As the dean left, Ji Yuan also walked out of the ring. The moment, the crowded square, tens of thousands of people, all made way for him at the same time. And these gazes that were projected carried reverence. The late fall testing will last for a week. 10 minutes or so later, Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy. Inside the dean's office, Jibuan knocked lightly on the 2 brown wooden doors. Come in. Pushing open the door, the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers. The dean's office is tastefully decorated and has a wide parlor area to the left of the entry. Tanha is sitting on the couch, teacup in hand. Zhang Heng is, after all, the son of the vice dean, so it's not good to deal with him too much. You won't have any opinions, right? Ji Yuan shook his head. How could he dare to have any opinions? In 3 months, there will be a downtown competition in the country. Just as he sat down, he heard Tan He say, I need you to represent Ride the Wind and, at the very least, break into the top 10. Tanha got right to the point. In fact, when Ji Yuan had just been hospitalized 2 years ago, the other party had said the exact same thing. Taking a light sip of tea, Tan He gazed at Ji Yuan and said, before that, I will use the city's resources to train you. As the dean of the city's most authoritative Imperial Beast Academy, he wore several hats, and one of his duties was that of the mayor of Linyan City. He was indeed able to make that assurance. I only have one question. Ji Yuan picked up the hot tea in front of him and took a sip. What's in it for me if I break into the top 10 at the downtown competition? No pretty words are better than a tangible reward. Good boy. Tan He seemed like he didn't expect him to answer like that. Super Academy. Know it? Under the system of the Imperial Beast civilization of the last 1,000 years, a huge number of Imperial Beast colleges were established in the country, and among this group of academies, there were only 3 that could be called Super Academies: Jedi Spirit Academy, Lantian Academy, Shengtian Academy. The downtown competition, simply put, is a qualification audition set up by the Super Academy to absorb fresh blood. As long as you make it out of the competition, the benefits speak for themselves. Tan He said, I won't hide it from you. At the competition, once someone from the urban area makes it into the top 10, as a cultivation reward, the mayor will be able to get a bloodline-ranked legendary Imperial Beast egg. I've been a Royal Beast Master for 30 years, and the Royal Beast with the highest bloodline grade is only at the Overlord level. I, for one, am in great need of a legendary grade Imperial Beast egg. At those words, Ji Yuan's pupils did not move and shrunk. I didn't expect that as a 4th grade Imperial Beast Master, he actually didn't even have an Imperial Beast of legendary bloodline. Seemingly knowing what was on his mind, Tan He sighed. You think anyone has luck against the heavens? Just like you? Imperial bloodline Imperial Beasts have long been extinct for hundreds of years, and mythic level Imperial Beasts are even more rare. In today's world, the only legendary bloodline Imperial Beast egg that can be cultivated sells for as much as the entire Linyan city. So exaggerated. Ji Yuan frowned. Wouldn't he be in danger? Fortunately, most Imperial Beasts have a unique path of bloodline advancement. With a wave of Tan He's palm, a hound covered in black thorns suddenly appeared in the large office. This is the strongest Imperial Beast I possess, and in 2 more years, its bloodline will be able to go even further, leaping from Overlord to Legend. He retrieved the hound and said, in the world, most of the Imperial Beasts with legendary bloodlines were carefully bred by Imperial Beast Masters who spent endless amounts of money to advance. I won't delve into your secrets. Tan He looked at Ji Yuan. I'm able to give you all the resources of Linyan City. I just need you to enter the top 10 of the competition. Dean Tan is so confident in me? Ji Yuan locked eyes with him. Tan he smiled, got up, came to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Not only to you, but also your extraordinary soul power qualification." Extraordinary soul power qualification. To be honest, Ji Yuan hadn't felt any overpowering abilities until now. Perhaps, one doesn't know enough? After thinking for a moment, he stood up and nodded with extreme seriousness. "I agree." At the same time, he extended his hand towards Tan He. The other guy froze. "What for?" "I want the access card for the reading room." Half an hour later, Ride the Beast Academy. Reading room. After leaving the dean's office, Ji Yuan dove headfirst into the sea of knowledge. As he flipped through the specialized books, he finally had a clear perception of the gap between Imperial Beast Master grades. Among them, a detailed explanation of the difference in soul power qualifications was also included. He has been in the reading room since about 10 a.m. It was late at night when we left. Ji Yuan, who was rubbing his tired eyes and yawning as he rushed towards the dormitory area, suddenly saw a familiar figure at the door. Lin Yunjia. Chapter 10, Let's Go. Valley of the Fading. Jibyuan, you're here. Lin Yunjia, who was looking left and right, immediately jogged forward when she saw him. "I've been waiting here all day for you." Lin Yunjia had a smile on her face and reached out, ready to take Ji Yuan's arm. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan took a step backward, directly ignoring her, and was about to enter the boys' dormitory. Jibyuan. In the back, Lin Yunjia's choked voice rang out. In the past, that beautiful face, often smiling, childish and innocent, came to mind. In the end, Ji Yuan stopped. Seeing this, Lin Yunjia seemed to see hope and hurriedly jogged forward. But before she could say anything, she heard Ji Yuan's cold voice ring out. "You go, Ryunja." With that, he stepped away without hesitation. On the day he awakened the system, he had already died. In the back, faint whimpering and sobbing sounds resounded, but Ji Yuan's heart had no ripples. He was placed in a new single dormitory after he hit the ground running on the late fall tests. The layout of the dormitory is kind of extravagant, with computers, TVs, air conditioning, and bathrooms. Lying on the bed, Ji Yuan first summoned Dim Out. The temperature in the dormitory warmed back up a lot after the little guy showed up. It swiveled its ghostly green pupils and swept around the dormitory as if it felt new. "Here, this is our temporary residence." Ji Yuan smiled and proceeded to call out the Emperor's illustrated guide again. Griffins have a 5% reduction in the integrity of their remains due to their disillusionment on the late fall test. I will do my best to find all your remains. A fingertip skimmed over the picture of a griffin, and a low hiss came out as if in response to his words. Exhale. He brought his hands together and placed them flat on his stomach as his entire body sat cross-legged on the bed. Now, just try it. For today's reading, he focused on understanding about the rank advancement of the Imperial Beast Master. According to the textbook, Soul Power, the root of the Imperial Beast Master, there was only one way to advance hammering soul power. According to the teaching in the book, the promotion of the 9th grade to the 8th grade required the gathering of the soul power scattered throughout the body and hammering it into a ball the size of a tennis ball. Closing his eyes, Ji Yuan began to feel the soul power that flowed rampantly in his body, pulling them and converging them to his abdomen. Then, carefully, he compressed these light gray soul power and condensed it into small spheres. I don't know if it was because of his soul power qualification, but he was able to do it with ease, and he didn't feel any pressure such as the swelling and pain in his abdomen that the book said he would feel. The convergence of soul power in the body was unusually smooth and was much larger than a tennis ball. According to the book, when I give up the manipulation, if this sphere coalesced by soul power doesn't dissipate, it means it's successful. Pausing for a moment, Ji Yuan slowly withdrew his manipulation of soul power. To his dismay, not only did the sphere not dissipate, but it began to expand once again. This is, he hurriedly recalled the textbook in his mind, and the answer came instantly. I've been promoted to the 8th rank here? This is a little too easy, isn't it? 8th grade Imperial Beast Master, gathering the scattered soul power in his body and converging it into a sphere, able to mobilize soul power more efficiently. According to Ji Yuan's own understanding, soul power was like a blue bar in a game. When summoning the Imperial Beast, the soul power in the Imperial Beast Master's body will be consumed over time. When soul power is overconsumed, it can cause risks such as dizziness and even death by overdraft. And an increase in the rank of the Imperial Beastmaster is an increase in one's blue bar limit. The higher the grade, the more abundant the soul power. Similarly, as the level slowly increases, the Imperial Beastmaster is not only able to contract multiple Imperial Beasts, but also, due to a significant increase in the blue bar, is able to drive multiple Imperial Beasts at the same time in battle. And the impact brought about by soul power qualification was even more exaggerated. The lower Middle two qualifications of the Imperial Beastmasters were inherently half a tube of blue bars short of the upper qualifications of the Imperial Beastmasters, and the upper level qualification and the special qualification. The blue bar is the same, but the extraordinary qualification possessed a unique concentration of soul power and a perverted speed of blue return. The density of soul power would give Ji Yuan the upper hand when facing a royal beastmaster of the same grade, and the higher the grade, the greater the gap, and the speed of blue return. As an analogy, the upper-level qualified Imperial Beastmaster consumes 1 blue per second and recovers 1 as well, which is exactly equal, whereas an extraordinarily qualified Imperial Beastmaster consumes 1 blue per second. Recovery is 3. With these two abilities unique to the extraordinary qualification, it was no wonder that He was willing to bet on him. An 8th grade Imperial Beastmaster can contract 2 Imperial Beasts. Ji Yuan looked at his hands. Now, the soul power in his body could be clearly detected without having to deliberately feel it. Stepping into the 8th grade so easily. In addition to the soul power qualification, Ji Yuan's own talent also had some help. The next thing to do is to look for the remains of the Imperial creatures. At the downtown tournament 3 months later, in addition to the grade having to reach the 6th rank, another Imperial beast needed to be contracted. Preferably, it would be better to find a complete Imperial level remains, so that the top 10 of the downtown competition would not be a big problem. Nothing about the remains can be revealed to anyone. The best way to find out is only if I go to myself. The Emperor's Atlas has been upgraded with a number of new features. One of its functions was that it could locate the remains of an Emperor class within 1,000 meters around Ji Yuan. It was certainly for what he needed most right now. Imperial remains, as precious as they sound, are today, the only value is research. Jibyuan, the only person in this world with any other purpose. But Imperial remains are hard to see in urban areas, and most excavations are in the news. In some mountains, the forest of the mountains, the Valley of the Dying, surrounded by mountains on all sides, Linyun City is uniquely situated, with several towns in addition to the city center area. Among them, the entrance to the Fading Valley was in a town called Windscar. While surfing the internet, he had seen many posts about the Valley of the Apocalypse. The Apocalyptic Valley, with its complex ecology and peculiar geology, is the only place in the vicinity of Linyun City that has a primitive forest ecology. I've heard that a lot of Imperial Beastmasters patrol the Fading Valley to hunt wildlife. With a bit of luck, you could actually tame some strange creatures to be Imperial Beasts. For example, Zhang Heng, hadn't he found a royal beast egg from the Withering Valley the other day? And although it was a dead egg, it was enough to prove that the ecological diversity within the Withering Valley. Immediately, he got up and opened his computer, and began to search for information related to Apocalypse Valley. Dim, who kept jumping up and down in the dormitory, rushed over when he saw him get up. The soulful beast's eyes, staring at the computer screen, flashed with a puzzled luster. Ji Yuan brushed through the posts for a while and suddenly saw an attention-grabbing title. Windscar Local, 6th Grade Beast Master. Experienced, professional team to and from the Valley of Apocalypse. Interested parties, the upper right corner of the attention plus private chat. Chapter 11, A Change of Heart. You're going to the Valley of the Apocalypse? The next day, 9 in the morning. On the other end of the phone, He was silent for a moment and said, I'll arrange for someone to take you there. It's safer. Hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan drove the car that He had arranged for him and headed straight to Winemark Town. Along the way, he only stayed at the supermarket and used the card provided by He to buy a lot of outdoor camping equipment, food, drinking water and so on. This feeling of spending other people's money and not having to pay it back is pretty cool. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived at Windscar Town. After navigating over according to the address he had sent, Ji Yuan realized that this place was exactly the same as the location marked by the post he had seen last night. Looks like it's the same guy. This location is on the edge near the mountains in an agriturismo-like style. Apocalyptic Valley has attracted many Imperial Beast Masters because of the internet explosion. However, the mountain range had treacherous terrain and foreign beasts, causing many people to either get lost in it or buried in the belly of the beasts. As a result, some local beast masters in the Windscarred area found business opportunities, and soon formed a complete tour guide industry chain. The leader of the group introduced by He was a man named Huo Yun. He was a 6th grade beast master, and was considered to be one of the more famous tour guides in Windscar Town. On this trip, apart from Ji Yuan, there were 2 other people, a man and a woman. After all the people had arrived, Huo Yun summoned a rhino with the size of a buggy. The mountains are hard to navigate. It's not easy to drive, and it's not easy to cope with things that come up. Huo Yun casually explains a few sentences before taking the lead and leaping onto the rhino's broad back. It was Ji Yuan's first time to ride this kind of imperial beast and he found it a bit of a novelty. When he climbed onto the rhino's broad back, He was surprised to find that this Huoyan had customized a saddle-like recliner on the rhino's back for comfort. Wow, boss, you're pretty elaborate, the youth named Zhao Shan followed up, unable to stop marveling. Once the only girl was settled, a makeshift party of 4 rode in the rhinoceros and headed for the mountains. The rhino's traveling speed wasn't much slower than a car, and with the smooth ride, Ji Yuan couldn't help but secretly nod his head. When crossing an open flat area and going deeper into the forest, the youth named Zhao Shan turned his head to look at Ji Yuan and said, "Dude, are you planning to go camping in the Valley of the Withering?" Along the way, this Zhao Shan had the most to say, catching Hui Yun in a conversation. And now it was finally Ji Yuan's turn. He looked at the traveling bag behind Ji Yuan's back, his eyes vaguely revealing anticipation. "Take me with you, I like camping the most." "No buddy, do I know you well?" Ji Yuan immediately shook his head. "I'm sorry, I only prepared something for one person." At those words, Zhao Shan bristled before turning his gaze to the girl who hadn't said a word since the beginning. "Hello, my name is Zhao Shan." The girl's long hair was dark and shiny, her eyes focused on the passing landscape without words. The atmosphere fell into silence. Zhao Shan coughed dryly twice and turned back as if nothing had happened, chatting again with Hui Yun, who was the only one who had picked him up. About 10 minutes or so later, Ji Yuan clearly felt the temperature shift from hot and humid to cool. As the massive rhino traveled up a steep hill, it stopped in its tracks. This hillside goes all the way up, with dense shrubs on the left and deep cliffs on the right. The rhino stops abruptly and Hui Yun turns around, his face slightly grave. "The boulder says it smells something strange. I'll be careful." "Weird, there's no reason for this road to go wrong." But just as he spoke, shoo, to the left, a black shadow shot out violently from among the dense bushes. With great speed, boo! Ji Yuan only felt a vicious cold pouncing on his face. It was too late to react. His chest was as if he had been struck by a cannonball. A terrifyingly huge force directly knocked him away, and his entire person fell towards the cliff uncontrollably. Ho ho ho! Just then, a large, strong hand clamped down on his arm at once. Ji Yuan hastily looked up, but saw that the one who grabbed him was a long-arm ape with a thin body and brownish-yellow fur. "Whose imperial beast is it? Help!" But, before he had time to be happy, Ji Yuan's face changed, and pointing to the back, he shouted, "It's coming again!" Only to see the bushes, one after another, densely packed black shadows shot out, like a black tide, coming with great force. The gibbon's body was instantly crawling with these black shadows, and by reflex, it let go. Crap! Losing his grip, Ji Yuan cooled from head to toe. It happened so suddenly. His body was like a rock rolling down from the top of a mountain, flying down towards the bottomless abyss below. The fear that comes with weightlessness takes over all the senses. All he could feel was the speed of his descent getting faster and faster, the manic wind whistling in his ears. The sky gradually changed into a point of light until it disappeared. Slowly, the darkness gradually obscured the sight. After I don't know how long, Ji Yuan snapped back to his senses, and his cheek was pressed against the cold, piercing ground. A warm object was pushing and squeezing itself all over his body. He stood up with both hands pinned to the ground, and when Dim saw him rise, he let out a low growl of delight. "I'm okay?" He hastily pulled out his cell phone, but found that he couldn't turn it on, not knowing if it was broken or out of battery. However, he breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that he was safe and sound, and only then did he begin to survey the situation. With the greenish-green glow emanating from Dim's body, it was possible to see a mist filling the air. The ground is uneven hard stone surface. Front and back, left and right, are all dark, do not know where to go. The travel bag with water and food is also missing and the situation is extremely bad. Slightly pondering, the only thing to do was to move first and slowly feel the way out. The man and the beast walked cautiously towards the front. It wasn't long before Ji Yuan and Dim came to a T-shaped fork in the road. To the right, the fog was so thick you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. To the left, the black rock wall was full of vegetation that emitted light, so Ji Yuan chose to go left in order to play it safe. Just as he had stepped into this path on the left, a beep suddenly sounded in his head. The Emperor's Almanac has detected the remains of an Emperor-ranked creature in the vicinity of the host, and has tagged it for the host. Almost at the same time, a point of light appeared in his vision. As it happens, it's not far down the road. What a blind cat! Ji Yuan instantly greeted Dim as he stepped forward. The road was fairly flat, except for the odd pothole covered with white objects from time to time. The line of sight was clear because of the glowing plants growing on the black rock walls on both sides. After walking about 100 meters or so, he finally reached the location marked by the system. Oddly enough, the marker was to the right, in a rock wall full of plants. The remains are behind this rock wall? Or is there a cave entrance behind these plants? No sooner had the thought been born in his mind than a strange movement rang in his ears. At the same time, the ding beside him suddenly let out a low roar, and greenish-green flames rose up around him. Seeing this, Ji Yuan froze, but immediately, he saw that behind the glowing plant in front of him, 2 rows of blood-red light spots had appeared at some point. Ji Yuan's scalp exploded violently when several dark purple, thick tree trunk-like objects protruded from behind the vegetation. It's a spider. Thieving ing big spiders. Chapter 12, The Spider's Lair. When a dark purple, downy, thin leg stuck out from behind the plant, Ji Yuan's entire body stood up in sweat. In front of him, was a giant spider with a dark purple body, no different in size than the front of a truck. Those 2 rows of blood-red light spots were its eyes, each of which was the size of an adult's fist. Shoo! Shasta! A cloud of snow-white liquid flew in his face. Ji Yuan subconsciously inclined his head to avoid it, and the liquid hit the ground behind him before he realized it was an arm-thick spider silk. Turning back again, he saw the giant spider crawling at a rapid pace, while his mouth revealed 2 fangs covered in white mucus, looking as if he was about to make a flying lunge. Off to the side, Dim seemed to be bluffed by the spider's size and froze in place. Dim, quickly deter! At this time, there was no time for gawking. Ji Yuan hurriedly shouted. As the words fell, Dim came back to his senses, and his ghostly green pupils snapped across. Wow! The Emperor-level bloodline pressure exploded. Although giant spiders were intimidating in size, their bloodline level was definitely not too outrageous. When the storm carrying the Emperor's pressure rushed towards it, the giant spider that was ready to pounce immediately stood still. 2 rows of red-lighted eyes twitched slightly, as if struggling. Quick! Unleash the fiery storm. As Ji Yuan's words fell, the hot and blazing underworld flame, which was capable of searing the soul, burst out and surged towards the giant spider. In an instant, it turned into a burning ball of green fire and fell down the rock wall. Boom! The massive size of this giant spider made a loud noise as it landed on the ground. The 8 fluffy legs were madly twitching and struggling, and under Ji Yuan's signal, the underworld flame always remained burning, and the terrifying temperature turned the air into a distortion. Only after it stopped struggling and continued to burn for tens of seconds more did Dim slowly extinguish the spectral flame. A burning odor filled the air, and Ji Yuan frowned, only feeling his goosebumps fall all over his body. If you want to talk about the most diabolical creature you have, it would have to be a spider. Dim also seemed to be relieved, tilting his little head and winking at Ji Yuan. After all, it was a young beast that had never seen a big guy of this size before, so it was inevitable that it would be bluffed. Ji Yuan laughed and patted its head. It's fine, I was startled too. At this point, Ji Yuan realized that the place where the big spider had just crawled out was actually really a cave. Pale blue points of light were flickering in the depths of this cave. For the sake of the Emperor-level remains, even if there were 100 reluctances, one would have to go in with a stiff upper lip. Dim walked in front of Ji Yuan, the greenish flames slightly lighting up the surroundings. It was an irregular cave with black rock walls covered in snow-white spider silks. Fortunately, Dim's fire attribute was just able to dissolve these spider silks. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the rock walls around them were gradually opening up, and after walking for a certain distance, Ji Yuan and Daiming stopped their footsteps. In front of the one man and one beast was a giant nest covered in countless snow-white spider silks. In this lair, a strange-shaped dried up and withered corpse lay across the spider silk, looking extremely creepy. That's, Ji Yuan's sight looked deeper into the nest, and in a world of white spiders, he saw a basketball-sized black spider crawling around. He recognized at once that the black figures that had attacked them while on the back of the rhinoceros were none other than these spiders, and at the place where these small spiders converged, there were 2 figures wrapped in spider silk writhing and struggling. It's Huayun and the others? After observing for a few moments and realizing that there was nothing else in the nest except for the small spiders, Ji Yuan then signaled Dim to make a move. The underworld flame violently swept through the nest, and wherever it passed, all the spiders went up in smoke. The little spiders that were working were burned cleanly in an instant. The flames lasted for about 5 whole minutes, and only after ensuring that there was no danger whatsoever did Ji Yuan and Dim dare to advance. As the spider silk is burned away, it slowly reveals the original appearance of this lair, a natural cave. This cave is connected in all directions. Excluding the direction that Ji Yuan came in, there are no less than 8 cave entrances. He walked quickly to the center, where, right in the middle, 2 figures were lying motionless. As they got closer, they realized that these 2 were actually the talkative Zhao Shan, and another silent girl. Ji Yuan looked around, removing some dried up and withered corpses. There was no sign of Huayun. I don't think he's dead. Ji Yuan didn't continue to think about it and focused his gaze on the 2 men. Breathing steady, should just pass out. After that, he shifted his gaze to the other side, where the system had marked the location of the remains. Vaguely, you can make out the outline. Dim, you stay with them and keep watch. After leaving Dim behind to protect the unconscious 2, Ji Yuan carefully felt his way towards the remains. This time, no more trouble. After walking up to the front and getting a good look at the remains, he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It was just an arm-thick bone, and you couldn't even tell what part it was from. Something is better than nothing. Sighing, Ji Yuan immediately absorbed the bone. The remains have been absorbed, and the relevant information has been included in the Emperor's illustrated guide. Standing up, he flipped through the illustrations in his head as he walked back. After the Star Peak Griffin, the icon lit up a third box. Creature, Angry Wood Lizard. Race, Gargoyle. Bloodline, Mythic. Attribute, Wood. Trait, upon reaching adulthood, the bloodline will advance to the Imperial level. Remaining data, lost, remains intact, 15%. Are creatures that have the potential to advance to the Imperial bloodline also counted as included? 15%. A little low. Never mind, it was better than nothing, and he didn't expect to find skeletons with 100% integrity right away. Putting the iconography away, he then realized that the silent girl, of the unconscious too, sat up. Ji Yuan saw her appearance for the first time, a delicate and fair melon face, without powder, but still looks beautiful. Those clear eyes showed panic at the moment, and her face was white as if she was terrified. It was also at that moment that she felt the warmth beside her, and her eyes turned, her pupils quivering the moment she saw Dim. So beautiful. That's the first thought almost every girl has when she sees Dim. You're awake? It was only when Ji Yuan approached and Dim ran to him with a cheerful pace that the silent girl realized the handsome young man's figure. She nodded silently and stood up to look around, sighing in relief after realizing there were no signs of any spiders. You saved me? Thanks. She turned her eyes back to Ji Yuan, surveying him for a moment before finally saying her first words. Ji Yuan waved his hand indifferently and asked rhetorically, the things that scurried out of the bushes when you were up there, they were a swarm of spiders? At the mention of the word spider, the girl blushed slightly and seemed to have not slowed down enough to just nod her head. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan didn't bother to make a fool of himself, and was just about to try to wake Zhao Shan up when he did. Ah! Zhao Shan jerked up with a carp and screamed and stomped his feet like a madman. His palm lit up with light, and he actually summoned his imperial beast directly. Chapter 13? Quick! Punch me to death! With a flash of light, the first royal beast, a long-armed ape with a thin figure, grabbed Ji Yuan before he fell off the cliff. The other, a gorilla with icy blue fur and covered in cold mist. This gorilla species was none other than the snowy crag ice scarlet that Zheng Hong had summoned yesterday when Ji Yuan and Zheng Hong fought. After the long-armed ape and the snowy craggy ice scarlet appeared, they originally had grim expressions and a battle stance, but after seeing that there were only Ji Yuan, Dim, and the silent girl around, a scarlet and an ape stood frozen in place. After the shouting, Zhao Shan noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He also froze and opened his eyes, and after taking a few seconds to react to the situation, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Hugs. Sorry. Zhao Shan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm the one who's most afraid of spiders. Forgive me. This dude, more or less, is not normal. After giving him a deep look, Ji Yuan asked, have you guys seen Huiyun? Good news. 3 of the 4-man team are intact. Bad news. The only guide in the group who could find a way out is gone. Who remembers that much? These nasty spiders don't know if they have hypnotic toxins or not. All I remember is that you were knocked off your feet, and in the blink of an eye, I had spiders crawling all over me, and after that, I was unconscious. Zhao Shan recalled in shock. Off to the side, the silent girl shook her head, seemingly without much usable information. Ji Yuan frowned. This lair in all directions. In addition to their own cave when they came, the other caves are all over the spider silk, although the dim can be dissolved. But, I do not know if the other cave end is not also a giant spider guarded. Ji Yuan told all the things he had encountered along the way. When he heard about the giant spider the size of a truck head, Zhao Shan's face turned pale. You're not kidding, right? How could there be a spider that big? The silent girl's eyes were also open in some disbelief. It's not the spiders that matter now. It's the fact that we have to find a way out. Ji Yuan was somewhat speechless. Where did these two put their focus? Dude, you can put out a spider the size of a truck head anywhere you say, Zhao Shan said sincerely. At that moment, the silent girl suddenly spoke. I can't summon the imperial beasts. After saying that, her petite body actually fell towards one side. Ji Yuan's eyes were quick to embrace her, but he saw the silent girl's forehead overflowing with cold sweat, her face getting paler and paler. It's poison, Zhao Shan exclaimed, and Ji Yuan realized that the girl had 2 dark purple wounds on her right arm, and the toxins visible to the naked eye were spreading upwards along the wounds. Wait for me, Zhao Shan closed his eyes next to him, and after a few seconds passed, he only saw the blue ring on his hand flash with brilliance, and an oval-shaped white pill appeared in his palm. The royal ring. Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. A royal ring is a ring that has an independent storage space. This thing is not cheap to build. It seems that this Zhao Shan's background is not simple. Zhao Shan held the white pill and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. The pill was peculiar, melting just as it touched the girl's lips. And then, a miraculous scene occurred as the toxin on the girl's right arm faded away quickly, eventually spilling out of the wound and onto the ground. I'm from Hongling City, and as long as it's not some intense poison, there's a solution. Noticing Ji Yuan's gaze, Zhao Shan smiled and pulled back his sleeves, and there were also 2 scabbed cuts on his arms. So it is. Ji Yuan nodded. I've heard that underneath the urban area of Hongling City is an intricate, giant vein of mines. There are many kinds of toxin-containing organisms in the vein. Hongling City, while developing the vein and dealing with poison, so for the detoxification of this aspect, it is considered to be the country's ranking of the urban areas. Zhao Shan grinned and was about to say something else. Rustling. Inside the lair, an eerie sound suddenly rang out. The sound, not coming from one direction, but in all directions. Almost the instant the voice rang out, both of Daiming and Zhao Shan's 2 imperial beasts showed some agitation. Oops. The movement made Ji Yuan's heart jump. Zhao Shan had a puzzled look on his face, and immediately after, he heard Ji Yuan say quietly, I thought you didn't trust spiders the size of truck heads. Watch this. After saying that, Ji Yuan didn't care how Zhao Shan reacted. He immediately picked up the silent girl and ran towards the cave he came from with Dim spreading his legs. What do you mean? Ben was still wondering about his actions, and in the next moment, Zhao Shan's face swished white. For, he saw a spider of gigantic size, with long legs full of down, crawling out of one of these many holes in all directions. Ow! Ji Yuan only heard a strange cry coming from Zhao Shan at the back, and when he turned his head back, he also saw a scene that made his scalp numb. A quick glance over the giant spiders crawling out of those caves in various colors, from red, to green, to gold. Upon careful counting, the number was actually more than 8. Zhao Shan didn't know when he had put away the snow crag ice scarlet and rode on the gibbon's neck as he frantically ran towards Ji Yuan. The gibbon was extremely fast, and as he passed Ji Yuan, he reached out and swept him and the silent girl into his arms. Ji Yuan obediently took Dim back into the seal of the imperial beast. Where should we run? Zhao Shan's terrified voice came from overhead, and Ji Yuan hurriedly pointed at the cave from which he came and shouted, That way! That way! The gibbon erupted into full speed and rushed towards the cave. But just as they were about to reach the entrance of the cave, a dark purple hulking figure descended from the sky and violently blocked their final path. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this one so big? Zhao Shan's voice was trembling. He was really too afraid of spiders. If he had known that it would be like this, he wouldn't have come to the apocalyptic valley to explore it to death. Moreover, he was right. Ji Yuan also had a black eye. This dark purple spider was a whole lot bigger than the one he burned to death before. For a while, the retreat was blocked, and the dense and terrifying crawling sounds from the rear reached his ears, causing Zhao Shan to shiver uncontrollably. Good brother, didn't you and your royal beast burn one? Do something. Where the am I going to figure this out? Ji Yuan's face was similarly a bit ugly. In order to clear the nest, Dim had already done his best to release the spectral flame. This level of consumption was simply too much for the juvenile to handle. Seeing his silence, Zhao Shan's heart immediately turned ashen, and as he grabbed the gibbon's ear, he yelled, Tuan Tuan, quick, punch me to death. I'd rather die at your hands than be sucked dry by a little bit of these disgusting things. He had seen relevant documentaries about spiders, and the way these ghostly creatures fed was to liquefy their prey first and then slowly suck it up. At such a desperate time, after hearing Zhao Shan's exasperated words, Ji Yuan was nevertheless infuriated and laughed. This guy was a tease. Subsequently, Ji Yuan's expression was grave, and the seal of the imperial beast lit up as he prepared to overdraw his soul power. After all, if no one stepped forward, the 3 of them would surely die. Come on, get down. Just then, the silent girl's weak voice rang out. I'll do it, settle. Chapter 14, The Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard. When the girl who had been silent most of the time finally spoke, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan froze at the same time. And then, without hesitation, Ji Yuan took Dim back and pounced in a hurry. Zhao Shan also put the gibbon away at the same time and followed his example of prostrating himself on the ground. Nico Thundercloud Leopard. Use, Rift Chop. Accompanied by the silent girl's weak voice, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, who were lying on the ground, only felt a strong burst of soul power. Shasta. Blinding golden light covered the line of sight, and an extremely abrupt sound of breaking wind pierced through the eardrums and hit the soul. Swish. In an instant, the golden light dissipated and the world returned to silence. No more sound. Ji Yuan only felt as if his consciousness appeared to be in a momentary trance. It's okay. Upon returning to his senses, a gentle force was tapping him on the shoulder. Raising his head, Ji Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that the spider lord who had previously blocked the escape route was nowhere to be seen, and on the black rock wall, There was a crack with an extremely deep opening, as if it was caused by some kind of sharp object cutting. Within the crack, there were still spots of golden light flickering and not dissipating. He stumbled up and turned back. Behind the silent girl, there stood a black panther with a huge body that was entwined with golden light. A thick bloodline aura hit his face, and this was the first time Ji Yuan had felt extraordinary fluctuations on a royal beast. Asterisk. Zhao Shan looked at the silent girl in astonishment. Daylight Thunder Cloud Leopard. Are you a Su family member? The girl raised her white wrist and turned her palm, and the exaggeratedly stylized ferocious leopard behind her suddenly disappeared. Only then did she nod. My name is Su Ziyin. Thank you for the antidote. It's fine. I can make the Su family owe me a favor. I'm begging for it. Zhao Shan smiled happily, but Su Ziyin spoke faintly with an expressionless face. I also saved you just now. We don't owe each other anything. Seemingly because her identity had been nailed, there was more than a hint of detachment and coldness in her tone. Ji Yuan seriously sized up the other party. With the aura of that Black Panther in Zhao Shan's words, he could more or less guess that the so-called Su family should be some kind of prestigious family, right? Perhaps. This Daylight Thunder Cloud Leopard is still the Su family's ancestral imperial beast. Fine. Zhao Shan shrugged indifferently, then looked at Ji Yuan and stretched out his hand. Man, we've kind of experienced life and death. How about a serious self-introduction? Seeing that this bastard was so positive, Ji Yuan no longer refused and shook him with his backhand, saying, Ji Yuan, a local of Lin Yun City. Hey, Zhao Shan, from Hongling City, 7th grade Imperial Beast Master, anti-poison expert. I'm afraid of spiders. Zhao Shan couldn't stop talking as soon as he opened his mouth, and Ji Yuan hurriedly loosened his hand and said, since both of you are not ordinary people, is there a way to contact the outside world? Like, family messaging or something? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ziyin twisted her head and fell silent. Zhao Shan also patted his shoulder with some amusement. Brother Ji Yuan, you've read too many internet novels. In this deep ravine, the only way we can contact the outside world is a cell phone. But there's no signal here. Well, it's a bit of an overthinking. Ji Yuan rubbed between his eyebrows and began to think about what to do. After thinking about it for a while, only the three of them went back together to the T-shaped fork in the road they had come from and walked in the other direction. On the way back, Zhao Shan was chatty again. His mouth didn't stop along the way. Even if Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin were silent, it didn't hinder him from asking himself questions. Say, Su Ziyin, what rank are you at now? Zhao Shan turned the conversation to her, and the latter was silent for a moment before replying. Peak 7th grade. Oh, a bit taller than me. What about brother Ji Yuan? 8th grade. How dare an 8th rank come to the Withering Valley by himself? I don't mean to belittle. You saved me. Absolutely awesome. However, what exactly is the breed of your imperial beast? The bloodline aura is very strong. It looks like a horse and a deer. It can't be some kind of string, can it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Honestly, your imperial beast shape is so beautiful and racy. I love it. After returning just 2 words himself, the other party was like a machine gun, and Ji Yuan was so noisy that his head became big. With that, the trio finally came to the T-fork in the road. Ji Yuan pointed to the right and said, I woke up in the middle of this road. Let's go straight now, and if it doesn't work, come back and try here. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin didn't have a problem with it. Only, the fog on the road ahead was a bit dense and visibility was low. Let Tuan Tuan go first. Although its bloodline is only intermediate, its talent is immune to poisonous gas, and I'm afraid this fog is poisonous. For this reason, Zhao Shan purposely summoned the gibbon to open the way. The gibbon donut headed into the fog and disappeared from the trio's view within 2 steps. Zhao Shan, let the group call out. Seeing its figure disappear, Ji Yuan said. Zhao Shan immediately did as he was told, and after contracting with the imperial beast, telepathic communication could be made between man and beast through the seal of the imperial beast. Soon after, Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan. It made a sound. It looks like the fog not only hinders sight, but even sound propagation is blocked. With a wave of his hand, the donut transformed into a point of light and was retrieved. The fog is fine. It's just, is it too dangerous for us to walk in like this? Zhao Shan always looked at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make up his mind. Let's play it safe and explore the other path first. Ji Yuan shook his head. This fog was a bit weird. Even sound could be blocked. He wouldn't try it easily. The three of them immediately turned around and walked in the direction that Ji Yuan woke up in. All the way to the end. Bad news. It's a dead end. Zhao Shansheng came up with the idea that his 2 imperial beasts, the gibbon and the snowy craggy ice scarlet, were expert climbers, so why not try to see if they could climb up this rock wall? He immediately rode on the neck of the troop and greeted the snow-cragged ice gorillas as they climbed upward together, and the steep and uneven rock wall gave them a pivot point. Soon, The one man and two beasts were nowhere to be seen. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin waited in silence, but time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, there was a sudden rustling from above. Ji Yuan, because of the giant spiders, had a shadow of this dead movement. His nerves tensed up for a moment, and he just raised his head, but he saw the figures of a scarlet and an ape that were slowly crawling downwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Living hell. Zhao Shan's voice came out. There's a roof up there. This damn place. It's actually sealed. What? Ji Yuan frowned. The gibbons and ice gorillas landed securely, and Zhao Shan jumped down, his face ugly. Really? We only climbed about 7 or 8 meters before we ran out of road. Then we crawled along all the way forward, all the way over to the hole that leads to the spider's lair, and there wasn't any exit. How is this possible? Ji Yuan was rolling down a cliff, so if this place was airtight, then how did he appear here? What now? Go back to the spider's lair and try those intricate holes, or head for the fog? Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan, waiting for him to make up his mind. Weird. Ji Yuan fell into contemplation. Then the spider nest, perhaps, deeper into the fog to be more secure. Chapter 15, The Age of Secrets. Can you still summon the Daylight Thundercloud Leopard? Ji Yuan looked at Su Ziyin, and the other party's face still didn't look too good. Summoning it out is too consuming. It won't be possible anytime soon. Su Ziyin shook his head. Seeing this, Ji Yuan spoke out his considerations. If we go back to the spider's lair, we'll have a hard time fighting off another swarm of spiders if we run into them again. What do I think? Why don't we just take our time and poke around that way toward the fog? He looked to the two men. Zhao Shan instantly agreed. Whatever, as long as you don't have to deal with spiders. You guys are not aware that my Tuan Tuan and Ice, both of them are also scared to death of spiders. On the side, Su Ziyin's pretty face was pale, and it seemed that she hadn't gotten over it yet. But she didn't have much of an opinion. Shoo! The two had just finished their statement when an arm-thick spider silk suddenly shot out from above. Without any defense, this spider silk wrapped around Zhao Shan's body at once. Cripes! Moment! Zhao Shan's entire body was yanked in midair, letting the unreadable-sized spider drag it along as it flew towards the fog-covered path. Help me! Help me! Save! In just a few breaths, Zhao Shan disappeared from view. Ji Yuan's face changed, and he and Daiming immediately chased after him. In this place of crisis, one less person is one less fight. Flame-eater sparrow, aim at the spider and spit fireballs. Su Ziyin from the rear suddenly let out a delicate cry. Boom! Immediately after that, a ball of sizzling fire crossed above Ji Yuan's head and flew in the direction of Zhao Shan. But because of the distance, the fireball did not hit, and Zhao Shan's screams faded away. Ah! Just then, a cry of alarm came from behind him, and Ji Yuan hurriedly turned around, only to see that Su Ziyin was also hoisted up by a spider silk. Fortunately, this inferno-devouring sparrow summoned by Su Ziyin reacted quickly, spitting out fireballs and accurately hitting that spider lurking high in the sky. At once, the spiders that were ignited by the fireball struggled frantically to fall from the heights. Su Ziyin was right underneath the spider, and once she landed, she would be crushed underneath this burning spider. In the nick of time, Ji Yuan saw the right moment and violently leapt out, holding Su Ziyin in his arms and rolling towards the side. The two rolled on the ground for some distance before separating, and Ji Yuan stumbled up, taking Su Ziyin's small, cold hand and tugging her up. Thanks, thanks. Su Ziyin's small face was even more bloodless after this. Her body shivered slightly, not knowing if it was because of the cold or if she was frightened. Seeing that she was shaking badly, Ji Yuan removed his jacket and put it on her. At the same time, he looked at the direction Zhao Shan had disappeared in and sighed long and hard in his heart. The change came too suddenly. A team of 4 was down to 2 in the blink of an eye. What should we do now? Su Ziyin tightened Ji Yuan's jacket, her voice soft. Now that there are only 2 left, the lair is out of the question. So we'll have to take the plunge and try the foggy one. Ji Yuan walked forward, and Su Ziyin hurriedly jogged to keep up. To prevent accidents from happening, her inferno-eater sparrow was on guard overhead. When he came to the intersection where the fog was spreading, Ji Yuan pulled Su Ziyin's palm. At first, she froze, reacted, and tried to struggle. The fog is too thick to avoid us getting separated, Ji Yuan explained in a puzzled manner. Did he look like the kind of person who took advantage of an opportunity? Oh, hearing him say this, Su Ziyin's flustered expression froze and she stopped struggling, grasping the other party's slippery and slightly cool little hand. Ji Yuan's face was grave as he signaled Dim to walk in the forefront. Once there was any change, he would immediately take Dim back into the seal of the Imperial Beast. After making preparations, he took a step out, and just as he entered the fog, an eerie aura swept over him, causing people to involuntarily shiver. After taking 2 steps, he noticed a tremor in Su Ziyin's palm. The visibility in the fog was too low, and when he looked back, he could only see the other party's wrist. Immediately, Ji Yuan squeezed her palm slightly harder to reassure her. Just like that, Ji Yuan kept an eye on Dim's figure and followed it step by step forward. I don't know how long I've been walking, but the fog still doesn't dissipate, but instead becomes even more dense. Suddenly, Ji Yuan glanced to see the green light emanating from the dim dissipate, and before he could react, the ground his feet stepped on disappeared out of thin air. The terrifying sense of weightlessness struck again, Su Ziyin's terrified screams ringing in her ears as the two of them held hands and fell towards the endless darkness below. Not long after, the cold, biting water drowned the two. Ji Yuan was still pulling Su Ziyin's hand. Sensing that the other party was struggling frantically, he realized that Su Ziyin did not know how to swim, and hurriedly pulled him over. The soft, slender form was swept into his arms, and then, despite her fierce resistance, dragged and swam desperately toward the top. When the two surfaced, Ji Yuan first heard a roar and looked along with the sound, only to find Dim pacing anxiously on the shore. Coming to the shore, he first sent Su Ziyin up, then climbed onto the shore himself and lay on the cold ground breathing heavily. He had only wanted to take his chances in the withering valley, but he had actually experienced so many things. Hooligans. On the side, Su Ziyin sat on the ground holding her legs, her body trembling uncontrollably. The frazzled little face seemed to have an extra flush from the close contact they had just had in the water. Ji Yuan recalled the places he had just touched haphazardly in the heat of the moment, embarrassedly rubbed his nose and didn't reply. Remains of intact imperial creatures detected near the host. Tagged. At this point, a system prompt suddenly rang out from his head. Ji Yuan stood up, his pupils vibrating. 2 new keywords appear in this prompt: complete. It's a blind cat in a crooked place. At the moment, it was like they were in some underground palace. The top, the floor, and the walls are covered with regular black stone tiles. Set into the walls, at intervals, was an object that emitted fluorescent light. At the same time, Ji Yuan noticed that at the top and on the ground, again at intervals, there was a lion's head carved out of white jade. So it is. Su Ziyin's surprised voice rang out. He looked back, but saw that the other woman had changed into casual clothes, and she was wearing an emerald imperial ring on her hand as well. It was all he could do to endure the dampness of his clothing and asked, "What's wrong?" "We are in an ancient secret realm." "The secret realm? Have you been reading too many web novels?" Ji Yuan was a little surprised. Don't blame him. After all, more than 100 cities in the country, Lin Yun City ranked outside the 90. Some hidden information he really didn't know. Su Ziyin stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the lifelike lion head carved in white jade. "I've seen it in the family books. This is the Beast King medal. It is written in the book that in the ancient centuries, the Beast King, the supreme beast master, had extended an invitation to the world when his lifespan had run out. He has placed all the exotic treasures and riches he has collected throughout his life in a secret space that jumps and moves." Wait, why does that sound familiar? This king of beasts wouldn't be named Gordy, Roger, would he? The beginning of the Great Secret Age? Chapter 16? Let me do it. Ji Yuan was surprised to find that a look of excitement showed on the silent girl's face after the lonely play of stems in his mind. What was precious or not was not attractive to him. In his field of vision, a cloud of silver light shimmered, the very remains of the complete imperial creature that the system had flagged. "Shall we go?" Su Ziyin looked at Ji Yuan, her starry eyes containing light. Behind the two men was a deep pool of water, with only one path in front of them to follow. The remains were just ahead, so Ji Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. This only passageway, curved and twisted, had no forks or end. The atmosphere was silent as hell, and Ji Yuan could only hear each other's breathing. Neither he nor Su Ziyin were as self-contained as Zhao Shan, who could talk a bunch with or without a topic. Thinking of Zhao Shan at the moment, Ji Yuan actually felt a little nostalgic for his chatterbox. After walking for roughly another 20 minutes, looking at Su Ziyin, whose face was still a bit pale on the side, Ji Yuan finally initiated his first conversation. "Your soul power, it hasn't recovered yet?" Su Ziyin nodded, not intending to extend the topic. Ji Yuan had the sense to keep his mouth shut, but in his heart, he was a little strange. It was reasonable to say that she was the peak of the 7th grade of soul power, and that daylight thundercloud panther, no matter how strong it was, wouldn't be consumed so severely. Once again the atmosphere became silent. After walking for an unknown amount of time in this twisting and turning passage, the road ahead finally changed a bit. It became a straight and wide road. LOL. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a strange noise suddenly sounded to the right of the two. Su Ziyin was directly startled and subconsciously leaned towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was similarly nervous. Dimmington appeared, and a man and a beast poked their heads out sideways to take a look. Huoyun. Ji Yuan was shocked. At the mouth of this connecting straight passage, there were only 3 intersections. The tour guide, Huoyun, was leaning against the wall, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, his eyelids lowered, and his whole body shaking. Ji Yuan hurriedly held him up and looked up and down. This Huayun actually had bruises all over his body. Come on, run! Huayun obviously didn't expect to meet them here either, and immediately hissed as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Only then did Ji Yuanfang see that in the passageway behind him, there was a mass of black objects that were coming in like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin's faces changed drastically at the same time as they assisted Huayun and rushed towards the straight passage in front of them. Fortunately, although Huayun was heavily injured, he didn't drag his feet too much with the support of the two men. Ow ow dash. The three had just run out when Ji Yuan was surprised to hear Zhao Shan's voice coming from the back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wait for me, big guy, wait for me. Ji Yuan looked back but almost stumbled and fell because of Zhao Shan's appearance. He was seen riding on Tuan's neck, his black hair tangled in spider silk, and his face was green and purple, as if he had been poisoned. The gibbon mass underneath him was even more so, with brownish-yellow fur strewn with spiders and multiple spider bite marks. One man and one ape. Both of their eyes revealed a single look, scared less. What made Ji Yuan's scalp numb even more was that behind them, they were similarly followed by a dense group of medium-sized spiders. Each one was the size of a fish head car. Luckily, the troop was extremely fast and immediately caught up to them and picked up the badly injured Huayun. Without Huayun, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin had launched their full-force frantic runs. Zhao Shan rode Tuan at the front. At that moment, a terrifying movement came from the back passage. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been the weird mass-chasing Huayun that had run into the spiders. When they finally ran wildly to the end of the passageway, an extremely vast confined space was suddenly presented before their eyes. As far as the eye can see, the greenery, the water pools, the arched bridges, and so on, it's like an indoor park. Ji Yuan's gaze, on the other hand, crossed over everything and rested on the farthest point, a high platform built of clean white jade. This high platform was about 4 stories high, and the complete skeleton marked by the system was on top of that high platform. There, where you can leave. Huayun strained to raise his hand just enough to point at the high platform, but just as they were about to move, chirp dash, a shrill chirp rang out from the sky. Ji Yuan raised his head to look, but he saw a huge black shadow swooping down with a strong wind. Get out of the way. Chosen grabbed the clump of fur and rolled it towards the side. Seeing Su Ziyin frozen in place, Ji Yuan hurriedly tugged her to dodge. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew. The huge black shadow that fell from the sky prevented them from advancing. In the back passage, the terrifying commotion got closer and closer, and for a moment, the crowd was once again surrounded by the front and back. Ji Yuan looked toward Su Ziyin, who he had saved once again, and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Cheer up, you're only dragging your feet like this." "Yeah, sorry." Su Ziyin lowered his head, unable to see his expression. When the dust cleared, the pupils of Ji Yuan, who was always looking ahead, shrank. This huge black shadow was a combination of a lion and an eagle, a creature that he was familiar with. It was none other than the Star Peak Griffin, the second Emperor-class creature in the Emperor's Atlas. The Star Peak Griffin. Isn't this creature extinct? Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin shouted in surprise in unison. And then, he heard Huayun breathlessly explain, "Yes, it's a skeleton illusion. Summon the Imperial Beast to attack with all its might. It won't be too strong." Skeletal illusion? Hearing this keyword, Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. But, Bing Bing and Tuan are extremely poisoned and have no battle power. Zhao Shan grimaced bitterly. In other words, the only ones who could deal with this griffin right now were Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin. My Inferno Devouring Sparrow is only an intermediate bloodline. The latter similarly shook her head, as if the Daylight Thundercloud Leopard she could only summon once. Let me do it. At the critical time, Ji Yuan spoke out. The Emperor's illustrated book has everything you need to know about the Star Peak Griffin, including weaknesses. He looked to Su Ziyin. Focus your attention and follow my command. After saying that, Ji Yuan took a step forward and Dim was summoned to charge towards that Star Peak Griffin. Roar! Dim's body was like an ant in front of the Star Peak Griffin as it waved its wings, its beastly eyes surging with ferocious light, shock and awe. Ji Yuan gave a command in his heart, and his imperial bloodline exploded. The Star Peak Griffin beast's eyes flashed with surprise, and then it similarly diffused its bloodline aura. Boom! The collision of the two Emperor-level auras triggered violent and silent ripples that rushed around, causing the faces of the three people watching the battle from the rear to change. Soon after, the aura from the din slammed over the griffin, slamming into its massive body and causing a momentary imbalance. This Star Peak Griffin was, after all, a piece of skeleton illusion, and in this collision, it couldn't compete with the perfect bloodline concentration of Dim. Ji Yuan saw the right moment and commanded again. Unleash, Flame Storm. Diao Ding held his head high, and the underworld flame once again swept out of his body in a frenzy. the blazing temperature caused the air to distort, and the Star Peak Griffin seemed to be extremely wary of the flames as it immediately swung its wings, preparing to fly high into the air. "It's now! Ram it down!" Jibyuan yelled. On the side, the mentally focused Su Ziyin raised his left arm and a crimson seal emerged. Chirp dash! A clear bird song sounded, and high in the sky, a flying sparrow covered in red flames swooped down, slamming into the Star Peak Griffin's huge body. This collision caused the Star Peak Griffin to lose its balance and fall back to the ground. At the same time, the ethereal flames that scorched the soul and flesh rolled in. In an instant, the sea of green fire drowned its huge body. Chapter 17, Ji-Yuan, you're really my brother. In the sea of greenish fire, the Star Peak Griffin's huge body gradually shrunk until it completely disappeared. When the spectral flames dissipated, an arm-length piece of skeleton was left on the ground. Dim was floundering on his feet, seemingly a bit overexerted. Seeing this, Ji-Yuan immediately took it back into the Seal of Imperial Beasts to rest, and then, he picked up the skeleton and looked at a few people. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? Zhao Shan was the first to come back to his senses, grabbing Tuan's mane and carrying Huiyun to follow. Su Ziyin was at the back, gazing at Ji-Yuan's back, doubts flashing under her eyes. Is he really from a small city in the 90s? She had just watched the clash of the bloodline breaths of Daiming and the Star Peak Griffin clearly. She was almost certain that Ji-Yuan's Imperial Beast, with the same bloodline level as the Daylight Thundercloud Leopard, was at the mythic level. In front, Ji-Yuan didn't move to absorb the skeleton, and a line of information popped up. Skeletal absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity increased to 40%. Arm-length skeletons that add 15% to completeness aren't bad. Although more than 30% could replicate the contract, his mental expectation was still around 70%, and he didn't dare to expect too much of 100%. After all, the Emperor creatures of the ancient era have been around for millennia now, and I'm afraid that I can't find a few skeletons intact even if I go through the world. Along the way, there were no more creatures blocking the way, and they climbed up the steps to the high jade platform without any problems. The raised platform is large enough to accommodate several trucks parked at eye level. In the middle, a huge skeleton with silver light flowing through it and extremely complete was placed. Guide Hua, there's nothing up here but a broken bone. How do we leave? Zhao Shan swept over the high platform, which was considered empty, and was a bit anxious. Looking down on the way they came from the high platform, countless unknown weird creatures were like a tidal wave that covered the ground and were spreading towards them. Tuan put Huiyun down, only to see him pull out an oval stone with a shimmering deep blue luster from his pocket. Ready, Huiyun raised his hand and knocked the stone on the jade elevated platform. Ji-Yuan's heart was anxious, and he immediately opened his mouth to try to tell him to wait. But as a crunch came out, nothing happened. Huiyun raised his head fiercely, looking left and right, and when he swept onto this elevated platform, with a black object, his face changed dramatically. What are you doing? Can't you get out of here? Zhao Shan saw no movement for half a day and got anxious. Ji-Yuan's heart sighed in relief and he ran towards the remains at a rapid pace. At the same time, he heard Huiyun's desperate voice ring out. This jade platform, it's a teleportation device, but you have to make sure that there are only humans on the platform before it activates. With that, Huiyun pointed to a certain corner, where a pitch-black creature was crawling. The pitch-black creature was the size of a manhole cover, with two fat pincers, no different from a crab. Forbidden crab. Su Ziyin seemed to recognize the creature and exclaimed in shock. Heck, let me just kick it out or something. Zhao Shan immediately stepped forward, but he was pulled back by Huiyun. The forbidden crab is immune to all attacks, virtually immortal, and useless, Huiyun said looking down at the scars all over his body as if to say that this was what the forbidden crab had done. At this moment, Ji-Yuan had already arrived beside this silver-colored remains, and vaguely, he heard bursts of thunder echoing through the skeleton. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast. Race, Lord of the Wolves. Bloodline, Imperial. Attributes, Thunder. Electricity. Characteristics, immunity to lightning attribute damage. Remaining data, lost. Almost the same information panel as dimming. Ji-Yuan's heart was excited. Stretching out his finger, his mind lightly read, absorb. Immediately, the remains of this silver light flowing through the body appeared to dissolve as far as the naked eye could see. Luckily, Zhao Shan's three people's attention were all attracted by the forbidden crab and did not notice the abnormality here. Soon the remains were absorbed. The integrity of the Thunder Emperor Beast's remains has been detected as 100%. Is the perfect hatchling to be copied immediately? Looking at the prompt box, Ji-Yuan chose to hold off for now. At the moment, there were many people, and absorbing the remains was his biggest secret, which must not be easily exposed. It's over. This is going to be really over. Zhao Shan called out as Ji-Yuan swept the perimeter. The high platform was already surrounded by densely packed black forbidden crabs that were circling towards the crowd. Guide Hua, There's no other way. Zhao Shan summoned both Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, and the gibbons and gorillas swung their fists, sending some fast-running forbidden crabs flying, but there were just too many of these ghostly things, plus they could only be hit and flown, unable to do any damage. Once their strength ran out, they would still be eaten by these forbidden crabs. Huo Yun smiled bitterly. It's my fault for being too greedy. My imperial beasts, they've all been folded in this secret realm. Forbidden crab, only imperial beasts with 2 attributes can resist it. He looked to the 3 and said, Thunder and Wind, do any of you have imperial beasts with these 2 attributes? After he finished speaking, Zhao Shan looked at Su Ziyin for a moment. If I remember correctly, the Sunlight Thundercloud Leopard is of 2 attributes, wind and thunder. Right, Daylight Thundercloud Leopard? Huo Yun's eyes also lit up as if he had seen the light of day. At this moment, all of the people's hopes of surviving were pressed on Su Ziyin. Instead, she shook her head and whispered, I didn't actually contract the Daylight Thundercloud Leopard. What I used in the spider's lair was just a phantom. Phantom. Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan finally came to a realization. Second-grade Imperial Beast Master, able to utilize his soul power to condense the phantom of a contracted Imperial Beast. Phantom is not limited. It can be when attacking or at any time. This phantom, more than anything else, served the purpose of allowing one's valued junior to have a means of preserving his or her life. No wonder, after seeing it once in the nest, Su Ziyin never summoned it out again. Pops, I should have known that I would have listened to you and not left Honling City. Zhao Shan dropped to the ground, looking like he was waiting to die. Su Ziyin buried her head, unable to see her expression. Huo Yun is even more like ashes. Not only the imperial beasts all folded, now even life is gone. Buzz. Just as despair was spreading in everyone's hearts, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly emerged on this high platform. Boom! Accompanied by an extremely dull thunderclap, the 3 people who had fallen into despair all shuddered all over and raised their heads. Only a handsome young man stood tall with his head held high, his eyes flashing with rolling thunder. Beside this youth, at some point, a huge black wolf with a robust body, black fur, and deep blue pupils appeared. Underneath the giant wolf's fur, there was a hidden electric light traveling. Under the trio's shocked gazes, Ji Yuan slowly raised his hand. On the back of his hand, a dark blue cloud of the seal of the imperial beast emerged. He was seen waving his hand and pointing at this endless swarm of forbidden crabs and said softly, Use, lightning dance, bzzz. A fleeting thunderous roar reached his ears, and then, a deep blue thunderstorm roared up within the forbidden crab swarm that was like a black tide. Thunder spread rapidly through the crabs like a virus, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire high platform, accompanied by a pungent scorched odor that filled the air. Those forbidden crabs that had not yet rushed up to the high platform retreated until they completely disappeared after sensing the thunderous pressure on it. Brother, kiss my brother. Ji Yuan, you're really my own ing brother. Chapter 18? A brief calm. This sudden shift left all 3 stunned. I love you. Only Zhao Shan was the first to react and darted towards Ji Yuan with hot tears in his eyes. Asterisk 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 off. Ji Yuan laughed and cursed as he dodged away, not forgetting to make a move with his palm during this time to retrieve the Thunder Emperor beast that he had contracted at the moment of crisis. Up to this point, the seal of the Imperial beast in his palm once again changed to a greenish color. And then, Dim's figure appeared. You're hiding too deep. Since you have 2 Imperial beasts, why don't you just summon them? Zhao Shan was incredibly excited. You're looking at it wrong. Ji Yuan shook his head and stroked Dim's body. Just now, it was just it switching to another attribute. The Thunder Emperor beast would serve as his strongest card, only appearing again when it was a matter of life and death. What? Zhao Shan stared, sweeping over Dim as if studying a treasure. I've seen Imperial beasts that contain 2 attributes, and the one that can switch attributes can't be some extinct Imperial creature. It's just that the bloodline reached the legendary level by a fluke. It's not that mysterious. Ji Yuan smiled lightly, but his heart was wiping the sweat away. Before having the ability to defend himself, once someone found out that his Imperial beast possessed an Emperor-level bloodline, not to mention the Imperial beast, he would be captured and studied. After all, Emperor-level creatures are all extinct. It was also fortunate that these creatures had gone extinct early and left ambiguous information behind. Otherwise he would have had a difficult road ahead of him. Anyway, you saved me more than once in this hellhole. You buddy, Zhao Shan, recognize you. He looked at Ji Yuan and said extremely seriously, when you leave here, you can come to Honling City to find me if you have any difficulties. Zhao Shan was furious when he glanced at Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing who were taking the forbidden crab's corpse and throwing it at each other. You 2 simpletons, where else are you playing? After he left, Huo Yun also came up, and after the robbery, he carefully sized up Ji Yuan for a few moments before patting him on the shoulder. I now understand why Tanha would bet on you. He looked at Ji Yuan with anticipation in his eyes. Next year at the downtown competition, You have to fight for our city. After saying that, Huayun greeted Zhao Shan and had his two imperial beasts empty the forbidden crab corpses on the elevated platform, preparing to leave. Downtown competition. The corner of Ji Yuan's mouth lifted up in an arc. Now that he possessed two imperial beasts, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rush into the top 10. Right now, the only thing that needed to be done was to work hard to raise his soul power grade. On this trip, he was able to feel the importance of grade on the strength of the imperial beasts in play. Thanks to. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. Ji Yuan immediately cut the other party off. Thanking me again? We're all considered acquaintances. There's no need to be so polite. Su Ziyin froze and raised her head, looking at the other party's smile, nodding in silence and no longer speaking. About 10 minutes later, the stage was finally cleared of the forbidden crab swarms. The two brothers, Gibbon Ape and Snow Crag Ice Scarlet, were tired and panting with their tongues sticking out. Zhao Shan cursed and took both of it back to the seal of imperial beasts. And it was only then that he realized that the silver skeleton in the high platform was nowhere to be seen. After opening the door to inquire, everyone was shaking their heads and no one was paying attention. Ready. This time, there were no more obstacles. Huayun held the dark blue stone in his hand and violently struck it on this white jade countertop. In a split second, Ji Yuan only felt as if his consciousness was infinitely stretched, twisted, and shaken. In a long trance, all time seemed to stop. When he came back to his senses again, the familiar courtyard came into his eyes, and a silver sedan was parked in front of him, the very same car he drove when he came to Windscar Town. It's back at Huayun's family compound. This teleportation is so damn uncomfortable. Vomit. Zhao Shan's voice came out. The whole man bent over in dry heaving for half a day. Susan looks unaffected. At this time, Huayun walked out of the house with a phone in his hand, not knowing who he was talking to. We spent 2 days in the secret realm. Huayun hung up the phone and then faced the phone towards the three. After he said that, unspeakable tiredness and hunger poured out of his body. That strange secret realm seemed to have a unique passage of time. Ji Yuan took a new set of clothes from the trunk of his car, took a shower, and completely, half an hour later, Huayun built a fire in the courtyard and had cooked a bowl of noodles for one person. It was late, the night sky was starry, and the four of them sat in silence around the fire. Are you saying that this is the second time you've entered this secret realm? After Zhao Shan even finished his soup, he looked at Huayun with satisfaction. Huayun said, this secret realm is weird. Last time I also broke in by mistake, and all the way to the end, I didn't meet any spiders or forbidden crabs. Of course, apart from this teleportation stone, there's no benefit to be gained is all. Zhao Shan breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Ji Yuan across the room. It's lucky that Ji Yuan was there this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have become a dry corpse. Indeed, if it weren't for you, we'd be dead on the teleportation platform. Huayun also patted his shoulder with emotion. Su Ziyin crossed over the fire, her eyes similarly focused on Ji Yuan's body. For people chatting, feel sleepy also passed. Huayun went back to the house to move a grill out. After that feel not too much, and then get a few bottles of red wine. Josen mocks him about how no one pairs barbecue with red wine. After experiencing the life and death crisis in the secret realm, the four of them were completely relaxed at the moment, eating barbecue and drinking wine, laughing continuously. Su Ziyin frowned and drank a few sips before her pretty face rose in a reddish haze and she talked a lot more. Right. Sometime later, Huayun wraps his arm around Ji Yuan and speaks towards the other two with a mouthful of alcohol. Did you guys know that this kid, Ji Yuan, used to sensationalize Lin Yun City? There is such a thing? Must tell us about it. Zhao Shan was a bit half drunk, and he was immediately interested when he heard about it. Ji Yuan waved his hand to indicate that it was fine for him not to mention it. In a moment of happiness, he drank a few more sips, and Ji Yuan only felt dizzy now. I'll just say 4 words, you guys guess the rest. Huayun lifts his wine glass to take another sip. Soul power qualification. Zhao Shan sniffed and snorted. The qualification is not just the lower, middle and upper 3 grades. If it can stir up the city, it must be the upper grade. Zhao Shan, you're drunk. Su Ziyin's red lips held a nice smile. And extra? Hey, Miss Su was right. Our Ji Yuan soul power qualification is extraordinary. Huayun's laughter caused both Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin to freeze. Extraordinary soul power qualification, not to mention Lin Yun City, even where they were, was an extremely rare existence. No wonder this guy was so perverted at only the 8th grade. There was a reason for his feelings. Su Ziyin looked a bit forlorn at this time, reaching out to gather her hair behind her ear, and said softly, my soul power qualification is only lower level. In the family, in a prestigious family, this qualification was clearly not enough, and I wondered if she had been subjected to countless sneers while in the Su family. None of this matters. Suddenly, a soft laugh broke into her ears. Su Ziyin froze and raised her head, and over the swaying fire, she saw Ji Yuan's handsome face with a smile. Before I met you guys, I was just a loser who couldn't even contract a royal beast. So what if I'm extraordinarily qualified? I was subjected to so much cynicism during those 2 years that I was even worse than a dog in the eyes of some people. Ji Yuan smiled faintly. There's no need to care too much about what other people think of you. So what if I have a lower grade qualification? Look at me. Isn't my soul power grade only 8th grade now? It's still lower than you. His comforting manner caused Su Ziyin's heart to ripple, and the depths of her eyes flickered vaguely. A few moments later, she silently lowered her head and didn't speak again. Chapter 19, A Challenge to be Won. There was no talk all night. Several people borrowed a night at Huoyun's house. Ji Yuan slept until the afternoon. After packing up, he was ready to leave but realized that Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin were also just now getting up. Before leaving, the three left each other's phone numbers. Unsurprisingly, I'll see you at the downtown competition in 3 months. Zhao Shan sat in a convertible, wearing sunglasses and waving at the two men before drifting away with a kick of the gas. Su Ziyin seemed to have become quite strange after a nap. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Ji Yuan again, and only scribbled down a goodbye. After saying goodbye to Huoyun, Ji Yuan drives back to the city and talks to Tan He on the phone. According to Tan Crane, Ji Yuan's starting point was too high, already exceeding the caliber of young Imperial Beast Masters in Linyun City. Even the most authoritative Ride the Wind Imperial Beast Academy couldn't teach him anything special anymore. The cultivation and nursing of Imperial Beasts, the cohesion and promotion of soul power, and so on, were all knowledge that could be learned from books. Instead of arranging for him to enter some special class to restrict his freedom, he should be allowed to figure it out on his own. According to Tan He's anticipation, he would be accepted by the 3 super academies sooner or later anyway, and it would be better for him to learn from scratch when he entered the super academies. To this, Ji Yuan readily accepted. You're almost downtown now? Tan He's voice came from the other end of the line. Just got off the elevated. Don't go back to the academy yet. Come to the municipal building. Good. The phone hangs up, and Ji Yuan guesses that Tan He should have something for himself. He was aware that Tan He wore several hats. Not only was he the president of the academy, he was also the mayor of Linyun City. Along the way, he noticed that there were many more billboards in the streets, all of which were related to the Imperial Beast Master. At first, he didn't think it was a big deal until Ji Yuan slammed his foot on the brakes as he drove around the corner into one of the city's busiest streets. Screw. What? The busiest shopping mall building in Linyun City has a huge 3D screen. In the past, this big screen used to play some popular advertisements, but today, the content on this screen was actually Ji Yuan's headshot, and it's accompanied by text. Supernova Jibuan exclusive certification. In order to Imperial Beast Skin Moisturizing, use Deshan brand, Imperial Beast Shower Gel. An inexplicable sense of shame came over him, and Ji Yuan took a deep breath and started racing furiously toward the municipal building. Along the way, he was sort of opened his eyes. Just 2 days, the city appeared in the advertisement of his own endorsement. No less than 5. But the thing is, he doesn't know anything. When he arrived at the municipal building and was led to the mayor's office by a waiting male secretary, he saw a smiling Tan He. Before he could say anything, Tan He handed out a black and gold card. Negotiated a couple endorsements for you, and in there is the endorsement fee. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. If you want to say that, that's only right. He took it and scrutinized it. The card was as light as paper and made of a light material, not an ordinary bank card. How much? Ji Yuan asked curiously. You won't know if you look, Tan He said. Put a drop of blood on the card. So new? He did so immediately, biting his fingertip and squeezing out drops of blood. The moment the blood came into contact with the card, the black and gold light leapt, and then, Ji Yuan was surprised to see the card begin to change. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk into a round black and gold ring. At the same time, a strange space suddenly appeared in his mind. In this space, a small mountain of cash was piled up. Ji Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at the black and gold round ring, incomparably surprised. This is the Imperial ring? He looked at Tan He, who nodded his head in response. It's the highest grade Imperial ring. Not only does it have storage space, but when paying, you can also swipe the ring to pay. Listening to his explanation, Ji Yuan was satisfied and put the black gold Imperial ring on his hand. The amount of cash in the space of the Imperial ring came to mind at once. 5 million in total. You know, the average salary in Linyun City is only $2,000 a month. One more thing, Tan He spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Get ready for a challenge you need to meet at 8 o'clock this evening. Challenge? Yes. There's only one spot for the downtown competition, and there was already a candidate. After I finalized you, the other guy wasn't convinced. Got it. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Tan He walked to the window and looked out over the city streets. The triennial downtown competition is, to put it bluntly, Sort of a competitive competition between 120 cities across the country. Once you compete on behalf of Lin Yun City, then the final score you get will determine Lin Yun City's national ranking next year. If you're asking me what the rankings are good for, it's very simple. The higher the ranking, the more development and resources the downtown gets. He turned around, looked at Ji Yuan, and said extremely seriously, so this is not only about you personally, but also the city. What is this? Preparing yourself mentally? Ji Yuan looked calm. In previous years, what was Lin Yun City's best result? He vaguely remembered that when he had not yet awakened his soul power qualification, he had also heard countless voices of city people cursing their mothers in the street. His question made Tanha shake his head. The best I've done since I took over the city is 88. 88. It seems like it's harder than expected to break into the top 10 in this downtown competition. There's no need for too much pressure. Even if you don't make the pact, it's enough to wash away this all-time best. Tanha spoke at length and went on to say another thing. After understanding the importance of the rankings of the downtown contest, you can also understand why your opponent is challenging you. The challenger, named Su Jie, is from the Tang Yun Imperial Beast Academy. Tang Yun Royal Beast Academy? This academy's reputation in Lin Yun City in recent years had a vague momentum of surpassing Ride the Wind. This academy has a close relationship with Zhang Jilin, and has been able to grow so far because of his secret support. So it is. In fact, I've long since lost interest in running the academy, and the dean and mayor can't do it both ways after all. So I'm turning a blind eye to Zhang Jilin's support of a new Ride the Wind out there. I am, right now, only concerned about one thing. Tenhe's gaze fell on Ji Yuan. Downtown competition, that's Su Jie. A year ago, Zhang Jilin intentionally created momentum for him, signing a lot of big endorsements under the name of a 7th grade Imperial Beast Master. In the past 2 days under my operation, most of them chose to bet on you and not renew Su Jie's contract. With the city watching the sparring later, the only thing you need to be aware of is one thing. Ji Yuan looked as normal. What? Su Jie's Imperial Beast. He looked serious. His Imperial Beast is the Soul Demon Scorpion, a creature that survives in the depths of the apocalyptic valley and is naturally immune to fire attribute attacks. He was aware that Ji Yuan's lime green legendary Great Imperial Beast was fire type. Tanha wasn't sure if he'd gotten anything out of his trip to the Withering Valley or not, and now that he'd brought it up, he wanted to see his reaction as well. Immune to the fire attribute? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. He thought this trait was rare. Soul Demon Scorpions specialize in soul attacks. You still have 4 hours to think carefully about countermeasures. Seeing his silence, Tanhe sighed and mentally began to think about how he could remedy the situation for Ji Yuan if he was undefeated. After all, when it came to this kind of targeted trait phrase, even if the bloodline level was high, it was still too powerful to use. Chapter 20, The Winds Are Gone. Ji Yuan in danger. Evening, 8 o'clock sharp. The largest Imperial Beast Arena in Lin Yun City. It was a full house, with hosts, judges, live broadcasting equipment, and more. As Tanhe said, this was a challenge that was being watched by all of Lin Yun City. Hailed as the best Imperial Beast Master of the younger generation. Challenge. The supernova with extraordinarily high soul qualifications that had stirred up the city 2 years ago. For those of you in the audience, and those of you tuning in live on TV, welcome to Daiko's Trapped Beast Arena, tonight at 8 p.m. For the city's most anticipated powerhouse showdown. The lights came on, the well-dressed presenter held a microphone in his hand, and his expression and tone of voice managed to be pompous and passionate at the same time. The dueling teams are ready to enter, so let me introduce you to each of them now. Inside the specially customized arena, to the left, a spotlight shoots down, on the wide entrance passageway connecting the backstage. The first to come out was a dark red giant scorpion with a body size not unlike that of an SUV. The outer layer of this giant scorpion was covered with hard armor, and its 2 large pincers reflected a cold shine. The most striking thing was the sharp poisonous spikes dangling from its back. The appearance of the giant scorpion triggered screams from the audience, and countless glow sticks swung neatly. Now, along with this frighteningly shaped giant scorpion out on the stage, is what is known as the most outstanding 7th grade Imperial Beastmaster amongst the younger generation. Su Jie. The host's voice rang out across the room, and people in the audience began to chant wildly. Jie Su, Jie Su, Su Jie. After Su Jie and his royal beast stepped into the arena together, the host pointed to the right side and continued to say loudly with rich emotions. In the meantime, please move your eyes to the other side and welcome the extraordinary qualification possessor, 8th grade Imperial Beast Master, Ji Yuan. As the words fell, the passion of the crowd in the arena was obviously much less, but there were still quite a few people shaking their arms and shouting. Under the spotlight, Ji Yuan wandered into the public eye. Tonight, he was wearing a casual outfit, his handsome face unperturbed, and as he was about to step into the arena, a greenish flame suddenly emerged from his side. The flames surrounded him along his circumference, and after a few moments, the mass of flames suddenly grew in size, transforming into an elegant creature that was less than 2 meters in size. Wow! This Ji Yuan's imperial beast is too beautiful. Dim's appearance caused the entire audience to let out a gasp of surprise. His snow-white body was haunted by greenish flames, and although his body wasn't exactly robust, it still didn't prevent him from being stunning. At the same moment, far away in a villa in a rich neighborhood, Zhang Heng saw Dim's appearance through the live TV broadcast. Damn you Ji Yuan, this imperial beast, where did it come from? Squeezing his fists fiercely, Zhang Heng looked at his indifferent father on the side and asked softly, Dad, Su Jia will win tonight, right? Zhang Jilin crossed his legs and held his cell phone without lifting his head. Ji Yuan's fire imperial beast is perfectly restrained by the soul spirit demon scorpion, so there's no need to look. But didn't he have a new imperial beast at the end of fall test that day? Even though his father said so, Zhang Heng was still a bit uneasy, as if it was himself who was about to start the fight. That imperial beast is nothing more than a phantom. 7th grade imperial beast masters can manipulate soul power for use in battle. Ji Yuan is only 8th grade. Once the imperial beast is held back, he will definitely lose. Zhang Jilin put down his cell phone, coldly stared at the TV inside Ji Yuan's face, and said, I've instructed Su Jia that for this battle, we must find a way to nullify Ji Yuan or his imperial beasts. He knew Tan He, even if Ji Yuan lost this duel, Tan He would still forcefully preserve Ji Yuan for the downtown competition. Only by completely nullifying Ji Yuan could Tan He do nothing. Once Su Jia successfully represents Lin Yun City in the downtown competition this time, I'm afraid that the mayor's seat in the coming year will change hands. The other end. Inside the arena, both sides are in position, and as the host exits the arena, the bell rings to start the fight. Bang! In an instant, the soul demon scorpion in front of Su Jia burst forward. Dim was equally unwilling to show weakness, transforming into a greenish-green light that shot out. When it was about to collide, Dimming's pupils froze, and the Emperor's pressure erupted. But this devil scorpion was unmoved, still holding up its huge pincers and sweeping towards it. Seeing that the deterrent was useless, Dim Dun retreated, and a ball of spectral flame overflowed from his body. Swish! Unexpectedly, the underworld flame had just ignited when this soul demon scorpion violently swept its tail, and the strong wind that blew up directly blew the flames away. This, as of now, was the strongest opponent Dim had ever encountered. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Ji Yuan stood at the back, murmuring in his heart. After a brief initial encounter, Dim stopped attacking head-on and began to fight and retreat. The soul spirit demon scorpion was huge, but every time it was about to attack Dim, it would always be dodged by it in a thrilling manner. Ouch! Friends of the audience, did you see that Ji Yuan's imperial beast was powerless in front of Su Jia's giant scorpion and could only flee in a sorry state? The host frowned as he relayed the scene in real time. In the audience, those who were chanting Su Jia's name let out few jeers. Hey, it looks like this extraordinary qualification isn't much use. That's right, this imperial beast is also a vase. It's not useful to look at. Listening to the booing outside the arena, Su Jia's expression was cold and unaffected in the slightest. He looked at the unperturbed Ji Yuan on the opposite side of the room and laughed coldly in his heart. The guy who pretends to be deep, just like you, you're also worthy of competing with me. Let's let you pretend a little longer. It'll take me 10 seconds and I'll be done with this uninteresting fight. Time passed by. The two imperial beasts fled and chased each other in the field. There were no magnificent counter-robbery scenes, no exciting great battles. Even the hosts didn't know what to say and started chatting about the great matches of the past. Just then, the audience suddenly let out a gasp. The host hurriedly looked into the arena and immediately brightened up. Oh, it seems that Su Jia can't stand such a boring duel either. He plans to take the initiative to attack while both imperial beasts are entangled. Su Jia clenched his fists and ran towards Ji Yuan. Allow me to remind everyone here. 7th grade imperial beast masters, who are able to mobilize their soul power to fill their limbs, and swing their fists much stronger than normal people. The host raised his eyebrows slightly. It looks like Su Jia is planning to directly KO his opponent. Don't forget, our supernova soul power grade is only 8th grade. If the two of them go head to head, Ji Yuan will last up to 3 punches. Just kidding, just kidding. As if the host had regained his passion, he began to expect Su Jia to hurry up and end this boring duel. Only by abolishing you will my position be more secure. On the field, ruthlessness surged under Su Jia's eyes as he had arrived in front of Ji Yuan. Without any reservations, his right fist fiercely blasted out towards Ji Yuan's cheek. At the same time, he mentally gave a command to Soul Demon Scorpion. Stop playing around, Black Demon. Use Demon Spirit Soul Extraction. He wanted Ji Yuan and Dim to be routed at the same time. Get the hell back to the wasteland, Jibyuan. But just as his fist containing soul power was about to blast Ji Yuan in the face, pop! Suddenly, Su Jie's pupils contracted. His own fist, actually held by Ji Yuan. Then he heard a soft laugh ring out. Sorry, I also happen to be 7th grade. Chapter 21, Reversal. Extraordinary soul power qualification. Almost invincible under the same rank. Between Su Jie's face changing dramatically. He hurriedly pumped his own right fist in an attempt to escape, but Ji Yuan's palm seemed like an iron claw, clamping down on himself, unable to pull away. Your champagne opened early. Ji Yuan's expression was calm, and in Su Jie's terrified eyes, he swung out a fist. Bang! Oh my god, what did I see? Outside the arena, the host grabbed the edge of the stands and leaned forward, shouting with extreme incredulity. The active attack launched by Su Jie was actually easily neutralized by Ji Yuan, and Ji Yuan returned the favor by knocking Su Jie to the ground with a heavy punch, and at the same time telling all the spectators at the venue that he, too, is a 7th rank. This sudden transformation made everyone dumbfounded. They couldn't even believe their eyes. Su Jie only felt dizzy after receiving a punch, and before he could say anything, a mournful scream rang out again from the distance. Holy cow! Fellow viewers, did you see that? Not only is there a reversal of the Imperial Beast Masters, but even the two Imperial Beasts that were supposed to be fighting each other are going to split up. Shock flashed across Su Jie's eyes, and no longer caring about Ji Yuan in front of him, he panicked and turned his head to look at his soul spirit demon scorpion, only to see that the demonic scorpion that was supposed to be immune to fire attribute damage was currently boiling with greenish illusory flames all over its body. The devil scorpion wailed miserably due to the burning of the flames, and its body continued to twist, knocking a crack out of the wall of the field. How is it possible? My black demon is immune to fire damage. Why is this? Su Jie was stunned, but at that moment, he heard Ji Yuan laugh softly. Why? Go home and guess for yourself. After meeting with Tan He at the municipal building, Ji Yuan returned to the academy dormitory. He searched the internet for information about the soul demon scorpion, a creature that did, indeed, possess the characteristic phrase of being immune to the fire attribute, but only because of this dark red armor that covered its surface. He checked the soul spirit demon scorpion's relevant means of attack, and one of the skills was to extract the opponent's soul with the power of the soul. The soul demon scorpion got its name from this. Therefore, Ji Yuan quickly got a clue. The spectral blaze of dimming was not an unusual flame. Once this demon scorpion released its soul power, it would be scorched to death by the spectral blaze. And as for promotion to the 7th grade, perhaps it was because of the soul power qualification and talent. The key to advancing to the 7th grade was to allow the sphere of soul power in the body to expand and always keep the soul power able to fill the limbs. Some of the 8th grade Imperial Beastmasters would always cause their internal soul power orbs to collapse when they tried to attempt to do so, and it only took Jibuan 2 hours to get a firm grasp of that feeling. It was only after reaching the 7th rank that he realized why both Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin ran a bit faster than him when they were in the secret realm. The increase in limbs brought about by soul power wasn't too outrageous, but it was indeed much stronger than an ordinary person. At this point, unable to accept the impending defeat, Su Jie's palm clenched, and the distant hissing and screaming demon scorpion was instantly retrieved. Flying star, come out here. As his palm lit up with a crimson luster, a flying sparrow whose feathers burned with red flames appeared from high in the sky and swooped down towards Ji Yuan. Flame-eating sparrow? Ji Yuan stood with his arms folded and did not make any move as a result. When Dim returned to his side, the pressure of the Emperor's bloodline instantly caused this flying finch to stop its figure, retract its wings, and land on the ground. The oppression of bloodline rank is a fear engraved in the bones, and only a very small percentage of creatures are able to overcome this fear. Damn! Forgot that his Imperial Beast is an Overlord-class bloodline. Su Jie pounded his fist on the ground helplessly. Inside the arena, the atmosphere was frozen. Do you still have the Imperial Beast? Ji Yuan's tone had never changed since the beginning, just like his demeanor, which was always unperturbed. After Su Jie went through an internal struggle, his fists were pinched and released, and in the end, he finally figured it out and said in a deep voice, I, for one, lost. Outside the arena, the silence was broken at this moment. Along with the countless people who began to cheer Ji Yuan's name, the host also began to grandly announce the results of this bout. This night, Ji Yuan's name once again resounded through Lin Yun City. Let him represent at the downtown competition and no one will have any problem with that ever again. Zhang Hong sat in front of the TV. The orange in his hand was pinched and juiced. He gritted his teeth and couldn't believe that Ji Yuan had actually advanced to the 7th rank. What made him even more indignant was that Ji Yuan had only become a royal beast master for less than a week, and had actually crossed 2 grades in a row. As for himself, he had spent 3 years and had only stepped into the 7th grade yesterday. Nice one, Jibuan. At the back, Zhang Jilin spoke in a calm tone. If we let him participate in the competition, we might really let him break into the top 20. It seems that a way has to be found to snuff out this threat in advance. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Heng said in surprise, "Father, you intend to let Uncle D make a move? But Uncle D's power is in Honling City. It's impossible for them to come to Linyun City." "Right, if he notices the abnormality. So get your ass back to the academy and ask around to find out any movement of this Ji Yuan." Zhang Jilin looked at his cheap son and said, "As long as we can get Ji Yuan to leave the city, we'll have a chance to do it. Originally, when he went to the Withering Valley that day, I had arranged for some manpower, but unfortunately, this brat did not appear in the valley." Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jilin saw that Zhang Heng was a bit reluctant, and immediately rebuked, "It's just a loss of face. When I become the mayor, you can join the Tang Yun Imperial Beast Academy." "Okay, well." Zhang Heng shrunk his head. After all, dad is dad. His words, he has not dared to disobey. The other side. After leaving the arena, Ji Yuan got into a black commercial car amidst a crowd of gazes. "Good job, kid." He had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw him come up, he personally poured him a glass of champagne. "Because of your clean win tonight, Cody, who has never been involved in any of the Sentinel's investments, has decided to make you their spokesperson for life." The Cody Group, which held 70% of Lin Yun City's Imperial Beast industry chain, they never contract with any Sentinel. He smiled and raised his glass, saying, "I've read the contract for you. There's no problem. Every year, Cody will give you $10 million in endorsement fees." "Thanks, Lord Mayor." Ji Yuan raised his own cup and clinked it against him. He knew that all this must have he's secretly pulling the strings. There was no kindness in the world that came for nothing, and Ji Yuan knew this clearly. But that didn't stop the other person from touching themselves with their sincerity. "Call uncle." Tanha waved his hand. "This kid really can create surprises for himself. Originally, I was a bit worried about how he would break the game before, but unexpectedly, he actually broke through to the 7th grade. Himself, for once, was a good bet." "Uncle Tan, I'm looking for something, I don't know if you've heard of it." Ji Yuan immediately changed his tone. "What is it?" "Spectral Ghost Seed. The materials required for promotion to the youth level in the Drizzling." Chapter 22, Establishment of a Fund for Giving Back to Welfare Institutions. "Spectral Ghost Seed?" He thought carefully for a moment and shook his head. "I don't have any impression. When I ask someone to ask for you, if you're free in the next few days, you can also go to the Academy's reading room to rummage around." "Good," Ji Yuan responded, looking like it wasn't that easy to find. Back at the dormitory, Ji Yuan released Dim. After thinking about it, the deep blue beast seal surged out from the back of his hand, accompanied by the sound of a deep and dull thunderstorm. His second imperial beast, once again, revealed itself. This thunder wolf was a circle larger than Dim. Its deep blue beast eyes flashed with thunder, and thunder lingered under its shiny black fur, making it exceptionally majestic. The appearance of the thunder wolf caused Dim to take 2 steps forward and come aside, cocking his head and blinking his eyes in a look of incomparable curiosity. "Roar!" As if it was too close, a low growl came from the thunder wolf's throat. Whoosh! The next moment, the two guys actually pounced on each other and fought. Seeing this, Ji Yuan hurriedly prepared to stop them, but after seeing their playful fighting, he reacted instantly. Before the Imperial Beast space had been opened up, the contracted Imperial Beasts were co-located in a seal of the Imperial Beasts. It seems to be on good terms with the two of them. Ji Yuan's gaze coalesced on the Thunder Wolf, and before long, its attribute panel popped up. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast, Juvenile. Race, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Imperial, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder. Electricity. Characteristics, 1. Immunity to lightning attribute damage. 2. Possesses the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning. 3. Repels and shocks the wolf Imperial Beasts, not valid if bloodline level is equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beastmaster his own traits, only one of which can be chosen. Thunder Lord, doubles the power of lightning and electricity attacks. Skill 1, Lightning Dance, launches a crash as a thunderbolt, creates a chain of lightning bolts when it hits an enemy, paralyzes and destroys the enemy. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, gather a thundercloud and rain down rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released during a thunderstorm, consumption is halved. Path of Advancement, devouring the flesh and blood of lightning creatures, 0 out of 100. Being able to see that this beast's attribute panel was different from Dim's. This Thunder Emperor Beast emphasized more on absolute offense, rather in keeping with its thunderous attributes. Between the movements of his mind, the two guys stopped fighting and came in front of Ji Yuan with one on the left and one on the right. He reached out his hand and stroked the smooth fur of the Thunder Emperor Beast. What should I name you? Recalling the thrilling scene in the Secret Realm when he contracted with it, Ji Yuan quickly determined one word, Prana, but calling Prana alone is a bit strange. Contemplating for a little while, Ji Yuan had an idea. He looked at the Thunder Emperor Beast and smiled. In the future, you'll be called Shining Spirit, how about it? Shining Prana. The Thunder Emperor Beast's deep blue beast pupil surged with brilliance, and then, it tilted its wolf head and actually let out a howl. Ow. The voice was low, but contained a hint of joy. Shemper, that's not too bad, is it? Ji Yuan smiled lightly in his heart, and after interacting with the two beasts for a while longer, he collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun's rays on his face woke him up. After washing up, Ji Yuan left the dormitory. He had just walked to the door of the dormitory when he heard Zhang Heng's voice. Jibyuan, wait for me. He raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to see Zhang Hong running over with a smile on his face. Hey, where are you going? Why don't I join you? Go take your meds if you're sick in the head and leave me alone. Ji Yuan glanced at him in surprise and directly stepped away. This kind of sudden transformation is usually pondering something bad. Ji Yuan is too lazy to bother with him. There are important things today. In the academy, all the students who saw him were extremely enthusiastic and ran over to greet him, and some even wanted to add him as a friend. In the past, in this academy, everyone who saw him circled around, so how could this transformation not be a kind of irony? Ji Yuan hung a light smile and dealt with them one by one, finally walking to the parking lot. Driving, he headed toward the edge of the city. 10 minutes later, in the small, overgrown old orphanage, Ji Yuan stepped in and looked at the familiar scene in front of him, somewhat in a trance. He hasn't been back since attending high school. In a flash, it was 5 years. There is only one building for the orphanage, 4 floors, with 26 rooms, where orphans, old people, live together. Back in those days, every day was spent playing in the open space at the back of the compound. Oh Buchi? A surprised voice rang out. He looked at the voice and saw an old woman with a broom in her hand looking at him blankly. Aunt Jin. This old woman is none other than the director of the orphanage. Chen Qin. Her orphanage, a haven for countless orphans in Linyun City, also gave Ji Yuan a warm childhood. Ji Yuan saw this familiar face and smiled. Pop. The old woman threw her broom away. Her eyes reddened as she stepped forward and pulled him in with wrinkled hands. I know. I saw you on TV. Our Ji Yuan has made a fortune. The old woman pulled him right toward the courtyard. As he walked, he said, the big star of our institution is back. As this cry fell, a number of elderly people with walking sticks, wheelchairs and hunched backs sprang out. The children playing in the backyard also ran over. For a while, the hall was filled with people. It's Obuchi. Ha. What was once a little doll has now grown into a big guy. Now our Xiao Yuan is a big star. It really honors our dean. Not bad. The children laughed and surrounded Ji Yuan, each blinking their clean, innocent eyes with curiosity. Ji Yuan took out the pre-purchased items from the imperial ring, all of which were some health products and fruits, snacks and the like. Aunt Jin. After dismissing the children, Ji Yuan was finally able to talk for a while in peace. Sitting in the hall, the old people talked about things about Ji Yuan's childhood. Looking at Chen Qin, who was full of smiles, Ji Yuan said softly, I've bought a sanatorium building in the center of the city, and after redecorating and refurbishing it, you'll take everyone with you to move there. How about the name is still Blue Sky Orphanage? At these words, the hall fell into silence. The smile on Chen Qin's face also gradually solidified. What did you say? How can this be? You are only in your early 20s. It is the time to use money. How do you? Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry Auntie Qin. This isn't just my personal will. It's also the mayor's intention. Our city is in great need of a large orphanage to provide shelter for the elderly and orphans. As a matter of fact, after understanding Ji Yuan's intentions, he immediately helped him finalize this matter. Not only was he prepared to set up the Ji Yuan Charity Fund, specializing in supporting some orphans and the elderly, but he also found a good location in the city center for him. Ji Yuan's account was sufficient nowadays. Moreover, his imperial beasts weren't like unusual imperial beasts that needed to use a lot of money to purchase various nutrients and the like. As far as he was concerned, more money was just enough to enable him to live a better life. But, for the moment, he was well enough off on his own, and he wanted to use the money to do something for the orphanage that had sheltered him from the elements. Chapter 23, The Whereabouts of the Ghost Seed. Day by day, having put the orphanage in order, both big and small, we are now waiting for the new orphanage to be renovated. Nowadays, there are royal beastmasters in all walks of life, so the renovation progress will not be too slow. After Ji Yuan returned to the academy, every day, besides soaking in the reading room and flipping through various imperial beast advancement materials, he was hammering his soul power. 6th grade, a watershed in the grade of imperial beastmasters. It was only after stepping into the 6th grade that one was qualified to be called an imperial beastmaster who had broken away from the class of ordinary people. For the 6th piece, You only need to do two things. 1. Soul power outward. This, after half a month of practicing, he was able to do. Second, the Imperial Beast soul power is externalized. Ji Yuan had been training Dim and Shining Spirit for the past half a month, but they are always so close. They just can't do it. After thinking about it, Ji Yuan finally found the problem. Early years. One of the most crucial enhancements of a 6th grade Imperial Beast Master was the ability to allow Imperial Beasts to learn and expand their new skills. In addition to the skills that the Imperial Beast itself possesses, it is also able to learn additional skills. And to learn skills, one must rely on soul power outward to absorb the knowledge points. Obviously, the two little ones in their infancy are not yet able to do this. Therefore, during this period of time, Ji Yuan buried his head and searched hard for the underworld ghost seed and the thunder creature. But there were never any clues. Time passes. A month after returning from Windscar Town. On this day, in the center of Lin Yun, the construction of the Blue Sky Orphanage was completed. Ji Yuan was invited by Chen Qin to go to the site and participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Chen Qin was at the ceremony, not a word away from Ji Yuan. That look, just like after his own child had made a fortune, he hated to let the whole world know, not forgetting his heart in giving back to the orphanage. This matter undoubtedly made Ji Yuan's reputation go up a level in Lin Yun City. After a busy morning, the time came to afternoon. Inside a 50-square-meter dean's office, Ji Yuan leaned back on the sofa, softly softening his brows. He vowed never to attend any more ribbon-cutting ceremonies. Yuqi, I personally arranged the furnishings in this office. Not bad, huh? Dean Shen pushed the door in at that moment. Ji Yuan's intention was to let her continue to manage the orphanage, but the other party insisted on letting him be the dean with a resolute attitude. So Ji Yuan couldn't refuse and could only agree. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about anything, I'll manage the orphanage for you. Chen Qin thought he was bothered about the orphanage and said with a smile. Ji Yuan shook his head. With Auntie here, I'm naturally relieved. By the way, Aunt Jin, you just told me during the ceremony that you had something for me. Yes? Oh, yes. I was going to give it to you the last time I was at the old orphanage. Chen Qin took out an envelope from her clothes pocket and handed it over to Ji Yuan. Leaning Zoe, remember? Here's the letter she left for you. Ji Yuan took it. The envelope was thin and cold to the touch. Tranquility. The name evoked his dusty memories. A young, innocent, energetic face comes to mind. Yeah, Jiang Qiuyo. During his time at the orphanage, this girl, 2 years his junior, had also been the best playmate. It's just that, after attending high school on my own, I never heard from them again. The year you graduated from high school, Qingru was adopted by a wealthy family and taken to another city. Chen Qin's eyes were tinged with memories. Thanks, Aunt Jin. Ji Yuan didn't open the envelope, but put it in his pocket. When he still wanted to say something, Ji Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Chen Qin got up and went out. Uncle Tam? Answering the phone, Ji Yuan was a little excited. It seemed that Tan he had found what he was looking for. Kid, I've already inquired about the underworld ghost seed for you. It's just that, you'll have to wait a little longer. Why? Spectral ghost seed. A unique mineral material that withers instantly once it leaves its habitat. I've already asked someone to inquire. Recently, a few new deep veins have come out over in Hongling City, and I've heard that a lot of rare minerals have been found in them, including, among others, the underworld ghost seed. Just wait a little longer, you kid. I'll think of something and trust someone to bring it back to you. Hongling City? Ji Yuan's heart fluttered. Spinning around, he asked, Uncle, didn't you say that it would wither when it left its habitat? How do you get it? Digging up the habitat along with it. Of course. So simple and crude? Sounds a little off to me. Ji Yuan hurriedly said, Uncle, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I'll make the trip myself. Not waiting for him to refuse, Ji Yuan continued. Don't worry, when I went to Apocalyptic Valley, I met a local from Hongling City. With him looking after me, it's fine. Zhao Shan is also a person from Hongling City, and from reading between the lines and getting along, he was able to feel that this guy's identity in Hongling City was definitely not simple. Dependable? On the other end of the phone, Tan he was a little skeptical. Ji Yuan laughed. Absolutely reliable. Hanging up the phone, he immediately called Zhao Shan, but after 2 calls, the other person didn't answer. Just as Ji Yuan mentally wondered if he had left a fake number, the other party suddenly returned. Ji Yuan, you surely won't be okay to call, right? Are you in Hongling City? Quickly tell me where you are. Now. The phone just picked up and the crackling words came like a machine gun. Ji Yuan immediately shouted to stop, and then, somewhat speechless, said, You're asking so many questions at once, and you're not giving others a chance to speak. You haven't contacted me since that day. I'm excited. Zhao Shan coughed dryly twice. This time, there is indeed something I want to ask you. Ji Yuan went straight to the point. I heard that your city has recently discovered several new veins? Oh yo, well informed enough. These veins have only been excavated for 3 hours and you know about it? Zhao Shan, are there really underworld ghost seeds in these veins? Underworld ghost seed? It seems to be there, but you have to go deep into the underground vein. And this thing is thief special. Once you leave. Okay, I know all of this. Well, I'll be in Hongling City early tomorrow morning. Can we meet? You want to come to Hongling City? That must be able to Don't worry. I promise to arrange for you comfortably. Zhao Shan's excited voice echoed in his ears, and after chatting with him a few more times, Ji Yuan hung up the phone. Listening to Zhao Shan, these veins were not the kind of veins he recognized, and from the sound of it, the veins were also divided into elemental attributes. Oh Buchi, just as he was thinking about things, Chen Qin knocked on the door. Come in, Aunt Jin. Chen Qin pushed the door in and first looked at Ji Yuan's face before saying, that girl Ran Jia, she wants to apply for our nurse. The day she was expelled from school, Lin Yunjia returned to the old orphanage, but Chen Qin scolded Lin Yunjia and kicked her out after learning what happened. Lin Yunjia, who had been expelled from the Ride the Wind Imperial Beast Academy, was unable to enroll in any other Imperial Beast Academy within Lin Yun City. After all, it is their own children who grew up seeing. At the moment there is no way out of her. Chen Qin really feel pity. You decide, Auntie Chin. In the future, you'll be in charge of these things. Ji Yuan's face was calm. He could understand the other party's feelings. After that, he got up and left. Before leaving, he said, I'm going to leave Lin Yun City for a while. Remember to tell me if anything happens. Chapter 24, Old Friends Reunited. Hongling City, with its extremely unique topography. The entire city was built on a flat plain. But if you look deeper, you can see the complexity of Hongling City. As the city that holds the richest vein of minerals in the country, it ranks, consistently, in the top 10. It can be said that everyone in Hongling City is rich, even if you are not a local. If you have a way, you can make just as much money after 2 years here. Ji Yuan took the earliest flight to Hongling City. Just after getting off the plane, he saw Zhao Shan wearing a sunglasses and a black trench coat standing at the pickup point. Good brother, leave everything to me when you come to Hongling City this time. I'll make sure you eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Sitting in Zhao Shan's open-topped car, he first took Ji Yuan for a stroll around the city. After all, it was a city that ranked in the top 10, and the prosperity of the urban area contrasted strongly with Lin Yun City. A street here is comparable to the center of Lin Yun City. On this day, Zhao Shan did arrange the best for him. Best restaurants, best hotels. It was also a way for Ji Yuan to enjoy himself ruthlessly. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel and talked about this time. Ji Yuan came to the purpose. I see. Does that imperial beast of yours need the spectral ghost seed for its advancement? Zhao Shan came to a realization. The underworld ghost seed is indeed a material for the advancement of some unique fire-type imperial beasts. Tell you what, let's go down to the mine tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Seeing him agree without hesitation, Ji Yuan softly said, thank you. After a day of understanding, he had learned that although everyone in this Hongling city was rich, but, every time he went down to the mines to mine, he had to gamble his life. Because within the veins of the mines, there were countless strange creatures, and if you were not careful, you would leave your life inside. From what Zhao Shan said, the highest grade of the Imperial Beastmasters who died in the vein had even reached the 3rd grade, where even a 3rd grade Imperial Beastmaster would have to die if he wasn't careful. Zhao Shan agreed to accompany himself without even thinking about it. It did make Ji Yuan a little touched. Why are we still talking about this when we've been friends for so long? If it wasn't for you in that bull ***** secret realm, would I still be lying here alive? Don't worry, I'll set it up. Zhao Shan patted his chest with a look that he didn't care in the slightest. When the next day came, Ji Yuan realized why the bastard wasn't worried at all. The next day, early morning, Hongling City, Municipal Building, Mayor's Office. Little friend Ji Yuan, I've always heard Mayor mention you, and now that I've seen you, you really are a talented person. Ji Yuan stared blankly at the easygoing and amiable middle-aged man in front of him. He would not have thought, no matter what, that Zhao Shan was actually the Hongling Mayor's own son. Pops, we agreed not to call me by my nickname, Meyer. It's awful. I'm a pure man. On the side, Zhao Shan's face was unusually embarrassed. Zhao Tianho lightly glanced at him and extended his hand towards Ji Yuan. Seeing this big shot's action, Ji Yuan hurriedly shook the other party's palm, appearing formal and polite. Uncle Fallacious, I'm just an ordinary person in a small city. Hey, you are Mayor's savior. It's out of place to call uncle. From now on call godfather. Ha? Ji Yuan froze. Yes, Ji Yuan, based on our lifelong friendship, we are closer than brothers. Chosen laughed and put his arm around his shoulders. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, feeling like he was running here to recognize his relatives. At that moment, he glanced at Zhao Shan. The latter reacted in a hurry and coughed dryly before saying towards Zhao Tianhou, "Pops, this time, Ji Yuan came to Hongling City to look for the underworld ghost seed, and he wants to make the imperial beasts advance. This is simple." Zhao Tianhou was unimpressed. "I'll have Lu Sheng accompany you down the mine." With that, he directly picked up his cell phone and arranged it. Soon a large, tall man in a black undershirt came into the office. "Lu Scar, a 5th grade imperial beast master. Let him accompany you." After Zhao Tianhou instructed Lu Sheng for a few words, he left. "Uncle Lu, I have everything completely ready. We can leave any time." The large man named Lu Trace seemed to dislike communication, and after nodding slightly towards Zhao Shan, he took the lead and walked out. "Don't look at Uncle Lu like this. He's the most reliable." Zhao Shan stretched and said, "Shall we go too?" "Okay, Mal," Jibyuan replied. ******Q. In the municipal building, there was a bloodbath. As Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan jostled all the way to the parking garage, Zhao Shan's cell phone suddenly rang. "I'll go." He looked at the caller ID and was a little surprised. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuan saw this expression on his face and came forward to take a look. "Su Ziyin?" After the two exchanged strange glances, Zhao Shan pressed the speakerphone to connect. Zhao Shan, on the other end, a clear voice as pleasant as the collision of ice cubes came out. "Miss Su, what made you think to call me? I'm in Hongling City right now. There's something I want to ask you. Are you free? Make a place to meet." Zhao Shan thought for a moment and said, "I'll send you the address." The phone hung up. He looked at Ji Yuan, a little puzzled. "Why is she also in Hongling City? You two made an appointment? How could it be?" Ji Yuan shook his head, and immediately thought of a reason. "Isn't the news that Hongling City has recently dug out several new veins spread all over the place? So it's impossible to say that she's also rushing towards a certain vein. There's a mine the Sioux can't find," Zhao Shan muttered. At that moment, Lu Trace drove his car and stopped in front of the two. "Uncle Lu, let's go to the Snow Cafe first." After getting on the car, Zhao Shan pulled Ji Yuan to blah 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 about the development of Hongling City and so on. This time, Ji Yuan chose to listen carefully instead. It was just that he had wanted to learn more about the underground veins. But who knew? Zhao Shan had been talking about eating, drinking, and having fun. About 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Zhao Shan told Lu Trace to wait first, then the two of them walked towards a busy and crowded shopping plaza. Nozuki Cafe. The store is huge and occupies almost the best part of the shopping plaza. This scene made Ji Yuan suspect that this store was Zhao Shan's family property. The store was full, with only a few tables left on the periphery. After arranging for him to sit at one of the tables, Zhao Shan went into the store. Not long after, he returned leading a pretty girl in a long floral dress. The girl's eyebrows were similar to Zhao Shan's, and her cheeks were permeated with a youthful vigor. "My sister, Zhao Shui." Zhao Shan smugly raised his eyebrows toward Ji Yuan. "How about it? Pretty, right? Beautiful." Ji Yuan politely got up and didn't mince his words of praise. "I've been hearing him say your name a lot lately, and I can't believe it's actually a big handsome guy." Zhao Shui lifted her hand to brush the strands of her forehead hair, revealing a sweet smile. "Hey, my sister-in-law owns this store, and she can be considered to have started it from nothing." Zhao Shan had a proud face. After a few words, Zhao Shui went into the store to get busy. At this time, Ji Yuan looked into the distance. Coming, Su Ziyin was wearing a long black dress today. Her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her fair and flawless melon face attracted attention. Beside her, followed a handsome man in a white shirt. When Su Ziyin's gaze saw the familiar figure of a handsome man, her pupils suddenly shook. How come he's at 2, Chapter 25, before descending the vein. "It's been a long time, Ms. Su," Zhao Shan waved, smiling but not as enthusiastic as he was with Ji Yuan. "Long time no see." Su Ziyin stepped forward and nodded towards Zhao Shan, then stopped talking, her eyes fluttering, completely leaving Ji Yuan out to dry. This appearance caused Zhao Shan to look at Ji Yuan in slight confusion. The latter was also a bit strange. When they parted ways from Huayun's, there was something not quite right about Su Ziyin. Did I piss her off? Ji Yuan thought about it. Could it be because of what happened when he fell into the water in the secret realm? Shao family, Shao Lingjie. At that moment, the shirtless man following her lifted his chin in a "Your Honor" to no mean manner. Zhao Shan came to his ear and said quietly, "It's not just the Shao family. What's the stinky fart?" Ji Yuan had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The surname Shao is not a simple one. Indeed, before crossing over, Ji Yuan also knew a man named Shao who loved to play with fire. Zhao Shan went straight to the point and asked, "You guys are here this time?" Su Ziyin still looked a bit distracted and didn't answer. Shao Lingjie was a bit surprised by her appearance and took over the conversation. saying, "I heard that Hongling City has discovered a vein of spectral ghost seed, and that's why we're here." It was only here that Su Ziyin spoke. "We want to go down to the mine. Can you recommend it? Su's and Zhao's families are so big that they still need you to go down to the mines in person?" Zhao Shan joked towards Su Ziyin, but he didn't mean anything else. However, it made Xiao Lingjie feel a hint of offense, and displeasure flashed under his eyes. "If there were other portable minerals, there would be no need for us to come personally. But the spectral ghost seed has a different texture, and as a native, this is something you don't know?" Although his expression was mild and his tone was calm, a hint of mockery could still be heard. That wasn't all. Xiao Lingjie looked at Su Ziyin again and continued, "This friend of yours doesn't look too reliable. Let's find someone else." Hearing him say that, Zhao Shan scratched his head and looked at Ji Yuan. Had he said something wrong? Ji Yuan laughed dumbly before looking at Xiao Lingjie with a suggestion in his tone. "This brother is right. You guys should go find some other professional locals." He purposely said the word professional very heavily. "Are you kidding? The mayor's son isn't even a professional. There are professionals." Moreover, although the Xiao Lingjie acted calmly, that condescending tone of voice, and his eyes, clearly did not place these people of theirs in his eyes. From the beginning, it's basically all about looking at people through their nostrils. Could it be that this sense of superiority over others is really a common problem of these young masters of great nobles? You guys are going down the vein too?" This time, Su Ziyin raised her head and met Ji Yuan's gaze, but for just a moment, she scrambled to move away again. "Right." Ji Yuan nodded. "Well, then, let's get together," Su Ziyin whispered. "Are you serious?" Xiao Lingjie, however, frowned. "There are many crises under the vein. Going down with such unprofessional people. Are you serious?" Hearing his words, Su Ziyin's attitude was cold as she spoke. "I wasn't willing to travel with you in the first place. You can leave now." Xiao Lingjie was obviously exasperated by her attitude. His face grimaced as he said in a cold voice, "When the time comes for any danger to occur, don't blame me for not having warned you. Don't bother." The one who answered him was not Su Ziyin, but Ji Yuan. He really doesn't like these prestigious families that look at people through their noses right away. Humph. Xiao Lingjie turned to leave after giving Ji Yuan a deep look. Zhao Shan looked at his back and muttered, "It's so damn strange. Why do all these family young masters look so high and mighty? Look at me, the same young master, how amiable and approachable I am." He bragged about himself, and Jibyuan skimmed his lips without saying anything. Su Ziyin, on the other hand, agreed somewhat. Most of the younger generations in the 5 great imperial beast clans have an inexplicable superiority, which I like equally less. Who cares? It feels good to have the 3 of us teamed up again. Zhao Shan smiled as he wrapped his arms around Ji Yuan, and Su Ziyin stood quietly, her eyes fluttering about. After that, the 3 of them went to the designated location to meet up with Lu Trace, with Zhao Shan sitting in the passenger seat and Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin sitting in the back. Along the way, Su Ziyin lowered her head, her small white hand cupping the hem of her skirt as if she was nervous. Ji Yuan had his hand on his jaw, looking out the window at the street scene, not knowing what he was thinking. After about 10 minutes or so, the vehicle slowed to a stop. Through the windows of the car, a crowded market was able to be seen. There were no tall buildings around, dust flew in the air, and in the market, all kinds of strange minerals were placed in front of countless stores. At that moment, a man walked out of the market quickly, and upon seeing Zhao Shan and Lu Trace, he revealed a warm smile and led them to turn into a downward path. Ji Yuan saw that the ground, which was a wasteland, suddenly opened up into a downward slit, and Lu Sheng drove, along with the man leading the way, into it. Just as he drove into this strange passage, the clamor of the market disappeared, and there was some strange movement in his ears. The interior of the passageway lit up with a blue glow, and after a while, a sprawling underground world appeared in everyone's eyes. Ji Yuan's pupils reflected a light blue luster, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The pale blue-colored underground world is filled with countless train tracks and endless stores. The minerals displayed in these stalls in the underground world were much more glittering than the dusty stores above. When the vehicle stopped, Lu Trace and Zhao Shan got out. It wasn't until Zhao Shan opened the car door for him that Ji Yuan came back to his senses. All the above are the most basic things. Here, it's the biggest mineral trading market in Hongling City. Zhao Shan smiled and explained for him. Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The outside world was wonderful. It was really the commonness of Lin Yun City that limited his imagination. With Lu Shang leading the way, the group then walked towards the depths. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw a variety of rare and strange minerals that he couldn't name. Normal people who wanted to go down the mine had to go through a lot of hurdles, but Zhao Shan and Lu Trace had a special status and were directly given the green light all the way. As they entered an exquisitely decorated waiting room, Zhao Shan suddenly threw a round ring at Ji Yuan. The royal ring? Ji Yuan took it and looked at him suspiciously. There are things in there that are necessary to go down the mine. Ji Yuan's mind sank into the imperial ring given by Zhao Shan and found 3 things inside. Separately, a small black dot, a bracelet and a pistol. Keep this imperial ring for your use. It's not the highest grade, but it's not too far off. Zhao Shan's voice came, causing Ji Yuan's heart to warm slightly. He threw the imperial ring back at him after removing its contents, and then, raising his finger, "Thanks, but I have the royal ring." Zhao Shan was first stunned, and when he saw the black gold imperial ring on his hand, his eyes widened. Black gold? This is the topmost imperial ring. He stepped forward and stared at Ji Yuan's imperial ring, looking left and right. My old man couldn't even be bothered to buy me this thing. Where did you get it? Ji Yuan waved his hand. Let's talk about this later. You first tell me the 3 things before this down mine. What are they? Chapter 26, Ji Yuan, what a eye-opener. These 3 things go together. It's hard to explain. You'll see when you get your hands on them, Zhao Shan said, looking towards Su Ziyin. There is a changing room here. I suggest you go change into a different line of work. It's inconvenient to go down the mine in a skirt. About 5 minutes later, Su Ziyin had changed into a casual dress, her exquisite and compact figure with perfect cheeks. She simply couldn't pick a single fault. Ready, let's go. Zhao Shan led the 2 men through a brown wooden door. After that, an elevator. Lu Trace had long been waiting inside. After they stepped into the elevator, Ji Yuan looked at it and it only had 3 buttons: top, center, bottom. At the moment, the button at the bottom was lit up, and it appeared that this was the elevator that went straight to the vein. In the small space, Zhao Shan's words flowed in a steady stream, pulling from the east to the west, and chattering about everything that was there and nothing that wasn't. When Ji Yuan and his group got a bit of a headache from listening, the elevator finally stopped. As the door opened, a strong smell of earth mixed with a strange stench pierced his nostrils. Ji Yuan was fine, but Su Ziyin on the side was somewhat unable to withstand it, her face instantly turning pale. Use this. Seeing this, Zhao Shan immediately took out a finger-sized black dot. It was one of the 3 items he had just given to Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan placed the black dot at Su Ziyin's temple and gently pressed it. Instantly, a semi-transparent protective mask coalesced and covered her cheeks under Ji Yuan's surprised gaze. It's not. The technology out there has advanced to such an extent. You wear it too. Zhao Shan's words came and Ji Yuan looked back before he saw that he and Lu Trace were both wearing them. He hastily took a press from the imperial ring. Shasta. The unpleasant odor in the air dissipated, and Ji Yuan was surprised to find that the protective mask was not only capable of filtering the air, but also provided an effect similar to night vision. What's more crucial was that the protective mask didn't feel like it was worn, and it didn't even half-block the field of vision. Put on the bracelet. Zhao Shan's voice rang out, and Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin instantly did as they were told. Just after putting it on, a line appeared in front of Ji Yuan's eyes. Welcome to Kojo Products. Connecting detection bracelets. Connection is complete and map information will be synchronized soon. As the font disappeared, in the upper right corner of Ji Yuan's field of vision, a circular pattern actually appeared, with a highlighted green light point in the pattern. The site was just like the map interface in some games. The bracelet will scan the terrain in a 100-meter radius in real time and generate a real-time map in the upper right corner of your masks. Zhao Shan's explanation rang out. The highlighted green spot in the map represents yourself. He walked over and touched Ji Yuan's bracelet with his own. At that moment, Ji Yuan saw an additional blue light spot on the map. Blue dots of light for people you've touched the bracelet with. i.e., teammates. After a while, Ji Yuan looked at the 3 blue light dots in the map and was in a bit of a trance. This is too sci-fi. Is it true that Linyan City is too backward? Well, what about this thing? Su Ziyin held the pistol and asked curiously. By the look of her, it seemed like it was her first time coming into contact with all this high-tech as well. Mining guns? You have to cut with these when digging up minerals. Zhao Shan pointed to the mask and said, don't worry, after you find the minerals you need, the mask will show the cutting line. Just follow the line and cut. Once everything was ready, the 4 of them stepped out of the elevator. With the mask's night vision, the darkened vein was brightly lit. Roar! Suddenly, a strange-looking creature appeared. It was Lu Shang who summoned his imperial beast. The creature resembled a cheetah, but had 4 slender front legs and 2 stout hind legs. This is the poison wind guile leopard, a royal beast that Uncle Lu tamed in the vein of mines in his early years. Zhao Shan explained. The poison wind eerie leopard is able to smell the scent of rare minerals, and with it leading the way, we'll take many fewer detours. The poison wind guile leopard, as long as a Honling City royal beast master with a bit of strength would choose to tame one. With it, finding rare minerals is twice as easy. Mining veins are not like other places. We must be more careful. Zhao Shan's face was grave as he summoned the long-armed ape troop. Tuan shook her head in excitement when she saw Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin. Seeing this, green flames rose, and Dim's figure manifested. Su Ziyin also summoned out her inferno-devouring sparrow, and the appearance of the two fire imperial beasts warmed up the chilly temperature inside the mind vein a lot. Lu Trace's eyes coalesced on Dim's body for a moment before slowly moving away. Immediately after that, Lu Trace summoned another novelty imperial beast. Ji Yuan looked over and it was actually a strong, muscular kangaroo. What surprised him even more was that on both fists of this kangaroo, it actually carried two diamond-encrusted golden finger tigers. This trip to Honling City was a real eye-opener. He couldn't help but look at Lu Shang's large stature and sigh. This kangaroo is also too similar to his master. With that, the poison wind trickster leopard was in the front, and the muscle kangaroo was in the back, keeping the small group of four protected. Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin walked in the latter too, following Lu Shang and Zhao Shan as they slowly felt their way forward. During that time, they had run into some people. Lu Shang seemed to have some prestige. All the passing down miners would respectfully call out Brother Lu after seeing him. The so-called vein is actually more like a manually dug underground passageway. The walls are hung with luminaries and there are signs pointing to the exit to leave to prevent getting lost. Ji Yuan had been paying attention to the map in the upper right corner of the mask, which was updated almost every 5 seconds, and that one route, like the roots of a tree, was intricate. Along the way, it could be felt that they had been going deeper down. After walking for about an hour or so, Su Ziyin's breathing was slightly short. The long trek seemed to be a bit tiring for this great lady. Zhao Shan thoughtfully allowed the gibbon troop to carry him on their shoulders as they continued to walk. As he gradually went deeper and deeper, Ji Yuan clearly noticed that the signs and luminaries were decreasing. We've entered a cluster of newly discovered veins. Buck up. Lu Trace spoke for the first time, his voice thick and dull. The air grew progressively colder, and even Dimming and the inferno-eating sparrow were unable to neutralize it. Chow! Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the wall on Ji Yuan's right side, straight towards his head. The black shadow was so fast that there was no time to react. Once you are hit, you will surely die. Just in the nick of time, the shiny diamond-encrusted gold-finger tiger whistled like a cannonball. Bang! The muscular kangaroo walking at the very back threw out a punch, directly sending the black shadow flying hard, blasting into the wall and crashing into a big crater. Ji Yuan was in a cold sweat. If he didn't have this kangaroo, I'm afraid he would have already explained himself. Are you okay? Zhao Shan was also taken aback and hurriedly inquired towards him. Ji Yuan shook his head and looked towards the large pit on the wall, his face changing slightly, only to see that within that pit was a black creature shaped like a mouse, but with a sharp pointed horn on its forehead. Watch out! These phantom horned rats are appearing in groups. Lu Shang's deep voice had just sounded, and in an instant, strange movements came out from all directions. At the same time, a black shadow splashed out from countless directions. Chapter 27, Coincidentally, I want him dead. 2. Earth Strike. Use the wind breath barrier. Lu Trace's low voice rang out. Giggle. Gale force winds emerged from this underground vein, forming a protection visible to the naked eye that surrounded Ji Yuan and his party. Those phantom horned rats that shot out from several directions were bounced off the moment they came into contact with this wind breath barrier. One strike did not succeed, and these sinister things made a move to escape. Quickly, have your fire imperial beasts attack. In fact, there was no need to wait for Lu Trace to say something. Ji Yuan had already signaled Dim to do it. Fiery storm. The terrifying spectral green flames swept through the entire mining vein in an instant, and at the moment the spectral flames came into contact with the wind breath barrier, the spreading speed was extremely fast, and those spectral horned rats that showed up didn't have the time to escape at all. The spectral flame swept through, and the spectral horned rat was directly turned into ashes, with not even dregs left. Nice. Lu Trace's gaze lingered on Dim for some time before he nodded towards Ji Yuan. Having just experienced a life and death crisis, and then being able to immediately counterattack the moment the defense unfolded. This kind of calmness, amongst young people, was already considered very good. Right, what does Uncle Lu think? Would anyone I praise be bad? Zhao Shan sensed Lu Trace's appreciation for Ji Yuan and smiled smugly. Su Ziyin stood at the very back, quietly looking at Ji Yuan's back, not knowing what she was thinking. Ji Yuan rested his gaze more on the poison wind guile leopard. He felt a momentary strong fluctuation when it released the wind breath barrier just now. He was secretly guessing that the bloodline levels of this poison wind trickster leopard and muscle kangaroo were, I'm afraid, at the lowest overlord level. As a mayor, the highest imperial beasts that Tanny owns are also at the overlord level. It seems that the higher the ranking of the city, the more inclined the resources. It really is right. After determining that there was no danger, Lu Shang told the poison wind guile leopard to withdraw the wind breath barrier and once again went deeper towards the vein. Along the way, he encountered several more attacks from the phantom horned rats. These little things not only held grudges, they were also particularly sinister. However, because of the previous experience, it is no longer as unresponsive as the first time. Walking through the vein, the loose dirt slowed the crowd down. From time to time, there would also be some strange and colorful minerals in the surrounding walls. Stop! As he walked, Lu Trace suddenly shouted in a low voice. A few people paused in their footsteps, and Ji Yuan saw the poison-wind eerie leopard tilting its head, seemingly sniffing something carefully. For a moment, it grinned back at Lu Trace. Up ahead is a nest. You, up here. Lu Trace turned around and hooked his finger towards Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan hurriedly made way and secretly gave a thumbs up. Behave yourself. Ji Yuan crossed over to him and looked ahead. It was a nest that faintly shimmered with a blood-red hue, and at the moment, it was roughly 50 to 60 meters away from them. Because it was a bit far away, he could only barely make out that it was some sort of reptile. A swarm of them, lit up with blood-red patches of light. At that moment, the poison-wind eerie leopard opened its mouth wide and rolled its throat, spitting out a small circle of wind that floated in front of it. Externalize your psionic energy and condense it into a sphere the size of a fingernail. Lu Shang's voice came out, without the slightest regard for whether or not he would be able to do the soul power outward. Ji Yuan froze. Immediately, he spread out his palm, and dark gray gas overflowed from his palm, slowly condensing. Extraordinary qualifications? A ray of light flashed under Lu Trace's eyes when he saw the dark gray gas. After Ji Yuan did as he said and condensed his soul power to the size of a fingernail cap, he pointed to the wind circle spat out by the poison wind guile panther and said, "Send the psionic energy to the wind circle." Although Ji Yuan was puzzled, he did as he was told. But the moment the soul power touched that circle of wind, bang! An ethereal thud exploded violently through the passage. Dark gray soul power visible to the naked eye turned into sharp ripples at this moment, rushing towards the reptile's nest. Immediately, Ji Yuan was shocked to find that the blood-red light within the nest had instantly extinguished. The creatures inside the lair, called blood lizards, spray a deadly poisonous mist that can instantly dissolve any flesh and blood. If their lives are threatened while they are awake, they will simply blow themselves up, one after the other, and by that time, no living thing can survive within a range of 300 meters. Lu Trace explained in a muffled voice. The best way to deal with them is to put them in a coma and then kill them. The fusion of soul power and wind attribute will erupt into a soul-shattering shockwave, capable of putting people or creatures with relatively weak soul power into a coma. Of course, it's not just the wind attribute. The soul power of an Imperial Beast Master is capable of creating a unique resonance effect with any attribute. In this instant, Ji Yuan's heart was shaken. This is an immensely useful fighting technique. More than anything else, it's not documented in the textbooks. He looked at Lu Trace, incomparably grateful. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin were similarly a bit shocked. It seemed that the two not-so-ordinary status male and young misses were unaware of this way of using soul power. At the same time, the two of them were even more surprised that Ji Yuan had actually mastered soul power externalization. Asterisk. Extraordinary qualification with enhanced senses, Zhao Shan muttered. His soul power qualification wasn't too high or too low, intermediate on the upper side. However, he was now stuck at the level of soul power exodus, and although he was able to do so, he was unable to make it take shape like Ji Yuan did. It's not like it's a secret. Without a care in the world, Lu Shang let the poison wind trickster leopard spit out another wind circle, this time a very large one. Ji Yuan understood, and dimming spectral flame was released at once. After passing through the wind circle, the fire spread instantly, spreading the blood lizard's lair in a flash. Boo! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the back wall. Between the mud and dirt flying across the room, the body of a vain creature appeared. Hey, D is so strong. These underground beasts, they don't like to be open and above board. They just like to sneak up on them. As a shrill laugh rang out, another team stepped out of the passageway that the bodies had crashed through. Again, this is a team of 4. However, what made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows slightly was that the fourth person in this team was someone he had met before, the young master of the Shao family, Shao Lingjie. Yo, brother Lu, you're bringing people down to the mine too? The man at the front of the group grinned broadly toward them, showing a mouthful of large gold teeth, his eyes frivolously sweeping over Su Ziyin's body, his landlubber's aura strong. Su Ziyin frowned, disgust flashing under her eyes as she pushed behind Ji Yuan. This big gold tooth's eyes turned and flickered imperceptibly as it landed on Ji Yuan. Zhang Di, don't create too much commotion in the depths of the mineral vein. When Lu Shang saw the visitor, he merely said in a cold voice, Good Lu, you said yes, we happen to be ready to go from here. By the way, can we follow you a distance? Zhang Di stretched out his finger and wiped his big gold teeth, smiling. No. After Lu Trace finished speaking, he directly greeted Ji Yuan and the others as they advanced towards the blood lizard's lair. Zhang Di and his group watched them leave, and Shao Lingjie stood at the back. frowning as he asked, "What's the origin of this person? So arrogant? Young Master Xiao, how dare you go down the mine without even knowing about the Hongling city's local snakes?" Zhang Di snorted, stared at Ji Yuan's back, and said, "Young Master Xiao, that handsome-looking guy, is the guy you said. You want to give him some color? Yes, it's better to keep him at the bottom of this mine forever." Xiao Lingjie's eyes were grim. Upon hearing this, Zhang Di's mouth grinned as he mentally murmured, "Coincidentally, it just so happens that someone entrusted me to take his life." Chapter 28, At Risk. Walking in the blood lizard's lair, Lu Trace, who was in front of him, looked sideways at Ji Yuan. "Zhang Di, you and him, you have a problem?" Ji Yuan was a bit strange. "No, I haven't even seen this person. Speaking of which, this Zhang Di fellow, he's also from Lin Yun City." Zhao Shan interjected. "Not recognizable." Ji Yuan shook his head. "It's probably because of Xiao Lingjie." At this time, Su Ziyin spoke up in an unprecedented manner. "You mean, just because Ji Yuan and I choked him twice, he hates us?" Zhao Shan was a bit speechless. "You noble young masters and ladies, are all so careful? Who are you calling careful?" Su Ziyin glared at him, slightly adorable. Just as she was about to explain. Boom! A violent shaking suddenly erupted in the large nest. At the back, the passageway that the crowd had come from, a giant scorpion of huge size appeared at some point. The giant scorpion held up its two giant pincers and ran across the room towards them. Soul Demon Scorpion? Ji Yuan's brows furrowed into a ball. Didn't this thing live in the Withering Valley? Quickly, he responded. "It's Dai Kim Teo Jiang Di?" Whoosh! As a figure shot out, in the sight of the crowd, the muscle kangaroo at the back of the temple had already rushed to the Soul Demon Scorpion's heels, and his right arm full of muscles fiercely blasted out towards the demon scorpion. Bang! The sound of a collision came out as the muscle kangaroo's fist struck the demon scorpion, merely knocking it back a short distance and seemingly unable to cause any substantial damage. "Zhang Di, do you want to die?" Lu Sheng's voice was filled with coldness when he saw the Soul Demon Scorpion. "I'm sorry, Lu. Someone bought this handsome young man's life and I just couldn't do anything about it." Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjie walked out from behind the demon scorpion. "Xiao Lingjie, you have to be shameless." Unexpectedly, Su Ziyin actually chirped in a delicate voice, and in her thoughts, "It must be Xiao Lingjie's intention. It's none of my business." Xiao Lingjie stood at the very back, keeping his distance from Zhang Di and spreading his hands innocently. Puff! Ji Yuan had wondered how it was just the two of them. Suddenly, the ground where his feet were stepping was loose. "Get out of there!" Lu Trace shouted out, but it was still too late. The place where Ji Yuan stood seemed to have been hollowed out from below by something, and the entire person fell directly towards the ground. He just disappeared from view. Ji Yuan, Su Ziyin and Zhao Shan went up with anxious faces, but found that the ground was intact as before, and there was no sign of any looseness at all. Seeing this, Su Ziyin raised her head, looked angrily into the distance, and droned, "Xiao Lingjie, what have you done with him?" Coldness welled up in Xiao Lingjie's eyes when he saw that she was so emotionally agitated because of a person, but he still shook his head to clear the relationship. "I don't know. This matter has nothing to do with me." After that, he turned to leave. "Hey!" Zhang Di grinned his large gold teeth when he saw Ji Yuan disappear and similarly retreated back. The Soul Demon Scorpion tangling with the muscle kangaroo let out a mournful roar, and the sound wave seemed to be mixed with stimulation for the soul. The muscular kangaroo covered its ears and backed up, and immediately, it saw the thick scorpion tail of the Soul Spirit Demon Scorpion sweeping towards the top of the nest. Boom! Countless debris and dirt were scattered all of a sudden, and when Lu Trace saw this, his face sank as he pulled Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin up and ran away, during which, he did not forget to put away the muscle kangaroo and poisonous wind creepy leopard. The lair began to collapse under the deliberate destruction of the Soul Demon Scorpion. Because of the distance, it was no longer possible to go after Zhang Di, so he could only run wildly towards the front. Under the countless debris and mud, Lu Trace pulled the two of them and rushed into the passageway at the last moment before the nest collapsed. Dust flew from the sky, burying the entrance to the passage. They, trapped deep in this vein, could only find another way out, and before that, they still needed to find Ji Yuan. "Uncle Lu, Ji Yuan's point of light is shown on the map to be right below us. What should we do?" Zhao Shan asked anxiously. Su Ziyin was likewise a little nervous. Being stared at by the two like this, Lu Trace shook his head and said, "There's no need to be in a hurry. The fact that the light spot is still there means that he's fine. Let's wait for the surroundings to be scanned clearly first. Then we'll go look for him, somewhere inside a wide passageway." Ahem. Ji Yuan staggered to his feet, his handsome face dirty, his hair and clothes covered in dirt. Dim's figure manifested itself, and well in the moment of the fall he put Dim back. Rustling. In his ears, strange movements rang out. Ji Yuan turned his head, only to see a small golden beast the size of a cartwheel in the corner. This little beast was covered in golden scales and had long, sharp claws. At the moment, the little beast was rubbing its pointed claws, which still had a lot of dirt on them. It seemed that this thing was the culprit for his fall. Zhang Di, why did he kill me? Ji Yuan swept his surroundings. It was a straight vein passage, and through the map, he learned that he was far away from Zhao Shan and the others. Hey! Laughter came from the front and back, only to see that the two people in Zhang Di's team were in a front and back pincer position, their eyes full of teasing. As the soul power surged, the two men each summoned their own imperial beasts. In front of them was a fire wolf whose fur was burning with flames. In the back, there was a rare, chilly bird, Jibuan. At this moment, the shrill laughter sounded again, and Zhang Di and Xiao Lingjie, who had a mouth full of gold teeth, appeared from the back. You kid is quite a bad person. You actually managed to offend both the young master of the Xiao family and me. Zhang Di walked up, his gaze always resting on Dim. Tell you what, destroy the contract and give me this imperial beast of yours and I'll let you live. He grinned broadly, a gesture that things were under control. You promised me you'd keep him from walking out of here. Xiao Lingjie frowned. Young Master Xiao, just because I don't move him doesn't mean my people don't move him. Zhang Di laughed shamelessly, and his two little brothers followed suit. The young master of this famous family doesn't even understand this? How's it going, kid? Zhang Di looked at Ji Yuan, full of teasing, not putting him in his eyes at all. Did Zhang Jilin send you? Ji Yuan's face was calm. Zhang Di's expression remained unchanged, and his eyes flashed with light. Dim. It was also the moment Ji Yuan's words fell. Buzz. Bloodline fluctuations erupted. And then, one person and one beast directly shot out flat on the ground, charging towards the fiery firewolf in front of them. Don't get cocky. This kid is not as simple as he seems. Zhang Di's voice came from the back. The little brother did not think, but it is just a brat. What means can he have? Immediately, he ordered the flaming firewolf to prepare to attack, only to find that the firewolf was actually wailing with its tail between its legs under the bloodline suppression. Ji Yuan's goal was clear. This was an almost certain death kill against him, and there was no chance of a head-on confrontation. Seeing that Firewolf was not listening to the command, the junior brothers surged into panic. Seeing that Ji Yuan and the spectral green imperial beast were about to approach, his panicked expression suddenly changed and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Not good. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately stopped his stance. Giggle. But, in the end, it was too late. Above his head, a small golden beast sprang out, and its thin, sharp claws pierced into Ji Yuan's right shoulder. Blood, flowing in a smooth stream. Ji Yuan, in critical condition. Chapter 29, How to Break the Situation. Ha ha ha, naive boy. Just you want to use me as a breakthrough. The little brother laughed in triumph as the golden beast's sharp claws were filled with toxins, capable of paralyzing one's body. But the next moment, only to see that Ji Yuan, who had been penetrated by a sharp claw through his shoulder, actually violently rushed out. Fiery storm. At the same time, Dimming unleashed a monstrous underworld flame, filling the entire passageway in an instant. The youngest brother obviously didn't expect this youth of the 7th rank to be able to act under the influence of the toxin. Due to the close proximity, he could only look on in horror as the greenish flames pounced on his face, spreading all over his body the moment he was contaminated. The blazing temperature seared both flesh and soul, like countless bugs gnawing at his body. The little brother along with his two imperial beasts screamed miserably. In the midst of the monstrous flames, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbed his face, and ruthlessly pressed it to the ground. Thus, a 6th grade imperial beast master, because of his own carelessness, had paid the price of his life in the depths of this earth. This idiot. At the back, a wall of ice with a frighteningly cold aura blocked in front of Zhang Di's trio. The screams of his little brother before he died reached his ears, causing Zhang Di's killing intent to intensify. He had long heard from Zhang Jilin about Ji Yuan's beast royalty, also told these two guys a long time ago not to take it lightly once they're up against each other. Xiao Lingjie's face grew cold. At first he thought that the scream was from Ji Yuan, but when he saw that Zhang Di did not look right, he reacted. After them, the moment the flames dissipated, the ice wall shattered, and Zhang Di summoned a leopard-shaped imperial beast with dark purple fur and 4 slender forelegs and darted out. This, again, was a poisonous wind trickster leopard. In the front, Ji Yuan covered his wounds and took out 2 brown pills from the royal ring and swallowed them under Dim's concerned gaze, one to detoxify and one to stop the bleeding, all given by Zhao Shan before he went down to the mine. Phew! Suddenly, an eerie voice whistled from the rear. Then Ji Yuan and Diming felt their souls shaken and their spirits appeared in a momentary trance. Turning back, he realized that Zhang Di was riding on a poisonous wind trickster leopard, his mouth hanging with a sardonic smile as he rushed in. The soul tremor just now was exactly the method of utilizing soul power that Lu Trace had taught himself earlier. It seemed that this Zhang Di's grade was at least on par with Lu Scar. Shoo! At the same time, a blazing firelight shaped like a flying arrow cut through the channel and shot towards Ji Yuan. This was the first time Xiaolingjie had made a strike, but he did not see what the flying arrow was shot from. Dim's body leaped up, and the underworld flame pulsed, instantly deflecting this flaming arrow. It has a characteristic phrase, but it is immune to all fire attribute damage. The fiery storm flared up once again. Daiming and Ji Yuan were connected in mind, knowing that there was no possibility of escape at this moment, only to fight with their backs to the wall. However, when the underworld flame rose out of the void once more, an ice crystal radiance overflowed. Immediately afterward, a wind of extreme coldness like that under the nine ghosts blew, directly extinguishing the greenish underworld flame. Ji Yuan leaned his back against the earthen wall and fixed his eyes on a unicorn covered in ice crystals standing in front of Zhang Di. A streak of frosty breath erupted from the nostrils of this unicorn, and on its pointed horn, there was still a cold aura that had yet to dissipate. Poisonous wind-airy leopard's footsteps slowed to a halt. Zhang Di leapt down and stood in the middle of the unicorn and the trickster leopard, showing his large gold teeth towards Ji Yuan and waving. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance to destroy the deed. Don't let such a beautiful creature die after you in a place like this where you don't see the light of day. When a Gorgon dies, the Gorgon dies with him." According to the information provided by Zhang Jilin, this was a legendary bloodline imperial beast, so Zhang Di was naturally moved. Dim pressed his body against Ji Yuan, and a low growl came from his throat, as if telling him that he was willing to die. Rest assured, facing a life and death crisis, the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth lifted up in an arc and lightly patted Dim's forehead, unfolding the imperial illustrations. He looked at Zhang Di's trio and murmured softly in his heart. In his mind, the emperor's illustrations emerged. His consciousness rested on the third pattern, which was an emerald green, giant lizard containing endless vitality. It was none other than the section of skeleton he had absorbed within the spider's lair in the Beast King's secret realm, the Angry Wood Lizard. The final feature of the first upgrade to the Emperor's illustration is to consume all the remains intact and briefly phantomize the creature. Before, he thought he couldn't use this feature. Angry Wood Lizard remains integrity, 15%. Is it fully consumed to manifest the adult body Angry Wood Lizard? Yes. At this moment, Zhang Di's patience was completely exhausted. Humph, since it is unwilling, let it accompany you to your death. The poison wind guile leopard's figure instantly rushed out, opening its bloody mouth to spew out a thick poisonous mist towards Ji Yuan. The ice crystal unicorn's pointed horn condensed light, with a terrifying wave condensing. Xiaolingjie had a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as a flaming arrow shot out once again, pointing straight at Ji Yuan's heart. This is what happens when you provoke me. Buzz. Just at the moment when they thought Ji Yuan would surely die, sudden changes occurred. An extremely bright and piercing green aura emerged, causing them to subconsciously close their eyes. Rumble. Immediately after, the earth shaking like a horrible movement came. Zhang Di was the first to open his eyes and looked at the front of him in disbelief. A bright green object had been stuffed into the mine tunnel at some point. What the hell? Zhang Di signaled the junior beside him to go up and investigate. Shoo! But the little brother had just taken a step when suddenly a pink thing shot out from in front of him, wrapped around him and shrunk back. Ha! Ha! The little brother was first stunned, but then he let out a mournful and miserable scream. Zhang Di's face changed slightly as he fixed his eyes, and when his sight met a bleak yellow pupil, he was dumbfounded. Holy, where'd the giant lizard come from? This giant lizard completely filled up the entire mine tunnel. This giant lizard's mouth chewed and its bleak yellow pupils stared at Zhang Di and Xiaolingjie, not moving at all. Shoo! The sound of breaking wind rang out as a pink thing shot up once again. This time, it was clear to Zhang Di that the damn thing was the tongue of a giant lizard. Release the wind breath barrier. He hurriedly shouted towards the poison wind guile leopard in front of him, but the moment the barrier was formed, the giant pink tongue was unhindered, wrapping around the poison wind trickster leopard and shrinking back once again. Your mom. That was something I went through a lot of trouble to tame. Zhang Di's face changed drastically, and the unicorn beside him immediately launched an ice crystal light that rushed straight at the bleak yellow pupil in front of him. However, this attack did not have any effect, and he could only watch as his poison wind guile leopard was swallowed into the mouth of that giant lizard. What? What is this? On the backside, Xiaolingjie also froze. He had never seen a giant lizard imperial beast of this size before. Don't look. Run! Zhang Di's heart was dripping blood as he felt the imperial beast seal belonging to the poison wind eerie leopard dissipate. He saw that the unicorn's attack just now was completely ineffective, and immediately thought of a possibility. Zhang Jilin said that this Ji Yuan possesses some sort of ability to hallucinate strange imperial beasts. But damn, wasn't it said that the imperial beast he manifested was a griffin? How come it's a giant lizard now? Zhang Di put the unicorn away and frantically ran wildly towards the back. Xiaolingjie's face was gloomy as he stared at Zhang Di's back, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30, The Harvest After the Escape. Phew! The other side of the mine shaft, Ji Yuan leaned his back against the wall, his face pale and panting heavily. The illusory angry wood lizard had directly drained half of the soul power from his body, causing him to nearly collapse. Dim came forward, his beastly eyes full of concern. I'm fine. Ji Yuan smiled and patted it, glancing at the map and moving a bit further away from Zhao Shan and the others. You just have to take your time figuring it out. He followed the route scanned out by the map, all the way up the upward mine tunnel. When he climbed up from an almost vertical mine tunnel, on the map, the distance between him and Zhao Shan's trio was infinitely close, but a wall of black rock separated them. The other side. Damn, this wall is too thick. I can't communicate with him. Can Uncle Lu break this wall? Zhao Shan leaned against the rocky wall and looked at Lu Scar. It's bedrock. It's so hard it can't be broken. Lu Trace looked to his right. Go around. Ji Yuan, he's moving. Is he in danger again? Su Ziyin kept an eye on the map, worry flashing in her eyes. Imperial creature remains detected. Imperial creature remains detected. Ji Yuan didn't expect that there would actually be skeletons buried in such a place. And, at the moment, there wasn't just one marked spot that lit up in front of him. Along with the marker, as he crossed a narrow, crowded mine tunnel, a wall blocked the way. Cracks grew in the walls, from which a hidden luster filtered through. Marker point, just behind. He kicked out. Bang! The wall, which was already not very strong, was affected by the external force and collapsed instantly. What was revealed after that was a huge mining cave. Through the mask, a near countless number of 7-colored lights flashed around the mine. He headed for the nearest mineral. It was a red crystal embedded in the earth. Red flame stone. Fire Imperial Beast Advancement Material. Average market price, 50,000. The mask pop-up message is sweet. At the same time, on the crystal, a white line instantly surfaced, which should be the extraction cutting line mentioned by Zhao Shan. He took out his miner's rifle and pulled the trigger lightly. Bzzz. A special light of about 2 centimeters erupted from the muzzle. He followed the lines and began cutting up on the red crystal. Sparks flew in all directions, and as the outer layer of crystals was sliced through, an object the size of a palm lay silently within. Ji Yuan carefully stretched out his hand. This red flame stone was oval in shape, not irregular, and probably weighed as much as a bottle of water. After experiencing the sensation of digging, he put the red flame stone into his imperial ring and headed towards the marked spot of the skeleton. Along the way, he was careful, observing his surroundings with the dim man and beast, and it was good to see that there didn't seem to be any creatures inhabiting this mine. By the time he got close to the first marker, he realized it was an arm broken off at the elbow. It looked similar to human bones. Imperial creatures with humanoid forms? He sucked it in with suspicion, and the Emperor's iconography popped up instantly, and another new grid was unlocked. Creature, 9-tailed demon fox. Race, demon fox. Bloodline, imperial. Attribute, wind. Trait, charming demon body, able to compel any creature with a weak will, including the Imperial Beast Master. Remaining data, lost, remains intact, 10%. It turned out to be the broken arm skeleton of the 9-tailed fox, because the remains of the angry wood lizard were consumed. The creature was still ranked after the Thunder Imperial Beast Shining Spirit, and was the 4th Imperial ranked creature he had collected in his iconography. Soon he came to the next remains. This time the remains were even stranger. A thin, curved bone shaped like a fong. The bones were dark purple in color, skeletons he had never seen before. Crouch down and suck it in. The Emperor's icon popped up, the 5th grid unlocked, and on it, a hideous and shocking-looking beast was revealed. Creature, Void Lord. Race, Void Dragon. Bloodline, Imperial. Attribute, Void. Characteristics, lost. Remaining data, lost. Remains intact, 1%. Void Lords. Ji Yuan's pupils shrunk. What kind of creature was this? He had never seen a creature with a void attribute before, and there wasn't even any record of it in the books. He looked to the Imperial iconography, the portrait belonging to the strange creature. Because of the low completeness of the remains, there is only an outline. However, Ji Yuan was still able to recognize that this so-called Void Lord was a huge dragon with wings. This trip to the vein was really beneficial. Not only does it open up eyes about technology, but it also includes a whole new iconography of species. Taking the iconography back, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked ahead, and there was the last skeleton, a thick, dirt-stained skeleton. After inhaling, a line of information popped up. Skeletal absorption complete. Star Peak Griffin remains integrity increased to 55%. Oh, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, it was actually the Star Peak Griffin. It seems that he and this guy are destined for each other. Phew. Just as he was about to pull up the Emperor's illustrated guide and check it out, in his ears, an extremely heavy gasp suddenly sounded. That kind of movement directly made Ji Yuan's sweat stand on end. He hurriedly looked at Dim, only to see it looking not far away. the beast's eyes vibrating as it slowly backed away. Ji Yuan followed its line of sight, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized that in the deepest part of this mine, there was a huge creature sleeping. The creature's skin color overlapped perfectly with the earth, and if it wasn't for the gasping sound just now, Ji Yuan wouldn't have even noticed it. What made him even more afraid was that after seeing the creature clearly at the moment, he realized that just its nostrils were the size of the wheels of a heavy truck. Swallowing his saliva, Ji Yuan hurriedly retreated towards the back with Dim carefully. The mine was incomparably quiet at the moment. Even dropping a pin could be heard. When he and Dim had withdrawn about 10 paces or so, on the backside, there was a sudden loud sound of something falling. Ji Yuan didn't turn around because he saw a pair of diamond-shaped black pupils. Boom! A loud sound came out. This was a giant python of extremely impressive size. It had been awakened, and at this moment, its head was angled and coiled to stare at Ji Yuan and Dim. This gray-black python was too big, several times thicker than the largest size water tank. The entire head of the snake, alone, took up almost a quarter of the space of this mine. Ji Yuan. Also at this moment, Zhao Shan's roar came from the back of the entrance from which he had come. This undoubtedly relieved Ji Yuan's hanging heart, but because the python was staring at him, he didn't dare to turn around or move at all. You, crap! Zhao Shan's shocked voice came out, and then he was heard shouting, Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu! Ji Yuan mentally cursed this nerd and moved too much, but suddenly, the python moved. Chapter 31, The Thunder Pool. It was a moment as if several trains were running around at the same time. Obviously, this giant python didn't move fast, but it just brought up a gust of terrifyingly strong wind, blowing Ji Yuan's hair wildly. Strangely enough, the python did not make an attacking move, but instead crossed over Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, resting its huge snake head at the entrance. Ah! Su Ziyin's terrified screams rang out, and it was thought that she should have seen the terrifying giant python snake head just after entering here from the mine tunnel. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhao Shan ran up at this time, smiling incomparably and circled around Ji Yuan, looking him over from head to toe. Eventually, when he saw the wound on Ji Yuan's right shoulder, he frowned. Is it okay that the wound is so big? Zhao Shan looked at him, concerned. It's okay, I took antidote and stopped the bleeding. Ji Yuan shook his head as his eyes looked towards the entrance and was surprised to find that Lu Shang seemed to be communicating with this giant python. At the same time, Su Ziyin also came in front of her, her fair melon face with a bland expression, lightly tilting her head, her eyes drifting around Ji Yuan. Upon glancing at the wound on his right shoulder, his eyes stared, his willow brows furrowed, and his red lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. You really know how to pick a place. Zhao Shan patted his back and gestured in Lu Shang's direction. This giant python, it's one of Hongling City's earth veins. It also means guardian beasts, and we all call them earth veins. Guardian beasts? At this moment, Ji Yuan once again couldn't help but feel that the outside world was wonderful and had everything. Soon, Lu Shang's burly body was walking towards them. At the same time, the giant python shrunk back, and its body began to shrink with the naked eye. Since we got into its territory by mistake, let it give us a ride. Lu Trace's thick voice, the thief makes people feel safe. In the blink of an eye, the python's body shrunk to only about a meter, transforming into a small snake. It wrapped around Lu Trace's arm, tilted its head, and from time to time spit out snake letters to Lu Trace's ear, seemingly talking. At this moment, after it had shrunk, the place where it had previously coiled and slumbered was suddenly revealed as a hole. Lu Trace went up to himself, nodding his head as he listened with his sideways ear. The three of them, Ji Yuan, walked behind him. There's a surprise for you when you get out. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. What? Ji Yuan looked at him. Who knew that this guy was acting mysterious and didn't say anything no matter how much he pressed? Seeing this, Ji Yuan instantly went up and stirred things up with Zhao Shan. The two of them fooled around for a while, and only then did Ji Yuan realize that a gaze was always looking at him, and only then did he turn his head back. Su Ziyin hastily averted her face and looked elsewhere. By the way, I never asked. You came here this time, also for the underworld ghost seed? Ji Yuan laughed. Ah, Su Ziyin froze, and then her eyes fluttered, looking a bit odd, and she said intermittently, no, it's not. Zhao Shan gave her a strange look. You cursed me all the way. Why are you stuttering now? Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. Su Ziyin reached out her small hand and fiercely slapped Zhao Shan, her pretty face instantly rising in a reddish hue. Cursing? It's really fake. Ji Yuan couldn't imagine Su Ziyin cursing. No, it seems that last time, she called herself a rascal. I can see that she didn't say much when we first met, all because people don't know each other well. Zhao Shan, as if he had found a vent, spat at Ji Yuan. You don't know that she, along the way, has been blaming me and Uncle Lu for not helping you. In time, before he finished speaking, Su Ziyin's life-snatching hand grabbed his ear, and a miserable howl immediately resounded through the depths of the mind vein. I suggest just ripping his ears off. Ji Yuan laughed and arched his fire from the sidelines. Ha! When Zhao Shan heard this, he quickly begged for forgiveness. Grandma Su, I'm wrong. Why do you girls love to pull other people's ears off? My sister is always like this too. Pain, pain, pain. For a time, loud laughter and wails for mercy echoed through the passage. The three bonded on a trip to the valley, and this trip to the vein of mines made their friendship grow stronger and stronger until forever. Ji Yuan laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He gently wiped the corners of his eyes. In these 2 years, he had never let out a laugh like today. At that moment, the three people in the scuffle suddenly realized that Lu Sheng had stopped in his tracks. He turned back and said, there are several newly mined veins, and one of them does indeed have the underworld ghost seed, but the path to the ghostly species of the underworld is blocked. Lu Trace looked at Zhao Shan and said, we need to contact Brother Tianhou, and I'm afraid he'll have to come in person. So serious? Zhao Shan sniffed and immediately returned to his proper self, his face extremely serious. Zhao Shan is the person who knows the strength of Lu Trace the most clearly, if even he is not sure. It's not some kind of creature blocking the way. Lu Trace sidled his head to listen to the unique language of the little snake for a moment. There is an impenetrable minefield on the path to the spectral ghost seed vein. So it is. Zhao Shan immediately pulled out a brick-sized satellite phone. He was just about to dial the number when Ji Yuan stopped him. Thunder Pool? Perhaps there's no need to trouble Uncle Zhao. Let's go and take a look first. Lu Trace turned his head and looked at Ji Yuan, and after a long time, he didn't say anything and continued to lead the way forward. I'd forgotten that this imperial beast of yours is still lightning attributed. Zhao Shan also reacted. When Lu Sheng stopped again, a pool of thunder leaping and rolling stopped in front of the crowd. Although it was called a thunder pool, it was actually a puddle that was filled with lightning attributes, and the only way to cross it was for a thunder attribute royal beast to absorb the power from this thunder pool. Lu Trace sidestepped and Ji Yuan took 2 steps forward. Boom! Under the gaze of several people, the Thunder Emperor Beast Shining Spirit appeared for the first time. Its appearance caused the thunder pool to resonate, and for a moment, the thunder might surged, so much so that even Lu Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a thunder imperial beast! Lu Trace's eyes lit up at once, a look that was hard to see on him. He glanced deeply at Ji Yuan. Brother Tianhou was right. How fortunate for Zhao Shan to be able to befriend such a genius. Wait, isn't that the lime green foursome? Zhao Shan reacted and came closer to him. You're not interesting enough to lie to me. You. Chatterbox mode was on. Ji Yuan was as if he hadn't heard it, and after the command was given, Shining Spirit leaped down. Its characteristic phrase already had immunity to lightning attribute damage, and it was like a fish out of water when it entered this kind of thunder pool. After only 20 seconds or so, the energy of the thunder pool dimmed until it disappeared completely. The shining prana figure returned, the thunder lingering in his majestic form. Without the power, the thunder pool resumed its pitted form, and he withdrew the shimmering vampire back into the seal of the imperial beasts. After crossing this pothole of about a meter in diameter, ahead of him, a ghostly green fluorescent light flickered. Finally, the spectral ghost seed. Chapter 32, A Time of Life and Death. 4 hours had passed since they had gotten down to the mine. The clusters of veins of the spectral ghost species are special, unlike other minerals that are scattered around in bits and pieces. As far as the eye could see, a large area of ethereal green crystals gathered together, shimmering with luster. The crystals were similar in shape to a watermelon, clustered together but with distinct heads. This is the spectral ghost seed. Summon your imperial beast. Lu Trace stood in front of one of the crystals and took out a unique mining gun to start mining. Dim stood aside and tilted its head. The fluctuation of these crystals had a strange attraction to it. The crystal hardness of the spectral ghost seed seemed extraordinary, and it took 20 minutes just to cut it. Ji Yuan stared with full attention. When the crystal shell was completely cut the moment, Lu Trace's hand as fast as the wind, probed into the interior of the crystal, took out a ball of ghostly green object, without saying, directly stuffed into Dim's mouth. When his hand was pulled back from Dim's mouth, Ji Yuan saw the ethereal flames around Dim's body begin to pulsate. At the same time, the eyes of the Dim beast slowly closed, and his body staggered and eventually collapsed to the side. Is it a direct advancement? Lu Trace gazed at Dim, pondering. The stuff has arrived. Let's go? Zhao Shan yawned. Where is Su Ziyin? What are you looking for on this trip to Hongling City? After Ji Yuan took Dim back, he looked at the girl who stayed silent. Oh, we were on our way to you and have. Got. Su Ziyin's eyes flickered and his words fluttered a bit. What's wrong with her? Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan, 2 straight men, looked at her with puzzled faces at the same time. In the end, it was Zhao Shan who explained for her. On the way to rendezvous with you, we passed by a Holy Spirit vein, and she came here this time for the Holy Spirit stones. Then let's go. Now that everyone's goals have been accomplished, there's nothing left to stay. What? But at this time, Lutrace let out a shocked voice for the first time. The three looked over to see the large man with a frown on his face, staring at the small snake on his arm, and said, "A mob of things? But the time has not yet come." "Why, a mob of things?" Zhao Shan similarly changed his face, and then, he explained to the puzzled Ji Yuan duo. Normally, the creatures in the veins have their own nesting habitats, and these creatures have a strong sense of domain awareness and don't leave their nests too far away. But, every once in a while, these creatures suddenly go berserk, ravaging every corner of the vein and tearing apart any creature they see. He looked at Ji Yuan with incomparable gravity. "Remember when I said that there was a third great imperial beast master who died in the vein? He, that is, died when the herd of things went berserk. It was many years ago, but since then, Pops has figured out the pattern of the mob of things. Every 2 months, he blocks all entrances to the vein until the rampage subsides." Ji Yuan frowned, not realizing that there was such a variable in the mineral vein. Moreover, looking at Lu Shang and Zhao Shan's demeanor, it was obvious that this moment was not the time for the swarm of objects to storm out. "Koyama," Lutrace shouted in a deep voice, "quickly contact Brother Tianho and tell him that we will leave through the exit of mine no. 1. Yes." Zhao Shan immediately pulled out his satellite phone. Then, the small snake on Lutrace's arm returned to the ground and crawled toward the front. "Follow." Lu Scar was in front, and the poison wind trickster leopard and muscle kangaroo reappeared. The atmosphere was instantly gloomy, and along the way, only the sound of footsteps and gasps echoed within the mine tunnel. Upon returning to the mouth of the previous mine, the small snake's body gradually swelled and once again transformed into a giant python. "It'll hold this opening for us. The exit from Mine 1 is not far away. We'll have to pick up speed." Lu Shang led the three of them, Ji Yuan, to fly through the mine tunnel. Shoo! Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from within the surrounding earth and rock walls, heading straight for Su Ziyin's head. "Look out!" Ji Yuan, who was the closest to her, was the first to react, and between the thunder surges, the shining phenomenon bit the black shadow in one bite. Ji Yuan took a look, only to realize that the attacking black shadow was once again that godforsaken phantom horned rat. However, this phantom horned rat was different from the one when it first came down the mine. Its eyes were dark purple, and on its body, it was also covered with a dark purple light pattern. "Corrosive poison fog." Lu Trace's voice came, and the body of the foremost poison wind eerie leopard overflowed with white mist, covering the rock walls of the mine tunnel. Some of the phantom horned rats that were hiding in them directly dissipated into gas the moment they touched this poison, not even leaving behind their bones. Roar dash! The eruption of the poison wind creepy leopard's aura seemed to attract other creatures, and a creepy, terrifying roar came from the back of the mine tunnel. "Go!" Lu Trace ran out again. Zhao Shan held the satellite phone in his hand and finally dialed his old man's phone, talking about the drastic changes of the mob of objects in the mine as he ran. Ji Yuan and Shining Spirit were about to leave when they realized that Su Ziyin's pretty face was white, seemingly stunned by the scene just now. "Move!" It was too late to think about it more. As the movement at the back got closer, Ji Yuan took her hand and tugged to catch up with Zhao Shan's footsteps. Su Ziyin stared at his back in a daze, letting him pull like this, running wildly all the way. As one of the 5 great imperial beast families of the Su family, no one can understand why she is only alone every time she travels. The crowd buried their heads and ran away, during which all sorts of horrifying and bizarre hissing and roaring resounded through the interior of the mine tunnel. That kind of scream, without exaggeration, is enough to break the hearts and livers of the timid and scare them to death in place. Ji Yuan's trio's scalps were numb and their hearts were beating wildly, when suddenly detached from the confined mine tunnel and entered a spacious space. An elevator shaft appeared in Ji Yuan's line of sight. "It's finally here." At the moment, the lights are on and an old but useful elevator is waiting quietly. Turning back to the mine tunnel from which he had come, a colorful and strange light blossomed, and a strange creature with dark purple eyes hunted after it. The good thing is, once you get into the elevator you'll be out of this dark place. Suddenly, in Ji Yuan's line of sight, a purple light suddenly flashed from high above. Bang! Then, he heard an ear-shattering, terrifying roar coming out. "No!" Lu Shang's roar resounded through this space. Ji Yuan looked ahead, his face dramatically changing, only to see that the elevator shaft was cut off by some kind of huge force, and in the midst of the dust, a huge creature covered in dark purple textures stood up at the location of the elevator shaft. "Ape demon!" Violence welled up in the bottom of Lu Trace's eyes as he turned back to Ji Yuan. "You guys find a way to resist the frontal ones. I have to use all my strength to block this guy." After saying that, Lu Trace directly summoned the muscle kangaroo and the poison windguile leopard to charge towards the massive ape demon. Ji Yuan's heart sank because the three of them had to face more than just a mine of mobbed creatures. With a glance, there were more than 10 mine paths connected to this no. One mine space. Moreover, The mob creatures in these mines were like a sea of madness. Chapter 33, Saving the Day. The strange and bizarre creatures at the bottom of the mine rushed out of the tunnel like a tsunami, and this kind of battle made Ji Yuan and the three of them all have their hearts beating wildly. This is how to stop it. Dance of Lightning. With Ji Yuan's order, a low roar emanated from the shining vampire, and his body transformed into lightning as he crashed headlong into the wave of storming beasts. Zzzzz. The deep blue lightning instantly spread out. Countless creatures let out miserable screams, and some relatively weak ones even directly fainted with their eyes rolled back. Wild creatures, in the face of an imperial beast contracted with an imperial beast master, unless they were incomparably strong themselves, they would definitely be the one to be crushed. Spell it out. When Zhao Shan saw him make a move, he summoned the gibbon troop, and as soon as it appeared, it turned back its head in shock at the sight in front of it. You're looking at. Get on it. Use the great whirlwind. As the regiment's royal beast master, Zhao Shan knew this thing's mind too well and immediately cursed. The gibbon shook its body, gritted its teeth and rushed forward, opening both arms and spinning them like a whirlwind. Its arms were extremely powerful, knocking all the creatures it touched away. Fiery bombardment. On the side, Su Ziyin also returned to her senses and raised her arms high in a delicate manner. The flame-eater sparrow hovered high in the sky, spitting fireballs towards the wave of beasts below. The combination of flames and lightning caused violent explosions in the tide of beasts, and the first wave of the three of them joining forces actually did stall for a small amount of time. Swoosh dash. Before they could rejoice, some of the creatures that couldn't make it to the back spewed deadly venom towards the trio, or all sorts of strange spikes. Ji Yuan immediately greeted Su Ziyin and Zhao Shan to pay attention to dodging, but the target size of the troop was just too big, and soon, it was hit by all sorts of venom and spikes. Ow! A howl of pain rang out, and if it weren't for the troop's talent phrase of being immune to toxins, it was feared that it would have died on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Shan could only take it back into the seal of imperial beasts. What to do? My ice is in the middle of advancing and I don't have a royal beast anymore. Ji Yuan sighed darkly. Dimming had also fallen into a period of advanced slumber. Otherwise, its deterrence was extremely useful at times like this. Right, deterrence. Ji Yuan's aura flashed, and his sight looked towards a certain part of the beast tide, where there was a small group of wolves with yellowish fur. Shining Vampire's trait phrase has this in it. Wolf Lord might, able to drive and deter wolf creatures or imperial beasts, only those with a bloodline level equal to it are immune. Obviously, it was impossible for the wolves in the depths of this earth to possess an emperor-level bloodline. The shining spirit was connected to Ji Yuan's mind, and it instantly tilted its head high and let out a sharp and impassioned howl from its throat. An invisible ripple spread out, only to see that the wolves, which were showing their teeth, suddenly paused. Then, the dark purple glow in their beastly eyes faded and turned into confusion. Undifferentiated attack. As Ji Yuan drank lowly from his heart, the wolves mixed in the beast tide opened their bloody mouths and at the surrounding creatures like mad. That part of the beast tide was instantly in disarray. Asterisk. Infighting, Zhao Shan exclaimed in shock as he captured the scene. Su Ziyin, on the other hand, remained focused on commanding the inferno-devouring sparrow to attack. With a lesser portion of the beast tide attacking, the pressure on the front was visibly reduced. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan, who was hiding in the back, and couldn't help but spit out. You're at least the son of the mayor of Hongling City. How could you contract two monkeys? It wasn't that he looked down on Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, it was really that these two imperial beasts were a bit incompatible with this eunuch status. Hey, who knows? When Zhao Shan heard him say that, he only smiled mysteriously and didn't talk back or explain. This appearance of his made Ji Yuan's heart flutter. Could it be that this ape in scarlet had a hidden evolutionary route? No, it can't be delayed. Su Ziyin's voice rang out. Ji Yuan hurriedly looked to the front. The paralyzing effect caused by the dance of lightning was gradually weakening, and some strong creatures had already started to break free. He looked in Lu Shang's direction, and there, it was being fought in an unusually fierce manner, and even Lu Shang himself was involved in the battle. However, he saw that the demonic ape was dripping with blood and his eyes were in a trance, so he couldn't hold on any longer. Let's hold on for a little while longer. Uncle Lu will be finished soon. Ji Yuan once again signaled Shining Vampire to unleash Lightning Dance, but these underground creatures seemed to have developed resistance, and the effect was far less than the first time. I am running out of soul power. Su Ziyin's pretty face gradually paled. She was only at the lower level of soul power qualification and was unable to continue fighting for too long. This also meant that Ji Yuan would be the only one to face this terrifying wave of beasts. It seems that one can only let go. Sighing, Ji Yuan shouted in his mind, Shining Prana, release, thunder judgment, rumble, moment. Explosive thunder suddenly appeared out of thin air. Flash Prana majestic stature stood before the crowd. The terrifying thunder power from its body crazy overflow, in the blink of an eye. Above the sky will coagulate a mass of dark clouds containing heavenly power. Ji Yuan's face turned pale for a split second. This skill, for both him and Shining Spirit, was a great drain. Bang! The moment the dark cloud took shape, a rolling thunderbolt fell towards the tide of beasts. In an instant, the thunder element leapt wildly and exploded in the beast tide, stirring up bursts of furious power. Some of the creatures that were directly hit were instantly turned into flying ash, not even able to let out a scream. High in the sky, Su Ziyin's inferno-devouring sparrow figure dissipated, signaling the exhaustion of her soul power. Zhao Shan stepped forward to help her back up, and the two of them faced the scene of thunder tilting wildly, their eyes focused in different places. Su Ziyin stared blankly at the youth standing under the thunder, as if he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm a month ago. He was the one who stepped up to the plate and saved the day when everyone was desperate. This time, it was also him, who, once again, stepped forward when the team's highest combatant was being held back, and when himself and Zhao Shan were unable to cope. Zhao Shan, on the other hand, was gazing at the body of the shimmering spirit, and he had only one thought in his mind. My good brother actually owns this kind of imperial beast. It's awesome. Ji Yuan gasped violently as the thunder fell, although it was loud and powerful. But, a certain creature shaped like a praying mantis was so fast that it couldn't even hit the thunder. They were stepping on the tide of beasts from the rear and were speeding forward. What to do? At this moment, Ji Yuan raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds high in the sky, suddenly ringing the words that Lu Shang had said earlier. Yes, soul power. Soul power can resonate with any attribute. And right now, there's only one thing to try. Immediately, he raised his palms and mobilized his entire body's soul power. In the end, the remaining soul power in his body was only enough for him to condense into the size of a palm. A strong sense of dizziness surged through him, and he forced himself to endure it, throwing himself fiercely towards the thundercloud. Boom! At first glance, the thunderclouds churned crazily. Not only did the speed of the falling thunder intensify, but even the loud noise of each thunderbolt descending would cause the souls of all creatures to tremble tremendously, involuntarily chilling them and stopping all their movements. Even Lu Shang, who was in the middle of tangling with the demonic ape, felt a wave of palpitating emotions. Similarly, the demon ape, who was already incredibly weak, even more so because of this thunder mixed with soul power, produced a momentary trance. Killing intent blossomed under Lu Trace's eyes. Seizing this momentary break, Muscle Kangaroo fires punches like cannonballs into Demon Ape's head. The poison wind Eerie Leopard transformed into a whirlwind and slammed into the Devil Ape's heart. At this point, the Demon Ape is dead. Jibyuan. At the same time, Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin's cries of alarm rang out. Lu Trace turned back and saw Ji Yuan, who was staggering on his feet, as well as the tide of beasts that had been stopped by him alone. The movement just now. He used his soul power to resonate with the thunder attribute of the Imperial Beast. Chapter 34, The Soldier of God Descends. Vision blurred. Consciousness drifted. Ji Yuan's entire body staggered. This was the first time he had nearly exhausted his soul power. This overdraft can be tough. Out of nowhere, he felt himself being held up. Turning his head sideways, after seeing Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin's worried expressions, he tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's fine. It's just some overexertion. Because of his overdraft, the Shining Spirit had been forced to return to the seal of the Imperial Beast. High in the sky, the thunderclouds dissipated as well. These rampaging creatures were so far ahead that it was difficult to kill them all completely, and the driven wolves had long since been destroyed. Luckily, Lu Shang had already freed his hands and came to the front. In addition to the poison wind trickster leopard and the muscle kangaroo, he summoned another brawny imperial beast with horizontal muscles. What was staggering was that the burly imperial beast was vaguely recognizable as its species A-dog, an extremely burly, tough, husky to be exact. Era can actually work out like this, so one has to wonder if Lu Trace has some kind of quirk. However, the muscular husky is exceptionally fierce, only to see the cold ice flashing around its body, rushing into that beast tide to stir up the sky and earth. A 5th grade Imperial Beast Master is able to control up to 3 Imperial Beasts at the same time. Apart from the huskies, the muscle kangaroo was likewise swimming wildly in that beast tide, and even a hint of excitement could be seen in its expression. Lu Shang left the poison wind Eerie Leopard by his side, on guard, and then, he walked towards Ji Yuan. Looking at his pale face, he couldn't help but speak out. You just used your soul power to resonate with the Imperial Beast attribute? Lu Trace's expression was strange, one of shock and disbelief. When he saw Ji Yuan nod his head, he immediately said, "Don't go back to Linyan City. Stay." Lu Trace was extremely serious. With your talent and our resources, you will become the world's youngest 4th grade Imperial Beast Master. In his eyes, the conditions for promotion between the 6th and 5th grade didn't even count for anything when it came to this youth. Of the 3 people present, He was the only one who knew clearly how terrifying this matter of Ji Yuan resonating with the Imperial Beast's soul power was, although Ji Yuan had also resonated with the wind attribute of the poison wind guile leopard before, but that was because he was a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. This youth was now at most 6th grade, and by common sense, it was impossible for him to resonate his soul force with the Imperial Beast. Ji Yuan froze. He didn't understand why Lu Trace had this look on his face. Zhao Shan was also incredibly expectant, and he similarly hoped that Ji Yuan would stay. Don't rush your answer. Think about it and I'll ask you again when we get out of here. After saying that, Lu Shang led the poison wind trickster leopard towards the front. Are you still? Are you okay? Su Ziyin stood by her side, her beautiful eyes looking worriedly at Ji Yuan. It's fine, my soul power recovers quickly. Ji Yuan smiled. After all, it is a special qualification, and the speed of blue return is unimaginable. The number of mob creatures was gradually increasing, and according to Zhao Shan's explanation, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Shan said that because the python had deliberately given off its aura, this had kept the numerous mob creatures from running towards the no. One mine. Su Ziyin was a bit puzzled by this. Since the mob creatures would deliberately avoid the python, why not let it follow them around? You guys don't know that it won't shrink its body unless it encounters a royal beast master of Uncle Lu's level. Zhao Shan's explanation puzzled Su Ziyin. Ji Yuan added, that is to say, the python must maintain its maximum size in order to scandalize the mob creatures. That's the idea. Zhao Shan nodded. After recovering for a few moments, Ji Yuan once again called out the flash spirit, and with Lu Scar on the front, he wouldn't have to fight as hard as he did just now. In the air, there was a strong odor of blood, and it was only because of the mask isolation that they couldn't smell anything. Ji Yuan had Shining Spirit drive the wolves in the beast tide to play assist for Lu Shang. Time passes by. The number of the beast tide was increasing instead of decreasing. Even Lu Shang would be overwhelmed if he continued to consume it like this. Has Brother Tianho not arrived yet? Lu Shang's brows were tightly locked. Manipulating 3 imperial beasts at the same time was extremely consuming. He couldn't hold on much longer. Ji Yuan's soul power was also pretty much depleted once again, and Su Ziyin summoned the flame-devouring sparrow a total of 2 more times during this period. Zhao Shan, who was unable to summon the imperial beasts, was in the back with a satellite phone, frantically shaking it and bombarding Zhao Tianho. When Ji Yuan's soul power once again ran out, and Lu Trace's forehead began to overflow with cold sweat, at the top, there was suddenly a heart-stopping and terrifying vibration. Raising his head, Ji Yuan was shocked to find that the lights in the direction of the elevator shaft began to flicker on and off, and some of the scattered stones on the ground were trembling violently. Bang! Next moment, the top exploded violently. Get out of the way! Lu Shang pounced on Su Ziyin in one fell swoop, helping her dodge a huge rock. Countless pieces of debris mixed with dust rolled down, and the only thing left in his ears was the terrifying roar of the sky shaking and the ground shaking, and Ji Yuan pounced to the side in the same manner after retrieving the flash vampire. Zhao Shan, on the other hand, fled clutching his head in a strange scream. When all the commotion gradually dissipated, Ji Yuan raised his head in panic and his pupils suddenly contracted. In front of him, dust flew. Wow dash! Fierce! A pair of gorgeous golden feathers blossomed in the dust, and a strong gale caused the smoke to dissipate, revealing a perfectly proportioned body. The creature that suddenly appeared was large. Not only did it have wings, but its head was even more majestic like an eagle. Its lion-like stature was covered with golden fur, which was incomparably dazzling at a glance. This creature was not unfamiliar to Ji Yuan. Griffins. On the side, Zhao Shan's eyes lit up at the sight of the majestic griffin, waving and shouting with open arms. Pops, brat, always getting me in trouble. Light laughter came from the griffin's body, and it was then that Ji Yuan realized that on this griffin, there was another middle-aged man standing with his arms folded. The griffin was roughly the size of a bus. Zhao Tianho stood on its back, looking incomparably small, but when he turned his head to look at the halting tide of beasts, a chilling sense of oppression instantly surfaced. You guys, get out of here. Plain words rang out, but they caused these underground ferocious beasts to scatter and flee. One word, drink back the tide of beasts. One day, I'm going to be like that. Ji Yuan looked at the figure, his eyes filled with fire and longing. Zhao Tianho jumped down from the griffin and walked towards the crowd. Lu Trace stepped forward with a gray head. Old Lu, quite a mess. The corners of Zhao Tianho's mouth lifted up a touch of playfulness. Without the coldness and majesty that he had used to drink back the tide of beasts just now, Lu Trace shook his head, as if he had long been accustomed to him looking like this. Then, Zhao Tianho slapped Zhao Shan on the head. You kid didn't do anything to help on this trip. Again, did you? Zhao Shan aggrievedly covered his head and said, Pops, how did you know? Out of the 4, you're the one with the cleanest clothes and the rosiest face. Needless to say, Zhao Tianho laughed and scolded. And then, he finally rested his gaze on Ji Yuan, revealing the gentle smile he had when they first met. Godson, full marks for this trip's performance, especially for using soul power to resonate with thunder at the end, providing old Lu with the opportunity to kill the ape demon. It's a full mark out of a full mark. His words caused Ji Yuan to be stunned. How did he? Hey! Seemingly guessing what Ji Yuan had in mind, Zhao Tianhou inexplicably beckoned towards Zhao Shan, only to see a faint green point of light fly out from Zhao Shan's collar and fall into his hand. You're actually spying on us with a ghost butterfly, Zhao Shan immediately called out. Chapter 35, quick, take a picture. What words? Zhao Tianhou blared at him. I'm worried about any accidents happening to you guys so I can be the first to step in. What do you know? When he finished speaking, he made a gesture to hit. Zhao Shan shrunk his head and didn't dare to say anything else. So, was he watching all along? Ji Yuan's heart was like a mirror. No wonder the other party didn't show up until now. Ms. Su, how was the trip? Zhao Tianhou turned his gaze to the last person. Su Ziyin slightly bent her head and respectfully said, Uncle Zhao, just call me Ziyin. Thanks to you and Uncle Lu for taking care of me this time. Hey, Zhao Tianhou smiled and waved his hand. These are all trivial matters. I am aware of your situation in the Su family. Then, he looked wistfully at Ji Yuan and let out a strange laugh. If you have any more difficulties in the future, talk to my godson, and I'll have him personally deliver something like the Holy Spirit stone to your door. Ha! Ji Yuan was a bit confused. Why did he pull on me? And when did he agree to this whole godson thing? Su Ziyin's pretty face was red. Knowing what Zhao Tianhou was talking about, she lowered her head and didn't dare to answer. After that, the group sat on the griffin's broad back, and with the wings waving, Ji Yuan and the others left down the large pit where the griffin had fallen. Outside, it's nighttime. Hongling City's downtown area is brightly lit from above. The wind was howling and blowing a bit hard to open one's eyes. Zhao Shan sat in front of Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin, pulled out his voice, and pulled out his cell phone. Quick, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's take one. With that, he raised his hand. In the back, Su Ziyin's long hair flew, and when she saw him raise his cell phone, she hurriedly hid behind Ji Yuan. Don't hide. I've been regretting all this month that I didn't take a picture together when I came out of the secret world back then. Zhao Shan shouted and said a whole lot. The gusty winds high in the sky couldn't stop his chatter. Ji Yuan got tired of hearing this and could only agree helplessly. Okay, shoot it. Seeing him agree, Su Ziyin paused, and after her eyes flickered for a moment, she stopped organizing her long hair and let it fly. And then, she gently inclined her head, revealing her pretty face, right where Ji Yuan's left shoulder was, hanging a sweet smile. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, gave a casual thumbs up. Ahead, Zhao Shan grinned and showed his teeth. Moonlight spilled onto the three men's cheeks, and Zhao Shan pressed the shutter to permanently record the moment. Pull a group together later. I'll send the pictures to the group. After returning to the hotel, Ji Yuan dipped into bed and fell asleep, until a sharp knock on the door woke him up. Yawning and looking out the window, the night sky was like ink and stars. How long have I been asleep? He was a little startled that it was nighttime before he went to bed, and how it was still nighttime when he woke up. The knocking on the door continued, and when he opened the door, he saw Zhao Shan standing in front of the door and laughed. Let's go. I'll take you guys out for a midnight snack. Behind him, followed by a sleepy Su Ziyin, Ji Yuan pulled out his cell phone to take a look, and only just an hour had passed since he returned to the hotel. I'm so tired. Can I get takeout? Su Ziyin yawned as her solution was affirmed by Ji Yuan. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan looked at the wide array of snacks in the room and couldn't help but ask, how many did you order? This is enough for 30 people. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shan's reply almost made the two of them stupid. Ha, this isn't ours. It's a snack for Tuan and Shinepaw to order. What? 10 minutes later, the hotel suites were already designed with the occupancy of Imperial Beastmasters in mind, so both the space and the furnishings took care of certain large Imperial beasts to a certain extent. Plus, the suite that Zhao Shan had arranged for Ji Yuan was of the highest specification, and it was even more spacious like a large flat apartment. At this moment, Ji Yuan had his hand on his right cheek, looking at the scene in front of him and falling into deep thought. In front of him, the gibbon was sitting on a plate, holding a large meat skewer in his left hand and stuffing it into his mouth, and in his right hand, he was also holding a large meat skewer, but handing it to the side of the mouth of Shining Spirit. Inside the room, the brown and yellow furred gibbon and the dark black furred wolf lord were both feasting. He looked at Shiny Paw with a contented look on his face before realizing that he had overlooked an important point. Normally, the Imperial beasts only needed to supply soul power and that was enough. Eating was just a taste for them. Seeing how very happy the Shining Spirit was eating, Ji Yuan realized that they were just like humans and occasionally needed these things to provide emotional value. after dimming advances to the youth stage. Let it experience it as well. After that, Zhao Shan had gotten a few Hongling City special night snacks, and also took out 2 bottles of red wine of great value from the Imperial Ring. You guys drink. I'm sleepy. Go to bed first. Seeing him pull out the wine, Su Ziyin fled as if she had left. She was afraid that she would say something she shouldn't say if she got drunk. Before leaving, she said to Zhao Shan, "You remember to post the photo in the group." After returning to her room, her cell phone soon vibrated and she hurriedly opened it to see that it was Zhao Shan who had sent the picture in the group. After Su Ziyin sat on the bed to enlarge the picture, her sight stayed on Ji Yuan's handsome face. Looking at it, her snow-white cheeks actually gradually reddened. "Ha ha ha, old quarter, you're so dumb." On the other hand, Zhao Shan pointed to the photo of Ji Yuan giving a thumbs up and laughed continuously. Ji Yuan's face was calm as he tasted the so-called reserve-grade red wine. To be honest, he couldn't really taste the difference, so he could only blame himself for not being able to drink, I guess. "By the way, didn't you say you had a surprise for me when you got out?" He was also a bit annoyed when he saw Zhao Shan still savoring the photo there. "I forgot about it if you didn't tell me." Tomorrow we'll go find Uncle Lu." Zhao Shan put his cell phone away and laughed. "Remember Zhang Di who was in the same city as you? After I escaped by means, I didn't see him come after me again." "Why, did you meet him?" He. "Guessed right. We were on our way to meet up with you." The same time Su Ziyin was digging for the Holy Spirit stones, Zhao Shan recalled. "At that time, it was first Uncle Lu who noticed something was wrong, and then when we went over, guess what state Zhang Di was in? Don't sell out. Just say it." Ji Yuan hated it when people spoke halfway. Near death. The bottom of Zhao Shan's eyes flashed with gravity. There's a large hole in his abdomen, and his entire right arm is gone, leaning against the mine tunnel, dying. "At first, we thought it was you, but who knows?" This Zhang Di was cursing someone like crazy. This time, he did not sell the story and stared at Ji Yuan, saying word for word, "Xiao Lingjie." According to Zhang Di's words, it was Xiao Lingjie who sneaked up on him and seriously injured him to this point. Xiao Lingjie? Ji Yuan carefully recalled. At that time, when he manifested the angry wood lizard, in addition to Xiao Lingjie, Zhang Di should have a little brother. Could it be that these 2 people were killed and injured by Xiao Lingjie one by one? However, from what Zhang Di said, Xiao Lingjie isn't much better. The 2 of them should have heavily injured each other, right? Who cares? Let's go find Uncle Lu tomorrow. He's put Zhang Di into the royal ring. Ask him yourself tomorrow. Zhao Shan waved his hand and raised his glass. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Chapter 36? Unexpected results. Early the next morning, under Zhao Shan's guidance, Ji Yuan and Su Ziyin arrived at Lu Sheng's home, a 3-story villa. They had just entered the door when Ji Yuan saw the muscular kangaroo fighting a giant snake in the villa's garden. When you enter the house, there are no other complicated furnishings, except for the various fitness equipment. It's very much in keeping with Lu Trace's style. Coming, Lu Trace told Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin to sit down as they pleased, and then brought Ji Yuan to a closed room. With a wave of his hand, Lu Sheng summoned a giant frog, and without any surprise, this frog was similarly full of muscles, very exaggerated. Whoa! The frog opens its mouth wide and spits out Zhang Di, who was covered in slime. As Zhao Shan had said, his right arm had indeed disappeared. The wound on his abdomen seemed to have stopped bleeding due to the mucus, and his face was bloodless and on the verge of death. The first thing the dying Zhang Di saw when he regained his sight was Ji Yuan. He hurriedly shouted hoarsely at the top of his voice, "It's Zhang Qilin. He promised me that after the deed was done, he would let me return to Lin Yun City and support me to become the director of the Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy." Zhang Di is not a good person, and when he was on the verge of death, he knew that the only person who could save him was Ji Yuan, and without Ji Yuan opening his mouth, he told him everything. Zhang Qilin wants to get Tan He out of power and become the mayor himself. He's been laying out his plans for years, and now it's come to the most crucial step, and just to be on the safe side, he asked me to kill you. Finishing in one breath, Zhang Di gasped sharply, as if showing his sincerity. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan had heard these things from Tan He's mouth a long time ago, and it didn't mean much to him. "How are you injured like this by Xiao Lingjie?" He swept over Zhang Di's mutilated body and asked. At the mention of the Xiao family's young master, intense hatred surged in Zhang Di's eyes. If it wasn't for this scumbag making a sneak attack, how could I possibly be like this? By this point, he was even cursing Ji Yuan in his heart. If it wasn't for the giant lizard that Ji Yuan had conjured up devouring his own poison windguile leopard, he would definitely be able to leave Xiao Lingjie completely at the bottom of the mine vein. What is the most crucial step in Zhang Jilin's layout? Ji Yuan stated his main concern. Said, "You let me go?" Zhang Di raised his head. "Good." Ji Yuan responded. Lu Trace's brows furrowed at the side, but he didn't say anything. you promised to leave me alone. Zhang Di stared at him dead in the face. You have no other choice, Ji Yuan said indifferently. Zhang Di's eyes flashed with indignation. If he had not been seriously injured to this point, would he have been at the mercy of others like this? Damned little scumbag, as long as I can leave alive, I will definitely find a chance to kill you. His heart roared with rage, and then, in a low voice, he said, Zhang Jilin is going to round up Tan He at the City Union Summit. What? Ji Yuan's face changed. I had also received an invitation to the siege, but 2 days ago, Zhang Jilin suddenly changed his mind and asked me to keep an eye on you in Honling City. According to Zhang Jilin, he wants me to kill you. Zhang Di hung his head, and it was as if he had lost all his strength after revealing this biggest secret. On the side, Lu Shang frowned. This Qilin is so bold. He actually dares to surround and kill the mayor? Every royal beast master above the 5th grade is registered. Isn't he afraid of the Royal Beast Alliance pursuing him? He must have his own plans if he dares to do that. That I don't know. Zhang Di raised his head and looked at Ji Yuan. I've finished. You promised to let me go. Sure, Ji Yuan replied. But before Zhang Di could be happy, he heard him continue. Uncle Lu, let's leave this person to you. Ji Yuan, you went back on your word. Zhang Di's face changed drastically as he roared hysterically. You little scumbag. Going back on your word at such a young age. You're not human. Oh, the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth lifted up a trace of arc. I promised to spare you. But, Uncle Lu didn't say that. Don't get me wrong. That's a trick I learned from you, too. After saying that, he left straight away, leaving Zhang Di with a desperate back. Zhang Di's hoarse roar came from the rear, and soon, it turned into a miserable scream that eventually subsided. What is the Municipal League Summit? Walking out of the house and into the garden, Ji Yuan found the two. Zhao Shan replied. Simply put, it's an important meeting led by mayors who attend, and generally only downtowns ranked outside the 90th percentile are held. I've heard from Pops that the essence of such summits is to come together and discuss how to move up the rankings in the downtown competition, and as for the specifics, I don't know. What's wrong? Asked what? So, Zhang Jilin is joining forces with a few other urban areas? But, on what grounds? A little vice president. What could he possibly do to convince the rest of the downtown to accompany him on this kind of thing? Ji Yuan pulled out his phone and hurriedly dialed Tan He's number, but no one answered after half a day of ringing. According to Zhang Di's said time projection, today was his 3rd day in Honling City, and the City Union Summit was being held. Just as he was getting a little anxious, Tan He called back. He rushed to connect, but on the other end, there was the voice of a male secretary. Mr. G, I'm Secretary Lin. In deference to Mayor Tan's arrangements, he asked me to tell you not to be nervous or worried. Since your prospecting trip has come to an end, please return to Lin Yun City immediately, and later, I will send you an address. Other specific matters, when you arrive at the designated location, contact by text message. Goodbye. Secretary Lin spoke extremely fast and hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. Looking at his cell phone, Ji Yuan's brows furrowed into a ball. Don't be nervous, don't worry, Tan He, have you already anticipated what Zhang Jilin wants to do? Immediately, he didn't delay any longer, and after explaining the situation with Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, he booked the earliest airfare. While waiting for the plane, Zhao Shan told him the news. Lu Trace cracks Zhang Di's cell phone and finds suspected messages to and from Zhang Jilin. He attached a few screenshots, and when he clicked on them, they should be the chat records of Zhang Di and Zhang Jilin. The two were chatting strangely, basically centered around what? Buying things, giving things away and such. Think it's some kind of code word. The last screenshot of the chat is dated a day ago. Zhang Jilin asked, has the cauliflower I asked for arrived? And Zhang Di replied, 10 minutes ago, there are goods, already on board. Below the two messages, there is red matching text. Has the cauliflower arrived? It means, how's the errand you were asked to run? And having a shipment already on board means, the person is dead. To be confirmed or not. Zhao Shan said that this is the labeling made by Lu Trace for fear that he could not read it. And Zhang Di's reply, naturally, is also returned by Lu Trace. This kind of specialized terminology shouldn't make the other party suspicious. And in this way, it was able to make people think that Ji Yuan was dead. Thank Uncle Lu for me, and when some time passes, I'll come back to Honling City to have a drink with him. After sending the last message, Ji Yuan boarded the airplane. He took a nap, and by the time he landed, it was 2 in the afternoon. Without delay, Ji Yuan immediately rushed to the address provided by Secretary Lin. This was a unique compound located on the outskirts of Lin Yun City, in the middle of a mountain forest. The compound is vintage, just simple wooden houses with stone tiles unlike the steel and concrete of the city. The surrounding woods were dense, and if he hadn't followed the address, I'm afraid he would never have known that such a compound existed in the mountains on the outskirts of Lin Yun City. He messaged Secretary Lin to tell him he was in position. Soon the other returned. Okay Mr. G, please be patient. Once anything appears, please make sure you get it under control at the first opportunity. Remember, you must take control of it at the first opportunity. Chapter 37? Control of the subject. Who's coming? Zhang Jilin? Ji Yuan secretly guessed in his heart, found a hidden location to hide, and began to wait quietly. Time passes. He kept a quiet vigil from the sun's high light until the sunset. As darkness fell and the dismal moonlight scattered through the forest, a sharp footstep broke the insect's chorus. Ji Yuan, who was nearly drowsy, was instantly refreshed. Through the grass where he was hiding, he saw a figure running anxiously toward the compound. The figure looked left and right, and when it approached, Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Heng. I never thought that it would be him who would be waiting. Under the watchful eyes, Zhang Heng rushed into the compound with messy footsteps and mumbling something under his breath. What's the secret of this yard? Ji Yuan temporarily pressed his hand and decided to take another look. Soon, Zhang Heng moved a blue round table the size of a manhole cover from one of the houses in the courtyard. The round table appeared to be made of metal, with a blue sheen flowing over it, a high-tech flavor. Only to see, Zhang Heng's palm trembled as he held a black item and placed it in the center of the round platform. What? Why isn't it moving? Zhang Heng muttered to himself in panic, and in a moment, he slapped himself hard. By the way, moonlight. It was only then that Ji Yuan realized that the woods around this compound seemed to have been deliberately repaired, just enough to reveal a round opening. A beam of moonlight was projected unobstructed in the center of the compound, and Zhang Heng moved the round table and set it down towards the location of the moonlight. The moment the moonlight made contact with the round table, bzzz, a strange electric current sound rang out, and immediately afterward, Ji Yuan saw the round table begin to rotate. Next moment, accompanied by an agonizing wail, Zhang Jilin, who had blood hanging from the corners of his mouth and lowered eyelids, actually appeared in the compound out of nowhere. That round platform. It's a teleportation device. Ji Yuan suddenly remembered the way their group had escaped during the Beast King's secret realm. He remembered that this kind of teleportation device was a technology owned by a power named Kogi. Did Tan He already expect Zhang Jilin to show up here? With Zhang Jilin's current appearance, it was indeed easy for him to control him by himself. Dad, how are you, Dad? Inside the compound, Zhang Heng looked at his dad's appearance and was directly stunned. After Zhang Heng gulped, he said, almost trembling, after the plan fails, what will happen to us? Zhang Jilin hung his head, his voice hoarse and feeble. Your mom. Did your mom leave? Oh, gone. As you arranged. My mom transferred most of her assets and this afternoon has been. Before Zhang Heng finished speaking, a sudden burst of footsteps reached his ears, startling him. When he saw the visitor clearly, he even directly sat paralyzed on the ground and cried out in shock. You, Ji Yuan. The name fell into Zhang Jilin's ears, causing the severely injured and dying man to be equally shaken. Straining to raise his head, a touch of bitterness welled up in his heart when he could see the handsome young man's figure through the moonlight. Zhang Di, he's dead. Ji Yuan's flat voice echoed in the ears of father and son. He looked at Zhang Jilin. His clothes were broken, his breath was low, and he was extremely injured. What does Tam Crane mean? Let him come here to squat in advance. Is it so that he can personally send Zhang Jilin on his way? Or, at this moment, Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and summoned a ferocious wolf with silver-gray fur. That silver wolf that had been shocked by Dim's aura at the end of the autumn test once again bared its fangs at Ji Yuan, unbridled. But when Ji Yuan coldly hummed, the invisible deterrent instantly made this silver wolf's ferocious gaze instantly clear. At this moment, the Ji Yuan in its eyes transformed into a stocky wolf king with black fur. Immediately, under Zhang Heng's dumbfounded sight, the silver wolf once again tucked its tail and flopped down on the ground, sending out a pleasing whimper towards Ji Yuan. You dumbass! Open your eyes and see that he's a human being, not that four-legged thing. Zhang Heng anxiously stomped his feet and cursed. He couldn't figure out why. How was it that this trash who had allowed him to bully and humiliate him for 2 years was able to grow to such heights in just 1 month's time? And the reason why Ji Yuan was able to manage to intimidate the silver wolf without summoning the imperial beasts was precisely one of the gifts of the Shining Spirit. The Flash Vampire was able to allow Ji Yuan to selectively possess its characteristic words, and because of this, he was now able to not only shock, but also drive. In a heartbeat, the silver wolf shifted its target and violently pounced Zhang Heng to the ground. Ji Yuan. As Zhang Heng was frightened and screamed in panic, Zhang Jilin's angry voice rang out. You think Tan He really wants to cultivate you? You, too, are nothing more than a pawn to be used by him. Once Zhang Di gets his hands on Honling City, he'll support another supernova out of Lin Yun City. You're just a barb he put out, a bait to force my hand. Zhang Jilin said, actually smiling bitterly, blaming himself for being too stupid, being in a high position for too long, thinking everything too simple until the plan failed. After seeing Ji Yuan here, he realized everything. Now that I've fallen into your hands, it's up to you if you want to kill me or not. Tan He has already killed all my imperial beasts. He staggered to his feet and tilted his head in a come kill me kind of way. You guys go. Who knows? Ji Yuan faintly opened his mouth. You. Zhang Jilin froze, his eyes flashing gloomily. Is this also Tan He's arrangement? Ji Yuan didn't reply and withdrew his control over Silver Wolf. After recovering to normal, the Silver Wolf hurriedly licked Zhang Heng's cheeks in an attempt to regain his master's favor. Climbing up, Zhang Heng's gaze towards Ji Yuan already had a hint of fear in it. Zhang Jilin looked at this handsome young man for a moment before fading away with Zhang Heng's support. Laughter rang from his ears the moment he watched the two disappear. Why did you let Zhang Jilin go? With a slight sideways glance, Tan He, whose temples were graying, appeared beside him at some point. He was middle-aged in appearance, but his angular face could still be seen as an old handsome man as well. Don't you mean the same thing? Ji Yuan smiled. He had been thinking when he saw Zhang Jilin. First, there was what Lu Shang had mentioned, killing an Imperial Beast Master of the 5th rank or higher will be pursued by the Imperial Beast Alliance. Then again, Secretary Lam emphasized the word control again and again on the phone. Just, why? Tonight, a strong smell of blood permeated Tan He's body, and by association with Zhang Jilin's appearance, the so-called siege should have been cracked by Tan He. He shouldn't seem like the kind of person who was soft-hearted. You want to know why I didn't kill him? Tanha seemed to know what Jibyuan was thinking. Zhang Jilin is a 4th-grade Imperial Beast Master. Furthermore, Zhang Jilin is a side branch of the Zhang clan among the 5 great Imperial Beast Master families, although he doesn't have much weight. But, killing him is ultimately a bit of a hassle. There's one more thing you'll understand when it's later. But, Tan He waved his palm, accompanied by a silver luster flashing. The corpse of a creature swimming in silver light and roaring with thunderous might suddenly appeared in the large compound. This is Zhang Jilin's Overlord-class Thunder Imperial Beast that he's been raising for 10 years. The silver-blooded Thunder Beast. He smiled casually. Didn't you say before that the 2nd Imperial Beast needed to devour the blood and flesh of lightning-type creatures? This is the strongest lightning creature below the legendary bloodline. It will surely satisfy your Imperial Beast advancement. I've had my eye on it for a long time, and I didn't get the chance until today, when I purposely slaughtered it and left it for you. Chapter 38, Is he really a genius? This silver beast corpse was shaped like a hound dog, with 2 sharp and curved fangs growing at the corners of its mouth, and it looked rather lurid in shape. Only, at the top of this ferocious beast's head, there was an eye-catching bloody hole, and it looked like it was killed by this blow. Raised for 10 years, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched. No wonder Zhang Jilin had a disheveled posture of begging for death. Immediately, he did not hesitate to call out the Shining Spirit. The so-called devouring was not a direct binge-eating as Ji Yuan thought, only to see the Shining Spirit's black shiny fur standing up, showing its teeth, and the beast's eyes coalescing with thunderous light. Shasta, a shadow that was countless times larger than it and condensed by thunder appeared. This shadow lunged down towards the silver beast corpse, and in the twinkling of an eye, the two dissipated together. And then, with a low growl towards Ji Yuan, the Shining Spirit curled up into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Up to this point, both of his 2 Emperor-level Imperial Beasts had begun their metamorphosis, and once it was over, Dimming and Shining Spirit would both advance to the youth stage. A flash of anticipation arose in Ji Yuan's heart. He was a little impatient to see what these two guys looked like in their youth. There was some silence on the way back. After following Tan He to the municipal building and entering the mayor's office, Ji Yuan asked, "Uncle Tan, the Municipal League Summit." "Naturally, I didn't go." Tan He sat in his chair and exhaled long and hard, seemingly a little tired. Zhang Jilin used the last vestiges of his connections in the Zhang family to find a few people to intercept me halfway. A flat smile appeared on his face. "It's been a long time since I've completely let go and fought." Ji Yuan's pupils shrunk, associating Zhang Jilin's appearance with Tan He's unharmed condition at this moment. He didn't need to think about it carefully to know what would happen to the participants of this interception. Tan He's grade was definitely higher than he thought. Just as he was secretly thinking about it, Tan He said, "How was this trip to find minerals?" "It's not bad, except, I have some questions I'd like you to answer." Ji Yuan obediently asked his deepest doubts. What exactly is the difference in soul power grade of the Imperial Beast Masters reflected in? It was really one of the most confusing things he'd done in a while. After experiencing several battles in the Beast King's secret realm as well as the mining vein, he felt more and more that the bloodline of the Imperial Beasts had an extremely high priority in battle. But if that's the case, why is there even a grade of soul power? He always had a feeling that one-on-one, he could even fight Lu Trace and Zhang Di. In short, in the last few battles, there was no more manifestation of any soul power grade, except for the fusion of soul power and attributes taught by Lu Trace. Because, you're starting too high. He tightened his smile and became serious. Extraordinary soul power qualification grants you soul power manipulation and recovery speed that far exceeds others. I don't know where your two imperial beasts came from, but I'm afraid their bloodline rank is more than just legendary? Ji Yuan didn't answer, which was considered as acquiescence. Extraordinary qualifications, coupled with a bloodline as high as a mythic level imperial beast. These two items, amongst millions of people, you won't be able to find a second one. Saying that, he stood up and walked to the window. 9th to 7th grade is not worth mentioning to you. You could say that the extraordinary qualification, the moment you contract a royal beast, is already a 6th grade, but you have to realize that after the 6th rank, the gap will be unimaginably large with each step up. He turned his head, gave him a deep look, and said, do you think that the gap between a 5th grade imperial beast master like Zhang Di and you isn't that big? Being hit with a comment, Ji Yuan nodded. Indeed, big mistake, he said. 5th grade imperial beast masters, who have developed imperial beast space themselves, are not only able to harness up to 3 imperial beasts to fight at the same time, but they can also make the attributes of the imperial beasts resonate with their soul power. Based on these 2 points alone, it's impossible for you to defeat any 5th grade imperial beast master. Ji Yuan was silent. Indeed, he had thought a little naively. And so on. He lifted his head and looked strangely at Tanha, causing the latter to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong, Uncle Tan? You just said that making the attributes of the imperial beasts resonate with the soul power. This is the characteristic of a 5th grade imperial beast master? That's for sure. Although a 6th grade imperial beast master will be able to externally emit soul power, the attributes of a 6th grade imperial beast are not yet able to resonate with soul power. Only when the imperial beast master reaches the 5th rank and awakens the imperial beast space will the power of the imperial beast undergo a qualitative change. Listening to his words, Ji Yuan froze. His mind couldn't help but flash back to the scene when he was at the bottom of the mine, facing the beast tied himself using his soul power to resonate with the shining spirit. I see. No wonder Lu Trace's expression at that time was as if he had seen a ghost. Tanha was a little puzzled by his appearance, but suddenly, something didn't feel right. Do you? Now, incredulity flashed in He's eyes. Immediately, he saw Ji Yuan nodding seriously at him. Hiss. At this moment, the mayor, who hadn't seen any great storms, sucked in a breath of cold air. Himself, he had still underestimated this handsome youth. Could it be that he really is a once-in-a-thousand-years supreme beast-robbing genius? To be able to do the same thing as the 5th rank before even reaching the 5th rank. This is unheard of. Now you do it once for me. As soon as the Lord Mayor's words left his mouth, he remembered that both of Ji Yuan's imperial beasts had fallen into advanced slumber, and that he had gotten a little too excited. However, Ji Yuan then revealed all the details of his resonance with the shining phenomenon when he was at the bottom of the mine. Unexpected. After listening, Tanha let out a long breath. This fact is out of my expectation. You might, perhaps, be able to try to harness 2 imperial beasts to fight at once at the 6th rank. He pulled out a palm-sized translucent orange wafer from his imperial ring. This is the skill core. And inside, there is a special skill that requires the imperial beast master and 2 imperial beasts to perform together. He looked at him and said, when your imperial beasts have finished advancing, learn this skill with all your might. It will be your killer. Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and carefully took it. Skill core. He'd read about it many times in books. This stuff, there are 4 levels by color. Blue, purple, orange and gold. Orange and gold colors are extremely rare. He didn't rush to watch it, but rather, he put it into the imperial ring first. I almost forgot. There's one more thing. He continued. Imperial beasts above the overlord level need to be accompanied by their masters when they are advancing to a critical period. Your imperial beasts, 1 fire and 1 thunder, are both very domineering attributes. You must be mentally prepared. The same goes for the imperial beast masters who died during their advancement with the imperial beasts. There's such a thing. Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise. You think advancing is simple? For imperial beasts, advancement is a metamorphosis to a new life. During this period of time, don't run around. Stay obediently in Lin Yun City and wait for the downtown competition to begin. He finished waving his hand, an undisguised exhaustion on his brow. Good. Jibyuan left with a sense of humor. Chapter 39, Dreaming of Entering the Youth Stage. The days returned to normal. Ji Yuan obediently didn't run around and waited every day for the moment when Dim and Shining Spirit needed him. Without the imperial beasts, the imperial beastmasters were somewhat idle. He hadn't socialized half the day except to share his meals with Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin. He and Tanha hadn't seen each other again in the month since their last conversation at the municipal building. There were any number of things exchanged over the phone, and every time, The thing Tan he asked the most was, your imperial beasts haven't finished advancing yet? As we get closer and closer to the downtown competition, Tan he's only concern is spent on that. This day, Ji Yuan, who had stayed at the college dormitory for a month, decided to visit the Blue Sky Orphanage. He was at least the titular dean, and although he had Chun Qin managing him, he still had to show up once in a while. When he stepped into the Blue Sky Orphanage, he was instantly recognized by a few of the caregivers, who greeted him with smiles and greetings. Dean Ji, Vice President Chen is off today. You're here at the hospital? It's nothing, I just came to look. We happen to be fine, so we'll accompany you. Accompanied by a few people who were extremely enthusiastic, Ji Yuan walked around, no matter whether it was the environment or the arrangement of the partition. Under Chen Qin's management, the whole was very good. Just as they passed through a garden, a crisp laugh made Ji Yuan stop in his tracks. With a slight side glance, in the garden, a woman with outstanding appearance and tall figure was happily playing with a group of children. The woman was none other than Lin Yunjia. Oh, Nurse Lin is extremely popular with the children in our home. A couple of the caretakers saw the sight of him and explained with a quick smile. Ji Yuan's heart was unruffled as he took a step forward again. At that moment, Lin Yunjia likewise saw him. Her smile instantly solidified. She hurriedly pacified the children to play by themselves, and after that, she quickly chased after them. Jibyuan, wait for me, Lin Yunjia shouted anxiously, and when she saw that Ji Yuan had really stopped, her heart rejoiced. Ji Yuan's face was calm as he looked at her. Lin Yunjia gazed at the handsome face, and after a few moments, she softly said, I'm sorry, I really realized my mistake in the first place. I'm really sorry, she said, and her eyes reddened. Ji Yuan, she choked back a sob, and before she could finish her sentence, she was directly interrupted. Okay. In front of him, the handsome youth's eyes were filled with indifference. Get on with your work. When he finished, he turned to leave. Ji Yuan, Lin Yunjia wanted to say something else, but Ji Yuan turned his head sideways, his tone cold. Pay attention to how you address yourself. Caretaker Lin. Okay. Dean Quarter. Lin Yunjia disheveledly lowered her head and stood in place. The escorts following behind Ji Yuan looked at each other, no one daring to speak. Leave the orphanage and settle for lunch at a random restaurant. During that time, there was a new message from the small group belonging to the three of them. I just opened it and saw a selfie of Zhao Shan showing his teeth. At the same time and with the text, Old G, Miss Su, what are you doing? He sent his usual lunch shot, and was soon greeted with scorn from Zhao Shan. Ha ha ha, I was right. It's egg fried rice again. Old G, does Linyan City abound in eggs? He calmly replied with two words, asterisk off. At the same time, Su Ziyin also snapped. Zhao Shan, that's very disrespectful. Ah, really? Sorry, Old G, I'm just kidding. Don't take it personally, I actually love egg fried rice the most too. After saying that, Zhao Shan paired it with a selfie of himself with a big smile. Ji Yuan cried and laughed at this. This guy was simply a living treasure. Snort. Suddenly, a blazing burning sensation came from the back of his right hand. Ji Yuan fiercely got up. After waiting for such a long time, Dim's advancement had finally reached a critical moment. He immediately checked out and left, driving back to his college dormitory. Sitting on the bed, after taking a deep breath, he sank his mind all the way into the seal of the Imperial Beast. At this moment, Dim's body was wrapped in a cocoon of green light, and the terrifying temperature made the chaotic space incomparably hot. Off to the side, the only thing unaffected was the deep blue cocoon of light that Shining Vampire had transformed into. Being guided, Ji Yuan was able to feel that Dim's state was not very good, and without his help, he might not have lasted through this advancement. I know what to do. He stood in front of the green-colored light cocoon, and after a few moments, he extended his hand. One moment, unspeakably horrible pain took over all the senses. Tearing, burning, stinging, biting, and so on. Countless words describing pain flashed through his mind one by one. Ji Yuan's consciousness was on the verge of collapsing almost instantly. It turned out that the road to advancement in the dim had to be subjected to the burning of the underworld flame, and the only way to mold a youthful body was to undergo a quenching process. This burning allows the Imperial Beastmaster to share it together from the beginning. Ku Ming, hard to hold out for a month until near the end, before asking for help from Ji Yuan. Dim's thoughts flowed through his mind, causing Ji Yuan's nearly collapsed consciousness to reorganize. This was about Dim's life. He absolutely couldn't drop the ball at such a moment. Outside, his entire body had been wrapped in greenish-green flames, and strangely enough, the flames emitted a temperature that distorted the air though, but did not cause any damage to the surrounding items. Time passes by. Ji Yuan's consciousness swam on the brink of collapse, his flesh and soul constantly dissolving and reorganizing under the burning of the underworld flames. Large beads of sweat spilled from his forehead and evaporated instantly. This feeling is like the bones of the body were cracked. Flesh and blood was pinched into mud, tortured to death. All rely on the heart of the crazy echo of the 3 words hang in there to support the pain. Some more time passed, when his sanity was gradually drowned out by the pain and he was about to lose his support. Roar! A weak hiss appeared in the depths of the soul. Then, the pain gradually dissipated, turning into an incomparably comfortable warmth that surged through the entire body. The consciousness that was on the verge of collapsing completely warmed up at this moment, and Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes with trembling. Before his eyes, a majestic green-colored creature stood. Its body was more robust and powerful than before, and its snow-white scales were more three-dimensional, as if a piece of armor, like all over the body. The underworld flame also changed, transforming from a greenish-green to a pure green color, outlining a texture for the scales. Then look at the 2 short emerald green horns of the head, which at the moment had grown into intricately shaped and forked ethereal green bicorns as they stepped into young adulthood. The biggest change is the face. Not only has a number of green beard fluttering, the mane at the neck is also more and more exuberant. No wind automatic, as if a ghostly green flame burning eternally. Finally, there was its emerald green tail, at the end of which burned a ball of ethereal flames. This advancement is more than just a cosmetic change, as Ji Yuan thought. After stepping into youth, Dim unlocked a new talent. As its attribute panel popped up, Ji Yuan looked at the added talent and mumbled to himself, worthy of an imperial creature. Bull. Chapter 40, both advance. Creature, skeleton specter, youth, race, unicorn. Bloodline, imperial, perfect. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, immunity to fire attribute damage. Mastery of a unique fire that can burn the soul, the underworld flame. Talent, auspicious beast, reliably increases the luck of the beast master. Flame Lord, doubles the power of the fire attack released. New talent, no need to worry, learn any fire attribute skill, once you learn it. New passive skill, fire control, thoroughly master the underworld flame. Reduce soul power consumption and increase damage. Skill 1, Flamestorm, unleash the underworld flames in your body without any reservation, burning everything around you. Skill 2, Deterrence, unleash the oppressive power of the Emperor's bloodline, deterring any creature whose bloodline level is lower than your own. Path of Advancement 1, Skeleton Underworld Spectre, Adult, needs to devour Mad Devil Seed. Path of Advancement 2, Underworld Monarch, Ultimate Body, needs to devour Heart of Flame, Void Ghost Seed, and Sacred Stone of Disease. As you can see, the panel also has a lot more new content as Dim moves into young adulthood. At first, Ji Yuan's sight rested on the new talent. No need to worry. This talent is, indeed, a divine skill. Some imperial beasts took 2 or 3 days at the earliest to learn and master new skills, while Dim was able to do so at a glance, and the difference was self-evident. Plus a new passive skill has been added with the same eye-popping effect. But when he saw the end, Dim's next path of advancement, he froze. Is the so-called path of advancement 1 and 2 the ability to choose between one of the two? Or, forget about it, this matter, to be explored slowly later. After all, the materials mentioned in this path of advancement, even more eccentric. Retracting the panel, Jibyuan looked in front of him. Once, Dim was only at his waist height, but now, he was able to be at his level. The large griffin head looked majestic, no longer a 4-legged beast as it was in its infancy. It was now instantly recognizable as, well, a griffin beast. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for Shempul. He smiled and looked toward another cocoon of light in chaos space, the light of anticipation in his eyes growing stronger. Dim moved his big head and rubbed Ji Yuan's cheek affectionately. Well. He reached out and patted its body, the scales smooth and hard to the touch. Ji Yuan could feel its reliance and 100% trust in himself. At this time, Daiming took 2 steps back and walked to the light cocoon transformed by the shining vampire, and 2 balls of greenish hot air were spewed out between his nostrils. It looked as if he was asking Shining Spirit through the cocoon of light why it wasn't good yet. Just as the hot air spewed out by Dim touched the dark blue light cocoon, boom! A dark blue zephyr suddenly appeared on Dim's body, and its body instantly began to tremble, tilting its large head and letting out a pain wail in this chaotic space. At the same time, the back of Ji Yuan's left hand once again shone with a deep blue mark, and the same feeling as before surged from his heart. Shining prana has reached a critical moment too. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, and fortunately, his condition had fully recovered. At that moment, without any further hesitation, just as he did when he helped Dim, he once again reached out his hand towards the light cocoon that the Shining Spirit had transformed into. Bang dash! In an instant, his consciousness was blasted into a trance by a thunderbolt. Returning to his senses again, he actually found himself on top of a sprawling flat field. The pitch-black sky had channels of thunder coalescing, and the moment he raised his head, it directly struck down towards him. The vast heavenly might carried the berserker power of exterminating everything, leaving him with no room for resistance as his entire body was blasted to the ground. Ji Yuan's entire body was filled with the smell of scorched paste, and with just one thunderbolt, he almost Ow dash. At that moment, a low, mellifluous howl rang out. He strained to raise his head, only to see distant thunder pouring madly onto a giant black wolf. The giant wolf howled up to the sky, standing amidst the rolling thunder. What surprised him even more was that Dim's figure had also appeared in the flat field, and it was mobilizing the underworld flame to counteract the power of the thunder. The thunder in the sky continued to fall towards Dim and Shining Spirit, while on his side, there was only that very first one. The rest of them were attracted to both of them. Do they sense I can't carry it? Ji Yuan bitterly laughed as he got up and changed his position, lying down on the flat field and watching the two beasts being struck by thunder. Fortunately, he let out a long sigh. It was fortunate that Daiming was also able to enter the space, or else he alone would not be able to share the burden for Shining Spirit. I'm afraid. About 5 minutes later, Ji Yuan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly realized that the sky above his head was once again swirling and thunder was condensing. It was too late to react to the lightning flashes. Spell it out. He had an idea, and he frantically outwardly released the soul power in his body, covering his entire body. Rumble. The thunder falls and then dissipates. A huge pit appeared where Ji Yuan was. His entire body was sprawled out on the ground in a large shape, motionless. Put. With a convulsion, he coughed violently and stood up with both hands pinned to the ground, his eyes misty. The outward release of soul power didn't do anything, but one more time, and he'll have to die here. Well, this seems to be the last of the thunder. Ji Yuan's short black hair was rising wisps of smoke at the moment, and as he lifted his head, the black clouds had already faded, revealing a clear sky. Wow. Ow. Who? A low growl rang out, and Ji Yuan turned back, his eyes lighting up. In contrast to the Dim that can be said to be a sea change, Shining Vampire in turn did not change too much. The flashbacks of youth are still fit and lanky. The biggest change is the hair. At a closer look, each of its hairs extended a little bit of blue luster. At a glance, the pure black is dotted with eye-catching blue light. Perhaps not as stunning as the Dim, but if you look at it for a long time, it will have a unique beauty. At this moment, the two beasts walked together, and there was no more difference in size. The moment they got close, they all swooped forward without a second thought. Ji Yuan was taken aback and hastily opened his arms, allowing the two of them to pounce on him. Shining Prana was like Era possessed, licking his face frantically. Dim was always a Qilin Rui beast, unlike it, but instead used its large head to arch over Ji Yuan's neck and body. Feeling the unique and caring ways of the two imperial beasts, Ji Yuan laughed unusually loudly. After breaking free of it too, Ji Yuan looked at Shining Prana and said softly, "This flat field is where you advanced?" The wolf's head bobbed up and down excitedly, as if affirming his question. Is that really the only change? He swept his entire body over the Shining Spirit, always feeling that it wasn't that simple. At that moment, only a low growl could be heard from the Shining Spirit. Swish dash, Shasta. A vast aura suddenly surged out from its body. At the same time, under Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, Shining Vampire's fur gradually transformed to a deep blue color. It's a deep blue, but it's a sheer black, and it's extremely attention-grabbing. Beautiful. The deep blue and ink black fur was windless and slowly fluttered, making it look more and more full of oppressive force. With the scene slowly darkening, they exited the infinite planes and returned to the midst of chaotic space. Come on, let's see what all your added abilities are. Ji Yuan looked at the Shining Vampire and unfolded its attribute panel. Chapter 41, Hallucinations. Creature, Thunder Emperor Beast. Youth, Race, Thunder Wolf Lord. Bloodline, Imperial, Perfect. Attributes, Thunder. Electricity. Characteristics, 1. Immunity to lightning attribute damage. 2. Possesses the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning. 3. Repels and shocks the wolf imperial beasts, not valid if bloodline level is equal. Talent, Soul Link, grants the Beastmaster his own traits, only one of which can be chosen. Thunder Lord, doubles the power of lightning and electric attacks. New talent, may be useful, doubles the time it takes to learn a new skill. New passive skill, Awakening, better manipulation of lightning and electricity attributes. Use lightning to increase attack power. Use electricity to increase release speed. Skill 1, Lightning Dance, launches a crash as a thunderbolt. Creates a chain of lightning bolts when it hits an enemy, paralyzes and destroys the enemy. Skill 2, Thunder Judgment, gather a thundercloud and rain down rolling thunder to destroy any enemy. Note, when released during a thunderstorm, consumption is halved. New Skill 3, Frenzied Explosion, gather lightning elements in your mouth and spit them out in a designated direction, causing an explosion. Note, when resonating with soul power, both the spitting and the explosion will instantly cause a soul shock. Path of advancement, Thunder Emperor Beast, adult, needs to devour Heart of Thunder. Path of advancement, Thunder Monarch, ultimate body, needs to devour Raw Thunder Essence, Inferno Thunder Essence, Dead Thunder Essence, Frost Thunder Essence. The panel of Shining Vampire has a lot more to it compared to Dim's, but this new talent is too abstract. Double the time it takes to learn new skills, and a negative effect talent? After calming his emotions, he proceeded to look down, and when he saw that the Shining Vampire had a new skill after its advancement, his heart was overjoyed. As usual, the companion skills of Imperial Beasts only get added when they reach adulthood. A Royal Beast, the way to improve, besides the Royal Beast Master's soul power grade, was to learn new skills. While Shining Vampire gets a negative effect talent, he adds new skills that sort of make up for it. And the path of progression is consistent with Dim's, with 2 options appearing? Never mind, I'll look into it later. The priority now is to get a foothold in the 6th grade. He had already met the conditions for soul power outreach, and was only waiting for Dim and Shining Spirit to learn a new skill to determine their soul power outreach. Immediately, Ji Yuan left the seal of Imperial Beasts. Opening his eyes, intense exhaustion and hunger swept over him. After how long? He felt strange, but when he opened his cell phone, he was surprised to find that a whole day had actually passed. Has it been that long? Ji Yuan got up and found something random to fill his stomach before falling into a deep sleep. It was 16 hours later until the urgent ringing of the phone woke him up. His head was groggy, Ji Yuan's eyes were hazy, and he grabbed his cell phone to see that it was Tan He. Uncle Tam, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? And you haven't heard a word? What about 2 Imperial Beasts advancing? You are right, it is indeed 9 deaths. Whoops, it's good to be done with the progression. There's something I need you to do today. Ji Yuan sat up from the bed, yawned, and said, what is it? You say, go to the airport and pick up someone for me. In the afternoon, around 1 o'clock, Ji Yuan stood at the pickup point, waiting. The person Tan he asked him to pick up was his own daughter, Mu Shu Xin. It was also not until today that he realized that not only had Tan he been married, but also, his ex-wife was a member of one of the 5 great Imperial Beast families, the Mu family. During this period of time, Ji Yuan had been mopping up information about the Imperial Beast family. The nation's 5 largest Imperial Beast families are Mu, Shao, Su, Zhang, and Jiang. In fact, there were many other famous Imperial Beast families, only that these 5 families were the ones with the longest legacy and the richest heritage. In the 5 great families, there is a rule. A simple example is Tan He and his ex-wife's children must follow the Mu family name, no matter what status you as a father. This rule cannot be exceeded, and if the Mu family and the Shao family are joined in marriage, the child's surname can be decided by the winner through a ring. Complicated. Ji Yuan waited in boredom. Not long after, a girl with a petite and delicate figure, dressed in a pale yellow floral dress, exuding elegance between her hands and feet appeared. The girl's long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and as she walked through the crowd with a light step, she exuded a touch of distinctive temperament, instantly attracting countless lines of sight at the receiving entrance. Under the gaze of countless people, this unique girl walked towards Ji Yuan, her pretty face displaying a smile. Old Tam said he'd arranged for a handsome man to pick me up, and he wasn't lying. The girl's eyes were as bright as stars, undisguised, boldly sizing up Ji Yuan. In one look, this girl's character was revealed. Mu Shushin naturally took Ji Yuan's arm, and a faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers drilled into her nostrils. Old Tan said that you are a genius of the Imperial Beasts that he has never seen before. Really? Are you at that grade now? Have you got a girlfriend? Where are you from, Lin Yun City? Have you ever been to Apocalyptic Valley? Are there really strange creatures in there? At this moment, Ji Yuan hallucinated, as if Zhao Shan was right next to him. Same chatterbox, same self-importance, same father as mayor. Like, too much like. After 20 minutes of being bombarded by long-lost chatterboxes, Ji Yuan finally sent Mu Shushin to the Lord Mayor. When he saw Tan He's iffy smile, he felt that Tan He was doing it on purpose. After bidding farewell to his father and daughter, Ji Yuan did not return to the dormitory and drove straight to the suburbs. On the outskirts of the city there is a modest mountain forest inhabited by some vicious predators. It's just right to use as a place to train. Ji Yuan walked through the woods, smelling the scent of dirt mixed with grass, and summoned Dim and Shining Spirit out. When in a relaxed state, the flow of psionic energy is soft. It was also because of this that it was possible for Imperial Beastmasters below the 5th rank to release multiple Imperial Beasts of their own at the same time in their daily lives. When you advance to the 8th rank, you can contract 2 Imperial Beasts. When you advance to the 6th rank, it increases to 3, and after the 5th grade, there is no restriction. Ji Yuan rolled over and leaped onto Dim's sturdy back, and raised his chin towards Shining Spirit. Let's go! Find some fierce beasts that we can practice bullying. He wanted to see how the new skills of the Shining Vampire were first. Ow! Shining Vampire tilted his head and howled. Then whoosh! The Flash Vampire rushed out. Hurry! Catch up to it and show me your speed. Ji Yuan hugged Dim's neck, and the Qilin Rui beast was aroused by the desire to win. Carrying him as a ball of blazing wind and flames shot out, with the gusty wind whistling in his ears and the scenery beside him blurring and skimming by. This kind of windy speed made Ji Yuan couldn't help but let out a shout of excitement. The next instant, the ding stopped violently, and as a low growl mingled with fear came from Ji Yuan, he raised his head. Shining Prancer was not far away, and in front of him was a huge, hairy brown bear. The large bear was close to 3 meters tall and had just finished feeding, its wide paws and large black mouth covered in fishy red bloodstains. This wild brown bear, whose bloodline fluctuation had reached the intermediate level, felt a terrifying oppressive force on Dim and Shining Spirit. But, in the past, it was unstoppable in these mountains and forests, and still restrained its fear to let out a roar that tried to scare off the intruder. This big guy. Nice. Ji Yuan jumped off of Dim's back and came to Shining Spirit's side. He stretched out one arm, spread his 5 fingers, and pointed it at the brown bear's head, saying, Unleash, Frenzy Blast. Chapter 42, Combination Technique, Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Unleash, Frenzy Blast. The words fell. The Flash Vampire's thick limbs tightened violently, and a crack like a spider web appeared on the ground. In its mouth, a ball of blue and silver mingled light coalesced in an instant. Bang! As an explosion appeared, the blue and silver ball of light splashed out and exploded in the brown bear's head. Boom! A wild aura swept unchecked, creating a whirlwind in a small area. Under Ji Yuan's gaze, the advanced bloodline, a big brown bear of about 3 meters fell to the ground on its back. The huge body made a trembling loud noise and didn't move a muscle. One hit kills. There is a lot more destruction than expected. Immediately, Ji Yuan beckoned the 2 beasts to come closer. He took out the orange skill core given by Tan He from his imperial ring and said, Soul power outward. Touch it. After saying that, he himself simultaneously exited his soul power and probed towards the core of the skill. Bam! Shasta. An ethereal, melodious, deep sound wave spread through the mind. Ji Yuan felt as if he had entered some sort of mysterious space. Initially, the predecessor who created the skill, because the technology of the time did not allow it, had only to inscribe all the details of the self-created skill in a book in order to preserve and pass it on. Now 1,000 years of development have passed, and as technology gets more and more high-end, what was once in books is beginning to be implanted with chips that shape the core of the skill. All you need is soul contact to get everything you need to know about the skill, accompanied by complicated, obscure, and difficult to understand knowledge like a tidal wave. It poured into Ji Yuan's brain along with his soul power. For a while, he only felt a swelling like pain in his head, but fortunately, this feeling did not last long, and soon, he got the relevant information. Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault. Requirements: 2 imperial beasts must be controlled at the same time, and one of them must have an electrical attribute. Description: an extremely rare resonance-type battle technique, created by the peak beast master of the ancient century, the Beast King. The Beast Master is the main body, and the beasts are united to launch a fatal blow. The battle technique consists of 3 parts: Imperial Beast Master, Soul Shock, Electricity, Imperial Beast, Electric Light Swipe, and any Imperial Beast, Phantom Raid. Remarks: after the release of the battle technique, it will enter a short period of weakness. The power of this battle technique is affected by the Royal Beastmaster's soul power qualification and the Royal Beast's bloodline level. The introduction of the skill caused Ji Yuan to raise his eyebrows slightly. Apart from the familiar word Beast King, this skill was simply customized for him. The power of battle techniques was affected by soul power qualification and bloodline level. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, not only possessed the highest extraordinary grade qualification, the Imperial Beasts were likewise at the peak level of Emperor grade. Most of the skills/battle techniques in the world, the strength of the power only depends on the bloodline level of the Imperial Beasts, and rarely exists that counts the Imperial Beastmaster's soul power as well. King of Beasts. When the skill introduction dispersed, all the key contents of the part of Soul Shock that belonged to him were all like ocean currents converging in his mind, deeply engraved. Ji Yuan withdrew from the skill core and felt it with his eyes closed, trying to read and master it. On the side, the dim and the flash of the spirit of the same slightly closed eyes, as the Imperial Beasts, in addition to not being able to spit out human speech, the spirit of wisdom and thinking in ordinary people are not too different. This is the key to their ability to comprehend new skills. Not long after, Ji Yuan slowly opened his eyes. So it is. As a flash of light flashed in his eyes, the soul power filling his entire being collapsed as if it had suddenly collapsed. The soul power that flowed throughout his body shrunk into a single point and gathered at the location of his heart. Swish! Suddenly, the soul power that had contracted to the extreme instantly erupted, and at the moment it was about to break out of his body, Ji Yuan hastily suppressed it to prevent them from overflowing. Bang! But it seems to be hard to do suppression. The shockwave condensed by the soul power exploded from his body, shocking the side of the shining prana and Dim a jolt, almost subconsciously want to counterattack. And then, the two beasts saw Ji Yuan touch the tip of his nose in a wolfish manner. Sorry, no control. He was slightly embarrassed, but his heart was pleasantly surprised. This beast king, what kind of character was he to be able to create such a powerful skill? This was because most of the battle techniques were created around the individual strength of the imperial beasts. Regarding the skills that can be learned by the imperial beast master, they are more about self-preservation and defense. Regular battles were definitely centered around the imperial beasts. Instead, resonance, light and shadow raid, an extremely offensive battle technique, emphasized the dominance of the imperial beast master. Ji Yuan's first step in mastering the soul shock had to be like what he had just done, using a speed of 0.01 seconds to make his entire body's soul power converge at the heart location before violently erupting. At the same time, he had to make sure that the soul power did not spill out of his body, and so on and so forth, to achieve 100% success before he could proceed to the next step. Apparently, it just failed on the first try. A gust of weakness of soul power overdraft came from his body, and he could only take his time if he wanted to go fast. In the days that followed, Ji Yuan would set aside the morning and evening every day to take Dimming and Shining Spirit to train in the mountains on the outskirts of the city. And at noon, it was all spent playing with Mu Shuxin. According to Mu Shuxin, her mom had imprisoned her in the Mu family and rarely let her leave, and she was going to have fun before she went back. This time, she was released because the matter of Tan He being intercepted and killed by someone had received the attention of the Imperial Beast Alliance, and her mom dragged her here to bring a message to Tan He. Because of Mu Shuxian's self-acquainted and talkative nature, the two of them didn't feel awkward for a few days. For a week, Ji Yuan was accompanying her to shop and eat, until, that is, this day. After continuing practicing for a week, Ji Yuan's proficiency in the first step of the soul shock was already close to about 90%, and with another day's time, he would be able to basically master it. This was, after all, a skill that could only be learned by a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. During this time, Ji Yuan also attempted to drive both the Dim and the Shining Spirit in battle, but perhaps it was because he hadn't opened up the Imperial Beast space. At most, you can only drive two beasts at the same time for 1 minute. In a minute, his soul power would be depleted, and the worst that could happen was that he would fall into a coma. And the progress of the skill mastery of Dimming and Shining Spirit was not too optimistic. Dimming is relatively better, and Shining Vampire is slow to learn because of the negative talent of, may be useful. In the past few days, Jibyuan also learned the combo technique, Resonance, Light and Shadow Raid. Dimming's, Phantom Raid, and Shining Vampire's, Electric Light Swipe, are both support techniques. The effect of both skills was to use soul power to create a diversion to distract the enemy's attention, and then Ji Yuan's, Soul Shock, would deliver a fatal blow. Perhaps that's why it's extremely difficult to learn. For 7 days, Dim could only use his soul power to conjure up an illusion, unable to do so to the point where it would be as good as the real thing. Shining Prana, on the other hand, couldn't even make a shadow. Don't be discouraged, we still have about 20 days to go. Under the night, Ji Yuan rode on the back of the Shining Spirit and patted its head. To the side, Dim tilted his head, a cloud of green air erupted from his nose, and raised an eyebrow at the Shining Spirit, as if laughing at it. Roar! Shining Spirit was a bit annoyed and bluffed symbolically, and immediately, Dimmington innocently looked at Ji Yuan. Don't act pathetic. I won't help you if there's a fight. Seeing Dim's appearance, Ji Yuan let out a laugh and cursed. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Shuhin? Looking at the name on the caller ID, he froze, and just as he connected, the vibrant female voice rang out. Ji Yuan, are you free tomorrow? Crap, what do you want again? Tomorrow, take me up to the Fading Valley. Chapter 43, Re-entry into the Valley of the Fading. Why do you have a special obsession with the Fading Valley? Day 2, Ji Yuan, who got up early, was pulled directly into the car headed for Windscar Town by Mu Shuxin. Sleepy-eyed, he sat in the passenger seat, looking at Mu Shuxin's perfect side face, a little puzzled. From the day she landed in Linyun City, she had been chanting about the Withering Valley. Because of my mom. Mu Shuxin, who was driving the car, replied seriously. Your mom? What kind of reason is that? Ji Yuan was a bit surprised. You mean, is your mom asking you to go to Apocalyptic Valley to take a look for her? What nonsense! Mu Shuxin glared at him and said, Old Tan and my mom met in the Apocalyptic Valley, and at that time, Old Tan was still just a small 9th rank who had just contracted a royal beast. She had a smile on her face and joy in her eyes, but a hint of regret hidden in them. So that's where the parents set their love. Ji Yuan came to a realization. No wonder she was so strong in her request. But is it really okay that Uncle Tan repeatedly told me not to take you out of the city? Geez, it's just to find out where they took a picture together back then. It won't take long, Mu Xuxin said. Moreover, old Tan left Lingyun City early this morning and won't be back for a while, so what are you afraid of? Ji Yuan skimmed his lips. Okay, listen to you. It's a good idea to see if you can come across any new imperial remains on this trip. Now that he had officially stepped into the 6th grade, he could already contract a 3rd imperial beast. At the current rate of progress, the Star Peak Griffin is the optimal choice, but its remains integrity was stuck at 55%, not up or down, and when converted, the bloodline level was roughly overlord level. His mental expectations were at 70%, just between legendary and mythical, if not imperial. Most of the remains of imperial creatures were still buried deep in the ground, making it difficult to excavate, so they had to take their time. When the two of them arrived at Windscar Town by car, they went straight to Huayun's house under Ji Yuan's directions. Seeing Huayun again, the other party was bearded and looked much more vicissitudes. What's wrong with you? Ji Yuan was surprised. The change in just 2 months was also too big. However, he quickly thought that all of Huayun's imperial beasts were buried in the Beast King mysterious realm, so perhaps this incident had hit him a little too hard. After all, the imperial beasts were all partners that had been cultivated through exhaustion and countless efforts. Huayun waved his hand, seemingly not wanting to mention the past. Not to mention these, you guys came this time is nothing, just wanted to drop the car off at your place. We're making a trip into the Valley of the Apocalypse. Ji Yuan didn't deliberately introduce Mu Xuxin's identity because Tan he had instructed himself. Fading Valley? After Huayun glanced at Mu Xuxin, he said towards him, the terrain in the valley is complicated. It's easy to get lost. Do you need me to take you there? These words made Ji Yuan froze. Your current state. I'm fine. Huayun smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a big, strong, sturdy rhino appeared in the courtyard. This kind of one-horned rhinoceros is very common in the mountain range. I just tamed it some time ago. Ji Yuan leapt onto the back of the rhino, and the wide, flat back still had several customized seats. This big rhino is literally exactly the same as the first time we met. Then it will be hard for you to lead the way. Guide Hua. Ji Yuan laughed. The valley was indeed not like any other place. Having a familiar person to lead the way was ultimately better. It's fine. Take 2 months off and it's time for me to get back into the swing of things. Huayun told the two to wait a moment while he went to his room to clean up. More than 10 minutes later, Huayun, who had shaved off his beard and tidied up, once again maneuvered the rhinoceros and carried the two towards the valley. Along the way, Mu Xuxin chattered endlessly. She showed great excitement, especially for the seat on the rhino's back. It was a novelty. At the front, Huayun glances at her before quietly saying to Ji Yuan, your girlfriend? Why does it feel like the same as that Jia Shan? She talks so much. No, just regular friends. Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Her chatterbox was indeed very similar to Zhao Shan. The two of them had a chat, and Mu Xuxin took her cell phone, on the back of the rhino, taking selfies from various angles. Shooting for a while, he felt that it was not too much, and then pulled Ji Yuan to force his way into the camera. Being pestered by her helplessly, Ji Yuan had to accompany her to take a few pictures. After 10 minutes, Mu Xuxian was finally quiet. She held her phone to sift through the photos and laughed out loud when she saw the photo of the two of them together. Ha ha ha, usually look quite handsome. A photo of the whole person has become silly. At those words, Ji Yuan glanced at her faintly. Hey, you're not getting mad. Mushu was pleased to see him like this, and hurriedly came forward and said with a smile, don't be angry. In fact, I'm actually praising you. Thank you. That's the first time I've heard stupid used as a compliment. Don't be so careful. When we go back tonight, I'll treat you to a big meal? Really? When did I, Mushu ever tell a lie? Well then, I'll have the imperial set. Ji Yuan, the imperial set meal costs 30,000 for one serving. You're blackmailing me. Just like that, the two of them tossed words at each other as Huayun maneuvered the rhinoceros and gradually entered the depths of the mountain range. During this period of time, whenever the two of them fought, the chatty Mushu was always unable to say anything about Ji Yuan. This time was no exception, and she quickly lost the battle, pouting and huffing as she stopped talking. Ji Yuan laughed at her appearance, and when he wanted to say something else, he realized that a white fog began to gradually fill the surroundings. Cheer up, we're entering the Valley of the Apocalypse. Huayun's voice rang out. The temperature plummeted and they started out on a wide dirt road, but as they entered the fading valley, the surrounding woods grew in an instant. The trees were crawling with greenish-colored vegetation, the air was a mixture of humidity and fragrance, and the white mist was a far cry from the previous section of the road into the mountains. Moreover, in the fog, from time to time, there were strange movements ringing out. For a moment, Ji Yuan felt as if he had returned to the Beast King's secret realm. and bad memories struck him. Mu Shushin took out her cell phone and handed it to Huayun, saying, "Guide Hua, can you find this place?" The screen on the phone was a picture. The two protagonists of the photo are a handsome male and a beautiful female. Both of them had a faint smile on their faces. In the background of the photo is an extremely thick tree trunk. The trunk of the tree is so dark that just going by the photo, it seems that even 5 people holding hands may not be able to encircle it for a week. 1,000-year-old tree. You guys want to go here? Huayun really wasn't called a tour guide for nothing, and immediately recognized this place. This 1,000-year-old tree seems to have a special magnetic field, and none of the creatures within the apocalyptic valley will come close. It's a good place. As they continued to go deeper and deeper, the fog became thicker and thicker. Huayun maneuvered the rhinoceros through the forest. On the way, he didn't see any other silhouettes. It's reasonable to say that there should be a lot of people in the apocalyptic valley. Ji Yuan asks his question out, while Huayun just speeds up the rhino and finds a random excuse to put it off. This scene made Ji Yuan a bit strange, but since he trusted him, he didn't think much of it himself. As the fog faded, the rhino's steps slowed to a halt. In front of them was an extremely wide open space. Apart from a large sky-high tree, there were no more trees in a radius of several hundred meters. "This is it," Huayun said. Mu Shushin couldn't wait to jump off the ground and run towards the so-called 1,000-year-old tree. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and followed down. For some reason, he always felt something was wrong. Just then, "I've brought the people. The rest is none of my business," Huayun inexplicably shouted loudly, and when he said that, he even directly rode the rhinoceros towards the fog. At the same time, all around, a huge black shadow began to emerge. Chapter 44, Attacks from an Extinct Civilization. Look out! Above the sky, the sound of breaking winds rang out abruptly. Ji Yuan's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward to pull Mu Shushin, who was about to approach the 1,000-year-old tree, and the two of them flashed backwards. Bang! A loud noise came, and right where Mu Shushin had just been, a tall figure appeared. "What man?" Mu Shushin broke out into a cold sweat at the sudden loud noise, only to see that the figure stood up, more than 4 meters tall, with an eerie face. A male. How could anyone grow 4 meters tall? Ji Yuan's heart beat wildly, and then he looked at the man's body, which was covered in black hair and had 4 pectoral muscles protruding from his chest. This, like a man and a monkey, man-faced mad ape. At a glance, Mu Shuxian recognized the creature. Around them, thick fog churned and a black figure shot sharply toward the two. Ji Yuan's fists clenched, green-colored flames churned, and the youthful Qilin Rue beast violently appeared. Boom! The shock of the emperor-level bloodline erupted with a roar, directly dispersing all the dense fog, revealing one of the creatures that were shaken in place. Fiery storm. Ji Yuan's low roar rang out, and the underworld flame within the dimming body spread wildly in all directions like a storm. The terrifying temperature caused the air to distort, but that human-faced mad ape did not hide or avoid it, letting the flames burn his body as he walked towards the two with heavy steps. "It's no use. The sphinxed mad ape is a fire nemesis." Mu Shushin's voice rang out. She had just frozen for a moment because of Dim's appearance. Immune to fire again. Is this a rare word or not? Ji Yuan mentally spat. Without waiting for him to switch his shining vampire den, he only heard a chirping voice. "Watermelon, use, blast wine strangle." Whoosh! A fierce wind rose up from the ground, and Ji Yuan clearly saw a snake-shaped light shadow rushing towards the neck of the human-faced mad ape. Only a light greenish glow appeared, as Mu Shushin cried out, "Strangle!" Giggle! Blood flew, and the cartwheel-sized head of the human-faced berserk ape fell to the ground in a smooth manner. But that's not all. Mu Shushin stretched out his slender fingers and drew circles in midair. In Ji Yuan's line of sight, the serpentine light shadow followed her gesture, carrying a blistering wind as it cut frantically at the sphinxed berserk ape. The human-faced berserk ape's vitality is extremely strong. Even if it is decapitated, it can still survive for at least 10 minutes. It must be completely killed in one go, Mushovhin explained to him. In just a few seconds, the 4-meter-tall sphinxed mad ape was cut into pieces, and fishy red blood flowed all over the place. The pungent fishy smell irritating the nasal passages. Ji Yuan froze and looked aside as Mu Shushin clapped his hands expressionlessly. With such a decisive kill, it's hard to conjure up images of her pretty and lively everyday life. Watch what I do. And when in danger in the wild, always strike decisively and leave nothing to chance. That's what Mom taught me, and I took it to heart. How's that for awesome? Mu Shuxian was a bit pleased to see his surprised look. Don't get too happy. Ji Yuan shook his head, his eyes staring and extremely confused. What the is Huayun doing? From what he had just said he could tell that someone had been waiting here. The beasts pouncing around were stunned by Dim. The green and white Qilin Rue beast tilted its head high, the flames within its body fluctuating intensely. At this point, 3 silhouettes appeared directly in front of them. These three people wore blood-red clothes and had white tattoos painted on their faces, like natives living in the apocalyptic valley. How did this happen? In his ear, Mu Shushin murmured a low voice, and Ji Yuan heard a hint of panic from it. You recognize? He hastened to turn his head sideways. I've seen this kind of dress in ancient books, but there's no reason for it. Mu Shushin's eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Ji Yuan and said suspiciously, the way these people are dressed, they come from an extinct civilization. Extinction of civilization? What kind of far-out century terminology is this? Who are they running to? Crap! Mu Shushin quietly shouted. I used a special communicator to contact Old Tan, but it seems that the signal is blocked by some kind of power and can't be sent out. Ahead! The beasts that had been shocked regained their clarity and charged again. Dim stepped forward, and the spectral flame transformed into several balls of fire that crashed into the group of beasts. The terrifyingly high temperatures burned, coupled with their souls being scorched. The beasts were directly burned to ashes with only a few screams. Entering the youth stage of Dim, the attack power of the spectral blaze also increased a lot. This amazing effect caused the eyes of Mu Shushin on the side to twinkle. She knew that Ji Yuan was also a 6th grade, and she also knew that the bloodline level of this imperial beast was mythic. However, in the hands of a 6th grade imperial beast master, it had such power, which was a bit beyond the passing line. After the group of beasts died, violent vibrations emanated from the ground, followed by the appearance of a single giant figure. Soul Devil Scorpion. Ji Yuan frowned as he looked toward the three extremely peculiarly shaped figures in the distance. They have the ability to manipulate wildlife. Mu Shushin's face was grave. You have to remember, when you fight in a while, absolutely don't get into close combat with them, and also, make sure to retrieve your imperial beasts when they take control of them. As the soul spirit demon scorpion charged, Mu Shushin once again summoned out that wind-attributed serpentine imperial beast. This time, Ji Yuan could see clearly that it was a snake with 2 pairs of light wings. Watermelon, use, lingering wind's thorn. The strangely shaped snake flew into midair, and immediately, a large silhouette emerged. This virtual shadow spread its huge wings, and countless pale green-colored, sharp-edged feathers shot down from high above. However, these seemingly sharp feathers folded the moment they collided with the demon scorpion's shell, seemingly unable to penetrate its defense. This scene caused Ji Yuan to recall that when he was in the vein, Lu Sheng's muscle kangaroo was similarly unable to do much damage to the soul spirit demon scorpion. What a thick scorpion shell! Seeing that her attack didn't work, Mu Shushin made a move with her palm. The small snake disappeared, and the air instantly boiled. Howl! In the void, a huge black shadow covered in burning flames leaped out. Ji Yuan was surprised to find that it was actually a giant stone statue. Apples, smash them! As Mu Shushin's words fell, this rolling and burning giant stone statue leapt high into the air, and the terrifying body that weighed 1,000 pounds fell into the group of demonic scorpions, erupting into a shocking roar. Perhaps it did need to be more powerful. The colossus swung both of its fists, and these soul demon scorpions were directly hammered flat. At this moment, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but sigh. This is the kind of fighting power that a famous family should have. In fact, during this period of time, he had already learned from Zhao Shan that Su Ziyin's status in the Su family was very low, and could even be described as marginal. Although she was a member of the Su family, she hadn't enjoyed any of the family's resources or nurturing. If it wasn't for the fact that her grandfather was the current head of the Su family, I'm afraid that Su Ziyin wouldn't even be able to stay amongst the family. Of course, Zhao Shan had also inquired about these hidden secrets from his father, Zhao Tianhou. At this moment, looking at Mu Shushin, who was also a member of one of the 5 great families, who was this strong? In comparison, he also had some feelings that being born in this kind of environment wasn't just lucky. Any other tricks? Use them all. Soon, Mu Shushin's colossus took care of all the demon scorpion swarms. She was kind of high, holding her small waist and loudly provoking towards her opponent. At this time, Ji Yuan suddenly realized that a light red gas began to float around those 3 people's bodies. Next moment, disturbing souls, Shasta, Ji Yuan and Mu Shushin both froze in place. The 2 men had dull gazes and wooden expressions, as if their souls had been stripped from their bodies. The respective imperial beasts even directly dissipated and were forced to return to the seal of the imperial beasts. Chapter 45? The horizontal levels of soul power. Disturbing souls. The moment those 2 words rang out, Ji Yuan only felt his eyes go black. Inexplicable whispers lingered in his ears, and he wanted to struggle, but he was unable to move as if he was being ghosted. What kind of tactic is this? The whispers continued, making his insides grow anxious, a situation he had never been in before. He mentally tried to call out to Dim and Shining Spirit, but it felt as if the link to the 2 beasts had been severed. Brain racing, in the end, he decided to let it go. Sinking his mind, the disordered soul power in his body suddenly quieted at this moment and began to contract at the speed of light to the location of his heart. Bang! This time, he didn't suppress it, and the soul power that surged like waves broke through his body, sending out terrifying tremors. His consciousness returned to clarity. As the whispers in his ears dissipated and his vision came back to life, he was horrified to realize that the three strangely shaped guys were actually close at hand. Beside him, Mu Shu-shin, who had also lost consciousness, came back to his senses due to the stirring of his soul. She gasped sharply, her eyes filled with fear, and she looked at Ji Yuan in shock, but saw that the other party's face was pale. I detonated my soul power and will enter a period of weakness. Can you hold out? Ji Yuan's eyes went black, and an endless feeling of weakness was about to engulf his consciousness. This one's for you. Mu Shu-shin immediately pulled out a bottle of light blue liquid the size of an oral liquid from his imperial ring. This is soul power replenishing liquid. These guys have special means. I won't be a match alone. With that, she summoned the burning colossus once again and charged towards those three. When Ji Yuan heard it, there was this thing. Hurriedly, he grabbed a handful of them, twisted open the lid and swallowed them all into his stomach. Instantly, a warm current converged in the abdomen, and the depleted soul power was actually greatly replenished in an instant. With his strength restored, Ji Yuan also summoned the dimming once again, and the underworld flame swept out along with the burning giant statue, shrouding it towards the strange trio. But then came the jaw-dropping scene. As the burning colossus's twin fists that could smash and flatten a soul-powered demon scorpion fell, these three people actually raised their hands and swung out with the same punch. A muffled sound exploded, and the burning colossus was actually blown back by them. The underworld flame also arrived at this moment, but it was unable to cause any damage to these few people. What's going on here? Ji Yuan looked to Mu Shu-shin. She was the only one who understood. The other party is taking advantage of both of our grades. We can't hurt them at all. Their exteriors are covered with an invisible layer of soul keratin that ordinary imperial beast attacks can't break through. She sank her face and looked at Ji Yuan. What should we do? We must use soul power resonance to break through this layer of horniness. But we are all only 6th grade. Requires psionic resonance. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ji Yuan's heart roared as he whirled around and ordered. Dim, release the dip flame storm. Didn't you get it? Unusual attacks won't work. Only 5 pints. Mu Shu-shin thought he didn't believe in evil. But the next moment, her eyes widened. Monstrous green flames rolled in, drowning the three, and at first, they didn't care. A cold smile spread across the corners of Ji Yuan's mouth as his soul power surged into the underworld blaze in a smooth manner. Boom! The fire expanded crazily, and the resonance from the extraordinary soul power qualification caused the searing soul characteristic of the underworld flame to be extremely high. In an instant, the oddly shaped trio's faces changed for the first time. A crack appeared on the surface of their skin, visible to the naked eye. The underworld flame extended along the gap, and in an instant, screams and wails resounded simultaneously. You're actually able to resonate. Mu Shu-shin was shocked with joy, and her gaze toward Ji Yuan was filled with disbelief. But before they could be happy, a sudden sound of breaking wind came from behind the two. A white mass hit Mu Shu-shin. The huge impact made her unable to control it, and her whole body pounced on Ji Yuan, and both of them fell to the ground. This sudden scene interrupted Dim's concentration, and the spectral flame was about to go out. Go on, don't! Ji Yuan, who fell to the ground, cried out in a hurry, but Dimming's body even flew out backwards, and the underworld flame extinguished. Mu Shu-shin's entire body was pressed against Ji Yuan, her pretty face wrinkled into a ball, beads of sweat spilling out from her forehead, seemingly not lightly injured. Right at this moment, a cold aura flashed high in the air. Ji Yuan's pupils shrunk, and on the spot, he pressed both his hands on Mu Shu-shin's chest and pushed her away. She let out a scream as her sensitive parts were attacked, but she didn't even have time to say anything before she watched a white figure fall from the sky. Giggle. The sound of a sharp object piercing through flesh and blood came out at the same time as Ji Yuan's agonized screams. Mu Shu-shin's eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened. Ji Yuan, only to see that the thing that attacked the two was a white rat with sharp-pointed horns on its head. This kind of creature was not unfamiliar to Ji Yuan, and was almost identical to the phantom horned rats in the depths of Hongling City's mining veins. At this moment, the sharp horn of this white phantom horned rat pierced through the left side of his abdomen, and the sharp pain of blood tearing through his flesh caused his brows to knit together. Dim sensed Ji Yuan's injury and let out a roar as the underworld flames burned. The terrifying heat caused the phantom horned rat to pull out its sharp horns and retreat to flee. Ji Yuan. Mu Shu-xian rushed forward and picked him up with both eyes red. Just now, she herself had been extremely mortified, but now, it was already clear to her that Ji Yuan's actions were saving herself. At the wound, not only was there a burst of severe pain, there was also a tingling sensation. Toxins. Ji Yuan pulled out 2 of the remaining antidote and hemostatic pills from the Imperial ring in the first place and stuffed them into his mouth, and then staggered up with Mu Shushin's assistance. In the distance, the trio that had just been incinerated by the spectral flames were panting heavily on the ground. Apparently the raid wasn't them. Well, there's only one possibility. Huoyan. Ji Yuan looked at the man who stepped out from behind the 1,000-year-old tree, killing intent flashing under his eyes. Your Imperial Beast. That's right. In fact, my Imperial Beast didn't even fold in the Beast King's secret realm. Huoyan spreads his hands helplessly. Ji Yuan, you're really an unlucky guy. Generally speaking, Imperial Beast Masters below the 6th rank are not within our hunting range, but you happen to be with the 5 great families every time. Alas. Huoyan shook his head. Last time in the Beast King's secret realm, I originally thought that the 3 of you would surely die, but who knows, none of you actually died. So much so that I was forced to bring you all back with me. Unfortunately, this time, you won't be that lucky. He looked at Mu Shushin. You've been trying to contact Tan He, right? Hey, the magnetic field in the Apocalyptic Valley is unique. Any technology that enters here will be useless, so don't waste your energy. You young masters and young ladies of the 5 great families will one day be trained to become high-grade Imperial Beast Masters. You are too much of a threat to us and can only be gotten rid of. At this time, Ji Yuan fiercely looked to his side. Dim's footsteps were messy, and he slammed headfirst into the ground. Hey, did the toxin kick in? Huoyan let out a strange laugh. This toxin is not fatal, but is capable of incapacitating any living creature for a short period of time. At the same time, Mu Shushin's face gradually paled, as if her body's strength had been drained, and she sat paralyzed on the ground. I've been lurking in this hellish place for more than 10 years, and today, I'm finally able to personally handily slay a young Imperial Beastmaster of the 5 great families. Ha ha ha, ha! Huoyan lets out a sickly laugh as he looks at Mu Shushin with a sinister glint in his eyes. Your head will allow me to exchange for something I can only dream of. Die. Chapter 46, Bloodshed. The moment Huoyan tried to maneuver the Imperial Beasts to attack, Mu Shushin used her last ounce of strength as the burning colossus leapt in the distance. Huoyan sneered and summoned the rhinoceros that had been used as a riding pet. When this rhino appeared, it directly met the giant statue's double fists with the unicorn horn on its head. Bang dash! The ground instantly caved in, but the rhino stood firm, even pushing the burning giant statue away with a single push. I also have an antidote, but it will be slow to work. Can you hold out? Mu Shushin's lips turned white, her forehead constantly overflowing with cold sweat as she looked at Ji Yuan, her heart filled with despair. Humph, I'll answer for you. Huoyan wandered the court with confidence, as if he had everything under control. He looked at Ji Yuan and laughed coldly. He only has this one Imperial Beast that can change attributes. You're making a big mistake if you're banking on him. Mu Clan girl. When Ji Yuan had deliberately dealt with Zhao Shan's words back in the Beast King mystic realm, Huoyan had indeed taken them seriously. On the one hand, it was impossible for lightning creatures to exist in the Beast King's secret realm, which was repulsive to the forbidden crab. So at first, he directly ruled out the possibility of Ji Yuan contracting a new Imperial Beast in the secret realm. On the other hand, he had gotten accurate information from Tan He that Ji Yuan only had one Imperial Beast. Huoyan thought that he had never revealed any flaws in his more than 10 years of lurking around, or else Tan He would not have entrusted Ji Yuan to himself during the trip to the Withering Valley in the first place. Tan He, surely, will not lie to him. Don't struggle, Mu girl, I'll be gentle. He smiled broadly and stepped closer. Ji Yuan's eyelids lowered, not realizing that the deliberate intention in the secret realm at the beginning had actually laid the groundwork at this point. Let him through. I'll let you do it before you move. Mu Shuxian struggled to get up, but suddenly heard Ji Yuan whisper. Her eyes flickered. She didn't want to trust anyone else at a time like this when her life was on the line. But thinking about the scene just now where he pushed himself away, and the fact that he was in an extremely poor state right now, he could only choose to believe him. At this point, Ji Yuan let out a long breath, seemingly resigned to his fate, and took Dim back to the seal of the Imperial Beast. Huoyan couldn't hide his smile as the rhino's figure disappeared and the white phantom horned rat appeared on his left shoulder. As long as it enters the range of 8 paces, the phantom horned rat will be able to unleash a one-strike kill. He mused in his mind that the human-faced mad ape at the beginning was one of his 3 Imperial Beasts. At that time, he didn't expect the human-faced mad ape to be killed in an instant. The rhino's attack is too obvious, and the phantom horned rat's kill distance requirement is very close. That was why he took the initiative to show up, and although he seemed to have said some nonsense, what he was doing was to get close to the 2 and create the conditions for the phantom horned rat to strike. Huoyan's gaze sweeps over the injured Ji Yuan and Mu Shushin whose toxin is acting up, and somehow, he has an inexplicable palpitation for Ji Yuan. This feeling wouldn't appear for no reason, and in his heart, He instantly decided on the object to prioritize for killing Ji Yuan, but just as he was one step away from launching his attack, behind him, the burning colossus suddenly raised both fists and slammed them down on him. Huo Yun snorted coldly as the rhinoceros reappeared to block the giant statue's attack. Bzzzzz. Suddenly, thunder rumbles. What? Huo Yun snapped his head back, only to see a dark shadow pounce on his face. Dance of lightning. As Ji Yuan's hissing roar emanated, Huo Yun felt like he was hit head-on by a car as his figure flew backwards, the electric attribute that had him screaming echoing through his body. At the same time, the dance of lightning bursts of electricity flew towards the rhinoceros, electrifying the big guy on all fours and swinging wildly. Ji Yuan didn't pause, and Shakura turned around. Behind them, the strangely shaped trio had come running wildly, just about to approach them. Ji Yuan stretched out his palm and roared, "Shining Vampire, release, berserk explosion, hoo-hoo dash." Flashpaw bared his teeth and growled, electricity coalescing in his mouth, and in an instant, bang, 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 3 balls of lightning light jetted out, hitting with unerring accuracy. Dash. Without the protection of the Soul Force corner layer, their flesh and blood were simply not strong enough to withstand this kind of attack, and they were directly annihilated under the terrifying explosion. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, 2 of the 3 were directly blasted into slag, while the remaining one, it seemed, just happened to have regathered the corner layer of soul power the moment the attack arrived. A look of hijacking appeared on his face, but before he could catch his breath, electricity coalesced once again in the shining spirit's mouth. This time, Ji Yuan split a trace of his soul power. Bang! The loud sound that contained a soul-shattering sound echoed through the forest, causing all the nearby creatures to appear in a momentary trance. After taking care of the last weirdo, Ji Yuan turned around. Huo Yun lay on the ground, staring dead at the giant black wolf, his heart roaring. How could it be? How could he really have a thunder imperial beast? Mu Shuxin, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, looked at this suddenly reversed scene and gazed at Ji Yuan's thin back, her eyes flickering. I didn't realize that this guy was hiding so deep. After so many days together, even she didn't know that the other party actually had a lightning-type imperial beast. At the moment, offense and defense changed shape. Ji Yuan slowly stepped forward and looked at the rhinoceros rolling and struggling. Bang! 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 Several balls of lightning light shot out, directly blasting it into pieces. And then, the shining spirit appeared in front of Huo Yun, opening his bloody mouth as a ball of lightning and light coalesced, aiming directly at his head. As long as he dared to make any move, Shining Prana would not hesitate to kill him with a single blow. So, the Beast King's secret realm 2 months ago was something you did on purpose? Ji Yuan stood tall and looked down on him. Huo Yun, however, suddenly revealed a sardonic smile. Boo! A moment, the thick trunk of the 1,000-year-old tree burst open, and a scarlet spear penetrated out, shooting towards Ji Yuan's heart. This sudden spear was so fast that there was no time to dodge it. In the nick of time, Ji Yuan subconsciously deflected his body. Giggle! The scarlet spear ran through his left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole, and then, plunged straight into the ground and dissipated into points of light. A muffled grunt emanated from Ji Yuan's throat, and if he hadn't experienced the drilling and piercing pain of the dimming advancement, I'm afraid that he would have fainted from the pain already. He covered the wound with the palm of his hand as a large amount of blood dripped madly down his arm, his face instantly turning white. Ji Yuan. The situation was once again reversed, and Mu Shuxin, who had regained some of her remaining strength, darted forward, and when she saw the penetrating wound on his shoulder, her face changed dramatically. I'm fine, prepare to meet. Ji Yuan shook his head and looked behind the 1,000-year-old tree. When a man stepped out, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Secretary Lam. This unassuming person beside Tan He was the one leading all this today. Lin Huan, you actually managed to miss even a sneak attack. Huo Yun got up from the ground and cursed. Secretary Lin ignored him and bent down slightly towards Ji Yuan, as he did every time they met, and he said, sorry about that. He then raised his hand and clenched it in the air. Swish, a scarlet spear coalesced out of thin air. Without a second thought, he threw himself at the two again. What he was aiming at, to be precise, was Mu Shuxin. Secretary Lin moved too quickly, from the appearance of the spear to the throwing of it, in a mere flash of lightning. Chapter 47. Qilin on the left, Wolf Master on the right. The toxin in Mu Shuxin's body hadn't been completely eliminated yet, and she could only watch as the spear shot out. At the critical moment, Ji Yuan used his body to push her away, and then, as the scarlet spear was about to pierce his head, he shouted, Shining Prana! Boom! The ball of lightning light swept out, colliding with the spear and creating an explosion that erupted into a deafening roar. Ji Yuan was sent flying by the aftermath of the explosion, tumbling over and over on the ground, and Shining Spirit approached in an instant, pressing his wolf's head against his torso. Mu Shushin also flew in at this time, waving her hand as a vibrant aura surged forth. She summoned a third imperial beast, which appeared to be a colorful butterfly. The moment the butterfly appeared, it immediately spread out patches of green light that surged into Ji Yuan's left shoulder wound. Instantly, Ji Yuan felt the sharp pain in his left shoulder ease and the wound was recovering with the naked eye. Mushu Xin assisted him to get up. His eyes have a watery mist shrouded. Do not know what to think. Seeing that yet another attack was ineffective, Secretary Lin sighed softly as he tilted his head and lamented. Actually, I'm kinda enjoying this experience. With that, he lifted his hand and pulled at his shirt to tear it. Stab! The formal dress was torn, revealing a blood-red set of clothes. Immediately afterward, a white pattern began to emerge on his skin, as if it was some sort of mark or rune. Extremely strange and bizarre. It was almost exactly the same as the three who had been killed earlier. What the hell does this represent? Be careful. This Ji Yuan somehow managed to produce a resonance effect with only a 6th grade. Your soul power corner layer is useless against him. At the back, Huayun looked at Secretary Lin's transformation with longing in his eyes. Then it's good to make it quick. Secretary Lin muttered. Boo. Instantaneous. Secretary Lin's figure shot out like a cannonball. A muffled sound came from Mu Shushin as he summoned the burning colossus out and blocked in front of the two. But all that could be seen was Secretary Lin's fist swinging out. Bang! With a single punch, the burning colossus directly turned into a sky of debris, its entire torso exploding apart. Apple. This scene directly made Mu Shushin dumbfounded. She had never thought that her apple would be punched out. Ji Yuan's pupils quake. Secretary Lin did not use any imperial beasts. This? What the hell is going on here? Could it be that there is still a genre of fleshly sainthood in this world? Is this a ing joke? Not being able to think too much, he hurriedly pulled Mu Shushin with him and said quickly in a low voice, that kind of soul power replenishing liquid, is there any more of it? You. Mu Shushin froze, then hurriedly replied, this kind of thing can't be taken continuously for a short period of time. It will produce side effects. What side effects? It can be as short as a few seconds or as long as 10 minutes before you fall into a coma. Give it to me. Ji Yuan didn't hesitate. Mushu was pleased to see the madness welling up under his eyes. Knowing that now was not the time to hesitate, his silver teeth clenched, and he immediately took out from the imperial ring and handed it to him. Immediately after that Ji Yuan said, I'll do my best to delay them for 3 minutes at the most. You need to figure out a way to contact Tanhe in that time. I'll have my soul power depleted in 3 minutes, so if you still can't contact Tanhe, take me and run. As long as we leave the depths of the Withering Valley and go to the outskirts, they shouldn't strike again. Now that he thought about it, why Huayun had chosen to strike only when he was in the depths must be because of this special power of Secretary Lin's, which could not be seen in the light of day. After saying that, he didn't wait for Mushu Xin to respond, and directly greeted the Shining Spirit to meet the storming Secretary Lin. Berserk explosion! Ji Yuan opened his 5 fingers and his soul power attached itself to the ball of lightning light in the mouth of the Shining Spirit. Bang! The ball of light was extremely fast, causing Secretary Lin to stumble as it bombarded him. On the surface of his skin, dark gray psionic horns surfaced. Secretary Lin seemed to be a notch stronger than the 3 guys before him, and the wild explosion after the resonance didn't do too much damage to his horns. A 6th grade Imperial Beast Master is actually able to achieve a soul force resonance of the 5th grade. Secretary Lin's gaze was icy cold as he gazed at Ji Yuan. Your threat is greater than the fresh blood of the 5 great families. Today, the Mu family girl can go. You must die. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opening, Huayun sinisterly summoned the phantom horned rat and swooped out. He didn't do it for the kill, only to distract Ji Yuan. Wow! Just at the moment when the phantom horned rat was about to get close to Ji Yuan, green-colored flames rose up. Kirk! This white phantom horned rat was instantly engulfed by the phantom flame, letting out a mournful chirp. At the same time, Secretary Lin's figure flickered and appeared, punching Ji Yuan in the face. Dance of lightning! Shining Prancer's large body collided with Secretary Lin, deliberately avoiding his fist's blade and knocking Secretary Lin backward. You, how is it possible? You can actually harness 2 imperial beasts to fight at the same time. Huayun shrieked out as if he had seen a ghost. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes, the same shock flashing through them. At the back, Mu Shushin also froze. At this moment, she finally understood where Ji Yuan got his confidence. Her eyes twinkled as the young man's thin back looked, at the moment, incredibly reliable. There's a lot you don't know. Ji Yuan laughed aloud. On the left side, the green and white Qilin Rui beast stood tall, and on the right side, the Thunder Wolf Lord, which contained a deep blue color in its blackness, watched intently. It was clear that he had only become a royal beast master for more than 2 months, yet he already possessed such battle power. The growth speed of this youth was mind-blowing. Fiery storm, lightning dance, frenzy blast. Inside his body, his soul power was fading at a rapid pace. but there was still a bottle of replenishing liquid, allowing him to completely let go and ride the two beasts, pouring out his skills like crazy. During this time, he didn't forget to release his soul power to resonate with the underworld flame, and while searing, he would then have the shining vampire unleash the frenzied explosion. Under this indiscriminate bombardment, Secretary Lin seemed to have no other recourse but to shield his arms in front of him in order to defend himself. His soul power corner layer was indeed extremely strong, and a crack appeared only when Ji Yuan's soul power was depleted. Secretary Lin seized this momentary opening, his body galloping out to finally make a counterattack. The light of the royal ring flashed, and Ji Yuan flicked open the cap of the soul power replenishing liquid and poured the light blue liquid into his mouth. Thunder Judgment. The moment Secretary Lin was about to get close, Shining Vampire raised his head to the sky. Dark clouds coalesced and thunder rolled. Huayan's face changed drastically, panicking and dodging backward. His imperial beasts were really all planted this time, and now himself, he was crippled. Rumble. Explosive thunder fell and bombarded Secretary Lin with such a huge force that it directly sent him flying several meters. Asshole. Secretary Lin crawled up in a sorry state, veins welling up on his forehead. For so many years, he had never dared to let his power go further for fear that he would see the signs. Thus, it was the reason why he was slow to take down a tiny 6th grade Imperial Beast Master nowadays. More reason, of course, for the extreme unreasonableness of Jibyuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the seal of the Imperial Beast would still surface when Ji Yuan summoned the Imperial Beast, he would not have wanted to believe that a 6th grade Imperial Beast Master was actually fighting in the manner of a 5th grade. Today, it's kind of impossible to get it. Old Tan. Lao Tan. Suddenly, Rearmushu Xin surprise cry. She contacted Tan He. Chapter 48? Escape. Giggle. Moment. The Scarlet Spear manifested once again. He's going to interrupt Mushohin, but it was too late to project, and the thunder blasted from high above. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth and could only give up on attacking Mushushin and threw his spear towards the blasting thunder. Bang! The two came into contact and the thunder exploded. At this time, Ji Yuan realized that the white tattoos on his body faded a lot when he condensed the Scarlet Spear. Gathering this thing seemed to be extremely draining on him. It can't be delayed any longer. Ji Yuan drew out half of his soul power and frantically injected it into the thunderclouds high in the sky. Rumble. For a moment, thunder poured towards Secretary Lin like a rainstorm, and due to the resonance of the soul power, every time the muffled thunder rang out, it brought up a soul stirring. Lin's secretary endured the thunderous bombardment, and the resonating properties caused him to go into a momentary trance every time he was struck, unable to make a move at all. Ha! All he could do was freeze in place and roar in defiance. Lin Huan, beware of the front. Huayan's scream came. Secretary Lin's heart shook as he hurriedly looked up, only to see Ji Yuan's murderous intent, running towards him with that green-colored Qilin beast. He was just about to retreat when the thunder from above fell again, and with another soul stirring, he was in a trance again. Ka-ching! At the same time, the corner layer of his soul force was finally unable to resist and shattered with a bang. Spell it out. Insanity radiated from the bottom of Secretary Lin's eyes as a terrifying chi and blood fluctuation surged from within him. Ji Yuan and Dim also approached him at this moment. Dim, use Phantom Raid. Currently, his strongest means of offense was only Resonance, Light and Shadow Raid, although Flash Prana couldn't participate. However, he only wanted to use this final attack to heavily damage his opponent so that Mushushin could escape with himself. The eyes of the dim beast flashed with green light, and in an instant, a phantom that resembled it 7 times emerged. Mirage rushed at the forefront, Dim followed closely behind, and all of Ji Yuan's soul power converged at the heart location, waiting for the moment of eruption. Being bombarded by thunder madness, Secretary Lin chose to let go of the fight regardless of the consequences, and without even thinking about it when he saw the phantom in front of him, a blinding blood light suddenly erupted from his chest. Shoo! The aura of this bloody light was extremely terrifying, instantly penetrating the phantom's head, and then, brushing against Dim's ears, flying high above the hay-shrouded valley. As the blood light passed through the thundercloud condensed by the shining spirit, it directly shattered the thundercloud. This terrifying attack seemed to consume him greatly, and after the blood light shot out, his entire breath shriveled and his smooth skin aged with the naked eye. Dim stopped in his tracks, and in the back, Ji Yuan raised his right fist high and slammed it down hard on Secretary Lin's face. The soul power that had contracted to the extreme within his body poured out unreservedly along his fist. Bang! Without the protection of the soul power horns, the punch solidly blasted into Secretary Lin's face, blood interspersed with broken teeth splattering as his entire body was sent flying far away. By this point, Ji Yuan's soul power was completely overdrawn. He knew that the blow could not be fatal at all. Using the last of his strength, he climbed onto Dim's back and retrieved the shining spirit, allowing Dim to run towards Mushushin with all his might. Just after running half the distance, Ji Yuan lost consciousness. This time, the depletion was too complete, causing Dim to be forced to return to the seal of the Imperial Beasts. Ji Yuan fell to the ground in a smooth manner, and Mu Xuxin hurriedly helped him up, and without even thinking about it, he directly skipped. Luckily, the Imperial Beasts were all destroyed, and Huayin didn't dare to go after them at all, so he could only turn his head to help up Secretary Lin, who had collapsed on the ground. Back to Secretary Lin's appearance had aged like an 80-year-old man, especially after having several teeth knocked out by Ji Yuan. His mouth opened slightly as if he was saying something. Seeing this, Huayin hurriedly bent down to listen, but in an instant, Secretary Lin's face grimaced and actually hugged him. Ah hot dash! Miserable screams echoed through the foggy valley. Half a day later, Secretary Lin stood up and took a long breath. He resumed his original form, and at his feet was a white bone. Bah! He spat towards the white bones before looking at the long-gone Ji Yuan duo with cold eyes. Ji Yuan, a 6th grade royal beast master's battle power is comparable to that of a 5th grade. If we let him grow, it will be a hindrance to my clan's grand plan. This body has been exposed and can no longer be hidden. The Imperial Beast Alliance will respond soon, and the compatriots must be told to strike before they are detected by the Alliance. He didn't choose to go after them, but instead walked towards the depths of the apocalyptic valley. I don't know how much time has passed. Consciousness is gradually awakening from the chaos. A sob rang in his ears. Ji Yuan tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids were as heavy as lead. Soon he was plunged back into endless darkness. The first thing he felt when consciousness returned again was his head resting on some soft object. His body shook gently as he tried to open his eyes, his vision blurring as he seemed to be leaning on someone's lap. Jibuan? Jibuan. Mushahin's voice rang out, but he couldn't respond because the darkness, once again, engulfed him. During this long slumber, Ji Yuan repeated a dream. He dreamed of a group of people clad in blood-red garments with white runes painted on their faces, surrounding him and whispering incessantly. As the men whispered, it was as if his soul was being drawn out of his body and left to gnaw at them. At that moment, he saw the faces of these people, and they were, all of them, Secretary Lin. His dash, Shasta. Ji Yuan sat up violently, his back in cold sweat and his heart beating wildly. Awake! Quickly inform Mayor Tan that Ji Yuan is awake. A nurse heard the commotion and grabbed the door. That's when he realized he was lying in a hospital room. Outside the window, the night is dark, with an 4 tube attached to his hand. He covered his forehead as a sharp pain shot through his head from time to time. Jibuan. Suddenly, a silhouette rushed into the hospital room. Before he could look away, his opponent wrapped his arms around him. The nice fragrance of osmanthus flowers drilled into his nose, causing Ji Yuan's headache to ease. But he was still the first to break free. Mu Shu Xin? What's happening to me? You've been in a coma for 3 days and you're killing me with worry. Unexpectedly, Mu Shu Xin hugged him tighter and tighter. Cough, cough. At this time, a coughing sound rang out, and Mu Xuxin's petite body tightened, hastily bouncing away, turning her head and smiling awkwardly. You're there too? After giving his daughter a breathless look, Tenny said seriously to Ji Yuan, the rules for the downtown competition have changed, and it's not just the downtown competition. It's the national downtown rankings that are going to see big changes. Mu Xuxin stood by the side, her small hand pinned on her brute waist, and said somewhat unhappily, Old Tan, Ji Yuan has only just woken up. Can't you let him rest? Tan he ignored her, and Ji Yuan frowned, guessing, is it because of what we went through this time? Yes. Tan he nodded. After you guys, in the past 3 days, assassinations of varying degrees have occurred in all the other cities. These damn gutter rats, actually lurking so deep. Tan he's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with indifference. These people, what are they, really? Ji Yuan leaned against the hospital bed, his heart filled with endless doubts. Soon after, Tanha uttered an unheard of epithet. Cursed Soul Nation. Chapter 49. The Remnants of the Spellbound Kingdom. Cursed Soul Country? Ji Yuan was confused. He had never heard of such a country existing in the world. He put his question forward. Mu Xuxin wrapped both hands around her chest and answered. In the ancient century, there were 3 major countries. The Cursed Soul Country, the Ku era, and our Great Xia. Our Great Summer has been dominated by imperial beasts since ancient times, and we follow the contractual method of growing up together with the imperial beasts and relying on each other. As for the Kogi era, they are more keen on developing technology than the imperial beasts, arming themselves and the imperial beasts with the power of technology. Since ancient times, Xia and Ko era have been inseparable allies, and to this day, the relationship between the 2 countries is closely linked. Only the Cursed Soul Kingdom is full of crazies. Mu Xuxin clenched her fists with an angry look. The philosophy of the Cursed Soul Kingdom is to abuse imperial beasts and devour souls. They have a bloody and cruel unique method of growth. The people of the Cursed Soul Kingdom are brutal, bloodthirsty and warlike, and in the ancient centuries, they once waged the battle known as extinction. The source of their power is just too bizarre, and with their soul power corner layers and unique fighting style, they beat the Great Summer Kingdom and the Section era back in their initial encounter. Eventually, countless predecessors discovered the resonance of soul power in battle before they were able to crack the soul power corner layer. The Cursed Soul Kingdom's ultimate end, being destroyed by the joint efforts of the Ku era and the Great Xia. With the end of the science, Mu Xuxin looked at Tan He with a smile. How about it, old Tan? There's nothing I've said that I've missed, right? Big difference. The Lord Mayor added. One more thing. In the ancient century, when the Cursed Soul Kingdom was destroyed, their core secret method was lost and not found. In order to avoid its comeback, the Imperial Beast Alliance has established the rule that once an Imperial Beast Master's rank reaches the 5th grade, he must report to the Alliance. For one thing, it's a reserve of power for the war that might happen in the future, and for another, it's to prevent the remaining members of the Cursed Soul Kingdom from secretly weakening the power of the Grand Xia. These gutter rats hide very deep and are extremely difficult to detect. Tan He's eyes flashed with coldness. He really didn't expect that Secretary Lin, who had followed him for many years, would actually be a cursed soul remnant. After hearing everything, Ji Yuan truly came to a realization. So much for stringing it out. This trip forward to the apocalyptic valley, he also realized that the so-called rich ecology inside was actually not as godly as it was boasted on the internet. Think of it as a conspiracy. Huayun is one of the driving forces behind it. He portrayed himself as a professional tour guide, and if the people who hired him to lead the way were irrelevant, he simply worked normally and waited his turn. But once he encountered certain young masters and young ladies of families with big hearts, he would reveal his claws and teeth, and collaborate with the people in the valley to eat these people up. Then, having accomplished their goal, they can take the opportunity to disappear and move again in a different place. From this siege, Huayun had said that Mu Xuxin's life would allow him to exchange it for items he could only dream of. Suffice it to say, this cursed soul remnant not only retained, perhaps also formed a not bad power, and last time, the swarm of things storming, in the vein. Later, Ji Yuan heard Zhao Shan mention that not only were Su Ziyin and Xiao Lingjia in the vein that day, but the Zhang and Zhang families, likewise, had people in the mine, and the suddenness with which the swarm of objects went berserk had, perhaps, something to do with these remnants of the cursed souls. On second thought, could the third-ranked Imperial Beast Master who died under the mobbing of the herd of things years ago have been a well-planned pit kill? Undercurrents. What are you thinking? Mushu was pleased to see Ji Yuan's gloomy face and asked out loud. He voiced these things he associated with him, much to the approval of Tan He's father and daughter. Regarding the matter of the apocalyptic valley possibly being a hideout for the remnants of the cursed souls, I've already reported it to the Imperial Beast Alliance, and they'll send someone to investigate. What you need to do now is to get well as soon as possible and be in perfect shape for the downtown competition. Tan He's face was pleased. This time, I've heard all about it from Xuxin. Your kid is really surprising. Well done, a man of honor. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to pat Ji Yuan's shoulder. He's got a wound in his left shoulder. To the side, Mu Xuxin delicately shouted. Tanha's hand stopped in midair, going nowhere. Let's rest first. And about the rule change for the downtown competition, we'll talk about it tomorrow. A moment later, without moving, he retracted his hands into his pockets, left his last words, and turned to leave. Mushavhin pulled over the stool and was about to sit down in a smooth manner. Xuxin, it's late at night, don't disturb his rest. Tan He's voice came from the doorway, and Mu Xuxin's movements lurched, a touch of shame welling up on her face. Bye-bye. She reluctantly dropped the sentence and followed. On the way out, Tan He had a light smile on his face. Well, now, should you know what to tell your mom? I really don't know what kind of luck you've gotten. Mu Xuxin glanced at him. Really letting you find this gold? Ji Yuan, in such a small place. The reason why she was in Linyun City this time was actually because there was a bet involved. The stakes are deep, with the origins going back even 10 years. To put it simply, in this year's downtown competition, there had to be someone who could represent Tan He and capture a top 10 seat in this demonic competition. Only by doing that, this bet, Tan He could win, and Mu Xuxin's arrival was to examine, in advance, what the man could do. As long as it didn't live up to her expectations, then there was still a chance to remedy the situation in this last month. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan not only exceeded Mu Xuxin's expectations, but even in her opinion, Ji Yuan didn't have too much of a problem breaking into the top 3. Dad, can I ask you something? In private, Mu Xuxin still preferred to call Tan He in this way. Tell me about it. Ji Yuan, did he do that? What? Gee, golly, just girlfriends. Mu Xuxin's character is already generous, and she doesn't hide her words. Tan He raised an eyebrow. What? Fancying someone else? Anymore? They are 22, 23 years old. It's normal to be free in love. Actually, at first, I think it might have been a momentary psychological thing. Mu Shushin bristled. No one ever plays with me in the Mu family, and the various young masters from other families all love to put on a stinky face, and they all dislike me for talking too much and being annoying. But during the time I came to Cloud City, Ji Yuan accompanied me every day, and during the time we spent together, he was different from the others. You know, it's the kind of, how can I put it, getting along where he's always comfortable because he's good at maintaining a sense of boundaries and never offends me. To say it's based on that is not that accurate. What makes me feel the most is still that day in the Withering Valley. Mu Shushin tilted her head slightly, the moonlight spilling over her flawless white face. I saw how he was clinical in the face of danger, stepped up to the plate when I was desperate and turned the situation around, as well as the final forceful battle against the remaining members of the Cursed Soul Nation. Blah blah blah. Mu Shushin raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of starry points of light, and looked at Tan He, saying, "Can you understand what I mean? Compared to Down, all those things he does in everyday life together are." For a moment, she couldn't think of anything to describe the feeling. Seeing his daughter's wordiness, Tan He smiled lightly and said, "It's all a plus. Right, that's what it means." Mu Shushin clapped her hands and laughed playfully. "It's still Dad who understands me best." So, back to the original topic. Does he have a girlfriend? Or a sweetheart? Well, let's see. Tan He pretended to think, and then replied, "It seems like there is, or the Su family." What? Really? False. Old Tan. Chapter 50? Meeting. That night, Ji Yuan had that strange dream of his soul being eaten again. When he woke up, the sky was white. Pulling out his cell phone, he found himself being bombarded with chosen messages and calls. One of the missed calls belonged to Su Ziyin. Softening his brow, he remembered that he had made a comment in the group that day when he had gone to the Fading Valley. Su Ziyin also sent quite a few messages, and he took a comprehensive look and realized that the two had actually made an appointment in the group to arrive at Lin Yun City. A quick look at the time and it was posted last night. He was just about to contact the two when the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. Old Quarter, wrapped up like a dumpling and wearing a pair of sunglasses, Zhao Shan ran towards him with a big smile. Looking at him, it looked like he was planning to just take a flyer. Well, at the critical moment a small white hand grabbed his collar. "Zhao Shan, keep your voice down. This is a hospital." Su Ziyin was in the back, wearing a milky white down jacket, her delicate melon face hidden under a blue scarf, revealing only a pair of clear eyes. "As we move into winter, the temperatures have dropped a lot." Ji Yuan leaned back on the hospital bed and looked at the two of them. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that when we see each other again in a month's time, it would be in a hospital? The two walked over to the bed in shows and looked around him left and right. Su Ziyin was concerned. "How is it? Is everything alright?" Ji Yuan shook his head. "How did you guys find this?" "Hey, my old man knows Mayor Tan, and when I saw you hadn't heard from him in a few days, I asked him to ask. I heard that you've been in a siege again?" Zhao Shan looked at him with some admiration. "This time, it's that what's her name Zhang Jilin again?" "No, it's Hoyan," Ji Yuan said softly. Upon hearing the name, both of them were stunned. When he told them all about what had happened on this trip, the two inexplicably had a feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Who would have thought that an ordinary trip in the first place would actually conceal such a killing opportunity? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Shan's eyelids twitched. "It seems like I really need to listen to Pops in the future and go out with a bodyguard." Su Ziyin also said with some hindsight. "It's fortunate that we weren't able to enter the Withering Valley in the first place, or else we would have definitely died based on what we had at that time alone." Ji Yuan nodded silently. Su Ziyin was right. If he encountered a siege from the depths of the Withering Valley at that time, they, at all, had no chance of resisting. Speaking of which, the downtown competition is in a little over 10 days. Are you guys ready? Not wanting to talk about this topic anymore, Ji Yuan looked at the two. "Don't say it." Zhao Shan instantly grimaced bitterly. "Bing Bing's advancement isn't finished yet. I'm worried to death. What's taking so long?" If Ji Yuan remembered correctly, it should have been from the time he returned from the Beast King's secret realm that his snowy crag ice scarlet began to advance. Close to 2 months and it's not even done? I don't know. Pops just said to keep waiting. Zhao Shan shrugged. Afterward, both of them looked at Su Ziyin at the same time. I don't have to participate in the downtown competition. When it's over, I'll just pick an academy. Su Ziyin said with narrowed eyes. What? You 5 great clans can still bail out? Ji Yuan was shocked, but after careful consideration, it felt normal. I heard that the top 10 ranked urban areas have hundreds of guaranteed places, not to mention these 5 great Imperial Beast families. Well, this is actually a rule set by the Imperial Beast Alliance. After all, the strength of the younger generation of the 5 great clans is much higher than the level, Su Ziyin said as she moved a little closer towards the bed. It was only then that Ji Yuan realized that she was also carrying a pink bag and was currently rummaging through it for something. Afterward, she made a move, and then, she actually took out a scarf and handed it to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan took it and found that the style and color of the scarf was exactly the same as the one she was currently wearing. This is my gift to you. Su Ziyin took out another identical scarf and handed it to Zhao Shan. In honor of our friendship, she chuckled. Quite the heart, Miss Su. Zhao Shan was surprised and cupped it in his hands after receiving it. Immediately, he was somewhat moved to look at Su Ziyin. No girl has ever taken the initiative to send me a gift. You should not. Off you. Su Ziyin's disgusted voice came from under the scarf. It made Zhao Shan's expression freeze. Old G. See, I told you she's changed. She can even curse. Your bull ***** ting me. Su Ziyin had just made a move to hit him when the ward door opened again. Ji Yuan, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. A beautiful figure full of boundless energy bounced in. Mu Shuxin first saw Su Ziyin and her footsteps stopped. Then her eyes moved to Zhao Shan, who was holding a scarf in his hand. At the same time, Zhao Shan also looked at her, and the two of them saw eye to eye. Next, holy, Mushuhin, Zhao Xiaomei, why are you here? The two men spoke in unison, their faces filled with wonder. You know each other? In the hospital bed, Ji Yuan froze. Zhao Shan went around to the other side of the bed, lying on the head of the bed, and said in a depressed manner, Old Ji, why is she here? How do you know her? Shu Xian is Uncle Tan's daughter. Ah, this trip to the Withering Valley, I'm going with her. She's Tan He's daughter? Why didn't Pops tell me? Zhao Shan muttered in a small voice. Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan has only just recovered. It's a weak time. Don't lean so close to him. Mu Shuxin crossed her arms and shouted. I'm still so fragile, aren't I? Ji Yuan was slightly helpless. And can you stop calling me that name? It's awful. Zhao Xiaomei helped out. Cut. Skimming her head, it was then that Mushuhin laid her eyes on the last person in the room. At the same time, she realized that the other woman's eyes were likewise looking at her. The first thing Mu Shuxin noticed was the blue scarf Su Ziyin had gathered up. She glanced over the same model in Ji Yuan's hand without a trace, and although Zhao Shan also had it, she still detected a hint of something wrong. No way. There really is a love interest. It's an intuition that belongs uniquely to women. Hello, Mushuhin. She was a bit more animated after all, and smiled as she held out her hand. Sozin. The silent girl seemed to return to her original state, her voice cold with a hint of detachment. The two women held their palms lightly for a moment before releasing them. After Mu Shuxin smiled, she turned around and walked to Ji Yuan's bedside. Su Ziyin stood frozen in place, her eyes coalescing on Mu Shuxin, her heart in chaos. Pretty lively. Tanha showed up a few minutes late. Upon seeing this mayor, Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin both greeted him politely. Sorry little ones, Jibyuan and I have something to talk about, so excuse us for a moment. Tan He had a kind smile on his face. Okay, Uncle Tam. Zhao Shan immediately got up and left, and Su Ziyin followed behind, looking back at Ji Yuan, or rather, at Mu Shuxin, who showed no signs of moving beside the bed. You get out too. Mu Shuxin, who was just about to sit down, was similarly kicked out by Tan He. By now, only Tan He was left in the room. The rules of this contest are sky-high and troublesome. Finding a place to sit, the Lord Mayor went straight to the point. Chapter 51, Tan Crane's Past, the real reason. The extra words will not be said. Tan He spoke leisurely. Because of this exposure of the remnants of the cursed soul, the Alliance realized the drawbacks of the downtown ranking. They're going to consolidate 120 municipalities and rezone them. After planning, the Imperial Beast Alliance, the 3 great academies, and the 5 great clans will each manage a city. And then, the remaining downtown areas, all of them merged into new areas, and those areas they'll divide up in gold, silver, and bronze. The changes downtown are enough for you to know for now. Next is the point. In the past, you needed to win a minimum of 15 battles as a representative of a city outside of the 90 to claim a top 10 seat by challenging the top 10. According to the previous rules, the top 10, which is one person from each of the top 10 ranked urban areas, is directly set. And with this rule change, 120 municipalities, each with only one representative, will compete together. There are 7 rounds in the tournament, and each round is crucial. In the first round, 120 people drew lots to fight. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. That means at least half of the people will be eliminated in each round. In the second round, the 60 people who advanced drew lots to fight. In the third round, the 30 people who advanced draw lots to fight. In the fourth round, since there are 15 people advancing, one of the drawers will take a turn and go directly to the next round. In the fifth round, 7 people will advance, and after the drawers of the empty rounds are filled in, the 8 into 4 duel will begin. In the 6th round, the 4 who advance will draw lots again, and the winner will advance to the finals. 10. He let out a long breath as he spoke. Remember our original agreement? Of course, break into the top 10. You get the eggs and I make a name for myself. Ji Yuan laughed. You kid. Tanha was amused by him as well. Now, it wouldn't be right to hide it from you anymore. Actually, the legendary Imperial Beast Egg has no appeal to me. Do you know why I kept you at the academy for 2 years in the first place even though you couldn't contract a royal beast? Tanha had a look of remembrance in his eyes. Ji Yuan shook his head. In fact, although he had suffered countless sneers during his 2 years at the academy, he had always been inwardly grateful to Tanhe for not sweeping the then existing him off his feet. I'm an orphan too, Tanhe said in a deep voice. When I met my ex-wife Mu Yen, I was just a tiny 9th grade Imperial Beast Master. At that time, my first contracted Imperial Beast was a big yellow dog with the lowest bloodline that could be found everywhere. Although I come from a lowly background, my soul power qualification reaches the upper level, so I can be considered a moldable talent. The later episodes were a bit cheesy. Tanhe smiled faintly, and although he said so, there was tenderness in his eyes. Mu Yen brought me back to the Mu family, because of my high qualifications and good talent. With the Mu family's financial support, it took me 5 years to move from the 9th rank to the 4th rank. Becoming a 4th grade Imperial Beast Master also gives you the qualifications to marry Mayan. As the words came to this point, the divine substance in Tanhe's eyes turned and flashed with coldness. After marriage, according to Mu family tradition, both husband and wife will be able to obtain a legendary bloodline Imperial Beast Egg. For a Royal Beast Master to advance to the 3rd grade, they must possess at least one of the legendary grade Royal Beasts. Ji Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed. There is this kind of restriction. After that, I used 1 year to step into the 3rd grade, becoming the youngest 3rd grade Imperial Beast Master among my generation. Although Tanhe spoke calmly, Ji Yuan was still able to feel how spirited he once was. 6 years, leaping from a nobody to the youngest 3rd grade Imperial Beast Master. Although it sounded long, it was actually already considered an absolute genius. Hey, ever since I advanced to the 3rd rank, rumors have been circulating in the outside world that the Mu family is going to change its name to Tan from now on, even if I never had any dissenting thoughts. But, the Mu family ultimately chose to let Mu Yan and I break up once and for all out of scruples. After all, at that time, I was still only a 3rd rank, and I was still able to control it, and they were afraid that if I advanced to the 2nd rank, I would really take over their precious family. Tanhe raised his head and gazed at Ji Yuan, a blazing fire burning in his eyes. Do you know what can never be eliminated between people? Prejudice. For the sake of Mu Yen, I obeyed the Mu family at their word, and at that time, among the 5 great clans, no one of my peers or even the older generation of 3rd grade Imperial Beastmasters was my enemy. Utilizing my strengths, the Mu family seized countless resources in the competition. I won all the key battles for the Mu family, and ultimately succeeded in sending the Mu family into the Imperial Beast Alliance. After all that, but when they tried to kick me out, you know what they said? An orphan, someone from a small place, climbing high into the Mu family for the sake of turtling. Tanhe smiled faintly, but there was only disappointment and mockery in his smile. They said that without the Mu family's cultivation and the legendary great Imperial beasts from my marriage, I would always be nothing more than a backgroundless, obliterated Imperial Beast Master. They also said that if people like me don't come to climb high up the ranks of famous families, they will always stop at the 4th rank. It was then that I realized that even if I did well, in the eyes of these people, I was still an outsider who had intentions and coveted the family's heritage. Therefore, I choose to destroy the contract, return the legendary Imperial Beast, and return any penny they have spent on me in the past 6 years. The year I detached from the Mu family, Shuxin had already turned 12. In order to humiliate me and for future security, the Mu family used the freedom of both their mother and daughter as a wager to make a bet with me. Speaking of this, Tanhe clenched his fists tightly, as if he had returned to that day. The downtown competition is one of the most important events for the Imperial Beast Alliance. Contestants' age must be under 25. The Mu family is betting on the results of the downtown competition for a 10-year period in 3 downtown competitions. As long as I can cultivate a royal beast master who breaks into the top 10 during this period, the Mu family will lift the house arrest on the mother-daughter duo of Mu Yen and return them to freedom. Next month, it's the last chance. That's the real reason I want you to break into the top 10. After telling him everything in full, Tanhe collected all his emotions and looked at him quietly. Ji Yuan was silent. I didn't expect that Tanhe had such a past, nor did I expect that Mu Shuxin's situation would actually be so difficult. House arrest. All the glitz and glamour on the surface is really all holes in the dark. With the forced separation of her parents and house arrest since childhood, it's hard for her to still have that lively personality. So, this time Mushu Xinshi? If you're under house arrest, then why are you out? Poof, Tan He sneered. Don't think that the people of these clans are all cuties. This bet is a young plot for them. Whether I win the bet or lose it, it will be extremely favorable to the Mu family. And Shuan, they put out on purpose. A less deliberate tool of testing. This child can't hide things since she was a child. When she goes back, she will definitely be questioned by the Mu family. Then, the Mu family will respond according to Shuan's words. Don't worry, any information about you won't get out to the Mu family. Chapter 52? Gifts. The only thing I've let out is that you have a fire imperial beast. The rest is unknown to the outside world. Tan He looked like he was a veteran. There's also Zhang Jilin. The reason why I let him go by your hand is the same reason why I'm preparing for the downtown competition. As for what will happen, allow me to sell it. You'll understand when you break through the 4th round of the tournament. At your service. Ji Yuan smiled. Tan He's honesty at this moment was also a disguised proof that he didn't have any intention of harming him. In fact, in his opinion, Tanha didn't have to be like this. Sincerity was something that could be felt by each other. And from the day he awakened his soul power qualification, when Tan He personally picked him up and returned him to the academy, Ji Yuan had already been impressed by his sincerity. All in good time, Tan He waved his hand and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped to freezing. This is, Ji Yuan froze, only to see, in Tan He's hand, a sentinel beast egg that was haunted by ice crystal crumbs appear. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but after thinking about it, I took it out. He lifted the ice imperial beast egg in his hand. This is a legendary great imperial beast egg. I only know that it is ice. The exact type is unknown. You've already advanced to the 6th rank. You haven't contracted a 3rd imperial beast yet, right? Tan He looked at him, although he didn't know exactly where Ji Yuan's imperial beasts came from, but just like the promise he made, he would never delve into his secrets. This imperial beast egg was the best help one could give him nowadays. If Ji Yuan didn't accept it, he had another item. Legendary imperial beast egg. Ji Yuan carefully observed for a moment. It was the first time he had seen a royal beast egg of this level. A moment later, he shook his head. Thanks Uncle Tan. It's just that, for now, my imperial beasts are enough. His refusal was decisive, as if this valuable thing in front of him could not attract the slightest interest from him. I also forgot to ask. You returned the Mu family's legendary imperial beast in the first place. So now you, 4th grade, Tan He shook his head. There's no need to think about me. If you don't use this imperial beast egg, I'll dispose of it. He put away the imperial beast egg, and immediately after, like magic, he threw a red-colored item towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan hurriedly caught it with both hands, only to hear Tan He say, "This is the skill core of the fire imperial beast. Take it." Fire skill core. He looked down into his hand. The surface of this skill core flowed with a crimson luster, and during that time, it would change into a wisp of gold color. This is the highest level of skill core. He looked up, but saw that Tanha had gotten up and headed for the door. The last 15 days, prepare well for the battle, and everything, it's up to you. When he finished, he didn't linger any longer. Ji Yuan tightly gripped the skill core in his hand, and as promised, Tan He really did provide him with all the resources. The endorsement fee from Lin Yun City, the advancement of flash vampirism, the resonance light and shadow raid that saved his life in the Valley of Apoplexy, and the fire imperial beast skill core that he did need nowadays. Every bit of his help was just right. Top 10. Not nearly enough. Do it best. Take the title. The winner of the city contest, which is always wrapped up by the top-ranked city, he is going to make history. At that moment, a nurse pushed her way in. Mr. G, all your indicators are normal. Mayor Tan has already completed the discharge procedures for you. You can leave at any time. Half an hour later, Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mu Shu Xin, the 4 of them came to a small restaurant with an average environment and a sealed flavor. The day Mu Shu Xin's plane landed, Ji Yuan brought her here to eat, and after that, she fell in love with the place. The restaurant was doing well, and the 4 of them attracted a lot of attention when they were seated. Su Ziyin removed the scarf, revealing that fair and flawless melon face with slightly drooping eyelids, a look of an iceberg beauty. Mu Shushin's long burgundy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate cheeks were full of vigor with a light smile. These 2 distinct, yet exceptionally stunning beauties were not the center of attention. Hello, a timid voice rang out. The 4 of them raised their heads, only to see a girl wearing glasses, carefully looking at Ji Yuan and saying, "Can I take a picture with you?" Zhao Shan blurted out, looking at Ji Yuan with a shocked expression. The latter held his forehead, as a representative of the downtown area. The essential step was naturally to build momentum. Under the operation of Tan He and a group of endorsers, the current Ji Yuan can be regarded as the city's current superstar. a rising star of the Imperial Beasts who was more popular than any entertainment star. In fact, during the days when he accompanied Mu Shushin on his shopping and eating trips, he was already being chased for pictures, autographs, and so on. "Excuse me, oh little sister, we are eating oh." At that moment, Mushu Xian stood up with a swish and crossed her arms in front of her body, shaking her head. In those days, she was also the one who blocked one group of photo fans after another. The little girl bowed her head and left. Zhao Shan looked at her back, turned his head and laughed strangely. "Old G, you're not hurting your fans' hearts. If it were me, I wouldn't even hug her, let alone take a picture." Unexpectedly, on the table, not only Ji Yuan, but also the two women said in unison, "Get lost." Being scolded by all three at the same time, Zhao Shan's smile instantly disappeared, and then, indignantly, he said, "I want to go back to Hongling City." His appearance made Ji Yuan laugh dumbly. Alright, I'm curious, how do you and Shushin know each other?" "Often go to Mu's house with my mom." "Once you're there, Zhao Shan said truthfully. "His mom and my mom are close friends, bosom buddies." Mu Shushin added from the sidelines, "Can you go to Mu's house often?" "What's your name, auntie?" Ji Yuan came to be interested. Zhao Shan bristled and said, "My mom is a daughter of the Jiang family." "Good guy." Feelings of this table, only one ordinary person himself is it. However, according to the rules of the five great families, shouldn't Zhao Shan be surnamed Jiang? Soon, Ji Yuan was reminded of the scene of Zhao Tianhou falling from the sky on a griffin when he was in the vein. His grade was definitely not low, at least a third grade. Perhaps, it was because Zhao Tianhou himself was powerful enough to break certain rules. It wasn't long before the food was served and the four of them began to move their chopsticks. During that time, Su Ziyin had always seemed silent, mostly keeping her head down and not saying a word. And Zhao Shan and Mu Shushin lived up to their resemblance. The two of them never stopped talking. You and I, east and west, everything came over. What made people feel the strangest was Mu Shushin, who talked quite a lot and still managed to separate her heart to give Ji Yuan a hard dish. "Ji Yuan, this is delicious." "Ji Yuan, this is also delicious." "Wow, you try this, it's fantastic." He couldn't even move his chopsticks before the bowls were piled high. "I mean, it's not like old Ji is crippled. Why are you doing this?" Even Zhao Shan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't look at him and spat. Ji Yuan was also a bit speechless. Was this woman playing a game of high stacking? Oh, sorry. Mu Shushin also reacted at this time, blinked her eyes rapidly, stopped talking, and buried her head in dry rice. It's over. Love rivals at the same table. Too much tension. While she was mentally cursing herself, Su Ziyin on the side was carrying a bowl, her eyes glancing over Ji Yuan and then Mushu Xian, before she also buried her head and silently dried her rice. The sudden silence in the atmosphere caused Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan to be a bit puzzled. For a moment, Chosen said, "By the way, old quarter, I forgot to tell you that I don't have to enter the downtown competition either." Chapter 53, Execution by Red Flame. After the meal, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mushu Xian bid farewell to Ji Yuan. All three had flights in the afternoon, and the timing was a little later, so the three of them happened to be traveling together in a group to the airport. On the way back, Ji Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The young masters and young ladies of these five great families really had their benefits in place. Guaranteed admission to the three major colleges, not to mention the fact that you don't even have to participate in the competition. Ji Yuan didn't go back to the college dormitory. He prepared a large flat in the center of the city for him, fully furnished and turnkey. When he got back to his apartment, lying on the living room couch, he summoned Dim and Shining Spirit. "How are you two learning Resonance, Light and Shadow Raid?" Although he had been unconscious for 3 days, Dim and Shining Spirit could still perform simple activities in the seal of the Imperial Beasts, including learning skills. The words fell. "Wow!" Dim shook his torso, and then another it appeared aside. Seeing this, Ji Yuan fiercely stood up. He scrutinized this phantom that had been conjured up by Dim's soul power, and both the aura and the power were consistent with the real it. A phantom of this caliber is a perfect diversion. Dim moved at that moment. It took a step towards the front, and the phantom moved with it, almost indistinguishable from the real one. However, the phantom soon disappeared. Dim's aura also instantly shriveled up a lot. It seemed that the consumption of this skill was still a bit too much. The upper limit of the Imperial Beast's soul power was closely related to the Imperial Beast Master, and at the 6th rank, he was ultimately somewhat dragging the two beasts down. Ji Yuan sighed and looked over at Shining Vampire. The latter's large wolf head shook, and a translucent phantom emerged. Shining Vampire was delayed by that negative talent after all. "It's fine, take your time. In the last 10 days or so, let's try to learn Resonance, Light and Shadow Raid." He rubbed Shiny Paw's big head. It was time to move on to the next step with a part of Soul Shock that belonged to him. After a moment of contemplation, He took out the skill core that Tan he had given him in the morning. Dim, this is a fire skill. Learn it. At the same time, he attached his soul power to the skill core. Red Flame Execution. Requirements: Fire attributed Imperial Beasts. With a minimum Imperial Beast bloodline level of Advanced. Introduction: Manipulate the fire attribute to generate flaming chains to bind the target. Then coalesce a flaming giant sword to execute the enemy. Learning Step 1. Attempt to manipulate the fire attribute to generate flame chains. Learning Step 2. Attempt to manipulate the flame chains to bind the practice target. Step 3. Information about this rare golden skill floated in his mind. Because it was a skill that belonged to the Imperial Beasts, Ji Yuan read the description and was unable to see the method of learning it. Luckily, the new talent, no need to worry, that was unlocked when Dim entered youth was able to allow him to learn fire attribute skills at a glance. I don't think it will take long for it to master this skill. It was also just as he happened to be thinking this in his mind that Dim opened his beast's eyes. The ghostly green pupils of the beast flashed with a refined light as it looked towards Ji Yuan with a look of eagerness to try. Tomorrow. Try the valley on the outskirts tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning, away from the hustle and bustle of the city in the mountains and forests, a black blistering wind rushed through the forest. Behind them, a ball of green-colored flames followed closely. Soon, they stopped in front of a dark, huge cave. Ow dash! A furious howl came from the cave. As heavy footsteps sounded, gradually, a huge black bear, on all fours, stepped out step by step. Is this the guy? The black bear who sneaked up on us last time and then escaped in a black whirlwind? Ji Yuan rode on the back of the shining spirit and stared at this ferocious beast. 2 days before he and Mu Shushin went to the Withering Valley, they encountered this strange black bear in the valley. It should have been one of the skills when, disguised as a boulder, it tried to hunt Jibyuan without them noticing. It was good that Diming and Shining Spirit reacted fast enough, but before they could clean it up, the black bear turned into a black whirlwind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Returning to their homeland today, with Shining Prana's sensitive sense of smell, they touched this guy's territory to see how it would still run. Dim, get on! As soon as the words fell, the black bear roared and charged towards Ji Yuan in Shining Spirit. The shining vampire figure moved and pulled away about 5 meters. At the same time, the green flames boiled, and under Ji Yuan's watchful eye, the underworld flames transformed into several chains that crazily wrapped around the black bear's body. Instantly, the terrifying high temperature scorched. The black bear wailed repeatedly, and its large body fell to the ground. Quick! It's trying to run again. Ji Yuan had sharp eyes and realized that the black bear's body was starting to blur, a precursor to transforming into a whirlwind. However, he saw the head of the beast, which was tilted high in the dark, and a green light bloomed in its eyes. Swish, swish, countless chains stuck out from the ground, firmly securing it. And then, around the surface of Dim's body, the spectral flame began to fill the air. Clang dash, an ear-piercing crunching sound like a sharp blade coming out of its sheath came out of nowhere. Ji Yuan raised his head slightly, only to see that, in the air above this black bear's head, a wide blade condensed by the underworld flame was falling straight down. Boom! In an instant, terrifying fiery fluctuations stirred and scattered in all directions. A piercing green light surfaced, causing both Ji Yuan and Shining Spirit to narrow their eyes. The green light flickered and disappeared without a trace, along with the blazing fluctuations. Looking at the black bear again, the chains wrapped around its body had disappeared. It had a shocking scar on its huge bear head. Black bear, dead. Not bad for a gold level skill. The ground around the black bear appeared cracked to varying degrees, as if even the ground was unable to withstand the blow it had just received. Ji Yuan was satisfied. Now, both beasts possessed 3 skills in addition to the resonance skill, which was already excellent. I've also familiarized myself with the tricks of the second step of the Soul Shock Strike, and in 2 days at the most, I'll be able to completely master it. After taking a deep breath, he slapped the Shining Spirit's carapace, and the 2 beasts transformed into light once again, flying and sweeping through this mountain forest. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, there are only 3 days left before the downtown competition. Participants from all over the country have made their way to the cities where the races are held to acclimatize themselves in advance. All over Linyun City, banners began to be hung up, all of which were cheering and applauding for Ji Yuan, hoping that he could represent Linyun City and achieve a good result. Right now, municipal building. Well, are you ready? The old handsome mayor with gray sideburns sat in his chair and looked at the handsome young man in front of him with a smile in the corner of his eye. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Of course, when do we leave? The location of the downtown competition was a city called Maxian, which was extremely far away from Linyun City, and I'm afraid it would take 2 days if I took a plane. Now, after saying that, he got up and gestured for him to follow him. Ji Yuan followed him all the way to the top floor of the municipal building, which was a tarmac, but there were no helicopters. Chirp dash, as an ethereal, melodious chirping cry resounded through the clouds. A gorgeous, massive golden eagle appeared out of nowhere. "This is your flight." Tan He leaped onto the back of this golden eagle. Nice guy. This was indeed a bit out of Ji Yuan's expectation. Upon jumping onto the back of this golden eagle, it instantly unfolded its wings, and without waiting for Ji Yuan to get used to it, the wings trembled. Swish dash, in the blink of an eye, the figure of the golden eagle had already swept into the sky. Good speed. The youth's shout of surprise came Su. This eagle exploded. Chapter 54. Before we begin, Inkbrand City. At first, Ji Yuan thought that this would be a city of tall buildings and prosperity like Hongling City, but when he stood on the back of the golden eagle and looked down on the city, he was shocked to find that although Inkmark City covered an extremely large area, none of the buildings exceeded 3 stories in height. The only building that towers over the city is a square tower that stands in the center of the city. In winter, the sky is always gray. As Ji Yuan and Tan He approached the skies above Mo Trace City and the Golden Eagle, the figures of flying imperial beasts emerged from the surrounding clouds. On the backs of these imperial beasts, there were as few as 2 people and as many as a dozen, so they should not all be participants. Tan He maneuvered the Golden Eagle and swept straight towards the top of the square tower without stopping along the way. From a distance, the building was thin and long, but as he continued to approach, Ji Yuan's pupils contracted before realizing that the square tower covered an area that was probably much larger than a soccer field. This is the 4-square tower of the Imperial Beast Alliance. In his ear, Tan He's answer came. Apart from Inkmark City, there are 3 other cities where the exact same 4-square tower also exists. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Even you can see them now. Right now. At those words, Ji Yuan raised his eyes and swept the surrounding area. Although the high altitude was cloudy and foggy, he could indeed clearly see, in 3 directions in the extreme distance, the black outlines. While Ji Yuan was still immersed in shock, the Golden Eagle had already arrived at the top of the 4-square tower. The top is flat, and the ground flashes a number of uniform signs, Imperial Beast's moorings. It was like a planned parking space, and Tan He maneuvered the Golden Eagle to land in one of the berths. Soon, a well-dressed staff member trotted up, his eyes sharply sweeping over Ji Yuan and Tan He. "ID please. Regular contestants are not allowed to land here." Only after the words fell, Tan He flung out a white card. The staff member took a look and then hurriedly opened his body respectfully sideways. "Mr. Tan, welcome. Thanks." Tan He put the Golden Eagle away and led Ji Yuan towards the elevator entrance. Riding the elevator down to the first floor, the door just opened and the roaring noise rushed into both ears. The brightly lit, exquisitely decorated first-floor lobby was crowded and noisy. Walking out of the elevator, Ji Yuan saw the 5 big words, Competition Registration Office, from a long distance away. Fortunately, although there were a lot of people, most of the 120 contestants participating in the competition had already registered. Ji Yuan took 10 minutes to finish registering, probably just reporting his name, the city he represented, the Royal Beastmaster grade, and so on. "Come on, go to the lodging. You'll be here for at least the next 7 days." After all, having participated in many sessions, Tan He was clear about all the processes here and led Ji Yuan right toward the outdoors. Leaving this 4-sided tower and walking through the downtown area where the height of the layers did not exceed 3 on average, Ji Yuan was surprised to find that there seemed to be no Imperial Beast ban here. Oddly shaped and varied Imperial Beasts accompanied their owners, and some even rode them around the streets. Ink-striped City, an urban area specially set up for the downtown competition, where better Imperial Beast supplements and skill cores can be bought. The contestants' residences were uniformly planned on the edge of the city. 120 contestants, 122-story cottages with separate yards. Along the way, Ji Yuan saw numerous novelty Imperial Beasts and commodities that were not found in Linyan City or even Hongling City. When they arrived at the players' rest area, Ji Yuan's eyes were open. As Tan He said, "Here." It was a regimented little villa area. The entrance is guarded, and to enter you need to show a player ID tag, which are issued after completing the registration process. The ID tag has the exact location of where you live, and the door locks or facial recognition has been pre-recorded. That's it for now. I've got a couple of old friends to meet. Call if you need anything. After Tan He finished his explanation, he unfolded his golden wings on his back and disappeared in the air under the astonished gaze of the crowd coming and going. Ji Yuan took out his identity card, which had a number on it, 92, all the way to find the past. The appearance of these villas, the size of the yard and so on, are the same, the only change, only the door number. There have been quite a few people moving in already. As he walked to the 92 that belonged to him, off to the side, in the courtyard of the 93, stood a strong man with a tiger's back and thick eyebrows. When the burly man saw him looking at him, a simple smile appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Zhong Xian, from Demang City, Linyan City." Ji Yuan. He smiled and nodded in response, and then, he walked into his compound. The two-story cottage, with an area of about 90 square feet, plus a 20 square foot yard, was more than adequate for one person. The entry door is equipped with a facial recognition device in the cat's eye position, just like Tanny said. Ka, walking up to the door. The sound of the lock turning sounded and the entry door opened automatically, closing again when he entered. Welcome, contestant Jibyun. Now, please move to the basement and I will answer the rules for you during the contest. The house was comfortably decorated, with simple and regular furnishings, and seemed to be equipped with some sort of intelligent butler. After he stepped inside, he found the basement entrance at the head of the stairs leading to the second floor. The lights came on and he followed the stairs to the basement, his eyebrows raised slightly. Here, a circular device the size of a manhole cover with a flowing blue light was placed. This is a teleportation device provided by Kogi. When the downtown competition starts, please follow the guidelines and go through the teleportation device to the competition site. Within Merkstrike City, all fighting is forbidden, and within the rest area, players are forbidden to string each other up. And your house, you can only live in it by yourself. Food and clothing are ready. 62 hours left until the first round starts. Please be patient, the smart butler explained. Ji Yuan sked. Seriously, this scale, this environment, it was really a bit beyond his expectations. Taking out his cell phone, because Mu Shuxin and Zhao Shan were familiar with each other, the four of them redrew a group. After he informed the trio of his arrival in the group, Zhao Shan replied immediately. Go old season. I'll be there in person on game day to cheer you on. Just wait until you hear me yell Ji Yuan from the audience. Then, Mu Shuxin also said, I won't go to the scene. I'll watch the live broadcast at home, and then I'll come to the scene to cheer for you after you break into the fourth round. After about 4 minutes of silence in the group, Su Ziyin posted a message. I'll be there to cheer you on. Zhao Shan, Miss Su. Let's meet on the spot then. I've prepared a thieving banner for old G. Susan, okay. Ma Shuhin. Wait, I'm going to be there too. Zhao Shan sent a puzzled emoji. Aren't you going to watch the live broadcast? The group chat stopped at Zhao Shan's last words. Ji Yuan looked at the words windy banner and had an ominous feeling. Chapter 55, Downtown Competition. First round. Kick off. In a flash, 62 hours passed by. There are 3 minutes until the start of the race, so please proceed to the basement and step onto the teleportation device immediately. Day 1 of the downtown competition. Round 1, 10 a.m. Sharp. The handsome-faced, dark-haired, short and lean Ji Yuan stepped into the basement at the urging of the intelligent butler. He wore a black shirt with 2 blue clouds embroidered on the collar and cuffs. The pure black style of clothing, set against his handsome face, appeared to give the whole person a sharp aura of a blade about to be sheathed. After exhaling deeply, Ji Yuan took a step onto the teleportation device. Buzz. Strange sounds rang out like electricity passing through the body, setting off a tingling sensation in the skin. With a blackness before his eyes, when a beam of pale yellow light illuminated, Ji Yuan had been transported to a room of about 10 square meters. The rooms are small, but have high-quality wallpaper as well as noble carpeting. Even the small chandelier at the top is studded with a sparkling diamond. However, apart from these, there are no other furnishings. In the southeastern corner, rested a brown wooden door, and at that moment, the golden glittering round handle turned and a man with a headset walked in. Lin Yun City. Ji Yuan? Yes. Follow me. The man twisted his head and left, and Ji Yuan quickly followed. Exiting the room, Ji Yuan followed him through a straight black aisle. He looked around and realized that the aisle was only connected to the room he had just come out of. When coming around a corner, the man stopped and gestured for him to come forward on his own. Next, let's welcome the downtown competition. Round 1, Contestant 5. At that moment, a dull yet passionate male voice came faintly from the front. Ji Yuan stepped around the corner, which was an upward staircase, and at the end, there was a black curtain. The moment he lifted the curtain, blinding light shot head-on, the strong light source making people subconsciously squint and raise their hands to shield themselves. After adapting, Ji Yuan slowly lowered his palms. To the eye, there was a sea of people in the audience. He, on the other hand, was standing on top of the wide ring. The edges of the ring were shrouded in a thin curtain of light, capable of deflecting any blast fallout from the arena and avoiding accidental injuries to the auditorium. Sweeping over with a glance, the venue for this competition was extremely wide and boundless, actually possessing 4 rings at the same time. In other words, the first round of this downtown tournament had a minimum of 8 people fighting at the same time in each battle. Soon, Ji Yuan saw a large and long banner in the north audience. Just see. The banner reads, Tremble, contestants, you're about to face, the No. 1 rising star in Lin Yun City, the No. 1 fierce man in Lin Yun City, the No. 1 imperial beast master in Lin Yun City. Ji Yuan. The banner, stretched from 2 long tubes with bases across 10 empty seats, was the most distinctive sight in the entire auditorium, of all, because, not only did the owner of this banner, a single person, purchase more than a dozen consecutive ticket seats, but he even held a customized banner in both hands and danced wildly under it. Zhao Shan held up the banner with, "Fierce Man Ji Yuan," written on it with both hands, and excitedly chanted in the audience with such enthusiasm that it made countless people look sideways. Fortunately, he still had some conscience and knew to set his seat in the last row, so that the banner could not block other people's view and he himself could dance like crazy. Where's the dumbass from? Linyun City is only ranked 92 as far as I can remember, right? What's this Ji Yuan? Is he crazy? It's not even known if he can get past the first round, and he's hiring this kind of trustee to come and yell? That's right, a small city with a broken ranking of 90 or so dares to be so wild? I'd like to see what he's capable of when he makes his first appearance. So arrogant, and quivering, right? And a fierce man? Look at this cheering and shouting buddies, without a few $100,000, cannot act out this kind of passion, right? The surrounding audience whispered because of Chosen's unique way of responding. And on the stage, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched and the corners of his mouth twitched, itching to go up and strangle Zhao Shan right now. At that moment, on the other side of the ring, a man in gray casual clothes walked out. Ji Yuan's ring was at the end of the 4 rings, and at this moment, when his opponent took the stage, the lights in the room suddenly went black. Okay, folks, the contestants for the 5th match have all taken the stage, so let me introduce them to you one by one. First, it's the red side of the first ring, the 6th grade Imperial Beast Master from Golden Court City, Guan Peng. As the host's words fell, a light red light shot to the left side of the ring, and it was a man with a slightly chubby figure. Next, on the blue side of the first ring, a 6th grade Imperial Beast Master from Luqing City, Su Rue. Pale blue light spilled onto the right side of the ring, where a woman with a cold face stood. Among them, Jinting City, represented by Guan Peng, is ranked 42 nationally, and Luqing City, represented by Su Rue, is ranked 30 nationally. As you can see, the gap between the two contestant cities is not that big. Who will finally take the victory in the first ring? Let's stay tuned. The audience erupted into a tsunami of cheers as the hosts were introduced. When he finally came to the 4th ring, Zhao Shan instantly came to life, standing up and waving the flag in his hand frantically. Let's focus our attention on the 2 contestants in the 4th ring. Please look to the red side. The 6th grade Imperial Beast Master from Linyun City, Ji Yuan. The live guide knew what he was doing, and the camera did not give Ji Yuan's name when it came out. Instead, they moved to the North audience, a slugger banner that took up 10 seats. Unsurprisingly, the scene erupted into a chorus of boos, and Ji Yuan covered his face, helpless to the core. Wow, this contestant has quite the fan base. Now, keep your eyes on his opponent. On the blue side, from Woodland Hong City, the 6th grade Imperial Beast Master, Chen Ash. Among them, Linyun City is ranked 92 in the nation, and Mulinhong City is ranked 90 in the nation, which is the closest city rankings in this game. The host passionately shouted, now that all 4 rings, and all 8 contestants' introductions have been completed, it's about to begin, the 5th match, the big match dash. Before that, I need to announce the rules, and all participants please strictly abide by them. 1. No killing of Imperial Beast Masters is allowed during the match. 2. The match lasts a total of 3 minutes, and at the end of the timer, if both sides have not decided on a winner, they will be eliminated at the same time. Simultaneous elimination of. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. Interesting. 3 seconds to countdown. 3 seconds to finish. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, fight. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited, and in the ring, light and strange Imperial beasts manifested, charging out towards their respective opponents. Across from Ji Yuan, the seal of the Imperial beast appeared on the face of the man named Shin Gray, and immediately after, a giant snake with scales emitting 7 colored hues and an incomparably thick and sturdy body appeared. Huma Coelacanth. He recognized this creature, a bloodline intermediate, skilled at spewing hallucinogenic poisonous mist and devouring its prey while it was caught in the act. The right palm was slightly clenched. Giggle. The green-colored blaze suddenly filled the air. At the same time, Huma Coelacanth snake's bloody mouth sprayed pink mist in Ji Yuan's direction. With only 3 minutes to go, everyone knew that it had to be a quick fight, and when it came out, it was bound to be a kill. Unexpectedly, the green-colored flames that permeated Ji Yuan's body directly vaporized this pink mist. Dim, unleash, red flame execution. Let's end the fight in one blow. Chapter 56, Unexpected Result. Net Survival. Big Slugger Jibuan? With this small body? I thought it was some kind of muscle man. In the audience, some people were paying attention to the battle in the 4th ring because of their resentment towards Zhao Shan. Hey, this Ji Yuan is lucky. His opponent's city ranking is only 2 places higher, and with this kind of gap, it's easy to break through. I'm going to go. This Mulan Hangshur guy's royal beast is actually a Huma Chao snake? I'm not mistaken. What kind of garbage imperial beast is this? Mother asterisk 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 her. I wanted to see this big fierce guy get eliminated in the first round, but this Chen Ash is too subpar, isn't it? Huma coquettish snake? This kind of imperial beast can't make it to the stage. He. Look, the guy from Lin Yun City summoned imperial beasts too. I'd like to see what kind of creatures he can get out. It's not going to be a wild boar or a bison or something, is it? What's this green stuff? Mist? Or crouch? Why is the air around this Ji Yuan distorted? This green-colored stuff. It can't be a flame. Appeared. Holy, I didn't see it wrong. This Ji Yuan's imperial beast is actually, Karen beast. Ring 4. The sizzling fluctuations were intense. In the boiling of the underworld flame, Dim slowly appeared. The lights of the arena shine on its white scales, reflecting an elegant, noble coloration. Dim tilted his head high, blobs of ethereal green flames floating around him. The huge body of the Huma coelacanth snake stopped, and the intermediate level bloodline was already shocked by Dim's aura. In the back, Chen Ash's pupils flickered as he stared at Dim, incredulity welling up under his eyes. He could detect from the seal of the imperial beast that his Huma Chao snake's soul was trembling tremendously and no longer had the heart to fight. What is this guy's origin? He actually has this level of imperial beasts. After all, it was a low-ranked city, and he did not recognize the Qilin Rui beast in front of him. The highest-ranked imperial beast in my bloodline is just barely advanced. The next second, Chen Ash lowered his head, raised his hand and shouted, Newlin Hong City, Chen Ash, admit defeat. The word spread throughout the room. Everyone, pretty much, froze, including Ji Yuan. He hurriedly made Dim retract the skill he was about to release and looked at the other party in dismay. What? Before the imperial beasts even engaged in battle, the blue player in the 4th ring just conceded defeat? I announced the 5th battle. The first to end the match is the 4th ring. The winner, Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The host was also a bit confused, and his words caused the entire room to all cast their eyes. When some people saw the Rui beast beside Ji Yuan, they let out gasps of surprise. The audience was in an uproar, and countless noisy discussions surged up. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, but he saw that Chen Ash calmly put away the Huma coquettish snake and took a step closer to him. Coming in front of him, Chen Ash looked at him after carefully sizing up Dim for a few moments and said, This imperial beast of yours, its bloodline level is hegemony level, right? Ji Yuan opened his mouth and finally nodded in silence. That's good. We're bound to lose anyway, so it's better to just admit defeat rather than letting our imperial beasts get injured. Chen Ash shrugged indifferently, explaining his motives. The downtown competition, isn't that important? The dude conceded too decisively, leaving him a bit confused. Who knows? Chen Ash smiled and spread his hands. Stop it, bro. We are all born in the bottom city. How can we possibly fight those geniuses at the top of the rankings? Haven't you heard? This is the last downtown competition. The downtowns are about to merge, and those of us in the lower-ranked downtowns will soon be able to hug our thighs. Before competing, our mayor specifically told me that placing doesn't matter and that I should admit defeat when it's time to admit defeat. When he finished, he raised an eyebrow, looking unconcerned. Ji Yuan held his forehead. Why were things going completely different from what he had imagined? Where was the hot-blooded battle he wanted? And in the audience, the crowd was calling for a fake match. Where the hell is someone who admits defeat without even fighting? Because of the protection mechanism at the edge of the ring, the breath inside the arena cannot be spread to the outside world. Although the unicorn beast is indeed very rare and noble, but that's no reason for the contestants to go down without a fight. I go. What's this rivalry coming from Old Quarter? What's he up to? In the North audience, Zhao Shan was similarly a bit confused, and he also wondered if this could be some kind of program effect. But when you think about it, it's a ING downtown competition, and how dare anyone mess with the program effects on such an occasion? The winner and loser of the 4th ring may leave. Several other rings fought in a frenzy, while Ji Yuan retreated helplessly amidst the roiling shouts of curses. Brothers, although overlord-class Qilin Rui beasts are rare, but don't forget that we are just representatives of the fringe cities. I know what you're thinking, but, alas, without further ado, take care. Before leaving, Chen Ash spoke in a serious tone, seemingly giving him advice. The curtain leading backstage was lifted and the crew was waiting. Returning to the small room from which he had come, he closed the door and produced a trance of consciousness. In returning to his senses, he had appeared in the basement of his own housing. Too late to do anything about it. His phone vibrated like crazy. It opens, and it's a group chat between the 4 of them. Zhao Shan, *******. What the hell is this Chen Ash doing? Why did he just admit defeat? Now the internet is cursing old G like crazy. He shared a post titled, "The Most Outrageous Match." Linyun City was revealed to have spent a lot of money to bribe the draw and opponents before the tournament. Or to guarantee the title? The game has only just ended and this thread already has tens of thousands of replies. Ji Yuan clicked on it and looked at it, and it was the same as what he expected. Clear, all open curses. But amidst all the name-calling, all of them couldn't get away from 4 words, low-class downtown. Every single one of the reposters was full of malice towards the city of Lingyun, which was ranked outside the 90th percentile. Or maybe it's a habitual bias. Looking at the tirades in the post, a nameless flame rose in Ji Yuan's heart. No wonder Tan He has said that downtown rankings have serious drawbacks. This unbalanced tilting of resources will lead to serious prejudice on the part of those in high places against the representatives of small cities who are unable to break through the quagmire. Even Chen Ash, a man in the mud, had this ridiculous prejudice. Do they, the representatives from the small cities, really deserve to be the runners-up in the competition, and can only play like Chen Gray? Ji Yuan clenched his fists, and it was at this moment that he deeply realized the words that Tan He had said. The one thing that can never be eliminated between people is prejudice. Once this emotion is created, everyone will put colored glasses on you and your every move will be misinterpreted and magnified. If you ask me, don't rush. Linyun City can only bribe the representatives of similarly ranked cities, and in the next round, this Ji Yuan will definitely be revealed. Normal. Every downtown competition, there are always some low-level downtown to try crooked ways. This Ji Yuan cannot survive the second round. The 2 most liked comments were topped, and countless people chimed in. Chapter 57, Round 2, 92 versus 15. Day 2. The first round of the downtown competition ended with a total of 60 out of 120 people eliminated. The eliminated were basically the same as expected across the net. For the most part, it's been mid to high-ranked downtowns that have won battles in crushing fashion, eliminating low-ranked downtown representatives. There is, of course, a small portion that is a battle with little difference in urban areas. However, the statistics showed that there were only 5 people ranked below 60 who advanced to the second round in the urban area. Among them, Ji Yuan's downtown ranking was the lowest among the 60 people who had advanced. Right now, inside a room with an old style and retro furnishings, several figures sat casually. The pale figure sitting in the corner tapped the cane in his hand and laughed. This competition, with this kind of thing being rumored right at the beginning, can you all understand why I advocate for the consolidation of the downtown area? But perhaps, there really is such a possibility as bribery? After all, this Ji Yuan and Chen Ash's downtown rankings are 2 places apart, so it doesn't make sense for Chen Ash to directly admit defeat. And the mayor of Linyun was said to have had contact with multiple ranked downtowns before the start of the tournament, which, to the side, the man with his legs crossed spoke with some disdain. Mu family agent, don't invoke a smile. Have you forgotten that the drawer of this downtown competition is your Mu family? On the wall of the room, a light screen suddenly appeared, playing an image of a green and white, elegant to the extreme unicorn beast. Is it strange that a unicorn, with a bloodline rank of at least legendary, would allow an opponent contracted to whom a coelacanth to surrender without a fight? At this time, a languid woman with a slender figure and long hair like a waterfall got up. Furthermore, the Mu family agent. Everyone is clear about who the mayor of Linyun City is. The alliance didn't intervene in the matter between your Mu family and Tan He in the first place. And you, now, don't fall on your sword here. Jiang Wanqiu, don't you slander people. That Tan He has been at the 4th rank unable to break through since he left my Mu family. This kind of person doesn't deserve for us to target him. I'm just being matter of fact. Dang. In the corner, the old man with a walking stick in his hand gently tapped the ground. His identity seemed to be extremely special, and the Mu family agent closed his voice at once. Agent Mu, this is within the alliance, so please be careful how you address yourself. Seeing that the scene was quiet, the old man continued. There is no need to deliberately clarify public opinion. As long as this Ji Yuan encounters a strong opponent in the second round, no matter what the outcome is, at the end of the second round, the rumors will not be able to break. The old man's gaze coalesced above the Qilin Rui beast in the curtain of light, flickering vaguely. Zhao Xiaomei, it's all because of your crappy banner that Ji Yuan was scolded. You're really too unreliable. In the crowd of 4, Mu Shuxin had been crusading against Zhao Shan since the end of the match, scolding him for a day and a night, with more than 100 messages, and Zhao Shan had no way to refute them. When she finally subsided for a while, Zhao Shan carefully sent a crying in pain emoji and said, I copied the format of this crappy banner from the internet. I didn't realize it would cause such serious consequences. Lao Ji. I'm sorry Lao Ji. Sitting in the living room, Ji Yuan's face wore a smile as he shook his head and typed, It's fine, it's not the banner. This kind of overwhelming abuse. During those 2 years in the Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy, one had already experienced too much, and was even now numb. Mushu Xin, don't you spoil him. Immediately afterward, Mushu Xin opened another round of verbal crusade. Instantly, dozens more messages filled the group chat. The tournament is about to begin. Please move to the teleportation device and head to the tournament site. The intelligent butler's voice rang out. Ji Yuan stood up, his angular and handsome face climbing up to a touch of seriousness. Hopefully, in this second match, a normal opponent will come along and allow him to break all the doubts out there. It was the same process as before, with the teleportation device connecting to the gorgeous little room. Of course the curtain is lifted and when he steps into the ring again, his opponent is waiting. As soon as he appeared, the entire arena erupted into a roaring chorus of boos. And this time, he was in the first ring. Welcome back folks. Coming up, the second round of the downtown competition. The first matchup. After yesterday's fierce battle, a total of 60 contestants advanced to the second round. Today, 30 people will be eliminated. Let's wait and see. And now, let's introduce the contestants for the first matchup. First up, the first ring, the red side, Ji Yuan from Linyun City. The audience instantly boiled, and all of them chanted in unison. Fake match. Fake match, fake. A mountainous roar resounded through the entire arena. And today, Zhao Shan was still mortared in the north side of the audience, and he was still pulling the banner. Only, this time the content is much more normal. Only repeated 4 big words, Ji Yuan will win. At this moment, amidst the group taunts from the audience, Zhao Shan stomped on a chair and yelled with his neck. Ji Yuan is great. Ji Yuan will win. All around him, others were thumbing down at him, making few noises. Ring 1. The light red light hit his face. Ji Yuan closed his eyes and listened to the booing of the whole court. His heart was without waves. The moderator was silent and allowed the gallery to vent their emotions. It took a moment before he spoke up to control the scene. I can see that the red player's victory yesterday has left everyone a little disconcerted. And as the host, I understand. However, it's still important to state here that for the downtown competition, there can't be any fake matches, bribes, or internalization. Alright, let's move our attention to the blue player. From Wind River City, Haojin. Let's take a look at the rankings of the downtown areas represented by the two players. Linyun City, ranked 92. Wind River City, ranked 15th. Wow, the downtown gap is so far apart on this one. It's worth mentioning that Haojin player in the previous round eliminated his opponent in only 30 seconds. The first ring of the victory or defeat in the end. How? Please look forward to it. As the host introduced the other rings, Ji Yuan opened his eyes and looked at his opponent for this round. It was a man in a blue trench coat with a cold stare. His eyes swept over Ji Yuan, contempt in his eyes unconcealed. In his opinion, it was a waste of time to fight against these ranked downtown representatives. Okay, the introductions of the fighters for this match are complete, and the first battle is about to begin. The host's words fell, and the moment the battle bell rang, the atmosphere was once again on fire. Several other rings were instantly in chaos. While in the first ring, Haojin clasped his hands and slowly stepped forward. Giggle. As a dark black seal of the imperial beast emerged from the crook of his arm. On his side, a black flame emerged, and the flame continued to expand, eventually transforming into a giant bear covered in burning black flames. Ha ha ha. Haojin didn't use his first round's imperial beast and summoned his inferno bear. Kill Haojin. Tear this fake Sai King's Qilin Rui beast to shreds. The people following the battle shouted at the top of their lungs. Haojin's face was indifferent as he gave an order in his mind. Black soul. Use hell boiling, and just end it. Hoo-hoo! The giant bear let out a muffled, wild roar, and the black flames on its body poured out. Chapter 58? I admit defeat. The seal of the green imperial beast emerged, and Dim's body manifested. It took 2 steps forward and gazed at the black flames that came swooping in like a dark cloud, not moving a muscle, since he couldn't lay a finger on the imperial beast master. The black flames instantly engulfed Dim. Meh, not far away. Haojin's nostrils spewed out a breath of contempt. His Hell Inferno bear was an overlord-level bloodline. This unique Hell Black Inferno was able to burn everything. This Qilin Rui beast would surely die. A griffin, a rare creature. How did this lowly downtown guy get it? Thinking that, he looked at Ji Yuan, but saw that the other party's expression was as usual, not even frowning, pretending to be deep. Haojin's face was indifferent, but his heart was laughing coldly. I will see that after this Qilin Rui beast is burned and not even crumbs are left. Suddenly, amidst the eerie black flames, a hint of green-colored spectral fire rose. Swish dash. Next moment, a silent and terrifying ripple erupted, and the black flames instantly dissipated, revealing an intact Qilin Rui beast. What's going on? Haojin frowned. Black soul. Use shocking roar. Howl. The black bear landed on all 4 paws and let out a huge roar at Dim. its overlord-level bloodline fluctuation caught in the sound wave, trying to shock the green and white Qilin. Even imperial beasts of the same level would be shocked under this roar. After all, my Black Soul bloodline is close to legendary level. How genuinely sneered. Once this Qilin Rue beast is shocked, let the Black Soul unleash the heart-hollowing ghost claw. But the next second, he froze, only to see that the Qilin Rue beast did not freeze as he had expected. Instead, he only saw Ji Yuan's lips move slightly, seemingly spitting out 2 words. Immediately after, boom! Suddenly, a bloodline pressure that is countless times more terrifying than that of the hegemonic level is overflowing wildly from that Qilin Rue beast's body. In just an instant, Haojin saw his Black Soul's entire body tense up and his thick limbs begin to tremble like crazy. Legendary grade. This imperial beast is actually a legendary class bloodline. Haojin's heart roared, but his face remained absolutely indifferent. He doesn't allow himself to lose expression management against lowly downtown opponents. Wow! At the same time, the moment this black bear was stunned, on the ring, countless green chains suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This single chain crazily wrapped around the black bear, and the terrifying flames that burned the flesh and soul caused the black bear to let out a violent scream. Black Soul! Damn it, how come I can't get it back? This scene caused Haojin's face to change for the first time, and he looked at Ji Yuan in shock, but he saw that the other party was also looking at him. That look, calm, unruffled. A bad feeling welled up in Haojin's heart. The black bear was firmly bound by the chains, his huge body lying on the ground and struggling madly but to no avail. Red flame execution, accompanied by Ji Yuan's bland voice, a greenish light shone in Dim's eyes. Giggle wow dash. Halfway across the ring, a flaming giant sword emitting terrifying heat emerged out of thin air. Ji Yuan slightly raised his hand and swung it down towards the black bear that kept struggling on the ground. In midair, the flaming giant sword plunged straight down towards the black bear's head as he moved. Boom! The ring erupted into a terrifying tremor. Haojin's face changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at his arm, but he saw that the seal of the imperial beast belonging to the black bear was slowly fading. No! Haojin's forehead veins emerged. This was his carefully cultivated imperial beast. If it died in this second round, he was bound to go crazy. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not someone with a soft heart. The other party's attack just now was unrelenting and clearly came down with a deadly hand. Since this was the case, he would likewise not stay his hand. When the scorching flames dissipated, there was only a large hole left in that black bear's head. One hit kills. The many people who were paying attention to this battle were all dumbfounded, and they couldn't even figure out what was going on. Even Haojin didn't understand that all this transformation was only in an instant. In the last second, his Black Soul was in the upper hand, devouring this Qilin Rue beast with black flames. However, the dissipation of the seal of the imperial beast in his arm, as well as the dimming of the Black Soul's pupils, were all stimulating him to recognize reality. Ji Yuan, the imperial beast that had consumed countless hours of effort, died in front of him like this, causing Haojin to no longer be able to calm down, his face grimacing as he let out a frantic roar. This voice, which ran through the entire arena, caused both the hot spectators and the other rings to stagnate. The crowd had sideways glances, but they froze in shock. 15th ranked downtown versus 92 ranked downtown should have been a no-holds-barred battle. How now? Haojin's forehead veins emerged. He couldn't accept this result. Now he could only kill this Qilin Rue beast and avenge his Black Soul. Carry dash. The shrill cry came. An ice-colored, half-human tall creature appeared. The creature was shaped like a praying mantis and possessed 2 scythe-like front claws, but its head resembled a snake's head, which was extremely strange. It's the Cold Shear Beast, a high-level bloodline creature unique to Wind River City. Outside the field, countless people recognized the creature. After this Cold Shear Beast appeared, its figure instantly dissipated. When he reappeared, he had actually instantly moved to the sky above Dim. Sharp front claws lit up with a cold aura, held high as if they wanted to pierce right through Dim's head. Fiery storm. At the back, Ji Yuan said in a deep voice. Giggle. The roiling underworld flames boiled and rose, and Dim utilized his passive skill, fire control, to condense the underworld flames into a large flaming hand. Holding this Cold Shear Beast in one hand, the terrifying burning effect of the underworld flame instantly engulfed it. Then, the large green-colored flaming hand slammed down hard. Bang! Experiencing the double burning of its soul and flesh, and being viciously dropped on the ground, this Cold Shear Beast almost instantly lost its combat power. Dash! Seeing this scene, Haojin let out an unbelievable roar and hurriedly retracted it. Ice Soul, come out! Immediately, Haojin waved his arm again and summoned his last imperial beast. It was a burly ice crystal demon ape with a ferocious face, its fists covered in layers of ice crystals, and it charged out towards Ming with a heavy stride. However, when he saw Daiming slightly open the mouth of the beast, its passive skill, fire control, was extremely special. allowing it to manipulate the underworld flames in various ways. For example, at this moment, the underworld flame condensed into a ball in its mouth, and with a slight exhale, this hot ball of fire shot out. Roar! The ice crystal demon ape swung out with a fist and shattered this fireball. The high temperature caused the ice crystals on its fist to melt, but it did not cause too much damage. Use Angry Ice Frenzy Strike. Whack it. At the back. Haojin saw the situation as if he saw hope and hurriedly shouted. But the next second, wow! The green-colored chains once again appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, they crazily wrapped around this ice crystal demon ape's body. The ice crystal demon ape screamed miserably and tried to struggle, but the underworld blaze was too terrifying, and this double torture of the soul and flesh was simply too difficult for it to break free from the chains. Its entire body was bound to its knees, making it difficult to move. The smile that Haojin had just surfaced disappeared in an instant. He was scared out of his wits by this scene. Giggle! The moment a sharp flaming giant sword appeared in mid-air, Haojin could no longer care about any image and shouted in panic towards Ji Yuan. Don't do it! I concede! I concede! Chapter 59, The First Steps. Wind River City. Haojin. Admit defeat. Raising his arms high, Haojin, whose face was distorted, shouted with his whole body trembling. His voice was raspy and choked. The host was on top of the stands, looking incredulously at the first ring, the figure with arms raised in the air. This isn't the right script, is it? I declare the first battle, the first to end the match. The first ring, winner, Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The host quickly reacted. His voice spread through the microphone. The audience, a dead silence. The other three rings were still battling feverishly, but one question echoed in the minds of all the contestants. What is Haojin up to? What right does he, a 15th ranked representative, have to lose to a guy in the 90th percentile? Jibuan, Shasta. The silence was broken. Countless people followed the voice, but they saw a man with a backcomb and a flag in his hand waving it frantically. At the same time, he was accompanied by an extra-long banner that took up 10 seats. Zhao Shan was ecstatic. The booing from the entire stadium had just made him hold his breath. And now, finally, he could vent it. Jibuan, nice win. Zhao Shan pulled his neck and shouted wildly, as if he had won a prize. This guy, in the ring, Ji Yuan was dumbfounded, and then he made a move with his palm, and Dim Tang immediately withdrew his attack, losing its chain bondage. The ice crystal demon ape's hideous face was filled with fear, and a pair of brown beast pupils stared at the Qilin Roi beast beside Ji Yuan, covered in fear. Just now, it exactly felt the threat of death. Haojin was even more instantly retrieved the ice crystal demon ape, and he stood in place, his head lowered, his pupils seismic. He lost to the lowly downtown representative he once despised the most. Originally, pride made him unwilling to admit defeat, but when the life of the imperial beast that had accompanied him for so long was threatened, he finally shouted out those words instinctively. He shuddered to think how the outside world would bash him after the loss. However, looking back on this encounter, all three of his imperial beasts were out, one dead and one injured. If he hadn't admitted defeat, I'm afraid that even the ice crystal demon ape would have died. Legendary grade imperial beasts. What is the origin of this low-level downtown guy? Haojin took a closer look at Ji Yuan, as well as the elegantly ornately styled Qilin Roi beast, and was suddenly relieved. After nodding towards Ji Yuan, he turned to leave, his back slightly despondent. In the first round, Haojin used 30 seconds to eliminate his opponent. In the second round, he used all his means, and the three imperial beasts took turns, but within a minute, he collapsed at the hands of Ji Yuan. Everything about this game is being broadcast live across the country. Lin Yun City. Hit all the screens on the streets of the city from the opening day and show the whole thing. It's certainly a fight that has the city's public watching. Yesterday, the city's people who know how to surf the internet set up a defense line, in defense of Ji Yuan, to speak up for their city representative under all the posts abusing him. And today, when Ji Yuan won this battle with a huge difference in a decisive, clean, and sharp manner, the city, whether it was traffic, pedestrians, or people watching the live stream at home, all froze. 92/15. After many downtown contests, the citizens, who had been disappointed for a long time, exploded the moment the moderator announced the results. On this day, Lin Yun City was abuzz. In the streets, a banner soon went up. Its upper content, unified and regular. Tremble, contestants, you're about to face, the no. One rising star in Lin Yun City, the no. One fierce man in Lin Yun City, the no. One imperial beast master in Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. Undoubtedly, this is the whole live banner from Zhao Shan's first day of support. Is this all a stretch? Actually, no. Lin Yun City since its inception, through several mayors, the representatives of the successive participants, has never broken through the 85, and the urban area ranking has been in the 90s, never broken through. But this time, as the representative of Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan not only won 2 rounds, but also defeated the unattainable, top 20 ranked representative of Fengchuan City. This kind of victory spanning close to 70 places was a spectacle that the citizens of Lin Yun never dared to envision. Ji Yuan's victory today wasn't just his personal. It was a victory that belonged to everyone in Lin Yun City. Some even felt that it was worth it for him to be eliminated in the next round. Being able to eliminate a top 20 ranked player was enough. Ji Yuan, who exited the ring and returned to the rest area as usual, didn't do anything extra. He just quietly pulls out his cell phone, opens up a crowd of 4, and types out 2 words. How? Awesome. Great. Nice win. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin have returned in seconds. A smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. It was still fun to have a little skin once in a while. On this day, the second round of the tournament, with 60 people fighting, lasted from 8 o'clock in the morning exactly until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. On the internet, the popularity rating for Ji Yuan instantly reversed. The major social media apps are polarized between cursing and praising. 2 days, all over the net, siding with Ji Yuan, tongue-in-cheek, is a mysterious person with the ID, Nightfall Silent. He is active in all major websites. Every angry spray Ji Yuan post, you can see his fight for Ji Yuan's figure. In the chat group, Zhao Shan, old Ji, is this, Nightfall Silent, your trumpet? This language is also too sharp. In just 2 days, it's been more than 2,000 floors against others. He comes with a surprised look. Mushu Xin, this person is indeed a bit raw, but I think it's more like a water army that old Tan found, right? Ji Yuan was also very strange. Thinking about it, either the other party was a citizen of Lin Yun, or it was Tan He's mercenaries. After all, it's hard to imagine a person who would spend all day on their cell phone yelling at someone over 2,000 floors. At this time, Zhao Shan typed, at Su Ziyin, Miss Su, why did you suddenly go silent after the opening round? I didn't see you at the site yesterday in the first round either Su Ziyin replied in a second. Your banner is so racy that I don't dare to come near it. Zhao Shan, Aya, you guys just spare me. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Mushu Xin, at Ji Yuan, hey, since the second round is over, let's have a little get together. Zhao Shan, good. I've heard that the Footwash City in Merc Trace City is famous and has a special Imperial Beast service, so I happen to want to try it out. Su Ziyin, I also happen to be free. Seeing the 3 of them rise, Ji Yuan smiled and looked to the ceiling. Smart butler, I'm going to go to the city. I'm sorry, but during the competition, the only contestants who can leave the rest area are those who have been eliminated. Only when the competition reaches the 6th round can the contestants move freely. Right now, your range of motion is limited to the area around your residence. Repeat that again. Ji Yuan raised his cell phone and sent the smart butler's reply to the group chat by voice. Zhao Shan, I'm going to. Why is it like being in jail? Old Ji, let's forfeit tomorrow's match. This way, the 2 of us can experience the special beast service. Mushu Xin, Zhao Xiaomei. Ji Yuan, get lost. Su Ziyin, Zhao Shan get lost. Chapter 60? Opponent in the 4th round. When the 3rd day came and went, on the internet, there was already a noticeable change in public opinion about Ji Yuan. The strongest dark horse of all the downtown competitions is born. Lin Yun City Ji Yuan, or will he kill his way into the quarterfinals? Is it a dark secret or is it the chosen one? And what is the hidden message of the Imperial Beast of Ji Yuan in Lin Yun City? Latest post-match interview. Haojin of Fengchuan City personally admits that he didn't beat Ji Yuan. There was no blackmail. He was beaten by hard power. Some people were still skeptical about Ji Yuan's victory, but when a paragraph spread all over the internet, everyone, by default, agreed that Ji Yuan's victory didn't have any shady tricks or water. For those of you who say Haojin is a fake race, you should know that Haojin represented Fengchuan City in the downtown competition at the age of 18. This 18-year-old beast royal genius has brought Wind River City from the 30th place, all the way to the 15th place. This is the last tournament he'll participate in. He's bound to go all out to fight for the title. But you guys are actually saying that he intentionally lost to Ji Yuan? This passage, when it was sent out, was endorsed by countless netizens. Back then, Haojin had already been able to enter the 3 major super academies, but he let slip that he wanted to enter the super academy as the champion of the competition. Just unexpectedly, in the end, he was defeated in the 2nd round of the new tournament system. And, this passage, it was even liked by Haojin himself. An even more special point was that the person who had sent this out was Ji Yuan's #1 defender, Nightfall Silent. Thus, public opinion instantly reversed, and everyone recognized Ji Yuan's strength. And netizens began to dig up everything about Ji Yuan in all directions, including Daiming, who was also being targeted. Everyone was curious as to what the race of this Qilin Rui beast was, and where the limit of the bloodline level was. And in today's third round, Ji Yuan's fight was highly anticipated. His opponent was a girl who was ranked 77th in the urban area. The girl was ranked 79th in terms of eliminated opponents during the second round. There was no suspense in this fight, and Ji Yuan easily won. In the third round, 30 people fought against each other. 15 were eliminated and 15 advanced. Among them, the top 10 cities each accounted for one person, and the remaining 5, all of them, were also above the 20th place. The only one who ranks lowest downtown is Jibuan. Gradually, the citizens of those N downtowns, whether they were contestants or not, began to speak on social software. Support Jibuan. Urban areas ranked, after the 70th, are collectively referred to by others as low-level urban areas. Round 4, throwing out one person who advanced out of the round. The remaining 14 will compete for a spot in the final 8. As for the representatives of the lower-level urban areas, no one had ever broken into the top 10, and at this moment, Ji Yuan seemed as if he was about to create a miracle. The people in the lower urban areas all converged their gazes on this handsome youth, hoping that he, indeed, would be able to break this tradition. Let the lowly downtown break into the top 10. On the internet, there were suddenly more voices of support for Ji Yuan. At this time, the Mu family, which was hundreds of kilometers away, a courtyard of birds and flowers. Master, someone from the Shao family is visiting. The plainly dressed servant appeared at the entrance to the compound and whispered towards the courtyard. Tell him to wait for me in the main room. Inside the courtyard, a pale voice rang out. A moment later, an old man with white eyebrows and hair stood up from the flowers, lightly patted the soil on both hands, and with a light smile on the corner of his mouth, he went forward to the main hall. Master Mu, excuse me. As soon as the old man appeared, the Shao family members who had just sat down with hot tea in their hands hurriedly got up to welcome him. Lin Shen, have something to say. The Mu family lord waved his hand, signaling the other party to sit down. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan nodded with a smile and opened the door. Elder Mu should have heard about the biggest dark horse of this downtown competition, right? You mean the little guy that Tan he cultivated? That kid is not bad. He can get into old man's eyes. The Mu family head took the tea handed by the servant and tasted it lightly. Indeed, this Ji Yuan is so young. Not only does he have exceptional soul power qualifications, but he also holds an extremely mysterious Qilin Rui beast. I've tried to access the information, but there are no griffin races that exist in the world today that look exactly like this one. Xiao Linshan laughed. It seems that Tan he has come prepared this time, and I'm afraid that the result of the bet from 10 years ago will come out today. You came, just for this matter? The Mu family lord smiled faintly. No, Xiao Linshan shook his head. This time I came to the door because I want Elder Mu to make things easier for my son. Oh, before the start of the tournament, I had heard that brat Xiao Lingjie had to compete. What? Who has a problem with him among those who made it to the fourth round this time? All of them were extremely familiar with each other, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the Mu family head immediately guessed his purpose. Indeed, Xiao Linshan graciously admitted, the result of the draw for the fourth round has to be Ji Yuan facing Xiao Lingjie. That's easy. The Mu family lord lightly blew on the surface of the tea. But what if your boy can't win? It's basically impossible. Xiao Linshan got up and prepared to leave after his words. Before walking away, he laughed. Doesn't the Mu family quite want him to stop at this round? After my son wins, does the Mu family count themselves as owing him a favor? Downtown contest, fourth day of the opening round. As we move into the fourth round, the schedule has changed a bit. Early in the morning, inside the arena, the live draw was held. No longer will the opponents be known until after they take the field, as was the case in the first 3 rounds, and from the 4th round onwards, the draw will be broadcast live each time. Soon, out of 15 people, there was a lucky one who had an empty draw and bowed out of the top 8. Zhang Bao. Ji Yuan sat in front of the TV, and the name made his eyes narrow slightly. 5 great imperial beast families. A member of the Zhang family, Zhang Bao. He is the recognized favorite to win the title and has the shortest length of time to end the race this year. For the first 3 rounds, the average time per fight was under 20 seconds. When he drew a blank, everyone would only breathe a sigh of relief, as if Zhang Bao's empty turn was the most deserving scene. As the draw continued, Ji Yuan never saw his name. All the time he was yawning and was about to get up to go to the bathroom. Inside the TV, a name came. Game 6 matchup. Blue side, Xiao Lingjie. Xiao Lingjie? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows lightly and saw the drawer reach into the box, stirring it for half a day, and pulling out a ball. Somehow, he had an inexplicable premonition in his mind. Soon, the ball was opened, and a slip of paper stretched, on which, in 2 black letters, was written, Ji Yuan. Sure enough, that's quite a coincidence. Chilliness flashed under Ji Yuan's eyes. Xiao Lingjie, the debt that you and Zhang Di surrounded and killed me in the depths of the mind vein back then. I will get it back. Once the draw was completed, the host announced the schedule for the 4th round. Number of opponents, 14, divided into 3 matches. The first one, which starts at 10 a.m. 3 rings, 6 men, fighting at the same time. The second, starting at 2 p.m., has the same specifications as the first. Session 3, starting at 8 p.m. 1 ring, 2 men. I don't know if it was for the sake of a gimmick, but Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjie's fight was scheduled for the 3rd match. For a while, there was a lot of discussion all over the internet. The biggest dark horse meets the young master of the Xiao family, or the most eye-catching matchup in the 4th round? Chapter 61? Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. I've inquired with old dad. Xiao Lingjie's father made a special trip to the Mu family. It looks like this guy really hates you. Old Ji. On the 4th day of the opening round, 1 hour before Jibyuan takes the stage, inside the villa's rest area, Ji Yuan had just finished showering, wiping his hair and talking to Zhao Shan on the phone. This Xiaoling absolutely died without admitting that he had teamed up with Zhang Di in the depths of the mind vein in the first place. What a despicable villain. However, I've gotten information on his imperial beasts for you. Zhao Shan's voice continued to come out. First is his first imperial beast, the fiery male lion, fire type, high-level bloodline imperial beast. The reason why he needed the spectral ghost seed in the first place was to advance this imperial beast. However, I heard that he later gave up the spectral ghost seed and chose another method of advancement. I checked for you. After its advancement, its name is Amazing Devouring Arcane Lion, and its bloodline level advanced to Overlord level. It's a bit fierce. His second imperial beast is the Molten Plasma Poison Bee, a bar mitzvah from his father. This Molten Plasma Poison Bee is likewise an Overlord grade imperial beast, fire type. Moreover, I've heard that the attack method is very special, able to snipe all targets from a super long distance. Super long range sniping? Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to that terrifying era when he was in the depths of the vein. Xiao Lingjie is also the only 2 imperial beasts that you can handle, right? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shan was a little worried. Xiao Lingjie was after all different from ordinary contestants. The Xiao family had deep roots. It was inevitable that he would not possess any peculiar means. Don't worry, I'm sure. Putting down the towel, Ji Yuan looked at himself in the mirror and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. 2 fire imperial beasts. If it were anyone else, it might be a bit of a headache. But, don't forget one of Dim's characteristics, immunity to all fire damage. Xiao Lingjie, since you want to run into me so badly, let's see who dies in this duel. Evening, 8 o'clock sharp. Inside the tournament arena, the other rings disappeared, leaving only one in the very center. Tonight, a full house. The live audience watching this match can be roughly divided into 3 groups. One set were those who supported Xiao Lingjie and held up fanlight signs. One group, led by Zhao Shan, is the rebound fans, consisting of supporters from low-ranking urban areas, who are rooting for Ji Yuan. As for the last group, they are the neutral spectators who totally enjoy the game and will cheer for every exciting moment. In this one, Zhao Shan didn't mess around or bag another 10 seats, sitting quietly in the audience with a preoccupied look on his face. What's wrong? Su Ziyin, who was dressed in light and simple clothes, sat on the side, exquisite flawless melon face without powder, but still in the audience to form a beautiful landscape. I'm worried for the old season. Zhao Shan had a deep, melancholy look on his face. Seriously, he was afraid that Ji Yuan would lose. After all, Xiao Lingjie was ultimately different from those top-ranked downtown representatives. At those words, Su Ziyin withdrew her gaze, her starry eyes flickering slightly, similarly hiding a touch of worry. Phew, almost missed it. At this point, a lively laugh came. Tonight, Mushu Xian tied her long burgundy hair into a ponytail and wore a pair of tight jeans that showed off her perfect body nicely. With a smile on her fair cheeks, she settled into the empty seat to the left of Zhao Shan. It's been a long time. After sitting down, she leaned forward and beckoned Su Ziyin across Zhao Shan. Well, the silent girl nodded politely, her starry eyes fluttering as she wondered what she was thinking. Mu Shuxin didn't care about this and poked Zhao Shan with her elbow, saying, Zhao Xiaomei, where's your banner? Pull it out. If you want to scold me, just do it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Zhao Shan glanced at her. Sheesh, I'm serious. I went through a lot of trouble to get out tonight. Mushu Xian raised her white jaw and said, get the banner ready. Once Ji Yuan wins, we'll both take one side and cheer for him. Row, row, row. Zhao Shan nodded his head to cope, the worry in his eyes not diminishing at all. Leaning her back against the seat, Mushu Xian's eyes similarly flashed with a trace of undetectable sorrow. Tonight, for this battle, although they didn't want to admit it, But, the three of them were indeed prepared for Ji Yuan's defeat. Knock! When a bell echoed, all of them could not help but sit up straight. The race, it's on. Okay folks, welcome back. As the lights came on, the hosts were the first to come out. First of all, thank you to the first 6 games of the day, the players who gave us great games. And now, after a long wait, coming your way, is the downtown competition, the 4th and final round of matchups. I know the anticipation in your hearts at this moment, so let's skip the intro and just get started. First of all, please welcome our red side player, known as this year's biggest dark horse, from the 92nd ranked urban area, Lin Yun City's representative, Ji Yuan. The lights hit down. On the right side of the ring, Ji Yuan slowly stepped out. Ow dash. In the audience, Zhao Shan went straight to his senses for a second, yelling and getting up, shouting frantically, Ji Yuan will win. His sudden howling of this voice made the 2 women beside him both jump and be startled. What are you doing? Just now you looked like you were dying. Su Ziyin's pretty face was slightly angry. Zhao Xiaomei, you're deliberately trying to scare us, aren't you? Mu Shuxian stood up and crossed her arms. Rooting for the old season. How can you keep your voice down? It must be pulled full, Zhao Shan said rightfully. At the same time, those live audience members who were supporting Ji Yuan also joined in due to Zhao Shan's enthusiasm. It seems that after 4 days of competition, player Ji Yuan also has quite a few fans. So, the next blue player to take the stage is Xiao family, Xiao, Ling, Jie. The host deliberately pronounced his name with extreme solemnity. After all, this was a young master from one of the 5 great imperial beast families. When the white-clothed Xiao Lingjie appeared, the audience similarly erupted in loud cheers. Seeing that his voice was overpowered, Zhao Shan expressed his defiance and directly rolled up his sleeves, waving his hand and inciting the surrounding Ji Yuan supporters to let out a chant. And Xiao Lingjie's supporters were equally unwilling to show weakness. And so, before the battle even began, there was already a contest going on outside the arena. A contest to see who was louder. Quiet, everyone, please. The host wiped his cold sweat at the stands. I can understand how you all feel, but, please watch the game in a civilized manner and don't disturb the discipline of the field. Before we begin, allow me to present you with the urban ranking gap between the 2 players, as is customary. On the red side, Ji Yuan of Linyun City, ranked 92 in the city. On the blue side, Xiao Lingjie of Fenghui City, ranked 2nd in the city. Before we begin, there is one more rule that needs to be emphasized to both players. Please remember, no matter what the situation, never lay a hand on an Imperial Beastmaster. Alright, please prepare both contestants. 3 seconds, when the bell rings, the match officially begins. The moderator finished in one breath. The ring. Xiao Lingjie gazed at the handsome youth not far away and said in a cold voice, Ji Yuan, your journey ends here. Chapter 62. Emperor, show yourself. When the battle bell rings, the air beside Xiao Lingjie appeared distorted to the naked eye. A rolling hot fire emerged, and as it expanded, it transformed into a mighty, huge lion. The male lion's fur was brownish yellow, with a blazing flame burning at its neck, and the moment it appeared, a chilling low roar emanated from its bloody mouth. This amazing devouring Xian lion of hegemonic level bloodline was named Emperor by him, so it could be seen that this Xiao Ling definitely had its ambitions. Dim, Ji Yuan murmured, and the underworld blaze rose up from the void as Dim's figure appeared. The 2 fire imperial beasts appeared on the same stage, and even though the edge of the ring had an isolating light curtain, the audience could still feel the air gradually heating up. At the moment when Diming appeared, the amazing devouring Xian lion's 4 paws were mortared on the ground, and its entire body's flames condensed into a burning arrow that flew. This familiar scene caused Ji Yuan's gaze to condense slightly. Immediately, Diming manipulated the underworld flame to form a green-colored inflammation shield, and when the 2 collided, the arrow exploded and shattered. Shoo! Immediately after that, the amazing devouring Xian lion sprinted out, its bloody mouth slightly opened, and hot air spewed out from between its noses, seemingly wanting to start a close-range fight with Dim. Battle! Ding! The green and white Qilin Rui beast was not the least bit afraid. Its ghostly green beard slowly fluttered, transforming into a ball of ghostly fire of the underworld, colliding with this male lion. Bang! Violent rattling came from the 2 beasts as they fought short-handedly. This was the first time that Dim had ever fought another imperial beast in close quarters. However, it did not lose the slightest bit of ground, utilizing its unique fire control ability to make the underworld flame change its stance and attack at any time during the physical fight. The amazing devouring Xian lion preferred to use its forepaws in close combat, its sharp claws burning with blazing flames, and every time it slapped on the ding, a dull and loud sound was emitted. However, it seemed that this level of attack was not able to cause much damage to Dim. On the contrary, when Dimming struck it with the underworld blaze, not only did it wail in its throat, Even the flames burning all over its body seemed to be extinguished. With this kind of short fighting, the amazing devouring Xian lion was almost instantly at a disadvantage. This amazing devouring Xian lion's fire-based melee tactics are not enough to threaten Dim. In the rear, Ji Yuan watched the two beasts fight and fell into a deep thought. After this period of time, he had gained some unique insight into the way imperial beasts fought with each other. In a sense, in fact, most imperial beasts were already predestined, by nature, for the type of combat they were suited for. For example, Shining Prana. It had a close combat skill like Lightning Dance in its innate skill set. In contrast, Dim's skill set looks as if it's destined to favor long-range combat. But in Jibyuan's opinion, this natural destiny has a great disadvantage. Some Imperial Beast Masters, perhaps as a result, will have their fighting style completely nailed down when it comes to expanding their skills in Imperial Beasts. But according to Ji Yuan's idea, he needed each of his Imperial Beasts to be skilled in both close-range and long-range combat techniques. Therefore, in fact, in the last 15 days before the start of the tournament, Ji Yuan had been training Dim's close combat ability. This won the battle to test the results. Upon entering youth, Dim's added passive, Fire Control, is a presence with an extremely high ceiling. Not only could it make the power of the spectral flame increase and reduce soul power consumption, what's more, it could make the underworld blaze coalesce into various forms according to Dim's ideas, and attack in various unexpected ways. Vom dash. At this point, in the middle of the battle between the two beasts, a sudden wail rang out. Ji Yuan fixed his eyes on the amazing devouring Xian lion, which had been suppressed by Dim in close combat and was retreating back and forth, only to see that there were 4 arms condensed from the underworld flame on the side of Diming, like a raging wind and rain, beating the amazing devouring Xian lion indiscriminately from all angles. This type of fighting caused the spectators outside the arena to look dumbfounded. After experiencing the first 3 rounds, they had thought that the strongest killing move of this Qilin Rui beast was the sharp blade penetration after that chain binding. I didn't expect that this Qilin Rui beast would actually be able to fight in such a way. It's simply trickery. The amazing devouring Xian lion was continuously defeated as these punches struck its body. Not only were they extremely forceful, but they also contained a touch of soul-stabbing pain. However, this way of attacking seems to be very consuming for Dim as well. It lasted for a few moments before the 4 arms united and the frequency of the attacks dropped a lot. It's now. In the distance, Xiao Lingjia's tightly clenched hand clenched fiercely as he shouted, "Emperor, release the dark walking ghost claw." Roar dash. Shasta, the amazing devouring Xian lion, which was originally losing ground, suddenly had a hint of black aura surging from the beast's eyes. At the same time, its front paws climbed up into the shadowy force, and its entire body lunged forward. The fist transformed by the underworld flame ruthlessly smashed on top of its large mouth, and several broken teeth fell off. But this amazing devouring Xian lion did not stop moving, and both of its claws were swung out, tearing towards Dim's body. Stab dash. Ow! Dim let out a low roar of pain and retreated back and forth. In the ring, scarlet blood flowed, interspersed with white scales that reflected the light. With the entire audience watching, the amazing devouring Xian lion's pounce tore out several eye-catching blood marks on the left and right sides of Ming's body. This is the first time Dim has been injured. The intense pain made its mouth roar lowly, and the wound stung and itched, as if there was some kind of residual power lurking about. Ding! Ji Yuan rushed forward, his brows furrowed into a ball, his eyes filled with heartache. Immediately, he raised his head to look ahead, only to see that amazing devouring Xian lion similarly had a mouth full of blood and was panting heavily. On its front paw, it contained a hint of dark black ripples. Dark attributes. Ji Yuan's pupils contracted. Once a dark attribute attack cut through a wound, it would bleed profusely and be extremely difficult to heal. Thumbs up. However, it was fortunate that Dim's spectral flame was not an unusual flame, and it happened to be able to dispel the negative effects of the dark attribute. Outside the arena, this sudden transformation caused Xiao Lingjia's supporters to erupt into violent chants. Damn! This Xiao Lingjia actually hit a hand. On the stands, Zhao Shan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this amazing devouring Xian lion was actually hiding a second attribute. Surprised Jibyuan, I'm going to make you watch your own imperial beast die in front of you. Xiao Lingjia laughed coldly as the amazing devouring Xian lion's claws were covered with dark attributes as it pounced out once again. At the same time, Xiao Lingjia clenched both fists and ran out together. He wants to engage Ji Yuan in close quarters. Come on! A ferocious light flashed under Ji Yuan's eyes, and without dodging or avoiding, he met him head-on. At the same time, Daiming pulled himself together and pulled away before the amazing devouring Xian lion pounced. Wow! Blazing chains appeared out of nowhere, firmly locking onto each other. But the moment the chains just touched the amazing devouring Xian lion, a flaming wave erupted from its body surface, shattering the chains. Roar! The amazing devouring Xian lion let out a roar and pounced, but this time, The prepared Dim instantly coalesced a protection to block its murderous claws. The two beasts were once again in a fight. On the other hand, Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjie were similarly engaged in a struggle. Not only were the Imperial beasts fighting, even the Imperial beast masters were beginning to exchange blows. The whole field, moreover, have erupted strong whistling. Both side supporters are not the same, waving the flag and shouting. Scenes like this certainly pushed the game to its climax. Chapter 63, Bloodbath. Ah! Xiao Lingjie roared in anger and slammed his fist out, hitting Ji Yuan squarely in the chest. But in the same way, Ji Yuan's left foot swept across the room and impacted on top of his ribs. With one blow, both men stumbled back. It was a battle that had been going on for 10 minutes. At the start of the fourth round, the match is no longer timed, and the only way it will end is if one side loses the battle or voluntarily admits defeat. Not far away, the two beasts are still fighting. The ring is covered with blood. The two beasts are covered with wounds. For a time it is impossible to tell who has the upper hand. The side of the two Imperial Beastmasters was much more peaceful, and although the punches landed on the flesh, neither of them basically caused the other to inflict fatal wounds. The moment, Ji Yuan breathed heavily. It was fortunate that he had been practicing his fighting skills with Tanhe. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out after exchanging but 3 rounds. And Xiao Lingjie was equally out of breath. His fists trembled. 10 minutes had passed, and this duel still hadn't been divided into winners and losers. This was not the result he wanted. This Ji Yuan, what made him able to fight into a draw? To say that the Imperial Beast is just, after all, the other party's Imperial Beast bloodline is very high grade. But, even the close combat, which he was usually most proud of, the other party was able to invoke. On what grounds? Xiao Lingjie took the time to look at the battle between the two beasts, a trace of bitterness rising in his heart. It's not yet time. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lingjie rushed out once again. Ji Yuan didn't dodge and swung his fist in the same way. Bang! Another clash. Ji Yuan seized the opportunity and threw a punch at Xiao Lingjie's left ribcage. The attack that contained soul power caused cold sweat to overflow from the opponent's forehead, and the intense pain nearly caused him to turn his back. Ah! Xiao Lingjie rose with a smooth hook. Ji Yuan hastily leaned back, but was still caught by the wind of the punch and a hint of his jaw. Put! Almost at the same time, both of them had a sweetness in their throats, and blood spilled out from the corners of their mouths. Outside the arena, the crowd was still abuzz. Zhao Shan stopped shouting and grabbed his thighs with both hands, his face tense. Su Ziyin lightly pinched the corner of her coat, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she looked at the blood spilling from the corner of Ji Yuan's mouth, her eyes flashing with heartache. Go Jibyuan! Fight! Beat him to death! Mu Shuxin was the only one still waving her arms and chanting, but the worry in her heart grew stronger. Old Ji why don't you summon the Shining Spirit? Dim is dying. Zhao Shan's heart raced as he kept an eye on the battle between the two beasts. After releasing the dark attribute, the amazing devouring Xian Lion practically pressed Dim at melee range. Dim could only be forced to return fire, losing in succession. This scene is the complete opposite of the very beginning. Inside the field, Xiao Lingjie impacted the face with another straight punch. Ji Yuan inclined his head to avoid it and grabbed his wrist, while his right knee lifted up and ruthlessly pushed into his abdomen. Bang! Xiao Lingjie's face blanched, but then ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he swung out his right fist and smashed it at Ji Yuan's right shoulder. The two of them retreated once again, and Xiao Lingjie stumbled on his feet, covering his abdomen as he stared at Ji Yuan in death. Ji Yuan was also a bit shaky, his entire right arm numb. Both of them were close to the limit of their physical strength. At the same time, covering the soul power in the limbs to be used for fighting, together with the battle consumption of the Imperial Beasts, were all extremely great. Xiao Lingjie had been promoted to the 6th grade for 2 years, while Ji Yuan was a month old, and if it wasn't for the special grade qualifications to back him up, it would be impossible for him to fight the other party to a draw. Phew, worthy of being the young master of a great family. Ji Yuan shook off his numb right arm and suddenly roared lowly. Dim, release the flame storm. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Lingjie yelled, Emperor, use the red flame buster blade. Both men realized that their respective stamina was no longer enough to fight against each other, and that they would have to maneuver the Imperial Beasts to end the match. In an instant, 2 raging flames then ignited in the middle of the ring. The flames within the amazing devouring Xian Lion poured out, converging above his head to form a long flaming blade that swung down violently. The blade of this flaming long knife concealed a strong dark attribute, and once it was struck, it was more than a little vicious. However, he saw Daiming exhale with his head held high, a green light blooming in his eyes, and the underworld flame surging madly, eventually transforming into a green blazing giant blade that met the front. The world seemed to fall silent the moment the two blades formed by flames met. Next, blinding light erupted, and deafening terrifying explosions came out. Inside the ring, Wildly explosive fluctuations overflowed in all directions, and both Ji Yuan and Xiao Lingjie raised their hands to block their eyes, being blown back continuously by the violent gusts of wind. The aftermath of the explosion impacted on the light curtain at the edge of the ring, and after being blocked, it surged back again. In the audience, all of them were holding their breath. They knew that this battle, at last, was going to end. At last, they would be able to tell the winner from the loser. In the meantime, far away in one of the cottages in the contestants' rest area, a total of 4 people were sitting around in front of the TV. The rule that players are not allowed to string together in the rest area doesn't seem to be working for them. I can't imagine that the guy who walked out of this small city would actually be able to fight Xiao Lingjie for so long. There's something odd about this Ji Yuan's Imperial Beast. The bloodline may not be merely legendary grade. It's also about to be decided. So what's the bet? Of the 4, 3 of them looked interested. When the offer of a bet was made, their eyes all went to the only silent man, Zhang Bao. Who do you bet on to win? No response. After the 3 of them glanced at each other, they shrugged their shoulders and each said, I'll press Xiao Lingjie. I also press Xiao Lingjie. All 3 of us are suppressing Xiao Lingjie? What's the point? Old Mu, don't you press Xiao Lingjie, go press Ji Yuan. Roll. By what right? You. Just as the 3 were arguing, Zhang Bao, who was always silent, spoke up, Ji Yuan will win. At these words, all 3 of them fell silent. Inside the ring, the wildly overflowing energy gradually dissipated. There were gasps from the audience as they took in the scene, only to see that after the collision, a shocking and horrifying blood scar was added to Dim's spine. As for the amazing devouring Shin lion, its left front foot was directly chopped off, and between the blood flowing straight, its huge body staggered, no longer having the strength to fight Overlord-class creatures. In this clash, were ultimately no match for Emperor-class creatures. Seeing this result, Xiao Lingjie's pupils contracted. Red flame, execute. Next moment, he violently saw countless chains appear, bundling towards the amazing devouring Shin lion. The power of this move has been tested. Xiao Lingjie immediately attempted to recall the amazing devouring Shin lion, but the chains climbed extremely fast, and in an instant, they firmly bound it. Damn it! Xiao Lingjie's eyes surged with madness. Now, could not care so much, he must let go of the fight. Giggle dash. Shasta. Only a dark red light seal appeared in Xiao Lingjie's palm, and immediately afterward, a palm-sized dark red poisonous wasp appeared in front of him. Ji Yuan, die with your imperial beasts. The moment the poisonous bees appeared, Xiao Lingjie growled and actually put his hands together and straightened his arms. Swish dash. With the moment his soul power crazily overflowed and was injected into this dark red poisonous wasp. Shoo! With the entire crowd watching, this palm-sized poisonous wasp swept out violently. I'll kill your unicorn first. Under Xiao Lingjie's control, the poisonous wasp seemed to transform into a blood-red arrow and swept straight towards Dim. This poisonous wasp carried an unspeakable fluctuation, and an ominous premonition rose in Ji Yuan's heart, immediately interrupting Dim's spellcasting, and at the same time, instantly retrieving it back into the seal of the Imperial Beast. You must die. Xiao Lingjie was already insane, and after losing the Qilin Rui Beast as his target, he actually manipulated the poisonous wasp and rushed towards Ji Yuan. Look out! In the audience, Su Ziyin stood up violently. She was nearly out of her mind, but she could only watch the poisonous wasp approaching Ji Yuan. This poisonous wasp was simply too fast, plus it wasn't a dead thing. Ji Yuan couldn't avoid it at all. Snort dash. A crunching sound of blood and flesh being pierced through came out from the dead silent arena. The poisonous wasp, with an unstoppable momentum, penetrated Ji Yuan's chest. Old Quarter. Ji Yuan. Chapter 64 Victory. What's it like? Empty. Ji Yuan had 1,000 thoughts, but in the end, he only thought of this one word. He lowered his head and looked to his chest. Roughly off to the right edge, a palm-sized hole emptied out. Indescribable amounts of bleeding soaked through his shirt in an instant. Bang! Not far. Xiao Lingjie collapsed to the ground. His face was bloodless and his lips were pale. This strike had consumed everything he had. He struggled up the upper half of his body and dropped to his knees, the corners of his mouth twitching as if trying to surface a smile, but never quite managing to do so. Ji Yuan, with a guy of lowly birth like you, how dare you offend me? Die! He mortared the ground, the madness under his eyes collecting. Although the death of a royal beast master was not allowed in the competition, but what was his status? The Xiao family will set things right for him. Ta! Just then, there was a sudden soft thud from the front. Xiao Lingjie looked up in shock, his pupils shrinking. Ahem! Red! Flame! Disposition! Decision! See only. Ji Yuan did not die as expected. Instead, his eyes burned with infinite fire, and his left hand was raised, pointing into the distance. Xiao Lingjie's heart trembled tremendously as he thought of something and immediately turned back. Just now the situation was urgent, coupled with the special nature of the molten plasma venomous bee. He did not put the amazing devouring Xian lion into the seal of the fire imperial beast. The moment the green-colored chains climbed up again, and the amazing devouring Xian lion that had long since lost its battle power could only let out a whimper and watch helplessly as the chains bound it. No! Xiao Lingjie's pupils vibrated. He had the deepest feelings for this imperial beast. It was a close companion that had accompanied him through 6 years of light. It absolutely could not die. The only way to keep it alive is to admit defeat yourself. However, when he looked at Ji Yuan's state at the moment, his face was hesitant. He doesn't believe it. I don't believe that Ji Yuan still has the remaining strength to be able to support the imperial beasts to release their skills. Clang dash. Next moment, the flaming blade that had taken the life of a hegemonic imperial beast in the arena reappeared. Xiao Lingjie had likewise witnessed the entire match that day, and he was currently kneeling on the ground, looking at the dying amazing devouring Xian lion as his mind flashed back to the black bear that had been executed. His heart clenched suddenly the moment the blade that announced death became visible. Finally, Ji Yuan, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ji Yuan. Xiao Lingjie lowered his head. His 10 fingers pinched fiercely, his nails embedded in his flesh. He was more hopeful that the amazing devouring Xian lion would survive than admitting defeat. Almost the instant he yelled out his admission of defeat, the bell to end the match rang. Xiao Lingjie snapped in relief. But, at that moment, he realized that the fiery blade high in the sky was still there. At the same time, Ji Yuan looked at him with mockery in his eyes. No, I've already admitted defeat, Jibuan. You can't. The words were not finished. The fiery blade fell with a roar. Xiao Lingjie froze violently as fiery flames fluctuated and surged, engulfing his amazing devouring Xian lion. The whole room, silent. The winner of this game is Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. It was as if the moderator hadn't expected this outcome either. Win. At least pushing into the top 10. Uncle Tan, I fulfill the agreement. At least, Ji Yuan muttered, and then his eyes rolled over, and he sank to the ground face down. Dim let out a wail, turned into a point of light, and dissipated. Inside the audience, Zhao Shan froze as he watched Ji Yuan fall, and then, an endless rage surged up his throat, causing him to growl. Xiao Lingjie, I measure you yards. How dare this son of a blatantly break the rules and take advantage of people? If not for the fact that the audience was too far away from the ring, he would definitely have flown down and given Xiao Lingjie 2 mouths. On the side, Su Ziyin covered her red lips with both hands, her eyes opened wide, countless teardrops rolled down, almost choking. Ji Yuan. Mu Xuxin similarly glared angrily, pointing straight at the stands and cursing. What are you still waiting for? Quickly arrange for rescue. Hurry, get the paramedics in. At this point, the host was finally coming back to his senses and shouted in panic. Boom! Suddenly, a huge mouth exploded violently above the arena. Debris splattered and dust flew. With all eyes on it, a golden eagle with a huge body swooped down. On the back of this golden eagle stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and graying temples. The man leapt to the ring and picked up Ji Yuan's body as he coldly swept his eyes over Xiao Lingjie, who was dumbfounded in place not far away. And then, he leapt back onto the back of the golden eagle and was gone in the blink of an eye. Old Tan. Mu Xuxin's face was delighted when she saw the visitor, and looking toward Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, she shouted, It's Old Tan. Don't worry, if Old Tan steps in, Ji Yuan will be fine. Let's go get him now. When she finished speaking, she instantly pulled out her phone. At this time, Zhao Shan also reacted. He was about to say something when his cell phone rang. Pops? Oh, good. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Shan pulled Mu Xuxin by the hand. Old Ji is fine. And then, Zhao Shan hurriedly took the 2 women and flew towards the outside of the field. The scene plunged into dead silence. Before that, maybe someone guessed the end of the win. However, there was no way to expect that the battle would be so tragic. The ring was covered in bloodstains, and the strong odor of blood irritated the nostrils. Xiao Lingjie knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the amazing devouring Xian lion whose head had been burned down as much as possible. And eventually, the feeling of weakness could no longer be resisted, and his eyes rolled back in his head as he fainted to death. It's over. Jibuan, another win. This lowly downtown representative was the first to be blasted with rage all over the internet. Then after facing off against the 15th ranked Hao Jin and winning the 2nd and 3rd rounds cleanly, in this 4th round, when he met the young master of the Xiao family, who the entire network felt was bound to lose, this representative of a small city not only fought with the towering young master of the Xiao family, but in the end, even killed the other imperial beast, forcing it to bow its head and admit defeat. This is unbelievable in the eyes of lowly downtowners who only go against the grain. It was a night that was not destined to be peaceful. an hour after the game. All over the internet, everyone is talking about tonight's showdown. Some people even began to vocalize against Xiaolingjie. Does the Imperial Beast family have privileges? To be able to ignore the rules of the alliance and kill people at will at the competition. All the representatives of the lower-class urban areas, who have been discriminated against by the upper class, unite to speak out for Ji Yuan. After a post with a title harboring resentment, tonight's showdown created a wave like no other. And at this point, Ji Yuan, who was the main character, was being placed inside a container covered in emerald green liquid. In the chest, the hole had disappeared and the body looked intact, breathing steadily, but not sure of status. 3 hours after the game, night, 12 o'clock sharp, online, a sudden announcement was made. Ji Yuan, no fear for his life. Chapter 65, the whole thing is quite touching. It's that dream again. The world is a bloody color. Ji Yuan was lying on a cold stone slab, surrounded by countless blood-red figures with blurred faces, as if they were performing some sort of ritual. They kept circling around Ji Yuan. In his ears, strange whispers stuffed his hearing, as if hundreds of people were talking at once. He couldn't move. He couldn't cry out. He could only roll his eyes and watch in horror as the figures kept turning. At some point, the figures were suddenly still, the whispering in their ears dissipating in synchronization. The world fell silent. At this point, you escaped again. A weird light laugh rang out abruptly. The blood-red figures pounced on Ji Yuan, tearing and devouring him. Hiss dash. Like that time in Rinkichi, Ji Yuan sat up violently from the bed. In his ears, the cold ticking of the machine echoed. The room was dark, and the window was open to a sky full of stars. Awake? Corner. A figure sat leaning back. It was a single ward and looked luxurious in size. The figure sat in the middle of a long sofa, and with a pop, the fire flared up, revealing his middle-aged face full of vicissitudes in the darkness. Uncle Tam? This is me. Ji Yuan lowered his head and touched his chest. There, intact, mopping up Zhao Tianho's connections. He was able to get you admitted to the world's most advanced medical pod. As long as it's not a fatal wound like a human head or a broken heart, it can be saved. Tanha exhaled a mouthful of fog and sat in the darkness, with no intention of turning on the lights. Today? Well played. Today? Ji Yuan froze. How long do you think you've been unconscious? It's only been 5 hours since the game ended. Tanha laughed. Uncle Tan, this advancement to the top 8, your thing? Hearing that the first thing he asked when he woke up was actually this matter. In the darkness, Tanhi's fingers holding the cigarette seemed to pause. A moment later, he said softly, hard work, kid. An hour ago, the current head of the Mu family contacted me, and the other party sort of admitted that the bet had failed. Then Mu Shuxian and their mother and daughter. Naturally, the grounding restriction was completely lifted. Tanhi inhaled a cigarette and said leisurely, however, the Mu family has proposed a new bet. This Mu family, they are all gamblers, right? Ji Yuan spat in his mind. Do you want to know what this bet is about? Tanha smiled. Good lord, you're still selling it. Ji Yuan similarly laughed. Don't whet my appetite. After taking a hard drag on his cigarette, the old handsome man said, Champion, that old man and I bet on you to win the championship. Guess what the old man bet? He's betting that you'll win in the end and become the first ever lower downtown champion. Ji Yuan was a bit puzzled. What did this Mu family's family head want to do? Then you. Hey, he bet on you to win the championship, so naturally I had to do the opposite. He did, however, make an offer I couldn't refuse. Tanny snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and sat up straight. He said that if you can win the championship, the seat of the next Mu family head will be held by Mu Yen. Playing so big? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. Conversely, if you don't win the title, I'm going back to the Mu family, back to where I was 10 years ago. What kind of bet is that? The seat of the head of the family, not too important? Ji Yuan asked tentatively. Wrong, of course it matters. Tanha shook his head. The reason why he dared to bet like that is because, well, you can't win. This bet is considered a step for both sides. I have no reason to refuse. Ji Yuan was silent. Tanha smiled. Why? Are you unhappy? No. Ji Yuan shook his head. Don't bother thinking about the championship. The old handsome man stood up and walked over to the window, a gesture he seemed to like to do whenever the words came to a head. He turned back and said, because, Zhang Bao, is a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. 5th grade? Ji Yuan was slightly stunned. He remembered that this Zhang Bao was only 24 years old. Is that weird? Tan he explained, to advance to the 5th rank, there is no technique or method. The only thing you can do is one word. Wait. When your soul power begins to slowly transform to a small stream, then from a small stream to a river, and eventually converges into an ocean, you will sense a certain power. That power will allow you to open up the space of the Imperial Beast. This statement is, to put it mildly, esoteric. As he listened to Tan He's words, he couldn't help but remember that he had previously read a post on the internet. A certain 6th grade Imperial Beast Master had waited his entire life for the chance to advance to the 5th grade. At that time, he couldn't understand it until now, when it dawned on him. This transformation of soul power cannot be accomplished on its own. It cannot be guided by external forces. It can only wait. Tan He sighed. At first, I was stuck in this bottleneck for 3 long years, so don't feel frustrated. This kind of soul power transformation has nothing to do with individual talent. It's purely based on luck. There was actually this kind of restriction on advancing to the 5th rank. However, Ji Yuan was confident that in 3 years at most, he would be able to advance to the 5th rank as well. His dream of creating a legion of imperial beasts hadn't been realized yet, and the first step to accomplishing this dream was to step into the 5th rank. Rest in peace. Tomorrow's 5th round. Whether you can participate or not, you are in control. Tanha pushed the door away. Here, it's an extremely high-spec medical building, not a hospital in the traditional sense. The room that Ji Yuan was in was the highest point of the building, and on this floor, he was the only one that was a convalescent room. Tanha crossed the corridor to the balcony, where he faced the darkness of the night and lit a cigarette again. This bet with the Mu family might not have any significance in the eyes of the onlookers, but only the person involved, him, could understand the intentions of this old man of the Mu family. 10 years ago, the person who forced him to quit the Mu family was not this family head, but Mu Yan's 2 brothers. In the beginning, the Mu family's head of the family was old and wise. On the surface, he agrees to the Mu family's request to kick Tan He out. He was not a short-sighted man, so he set what seemed to be a humiliating bet. In fact, the old man did this so that Tan He could return to the Mu family in name only after 10 years. After all, he was the head of a large family, and he knew better than anyone else just how exceptional Tan He's abilities were. Therefore, although so many years had passed and Mu Yan's mother and daughter were locked up in the Mu family, however, both girls were extremely well taken care of. This could be seen from the 3 notable imperial beasts Mu Shuxin possessed. What this old man wanted was to use Mu Yan's mother and daughter as a rope to tie Tan He firmly to the Mu family boat. All of this, Tan He knew by heart, so he still accepted the new bet tonight, because Mayan's mother and daughter are indeed his soft underbelly. However, what he did not expect, or Ji Yuan, it's amazing that the first thing this kid cares about after crawling back from the brink of death is his own business. Bastard. Still quite touched by the whole thing, leaning over the edge, blowing in the breeze, Tan He exhaled a smoke ring and smiled faintly. Chapter 66? Surrendering without a fight again? Day 2. Consciousness awoke from its haze. Ji Yuan was in a daze and had just opened his eyes when he heard a happy shout from his ears. Old Ji is awake. Zhao Shan's voice fell. Then 2 sharp footsteps sounded in the room. Sideways, 2 uniquely beautiful figures approached. Su Ziyin stopped at the foot of the bed, a pair of clear and moving starry eyes looking at Ji Yuan with flashes of light. Mu Shuxian then walked to the bed with a cheerful pace. Hot eyes swept in his body, and then smiled. The family lifted the ban on me and Mom's grounding order. Thanks. Thank me for what? Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. This time, at least, I owe you a favor. In the future, any request you have, just mention it, I will definitely satisfy it. Mu Shuxin tossed her long burgundy hair towards her back and revealed a beautifully generous smile. Good, don't renege when you're asked to pay it back later. Seeing her look of seriousness, Ji Yuan was not in a position to refuse. Nonsense, how could I possibly renege? Mu Shuxian gave him a playful and lively glance, and then, her tone changed and she asked, say, do you still plan to participate in the competition after that? Sure. Ji Yuan sat up and clenched his fists, full of power and uninjured. It's gotten this far to the Elite 8, there's no reason to give up. Lifting his head, he was a bit puzzled to see the 3 looking like they were about to say something. What's wrong? Old Ji. Zhao Shan scratched his head. The results of today's draw have come out. Your opponent forfeited. Ha? Ji Yuan froze. Xiao Lingjie blatantly violated the rules and was punished along with the Xiao family. Zhao Shan bristled. It's just that the punishment is painless. And then today's draw results in your opponent, ranked 10th downtown. An hour past the draw, your opponent publicly announced that he had forfeited the match, which means you have advanced to the quarterfinals. Another surrender without a fight? What is it this time? Ji Yuan was puzzled at first, but when Zhao Shan got up, holding a basket of brightly colored flowers at the end of his bed, and took a card from it, everything was explained. Apologize to Ji Yuan for my son Xiao Lingjie, please recuperate at ease and look forward to your performance in the final 4. Signed, Xiao Linshan. This basket was delivered early in the morning. See, Zhao Shan said. Well, Ji Yuan nodded his head. This was clearly telling himself that his opponent's abandonment of the match was operated by the Xiao family. Alright, I see that you don't have any big deal. Let's go. Go to the center of Ink Brand City. relax and unwind? Good. Afterwards, when Ji Yuan left this medical establishment, he realized that the original scale of Manhwa City was not just the little bit that he had overlooked from the sky at first. Just like the competition arena that he had been arriving at through the teleportation device was actually dozens of kilometers away from the rest area. But it still fell within the boundaries of Inkbrand City. The four of them came to Inkbrand City in a group, strolling and eating as they went. During this time, when passing by a store with an extremely large number of girls, Mushu Xian and Su Ziyin similarly stopped in their tracks. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan stood outside the street waiting for the two women, and in the midst of their casual conversation, they got a piece of news. What? At the end of the match yesterday, Uncle Tan smashed the roof of the arena and paid out $1 million? He looked at Zhao Shan with some surprise. Yeah, but after Mayor Tan compensated for it, he suggested that the league kick the host out. I heard that the host was a connection and not very professional. Ji Yuan was a bit teary-eyed. What was all this about? This is beautiful. Suddenly, Mushu Xian's shocked cry rang out. Looking along with the voice, she saw that she was holding a fallen Li-shaped green hairpin in her hand. So ugly. Zhao Shan blurted out. Mushu Xin's willow eyebrows went up and she glared angrily. Zhao Shan hastily shrunk his head and hid behind Ji Yuan. Very average indeed. Ji Yuan, the old straight man, walked up and swept his eyes over the various types of haircards on the stall, finally choosing two to hold in his hands. He paid directly, and afterward, handed one of the black bow hair cards to Mushu Xin. Here, why don't you pick this one? Then, he looked at Su Ziyin who looked puzzled on the side, and with the same smile, he handed over his hand and said, this light blue maple leaf hair card should be suitable for you. The two women looked at their hands, the hair card that Ji Yuan had picked out, and both froze. What's wrong? The two women's appearance made Ji Yuan a bit strange. During his orphanage days, he took care of the little ones around him from time to time. Now, seeing that both women seemed to have the intention of buying something, as if they were back in the time they once had, he picked out two hair cards that he felt were more nice as a gift for the two women. Not that there was anything else on his mind. At this moment, seeing their expressions, they thought their vision was not working, and awkwardly rubbed their noses and said, if you don't like it, just return it. Joy, love it. Su Ziyin shook his head repeatedly and withdrew his palms to his chest in one go. Yes, it's not bad. Think, I can't believe you're quite good at picking things out. Mushu Xin also tightened the hairpin in her hand, her eyes fluttering as she said. Under Ji Yuan's puzzled gaze, the tips of the two women's ears flushed a hint of red. Subsequently, the four of them strolled for a while. Somehow, Mushu Xin, the lively and pretty girl who loves to get together, suddenly became quiet. Like Su Ziyin, he silently walked behind Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan. I probably shopped for about 2 hours, ate, drank, and bought a lot of stuff. Eventually, the four separated outside the rest area. Walking through the rest area, many of the contestants who had already been eliminated came up to him when they saw him and clamored for a photo. Inevitably, he stayed an extra half hour. With a respectful cheer, it was always time to return to his cottage. Just as he walked into the yard, he once again saw the big, thick-browed man with the tiger's back in the next yard. The big man flashed himself a naive smile and nodded without saying a word. Ji Yuan responded politely, and then, after returning to the residence that belonged to him, he first took a painful shower. After blow-drying his hair, he turned on the television, on which the final fight of the 5th round was being broadcast live. Nestled in his bed, he swiped his phone in boredom, noticing the growing number of his supporters online. Some of them even put a picture with themselves in the post. And good lord, some of the supporters were eliminated contestants. With that, he surfed the internet while chatting with the 3 Zhao Shan people. Time rushes by. Ji Yuan put down his cell phone when the TV came out about the draw for the 6th round. Okay, for those of you who are following the draw live, the first player about to be revealed to you is Lin Yun City, Ji Yuan. The live feed was clear with his name reflected above the note. Next, the one who will fight Ji Yuan is. When the note was pulled back, 2 words appeared in the eyes of all the viewers. Su family, Su Su. Chapter 67 Jibuan the slasher banner. Grandma, old season signing luck is a bit too bad, isn't it? On the contrary, that Zhang Bao, the opponent he drew, ranked 7th in the downtown area, is still a woman? Downtown competition. Day 6. The final 4 draw has been announced. There are 2 games in the tournament. Scene 1, 10 a.m. Sharp. It's Chen Xinha from Dongya City, facing the strongest player of the session, Zhang Jia, Zhang Bao. This is a battle that can be considered without any suspense. Scene 2, 6 p.m. Sharp. Ji Yuan once again faced off against the young master of the 5 great imperial beast clans, Su Su. The battle, as viewed online, actually turned out to be equally unsuspecting. The the basically overwhelming choice believes that Jibyun can win the fight. After all, in the fourth round, his duel with Xiao Lingjie was still fresh in his mind, and even the replay of the match was the most clicked on during these 2 days. Moreover, compared to Xiao Lingjie, this Su Su of the Su family was relatively weak. At this moment, Zhao Shan was indignant in the group. Su Su has 3 imperial beasts. This time, Su Ziyin, who had always been relatively silent in the group, took the initiative to speak. Zhao Shan, 3? I looked back at his previous battles and the imperial beasts were all the same wolf, right? Couldn't that be the case? Su Ziyin, he is more obsessed with the wolf imperial beasts, so his 3 wolf imperial beasts are from the same clan and bloodline. Their bloodline grades are all on the upper side of advanced, and their elemental attributes are ice, wood, and electricity respectively. Mushu Xin, at Ji Yuan, is Dim's injury okay? You're not going to hide your moves this round, are you? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan smiled when he saw Mushu Xin's words and typed, there's no hidden moves. I've been using Dim to fight because there's still a skill that needs to be consolidated in Shining Prana. Don't worry, Dim is recovering well from his injuries. However, it's about time to pull the Shining Spirit out of the skids this round. Mushu Xin, don't I know you? Just like to hide your bottom card and then give your opponent a big surprise. She couldn't help but think back to that time in Apocalyptic Valley, where a near-desperate situation was hardened and brought back by this guy. Ji Yuan didn't reply and only sent a, hey, emoji. The other side, Su Ziyin, who was nestled on the sofa with her long hair casually spread out, stared at the screen of her cell phone. At the sight of Ji Yuan and Mushu Xin's interaction, her starry eyes dimmed slightly, a little lost. Their relationship, it's really good. At this point, the cell phone suddenly vibrates. There's a new message from the group. Ji Yuan, at Su Ziyin. Thanks. The intel you provided was very useful. I'm definitely going to win this. After saying that, he also accompanied a picture containing an emoticon of Zhao Shan showing his teeth and laughing. Seeing Ji Yuan replying to himself, Su Ziyin's petite body violently stiffened, and then a charming smile surfaced on her pretty face, as if she had eaten honey. Her heart was sweet and incomparable. She went back and forth looking at the short sentence over and over again. A moment later, before suppressing his excitement, he typed, go for it, degree. After sending it, she flipped around on the couch holding her phone. Ji Yuan put down his cell phone, lifting his head. The first match of the quarterfinals, which pitted Zhang Bao against the 7th-ranked female Imperial Beastmaster in the downtown area, was broadcast on live television, and the result had already appeared. From start to finish, it took a total of 2 minutes. As a result, naturally, Zhang Bao won. 5th grade Imperial Beastmaster. The enchantment of Imperial Beasts had a qualitatively general increase. Based on the point of soul resonance alone, a 6th rank would never be able to fight a 5th rank. However, no one seemed to know about this matter of Zhang Bao being a 5th grade. For the very first round of the tournament, at the opening, Shan will introduce the Royal Beastmaster grades of both sides. Ji Yuan had deliberately gone through the replay of this Zhang Bao's matches, but he had never heard the host introduce his rank. Is it because you think it will discourage the contestants? It is indeed possible. Lightly softening his eyebrows, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a little sleepy, and after setting his alarm clock, he took a nap. Time passes. Evening, 6 o'clock sharp. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in front of the television. I don't know if you all have this feeling that time passes quickly, and in a flash. It's the final 4 advancement stage. The host has a new woman, and at least from the last few it does seem that the professionalism is much better than before. Earlier in the day, our Zhang Bao player won this 6th round with a crushing victory, confirming his place in the finals. So let's applaud and congratulate him once again here. The entire room, in turn, erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Later on, the second half of the quarterfinals match that we're about to bring you will be brought to you by Lin Yun City's Ji Yuan versus Jinqing City's Su family. Su, let's hand the ring over to the 2 contestants. Please, both contestants, enter. Mastodon Jibyun, Mighty Man Jibyun, Mastodon Jibyun, Shasta. A tsunami of boiling violent cheers resounded throughout the arena, and countless men and women in the audience raised their arms and shouted. Even brighter, in the audience east, west and north, 3 directions, respectively, there is a long banner. The banner is familiar. Tremble, contestants, you're about to face, the No. 1 rising star in Lin Yun City, the No. 1 fierce man in Lin Yun City, the No. 1 imperial beast master in Lin Yun City. Ji Yuan, look familiar? That's right, it was Zhao Shan who was mocked by countless people in the first round for his internet banner. What I didn't expect was that the 3 banners this time had nothing to do with Zhao Shan. Rather, the new supporters, autonomously pulling up. Right now, Zhao Shan, Mushu Xin, Su Ziyin, The three of them were sitting in the north audience, and beside them, the incomparably crazy Ji Yuan supporters were waving their flags. This level of enthusiasm made the three men shiver. Even Zhao Shan and Mu Shuxin, the two old self-taught friends, had a feeling of being inferior to themselves. It's you! Suddenly, the frantic supporters saw Zhao Shan hiding in the crowd and pulled him out as soon as they could. Crap! From the crowd, several hands instantly ripped Zhao Shan out of his seat, forcing him to join these people in waving the Slamming Ji Yuan banner. Gradually, Zhao Shan was also infected by this atmosphere, and from the initial fearfulness, he suddenly let go, pulling his neck and shouting with more passion than anyone else. In the meantime, in the ring, Ji Yuan appeared as he wandered around, dressed in black. Opposite him was Su Su, who had a thin figure, short pants and short sleeves, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. What a hoot! Su Su didn't show any displeasure as he listened to the audience's chants of cheering for Ji Yuan. He was young-looking and had, shall we say, a youthful baby face, with his childish voice, and thin bulk. It's easy to mistake him for a high school student in school. Unbeknownst to him, this Su Su was likewise 25 years old. After getting on stage, he circled around the arena, and then, looking towards Ji Yuan, who was not far away, he smiled and said, "You deserve everyone cheering for you like this." Ji Yuan froze. Ha! I like making friends the most. How about this final four battle? I know I can't beat you. Just think of it as a friendly match. How about it? Su Su's childish voice kept coming, and paired with his appearance, it suddenly gave off a feeling of innocence. In fact, the reason he said that was because he was afraid that Ji Yuan would kill his imperial beast. There's a statistic ranking on the internet about killing an opponent's imperial beast, and only 2 people made the list for this statistic. In the first place, it's Ji Yuan. As for the second place, it is Ji Yuan's opponent in the second round, Hao Jin. In other words, after 6 rounds, only the 2 of them had killed their opponent's imperial beasts. Chapter 68? I'll do whatever you want. Su Su smiled and summoned his imperial beast. It was a wolf that was less than 2 meters in size, with emerald green vitality permeating its body. As he looked at Ji Yuan, he thought in his heart that the other party's imperial beast was a fire Qilin, and whether it was in terms of race or bloodline, it suppressed him by a lot, and I don't know how long it will last. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, was a bit surprised, not expecting that this young master of the Su family would so greatly admit that he was undefeated. In my impression, shouldn't these young masters be arrogant and domineering, rampant in their appearance? Preempted. Ji Yuan sighed in his heart, because for some reason, he was also prejudiced against these family young masters. Immediately, he stopped thinking about it and clenched his right fist, and the thunder on flashed. The moment, under the attention of the entire arena, and even the entire country, Ji Yuan's body suddenly surfaced with a raging thunder force. A short while later, when the thunder dissipated, a majestic, mighty, stocky black giant wolf, for the first time, manifested itself in this downtown competition. This giant wolf was huge and had thick limbs, the entire body of pure black fur dotted with dots of deep blue light, permeated with a sense of mystery. After appearing, this giant wolf stood on the side of Ji Yuan, tilting its head, its deep blue beast eyes sweeping across the entire arena, and the countless spectators who looked into its eyes were given the illusion of being entangled in thunderous might. My God, this imperial beast is too handsome. Holy, this giant wolf is practically growing on my aesthetic. How can there be such a handsome wolf-type imperial beast? Simply, when this Su Su's wolf is compared to Ji Yuan's, it's simply the difference between a father and a son. The first manifestation of the shining vampire caused the entire audience to let out a gasp of surprise, and for a time, countless blazing lines of sight gathered on the shining vampire, unable to move. Even Su Su, who was his opponent, stared at Ji Yuan's side with wide eyes, not moving a muscle. A moment. Bang! Su Su suddenly ran out, his excitement hard to hide, his eyes penetrating with unrivaled astonishment. As he ran, he cried out, "Ji Yuan, as long as you can let me take a good look at this imperial beast of yours, I'll do whatever you want me to do." Behind him, his timber wolf followed his master's pace closely, and when he looked at Flash Prancer, the pupils of this timber wolf flashed with intense fear. After all, Shining Prana itself was the head of the wolf lineage, not to mention the bloodline level, but in a single round of race, it was a Thunder Wolf Lord. The wolf imperial beasts on the side could not be compared to it at all, and only other wolf clans of the same imperial level could be compared to the Shining Spirit. Therefore, even if Su Su held absolute hostility to fight against Ji Yuan in this fight, with his 3 wolf-type imperial beasts, it was bound to be impossible for him to defeat the Shining Spirit. Su Su's shout was heard throughout the room. Not only Ji Yuan, even the audience froze. In fact, the rankings of the downtown competition were dispensable to the people of the 5 great families. Therefore, Su Su, who was already fond of the wolf-type imperial beasts, had already defaulted to losing at this moment. Looking at Su Su, whose excitement was hard to hide and who was running towards him with open arms, Ji Yuan's eyelids trembled, and in the end, he ordered in his mind for the shining spirit not to attack. He could feel the excitement and sincerity of his opponent. When Su Su stood in front of the shining spirit, almost his entire body trembled. He was about 5'7", a bit shorter than Ji Yuan. The shining spirit stood quietly. The large wolf head was much higher than Su Su, so that he could only look up. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ji Yuan and pleaded, Can I touch it? Could be. Receiving his master's consent, Su Su instantly stretched out his hand tremblingly, and when his fingertips touched the smooth and soft fur of the shining vampire, his entire body was jolted for a moment. This performance was too exaggerated, like a big man who had never seen a beauty before, with enjoyment and admiration in his expression, gently stroking the fur at the neck of the shining vampire. Shining vampire tilted its head lightly. Being petted like this, along with the other's emotions, its heart was likewise darkening with pleasure, and as an imperial-level creature, it greatly enjoyed being worshipped by others. Subsequently, except for the abdomen and a few indescribable parts, Su Su touched them all. Look at the way he looks. He even wants to break open the big mouth of the shining vampire and get in there. 5 minutes later, Su Su retreated a few steps back fondly, unburdened, and lightly shouted, I admit defeat. Ji Yuan has won. I'm convinced of my loss. He was truly not stupid, and in the contact he had just had with the shining spirit, he was able to feel the terrifying aura that this giant wolf had no intention of emitting. That feeling, in contrast to Ji Yuan's green-colored Qilin Rui beast, was only stronger but not weaker. When compared to this giant wolf, all three of his own wolves became era. In a real fight, he has no chance of winning. Might as well be gracious enough to admit defeat and still befriend the small city representative with unlimited potential. In the audience, the people who had been frantically cheering for Ji Yuan before the start of the match were all looking at each other in disbelief. They had thought that this battle would be like the one with Xiaolingjie. Who would have thought that it took 5 minutes just to watch the Su Su tasting imperial beasts? I never thought that the second half of the quarterfinals would be so harmonious. Then, let's congratulate Lin Yun City's representative, Ji Yuan, for advancing to the finals. That's it for the downtown competition. The final four, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you in front of the TV, see you in 3 days at the finals. After the host's standard closing remarks, the arena lights up in all directions. Jibyuan, go for the finals. Mu Shushin stood up at this time, and with her two hands together in the shape of a trumpet, she shouted towards the handsome young man inside the ring. Off to the side, supporters shouted along with her. This time, the Su family's young master's initiative to admit defeat no longer set off a public opinion storm like the first time. On the internet, the most talked about thing is the lanky giant wolf that made its debut this night, Shining Vampire. At first, everyone thought that Ji Yuan only had a Qilin Rui beast. After all, in the fourth round, when his battle with Xiaolingjie went that far, he hadn't even summoned a second imperial beast. No one would have thought that aside from the green-colored fire-type Qilin Rui beast, he actually possessed a thunder-type giant wolf. At this time, the Xiao family, somewhere here, it appears to be a bedroom, but the wide area is about 40 square meters. I'm afraid, the bedroom was fully furnished, the curtains were closed, and the only light, a television embedded in the wall. On it, what was playing, was precisely the image of Su Su observing the flash prana. Thunder, wolf, in front of the TV, on a large bed, Xiaolingjie's handsome face was slightly grim. His eyes locked onto Ji Yuan's face as he gritted his teeth. Ji Yuan, you killed my emperor. Don't let me catch a chance in the future. Otherwise, I will make you pay back 100 times over. Knock. At this time, the door to the room was suddenly knocked on. Young master, the matter you asked me to inquire about has yielded results. Speak. Xiaolingjie drank. The three major colleges have a very positive attitude towards Ji Yuan. I've heard that it's already being fought over in secret. If Ji Yuan wins the championship, I'm afraid, the three great academies will have deans who will personally come out to recruit. Bang! A black mass slammed onto the TV screen, a loud noise came out, and the screen wasn't completely damaged, but rather the location of Ji Yuan's face cracked. Champion? He wants to win against Zhang Bao? It's simply a fool's errand. Chapter 69, your favorite. Cheers! Inside an ornate private room, the table was set with a wide array of dishes. Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan, Su Ziyin, and Mushu Xin sat around the four of them. The four of them were each holding a glass of the red brew, happy smiles on their faces. Old quarter, have you thought about which college you want to go to? Zhao Shan was slightly drunk and pestled his chin with his hand. It's too early for that. Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. So far, He wasn't sure what the differences were between the three main academies, the pros and cons, and so on. There were still 3 days until the final, and he wanted to use this time to get to know the 3 super academies well. Now that we're in the finals, it's a toss-up as to whether we win or lose, but the matter of choosing an academy should still be able to make its own decisions. Hey, I'll reveal a message to you. At this time, Zhao Shan laughed mysteriously. Cut. Su Ziyin skimmed her head disdainfully. The silent girl would become much more active once she was exposed to even the slightest bit of alcohol. Zhao Xiaomei, say what you have to say and fart when you have to. I hate it when people talk in half. Mu Xuxin drank the wine brew in her cup in one go, and that kind of bravado caused the corners of Ji Yuan's mouth, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, to twitch slightly. It's not juice, the party's just half over and you're about to get yourself drunk? He couldn't resist the reminder. Hey, don't interrupt. Zhao Shan waved his hands openly and shouted. All of you listen to me. The 3 super academies are extremely, very, super satisfied with old Ji's performance. I heard my old man say that as long as Ji Yuan can hold on for 5 minutes at the finals without losing, when he enrolls in school, he'll give old Ji an extremely special reward. Zhao Shan burped and continued. Old Ji, you must hold out for 5 minutes. I'm waiting for you to take me on a rampage through the super academy. Asterisk off. Ji Yuan cursed with a laugh. What special rewards? You didn't inquire about this most crucial information? Zhao Xiaomei, you're drunk. Holding out for 5 minutes? Tiny Zhang Bao. Ji Yuan will slap him into a little kitten with a single slap. Mu Shu Xian hung her head slightly, her left hand continuously smoothing down her long burgundy hair as she spoke leisurely. It's, Su Ziyin also muttered in a small voice. All drunk. Ji Yuan shook his head, all but saying don't drink so hard. Zhang Bao was at least a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master, and holding out for 5 minutes was already a high opinion of himself. What do you guys know? Zhao Shan sneered a bit. Do you know that Zhang Bao? He's a 5th rank. At these words, Su Ziyin, who was shaking his wine glass, moved with a start. Mu Xuxin raised her head even more violently. What did you say? The 2 women simultaneously uttered their voices in astonishment. The phrase 5 pints woke both of them up from their wine. The difference between one word and another is an impassable gulf. Zhang Bao is a 5th grade? Then how can we win this final? Mu Shu Xian's pretty face was tense with disbelief. Su Ziyin similarly frowned slightly. This matter, indeed, was somewhat unexpected. So, didn't people formulate the premise that being able to take on a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster for 5 minutes with a 6th-ranked soul power actually counts as a win for old season? Zhao Shan shrugged. His words silenced the 2 women. In fact, it's all the way to the finals, and they definitely prefer Ji Yuan to win the championship. Not for the sake of creating an unprecedented tournament miracle. Rather, it was because it was the only way that Ji Yuan would receive extraordinary attention after entering the academy. The original intention of the 3, including Zhao Shan, was definitely good. However, it was indeed a bit of a pipe dream for a 6th rank to defeat a 5th rank from the front, and rightly so. Silence for a few moments. Mu Xuxin's fragrant cheeks were red, her eyes half open, staring at Ji Yuan, saying, if he does, 5 minutes will definitely hold up. If it were anyone else, it would be a different story. Boo! As the wine gradually went to her head, Mu Xuxin suddenly slapped the table and stood up as a whole. Jibyuan, I have something to say to you. Her long burgundy hair hung halfway down, covering her flawless face. Shaking, he held up a hand. This sudden movement caused all 3 people at the table to be stunned. Looking at her stance, to the side, incredulity flashed through Su Ziyin's starry eyes. She wants to be here. Su Ziyin hurriedly lowered her head, her small white hand violently squeezing the corner of her coat, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Mu Xuxin drunkenly muttered, and after that, there was no movement. What's wrong? Across the street, Ji Yuan was full of doubts. What did she want to say when she made such a big commotion? Zhao Shan sidled his ears and moved slightly closer to Mu Xuxin, only to hear a burst of even breathing. Well, halfway through the sentence, the man fell asleep. Zhao Shan spread his hands breathlessly. This guy just told her not to drink so much in one sitting. With this result, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, because Mu Shu Xian was completely drunk. The meal could only end early. After reaching this stage of the final, the contestants in the rest area had already left one after another. The previous rule about the rest area within the rest area was also naturally invalidated. Plus Xiao Shan insisted on clamoring to see the scenery of the cottage. Eventually, Ji Yuan then brought the 3 of them along to his 92 villas. The 3-story cottage was quite capable of accommodating the 4 of them. Ji Yuan arranged the 2 girls, Mu Shu Xian and Su Ziyin, to the large bedroom on the 3rd floor. That's a big enough bed for 2 women to squeeze into for one night. Instead, he and Zhao Shan would spend the night in the living room. Third floor, Mushu Xin, who smelled of alcohol, was lying flat on the bed in a big shape. Su Ziyin received a basin of hot water from the restroom and carefully wiped her face. Jibyuan, with red cheeks, Mu Shu-shin, who was in the midst of sleep, suddenly murmured, and then grabbed Su Ziyin's small hand. Most like you. When she finished, she dropped her hand again and fell into a deep sleep. Su Ziyin froze, her starry eyes flickering, her mind uncertain. Second floor living room. Zhao Shan leaned against the sofa, covered with a bed of thick blankets, boredom watching TV, gradually, but also rushed up to doze off. First floor. Ji Yuan held the phone in his hand and smiled lightly. Boy, you have to remember that making it to the finals has been way better than we expected. On the other end, Tan Crane's voice rang out, so screw the champ, runner-up in a downtown tournament with an equally bad gimmick. I know uncle, but on the day of the final, I still want to give it a try. I want to see how big the gap between the 6th and 5th grade is. Raising his head, Ji Yuan looked at the curved moon in the sky through the window with firm eyes. That said, Uncle Tan, the 3 super academies, do you have any insights? Tan He, also a student at one of the super colleges in his youth, must be the most accurate when asked. Knew you boys would ask. Tan Han let out a laugh. Jie Ling, Lan Tian, and Sacred Sky. Of these 3 academies, Absolute Spirit is the strongest, and Arashikage and Sacred Sky are more balanced. In the past, I would have suggested you go to the Jedi Spirit Academy. However, considering what you said to me yesterday, Sacred Sky Academy is your only option. Yesterday, after the game, Jibyuan talked privately with Tan He. He made up a very logical way to explain the origins of Dim and Shining Spirit, and had his own part of the secret. Of course, what Ji Yuan said was very mysterious and complicated. He told Tan He only the most crucial point. He needed the Emperor class remains badly, and Tan He was someone he could definitely trust. Chapter 70, My Father is Your Father. Sacred Sky Academy? Why? Ji Yuan was a little curious. First of all, you have to know that the 3 great super academies each have their own area. I'm afraid this area is only comparable to the size of the 3 cities combined. So exaggerated? He raised an eyebrow. The 3 great super academies, as the most central incubation sites for Imperial Beast Masters in Great Xia, no matter the heritage, the cards, the importance, and so on and so forth, they are all unimaginable to ordinary people. Also, the Imperial Beast Alliance is made up of the top echelons of the 3 great academies. This is something I remember already telling you, right? Well, Ji Yuan responded. On the phone, Tan He continued. Within the area of the Sacred Sky Academy, there is a lost land, and rumor has it that it was once a battlefield in the ancient centuries, with countless skeletons buried there. So, you should understand, right? Ancient century battlefield? Wouldn't he get a kick out of sucking on remains and developing like crazy? Ji Yuan's eyes lit up. The remains of imperial creatures were too difficult to find, and it was indeed a bit of a struggle to rely solely on the 1-kilometer status function of the Imperial Illustrated Guide. Right now, his top priority was to search for as many remains of the Star Peak Griffin as possible. As long as he could get its remains to reach 70% integrity, he would have his 3rd Imperial Beast. However, it's not that this kind of burial ground only exists in the Sacred Sky Academy. In fact, within the regions of the other 2 major academies, there are similarly lost lands. It's just that Sacred Sky Academies is relatively larger and more expansive. Listening to Tan He's answer, Ji Yuan secretly nodded. In that case, it seemed that the Sacred Sky Academy was, indeed, the right choice for him. By the way, the place where the finals will be held is in Guanmian City, probably tomorrow. Someone from the Alliance will contact you and take you there. That's it for now. While I have these 3 days off, I'm going to go back to Linyan City. There are some things I need to take care of. Hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan had a lot of thoughts. There was no talk all night. The next day, as Tan He said, early in the morning, the people from the Imperial Beast Alliance contacted him and had already sent a special car to wait at the entrance of the rest area. At the same time, Mushu Xian and Su Ziyin also came down from upstairs. With their sleepy eyes and casual hairstyles, the 2 had a unique beauty to this lazy look at the moment. After organizing their things, the 4 of them were ready to leave. But just as he stepped out of the villa's door, there was a majestic griffin standing in the aisle of the rest area. Taking a closer look, wasn't this Zhao Tianho's Imperial Beast? Good morning, little ones. Gentle laughter came. Zhao Tianho stood on the back of the griffin with his arms crossed, exuding a sense of spontaneity and style. Uncle Joe. The 3 of them greeted Ji Yuan politely, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tianho looked at Ji Yuan with slight dissatisfaction and said, "What are you calling uncle? Call godfather." Seeing that this big shot was always so persistent, Ji Yuan would appear to be pretentious if he didn't change his mind. Thus, he immediately and respectfully addressed, "Godfather, we two are closer than even blood brothers. My father is your father." Zhao Shan happily wrapped his arm around his shoulders and laughed. These words left Ji Yuan at a loss for how to respond. Above, Zhao Tianhou also had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why did this little brat's words sound strange? "Godson, do well in the finals, and when the time comes, I'll personally support you, Godfather." Zhao Tianhou looked at him and nodded in his heart. "Good," Ji Yuan responded. "Alright, Mei, Shu Xin, Kid Jin, I'll send you guys back." After saying that, Zhao Tianhou looked at the three people. "What about the old quarter?" Zhao Shan snapped. "The Imperial Beast Alliance sent a special car, so don't worry about me," Ji Yuan explained. Let's just meet in Guanmian City." "So, good." All three nodded. When the magnificent and uniquely shaped griffin waved its wings and left, Ji Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation in his heart. When the Star Peak Griffin was as complete as expected, one would be able to soar around on it, right? After a few moments of enjoyment, collect your thoughts. As you walk to the entrance of the rest area, a black commercial vehicle pulls up. Beside the car, stood a flat man in a suit and sunglasses, in standard bodyguard attire. "Mr. Jibyuan, please." Upon seeing him, the bodyguard guy snapped his fingers and the car door slid open automatically. After getting into this confined interior space of the car, the bodyguard guy got into the passenger seat as well. He turned back and said, "In 10 minutes, we will be transporting you to Guanmian City via spacecrawler. This journey will take about an hour, so you can rest in peace." To your left, at the rear, there are retractable storage spaces with a variety of drinks and eats of your choice. After saying that, the bodyguard man turned back. At the same time, a wall of motorized privacy panels rose up, completely separating the cab from his position. Ji Yuan did as he said and pulled the obvious pull tab on the left side. Bang! A modest storage box popped up, and within it, several of the hottest drinks and juices of the moment. Cow! He could see that on the side of this storage box, there were 3 small words shining brightly, KG Yuan. As for the spacecrawler that the bodyguard man had just mentioned, he had some understanding of it. It's similar to a spatial wormhole, building spatial passages across thousands of mountains with superior technology from city to city. It makes the journey, which would otherwise consume a long time to reach, directly shorter. For example, going from Merkmark City to Guanmian City would take at least 5 days if you drove on normal roads, while these flying raptors like Tan He's Golden Eagle and Zhao Tianhou's Griffin would take at least 3 hours. But with space crawlers, it's possible to reduce that span of time to an hour. Extremely convenient. However, the space crawler was too expensive and the project was huge, so only a few cities in the Great Summer Country possessed it. Most people still travel by airplane or flying imperial beasts when they go out of town. As Ji Yuan embarked on his journey to the final city, he didn't realize that today's Linyan City had completely set off a Ji Yuan frenzy, punching the 15th ranked representative and kicking the young master of the Shao family. This time, he of the downtown competition can be said to have surprised and delighted the citizens of Linyan City. Those businessmen who had previously signed endorsement contracts with Ji Yuan had their mouths cracked with laughter. Ever since he broke into the finals, not only the locals, but even some fans from the next city over, had flocked to Linyan City, almost buying the items endorsed by Ji Yuan until they were out of stock. Even the Blue Sky Orphanage has become a hit spot for these crazy fans. Slowly, on the internet, the mystery of Ji Yuan's identity began to circulate. An orphan raised in an orphanage. He awakens his special qualification at the age of 18, then goes through 2 years of lows before finally returning strong, representing the city of Linyun, which is ranked 92 in the metro area. In the metro area competition, though 3 of the 6 in the tournament have been against unbeaten opponents, but Ji Yuan's cleanliness when he won against Chen Ash, his performance when he fought Xiao Lingjie without losing, and even defeated him, undoubtedly earned the respect of audiences across the country. Now advancing to the final, the whole country is watching this final showdown, and they all want to see whether the strongest dark horse can go to the end and create a miracle. At first, the crowd felt that way. It wasn't until a day before the finals that a piece of heavy news, out of nowhere, came out. The champion has already been chosen. Zhang Bao is a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 71, Battle. The final. Quanmin City. As the nation's #1 ranked prosperous capital, there were countless large and small Imperial Beast families standing amidst the thousands of high-rise buildings. Among them, Zhang, Jiang, Su, Xiao, and the direct main family of the 5 great Mu families had their roots in Guanmian City. The rest of the paraphernalia is spread across the country in various cities. In a flash, 3 days of preparation for the finals passed. Today is the day of the final, and the internet is already abuzz with the news that broke the day before the final. Crazy! A 25-year-old 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is definitely the biggest news of the session. No wonder Zhang Bao has crushed every match to win. Good guy. If I were Ji Yuan, I would directly apply for a withdrawal. How can a 6th grade fight a 5th grade? Indeed. If it were me, my mind would explode if I learned that my opponent was a 5th rank the day before the final. Boy, the Jibuan people are numb, but the runner-up is enough, and it's unbelievable that the representative of 92 is close to the championship. Yeah, Ji Yuan has already made history in his own right. It makes no difference to him whether he wins the title or not. Alas, today's final, no fana. Words like these are becoming more and more common online. Countless people felt that there was nothing in doubt about this final. 6th grade. Impossible to beat 5th grade. It's like a law that no one has ever been able to break throughout the ages. The opening ceremony is coming to an end and the contestants are ready to go on stage. When a voice reaches the ears, Ji Yuan closed his cell phone and stood up. The venue for the finals, located in the center of Guamian City. The size of the arena was indescribable. Not only was the auditorium able to hold hundreds of thousands of people at once, but even the ring was big enough to park hundreds of giant trucks at once. The arena boasts top-of-the-line broadcasting equipment and giant screens that allow all spectators to see what's going on in the ring in real time. At this moment, Ji Yuan was only one step away from this much-anticipated ring. In front of him was a heavy black curtain. Please, blue player, Ji Yuan debut. With an echoing voice, it was time. Reaching out, he lifted the heavy curtain, and indescribably loud cheers intruded on the senses. A piercing light hit his body. Ji Yuan's face was as usual. His eyes were firm and sharp, and he stepped, step by step, towards the center of the ring. The cries of hundreds of thousands of people, like the low roar of a giant spirit, went straight up into the sky and made the silent night boil. Inside this crowded arena, a huge banner was erected inside the audience. Clearly, all of them are mastodon banners that put Ji Yuan to shame. Zhao Shan did not expect, when his own live banner, actually adopted by so many people, these hypocrites were booing themselves. Next, please welcome the red player, Zhang Bao, to the stage. Woohoo dash! The room was even more boisterous. This is the youngest 5th grade Imperial Beast Master in this session. In the light, a tall, country-faced, bald man appeared in full view. This bald man's gaze was as flat as water, and his eyebrows were slightly twisted, seemingly harboring a hint of melancholy. Both players are in position. Now, read the rules for the final. First, it is forbidden for a contestant to lay a hand on the Imperial Beastmaster. Secondly, it is forbidden for a contestant to lay a hand on a royal beast. Serious injuries, crippling, etc. do not count. Thirdly, there is no limit to the duration of the match, and the only way the match will end is if one side voluntarily admits defeat or loses the battle. The rules have been read. The match officially begins. As the moderator's shout fell, Zhang Bao looked at Ji Yuan. You're not abandoning the race? Because you're 5th grade? Ji Yuan replied with a smile. Seeing his smile, Zhang Bao was puzzled. I see. Do you want to see how big the gap is? Spin. Zhang Bao stretched out his right hand, only to see ripples in the space in front of him, and immediately after, a strange beast with a slender stance and covered in dark purple spots appeared out of thin air. This strange beast had a peculiar shape, resembling a cheetah, but was born with 4 slender front legs and 2 stout hind legs. The poison-winged panther. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes, not expecting that the first imperial beast he summoned would actually be this thing. A creature unique to the depths of the mineral veins of Hongling City. The green-colored spectral fire rose, and dimming also manifested. The poison-wind eerie leopard opened its bloody mouth covered with sharp teeth. Its throat rolled, and suddenly spat out a cloud of wind circles. And then, with a wave of Zhang Bao's palm, a ball of light blue light fused with it. Bang! Only an ethereal loud sound was heard, and invisible ripples that were enough to shake the soul swept towards Ji Yuan and dim. This familiar scene made Ji Yuan smile, not dodging or avoiding, still letting this resonating ripple wash over him. A soul force resonance that can only be performed by those who have reached the 5th grade. Zhang Bao's contestant is ready to give Ji Yuan a hard time in the opening round, the host commentated. In fact, he is very confused. In his own point of view, Ji Yuan should fight is completely unnecessary. Can directly surrender? Take a runner-up home is also enough. Countless people in the audience watched the scene of Zhang Bao utilizing his soul force resonance and flashed with longing. The population base of 6th grade Imperial Beastmasters was quite large, much larger than even the 9th grade who had just been initiated. They were all waiting for the moment of advancement that belonged to them for a long time. And the 5th rank was the thing that these people longed for the most. The thing that they longed for the most. However, the moment the resonance ripples came into contact with Ji Yuan and Dim, the one man and one beast did not appear unconscious or stunned as the crowd thought, only to see Ji Yuan's eyes remain calm and collected. A sight of Dim is the moment to condense a huge fireball. Toward the distant poisonous wind trick Panther shot out. I didn't expect that. Player Ji Yuan was actually not affected in the slightest, and even his Imperial beasts launched counterattacks decisively. Seeing this scene, thinking flashed in Zhang Bao's eyes, and immediately, the poison wind guile leopard beside him swept and charged. During this time, a ball of light gray liquid collided with the fireball condensed by the spectral flame, and the fireball was instantly dissolved. The Big Dipper. Zhang Bao let out a low shout, and at the same time, the poison wind airy leopard's body violently rotated, and a powerful whirlwind was formed in its wake. Withering fog. This wasn't all. Along with Zhang Bao's another transmission, the poisonous wind airy leopard let out a shrill whistle, and the spots on his body suddenly overflowed with clusters of dark purple mist, merging with this whirlwind. Shoo! The poison wind guile leopard's slender tail violently lashed out at this mass of poisonous whirlwind, instantly skyrocketing in speed and sweeping towards the sea. Fiery storm. Dimming let out a low roar, and the underworld flames poured out, blinking into a fiery tornado of the same size, winding away. For a time, the two whirlwinds on the field clashed and coexisted in an entangled manner, the intersection of cyan and dark purple changing into another strange color. The blazing waves continued to surge, and the poison wind airy leopard did not stop there. Its figure hidden behind the whirlwind suddenly flashed out, and in its mouth, it spewed light gray liquid towards the ding. Snort dash. Fortunately, Diming reacted in time, and the attack was neutralized between the rising flames. Roar! But a wave has not yet subsided. A wave rises again, only to see this poisonous wind tricky leopard shape like a phantom, close in a flash, full of sharp teeth will be towards the ding-ding's neck to bite down. Such a strong desire to attack caused Ji Yuan's gaze to freeze. Bang dash! The underworld flame transformed into a thick arm and viciously whacked the poison wind guile leopard on top of its right ribcage when it was about to approach. Chapter 72 The Wind Blast, for the Great Lion. Bang! The arm that was illuminated by the underworld flame whacked the poison wind trickster leopard away with a punch, but only to see its backward flying out of the figure suddenly flashed. Actually directly stabilized, his figure appeared not far away. At the same time, a smudge of light green wind elements surfaced around its body. Wow! The four front paws of the poison wind guile leopard crossed and swung, and four gusts of wind that were strong enough to cut through steel whistled. Dim lunged down and narrowly avoided it, but at this time, the poison wind guile leopard once again pounced forward, spitting out light gray corrosive liquid from its mouth, and its four front paws fluctuated with wind elements once again. After all, they were Imperial beasts controlled by 5th grade Imperial beast masters, and with this kind of intensive attack frequency, it was almost difficult to find a break. The underworld flame surged and overflowed, forming a flame barrier that shielded the entirety of Dim. The terrifyingly high temperature and the burning of the soul caused this poisonous wind tricky leopard to stop in its tracks. Corrosive poisonous mist. At the back, Zhang Bao said softly. The poison wind airy leopard instantly spewed out a thin mist, and these gray mists adsorbed onto the flame barrier. And immediately after, Ji Yuan saw this Zhan leopard sending out soul power towards the mist. Could it be that this gray poisonous fog is able to corrode Dim's defenses after resonating with soul power? Ji Yuan's heart moved, and with a hidden flick of his fingers, he shot out a ball of his own soul power, rushing into the underworld blaze without anyone noticing. Throttle swish dash. Snappy. The barrier formed by the underworld flame boiled up with the naked eye, and this extremely obvious increase caused Zhang Bao's brows to tighten. Strange. What's going on? His soul power had already resonated with the corrosive poisonous mist, and the district's flame barrier was just a barrier that was bound to be able to corrode easily. But now, he was able to feel a resisting force, as if the same resonance of soul power existed in this flame? How is this possible? Zhang Bao immediately rejected the conjecture in his heart. Before the start of the tournament, someone within the family had already checked Ji Yuan's information cleanly. He was a 6th grade royal beast master. This, absolutely no problem. Am I being too sensitive? His eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the handsome young man with a calm expression not far away. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly retrieved the poison wind airy leopard. Phew! Suddenly, Ji Yuan's pupils shrunk as he suddenly saw that on the ring, ice crystal snowflakes inexplicably floated up. See only. Zhang Bao stretched out a finger and pointed it remotely at the dimly formed flame barrier. Ice. Crack. Next. Boo. A beam of light blue light erupted from his hand with a blanket of coldness, and when it came into contact with the flame barrier of soul power resonance, it actually penetrated it instantly. Once the airtight barrier is broken, there is no longer any need for it to last. Bzzzzzzz. But the moment the flame barrier dissipated, the piercing thunder suddenly rang out. In Ji Yuan's astonished gaze, he only saw Zhang Bao's fists clenching tightly, his body rushing with lightning elements, and his entire body transforming into a thunderbolt as he rushed towards Dimming. Thunder! Explode! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao had appeared in front of Dim while swinging his fist with the element of thunder. Shoo! The moment his fist wind was about to come into contact with Dim, Ji Yuan retracted it with a quick eye. At the same time, deep blue thunder surged, and flash prana moved like running thunder, launching, dance of lightning, in the gap between Zhang Bao's strikes. Bang dash! The collision of the elements of the thunder system erupted into an explosive roar, and the piercing thunder leapt wildly, causing many people to close their eyes. In the audience, the crowd was discussing the unusual fighting skills that Zhang Bao was displaying. At this moment, what is this situation? Zhang Bao didn't summon a royal beast. How can he unleash an elemental skill with his bare hands? Ha ha, at a glance you're from a small city. What Zhang Bao is using is the Zhang family's unique royal beastmaster specialized soul technique called wind-cracking explosion. Yes, I heard that this wind-splitting explosion has been passed down from the ancient centuries, and it can be considered an heirloom of the Zhang family. Unfortunately, although this wind-cracking explosion can briefly grant royal beastmasters elemental attacks, the consumption is simply too great, and no one who is not a royal beastmaster of the 5th grade or above is allowed to practice it. Ji Yuan, perhaps, will be crushed in this move. The ring, the unbridled and wildly dominating thunder power pulsed continuously. Ji Yuan stood in the distance, his pupils contracting slightly. He saw that Zhang Bao was using both fists to resist the impact of the shining vampire. Even the strongest beastmaster couldn't possibly resist a royal beast with his flesh and blood. Could it be that the gap between grades really had such a great impact? Well, Zhang Bao was quickly defeated in this clash. Meanwhile, compared to his surprise, the shock in Zhang Bao's heart was even more intense. Strange, so strange. This Ji Yuan's 2 imperial beasts were definitely not as simple as described in the intelligence. Even if it was a royal beast with a legendary bloodline, when the controller was only a 6th grade, no matter what, it would be impossible to resist the wind-splitting explosion he unleashed. This was the confidence he had when he was a 5th grade imperial beastmaster against a 6th grade. But now, this wolf-type imperial beast not only blocked his attack, but even destroyed it. There are only 2 possibilities. For 1, Ji Yuan had hidden his grade, and he, too, was a 5th grade beastmaster. Secondly, the bloodline grade of this wolf-type imperial beast was definitely above legendary, or at the very least, mythic grade. In Zhang Bao's mind, the seal of the imperial beast that surfaced on the back of his hand when Ji Yuan summoned the imperial beast flashed rapidly. Thus, the first possibility is completely ruled out. Put it this way, the 92-ranked Lin Yun city had actually seen a youth with a mythical great imperial beast. Bang! Just as Zhang Bao flew through his thoughts, the power of the shining spirit finally won out. The huge force came crashing down on his face, like several vehicles crashing head-on, causing him to stifle a grunt and fall back in pain. Unleash the frenzy explosion. Almost at the same time, Ji Yuan's voice came out, only to see that the shining vampire opened his mouth wide, and a ball of blue and silver mingled light condensed in an instant, and sprayed out directly towards him. Wind! Break! The ball of light carried a terrifyingly strong wind and shot up. Zhang Bao immediately unleashed the final stance of wind-splitting explosion. The sharp gust of wind whistled as if it was a sharp blade, directly cutting the blue and silver ball of light into 2 halves. Bang! Bang! The berserk force that split in 2 bombarded the ground at the back, sending out a deafening roar. After this short period of contact, Zhang Bao had already detected a hint of something wrong. Ji Yuan could not be compared to an ordinary 6th grade imperial beastmaster. But, in this nationally watched arena, could it be that he really had to control multiple imperial beasts at the same time to fight against a 6th grade imperial beastmaster? The loneliness of being a 5th grade imperial beastmaster in his heart, as well as the imperial beast family, made him unwilling to do so. Eventually, a dark purple glow welled up under his eyes. Under the attention of all the people, the air above Zhang Bao's head suddenly set off a ripple. Immediately afterward, an arm covered in black hair poked out of thin air. A strong sense of oppression filled the entire ring. Ji Yuan tilted his head, opened his panther, and summoned a 4-meter-tall, fierce-faced mad ape. The big guy, again, was no stranger to him. It was none other than, back in the depths of the mining vein, Lu Shang had met the battle alone. The demon ape. At that time, Lu Shang, who was a 5th grade royal beast master, had used close to 10 minutes and had used all his means before he had killed that demon ape. And now, just under 2 minutes have passed since the start of the match. Theoretically, Ji Yuan only had to hold out for 3 more minutes, and in the eyes of some people, it was already considered a victory. But, the next thing he was about to face was the one that could contend with a 5th grade imperial beast master. The demon ape. Chapter 73, The Unexpected. Go season. Go! Ji Yuan, come on, hold on. In the audience, Zhao Shan frantically waved the Ye Fierce Man flag in his hand, and with his left hand, he even counted the time with his cell phone. Mu Shuxin made a trumpet shape with both hands and shouted the same. Only the silent girl, clutching her small hand, mentally murmured. Come on, you can do it. Inside the ring, Ji Yuan looked at the demonic ape in front of him that was filled with infinite oppressive force, his heart filled with astonishment. It was unthinkable that apart from the poison windguile leopard, he had actually tamed even the demon ape. However, this demon ape was much smaller than the one that was deep in the vein in the first place. Even more coincidentally, this demonic ape just happened to be restrained by the soul resonance of the shining spirit. Ji Yuan, it's not too late to admit defeat, Zhang Bao said softly. Let the horses come. Ji Yuan, however, only smiled bashfully. Seeing this, Zhang Bao no longer said anything. The fierce light under his eyes flashed, and the demon ape on his side took a step to rush out. Shining prana, unleash the frenzy explosion, Ji Yuan shouted in a deep voice, and a trace of soul power was quietly injected. Bang dash! A soul-shattering explosion was produced as the lightning-mingled ball of light jetted out. The ball of wildly exploding light that resonated with the soul power instantly blasted at the demon ape's chest, and the aftermath of the explosion once again stirred up soul tremors. With one blow, the demon ape staggers on his feet. Resonance Hado. It's really a resonance wave. Zhang Bao's heart was startled. In the moment just now, he had exactly felt the fluctuation of soul power resonance. He immediately looked at Ji Yuan, but the other party's face was always as heavy as water, not showing the slightest bit. It's this wolf-type imperial beast. Soon, he blamed it all on the shining spirit. It was not surprising that a mythic rank bloodline imperial beast had some special abilities. I can't imagine that it's actually such a coincidence that the devil apes live in the underground world and are most afraid of the fluctuations of thunder resonance. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Bao was extremely decisive in temporarily withdrawing the demonic ape back into the imperial beast space. In the battle of imperial beasts, once a weakness was restrained, even if one had the greatest power, it would be difficult to utilize it. First, we'll beat this wolf-type imperial beast until it loses its combat power, and then we'll summon the demon ape to clear out that Qilin Roi beast. I don't know if this Ji Yuan has a third imperial beast. In a dark thought, he reanimated a giant stone statue. This stone statue was covered in cracks all over its body, shimmering with oodles of vitality and emerald green light all over it. A wood-based stone statue. Seeing this thing, Ji Yuan couldn't help but recall the firestone statue of Mushushin that had been blown up by a punch in the apocalyptic valley. Shoo! The lightning-twisted ball of light jetted out once again, and when it bombarded the stone statue, only a loud gurgling sound came out. It could only be that much. He had heard Mushushin explain that this kind of stone statue was almost indestructible. It's hard to hurt a big guy like that, and for that reason, a lot of people really like to deed these big guys. What to do? Ji Yuan looked at the approaching wooden stone statue and fell into deep thought. Give it a try. Shine paw. Immediately, the flash vampire's body resembled electricity and made a rapid impact towards the stone statue. Lightning dance. Clang. The robust giant wolf carrying thunder and lightning slammed headlong into this wooden stone statue, but the other party didn't move at all, and even raised his arms high and slammed down. Bang! The ring trembled, and Shining Spirit quickly pulled away from it, sidestepped it, and shook its head at Ji Yuan. This big guy was too sturdy, plus the person who was controlling it, a 5th-grade Imperial Beast Master, was too difficult to break through. What should he do? If he couldn't handle the giant stone statue, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Ji Yuan frowned slightly, his mind quickly recalling all the information about this giant demonic statue with Mushushin back then. Meanwhile, somewhere in the corner of the audience, the people sitting here are relatively quiet compared to the rest of the audience, which is full of enthusiasm. Sitting in the front row on the left side was a gentle, middle-aged man with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Beside this middle-aged man was a large man with a serious face and a tall bull. Wood grain demon statue? Ha! It is indeed considered to be a restraint against lightning system imperial beasts. The middle-aged man laughed, inclined his head to the side, and said, Old Lu, how long do you think it will take for this little guy to react and find a way to cope? It should be quick. The large man's voice was dull and his tone held no emotion. His griffin beast flames are uniquely effective, and happen to be the nemesis of these demonic statues. In the ring, Zhang Bao manipulated the wood grain demonic statue to continuously launch attacks towards the Shining Spirit, during which the demonic statue also spawned vines out of thin air in an attempt to bind the Shining Spirit. Luckily, Shining Vampire was agile enough to pull and spit berserk balls of light at the same time. At the moment, the length of the match, unbiased, was exactly 5 minutes. Took it, ha ha. In the audience, Zhao Shan looked at the timing of his cell phone and laughed continuously, and on the side, the two women also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he lasted 5 minutes, theoretically, it wouldn't hurt Ji Yuan even if he conceded defeat. However, this kind of secretive matter was only known to a few of them after all, so the surrounding spectators cast confused gazes towards Zhao Shan. In their opinion, Ji Yuan's imperial beasts were simply unable to break through this giant statue, and if they continued to consume like this, Ji Yuan would definitely be the first party to be consumed. And at this point, Ji Yuan, who was caught up in a brainstorming session in the ring, suddenly had a flash of light. Right. Mushu Xian had said that the magic statues in the world were infused with natural souls and given life. Though impenetrable on the outside, it can be dismantled with the use of attacks that wound the soul. Back in the apocalyptic valley, Secretary Lin had utilized some sort of peculiar means from the Cursed Soul Kingdom in order to shatter her flaming giant statue with a single punch. Immediately, Ji Yuan retrieved the flash prana, and then, the underworld flame surged once again. Release the red flame execution. The moment Dim showed up, he instantly passed out instructions. Wow! Moment! The roiling chains resembled a green snake, twining towards the wood grain demon statue. These tactics, they don't work. Zhang Bao stood at the back holding his hands, quietly watching. His wood grain magic statue had blocked many strong attacks, and he was confident that this time would be no exception. As the chains coalesced from the underworld flame and bound the demonic statue, the unique ability instantly seared a gust of blue smoke. This wood grain demon statue sensed the abnormality and struggled in panic. But once the chains are bound, it will be difficult to break free. Almost at the same time, Zhang Bao detected a hint of something wrong. The mind communication that the wood grain demon statue returned to him actually contained pain and fear. What's going on? He hastily looked into midair. A hot, sizzling blade had taken shape and stabbed down hard at the moment he was paying attention. Since the rules mentioned that no imperial beasts should be killed, the blade did not kill, but instead ran from the top of the demon statue's head to its abdomen. With one blow, the wood grain demon statue instantly withered, its whole body's emerald green light dimming, as if the fire of life would go out at any moment. Sear the soul? At the same time, Zhang Bao had clearly gotten feedback from the wood grain magic statue. He fiercely looked towards the Qilin Roy beast shrouded in green flames. Could it be that the bloodline level of this imperial beast was also of the mythic rank? Unexpected. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Bao retrieved the wood grain demon statue back into the imperial beast space. And then, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, 3 imperial beasts appeared beside him at the same time. Zhang Bao finally let go of his loneliness. He, about to go all out and win this battle. Chapter 74? The full range of tactics. In a split second, immediately appearing on Zhang Bao's side were the poison wind eerie leopard, the demon ape, and an insect-like imperial beast that was floated in midair and emitted a cold aura. Upon closer inspection, the cold air-filled imperial beast was a cicada, huge in size and floating in midair like a giant water tank. It's over. Jibyuan. Zhang Bao's face was extremely serious. The combination of these 3 imperial beasts was a carefully matched team for him. Not only were their bloodline levels the same overlord level, but in battle, the demon ape charged forward, and the poison wind guile leopard worked in tandem. The ice sky cicada, on the other hand, is the key to harassing and waiting for the fatal blow. The moment Zhang Bao gave the order, the 4-meter-tall demonic ape let out a roar and leaped up with its legs wrapped in a dark purple sheen. The poisonous wind eerie leopard seemed to shoot out like a swift wind and followed closely behind. In midair, the ice sky cicada's wings vibrated and swept out. A triple attack, instantly covering Dim in all directions. The scene of 3 overlord-level imperial beasts attacking at the same time caused countless people to let out gasps of surprise. This final, it's coming to an end. Because, everyone simply couldn't imagine how Ji Yuan should maneuver the Qilin Roy beast to defuse this wave of triple attacks. But, at the back, Ji Yuan's eyes sank and he roared lowly, "Unleash, shock and awe. Don't forget, drizzling, it's an imperial creature." In an instant, Buzz Dash, Diming stood tall, the green beast eyes flickered with green aura. And then, looking down on everything, the wild and raging monstrous bloodline breath erupted from the body. An invisible ripple spread out across the ring, and the moment the 3 hegemony-level imperial beasts came into contact with the aura at the same time, they all stopped in their tracks. Next moment, the scene that made the whole crowd gasp again, happened, only to see that the poison wind guile leopard was the first to stoop down, its eyes staring at the unicorn beast not far away as it slowly backed away. In mid-air, the ice sky cicada even landed on the ground, its wings closed, not moving, only the devil ape's huge body was vaguely trembling, as if it was fighting against the fear in its heart. And Jibyuan didn't stop there. Although Dim's shock and awe was instantly effective, this bloodline suppression skill was more often used over wild creatures. It was also yesterday that he learned, after the 5th rank, because of the generation of the Imperial Beast space, the Imperial Beast Master could deliberately use his soul power to cover the perception of the Imperial Beast, thus, allowing one's Imperial Beast to avoid being intimidated by an opponent whose bloodline level exceeded it. Therefore, he hadn't let Dim release the shock from the beginning to the end. For this moment, fiery storm, Ji Yuan seized the moment when the three imperial beasts were shocked at the same time, dimly stepped forward and monstrous green flames swept across the entire field, instantly engulfing the three imperial beasts. Bloodline shock. Zhang Bao did not expect that he would actually break the game again so easily. The three imperial beasts were simultaneously incinerated by the underworld flames, and their miserable roars were transmitted telepathically to Zhang Bao's heart. What a G-U-N! Zhang Bao clenched his fists and immediately retrieved the three imperial beasts. The fiery storm slowly dissipated, and on the field, Zhang Bao watched Ji Yuan for a moment before a new three imperial beasts flashed out beside him once again. After advancing to the 5th rank, the number of contracted imperial beasts was no longer restricted. The first one to appear was the wood grain demon statue that hadn't recovered from its serious injuries. The second one, a unicorn that looked like a dazzling and glittering ice sculpture. This unicorn was eye-catching with ice crystals and had a pointed horn with a flowing 7-colored luster on its forehead, but its attributes could still be seen from the frosty aura emanating from its body. At the same time, Ji Yuan could see that this unicorn was nearly of the same origin as the one that Zhang Di had once surrounded and killed him. And the third imperial beast was a strange giant wolf with a surface covered in rocky soil. At this point, the 6 imperial beasts that Zhang Bao had contracted after entering the 5th grade had all appeared. The bloodline grades of the 6 imperial beasts were all at the overlord level, enough to crush most ordinary imperial beast masters. Zhang Bao's soul power spread out, covering the senses of the 3 imperial beasts, and this time, the bloodline pressure would no longer be effective. On the stands, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yuan. The shock that this youth had brought to them this night had been too much. However, at this moment, along with Zhang Bao summoning 3 different imperial beasts once again, everyone knew that this duel was about to end. Nobody loses out on the same thing twice. Zhang Bao, who was a 5th grade imperial beast master, was even more so, and in everyone's thoughts, there was only one possibility for Ji Yuan to break the game this time. He was able to make both the Qilin beast and the Thunder Wolf fight together. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was only a 6th rank, and this possibility was non-existent. Phew, what a great fight. Lin Yun City Ji Yuan. I'll remember this person. I can't imagine that after the battle began, every time Zhang Bao took the initiative, this Ji Yuan was able to find a way to neutralize it. Only, perhaps it can only go so far. Isn't Ji Yuan's performance enough? Which 6th grade imperial beast master can engage a 5th grade for such a long time? This Ji Yuan is simply a supernova. Snort. From my point of view, Ji Yuan was just lucky and happened to have an advantage over the imperial beasts. That's right. In the end, it's still because Zhang Bao was gullible. In the first round of the 3 imperial beasts linking up, Ji Yuan luckily relied on his imperial beast bloodline to crack it. So I'll see what he'll do in this second round. There are voices of support, and naturally there are voices of opposition. The entire crowd, and not all of them, were in favor of the lowly downtown guy. These people, compared to Jibuans making history, they needed Zhang Bao to win in a crushing fashion more than anything else to keep the prejudice in their minds against the lower urban areas. For a while, the two groups of people directly quarreled. After all, a large portion of Ji Yuan's supporters were all downtown citizens who ranked low. Outside the arena, there was a lot of bickering, while inside the arena, Zhang Bao stared at Ji Yuan for the first time as coldness surfaced in his eyes. He had wanted to gain enough attention by showing off his status as a 5th grade imperial beast master on the final stage. It hadn't occurred to him that this opponent exceeded his expectations. At first, he felt that the poison wind trickster leopard was enough to solve Ji Yuan, but after the initial exchange, he had changed his mind. So he used one of his bottom cards, Wind Split Explosion, but it still didn't put an end to the battle. With the demonic ape being repelled, the prejudice in his heart towards Ji Yuan's lowly origin had completely dissipated. Until now, being able to force his 6 imperial beasts to take turns with his 6th rank, this Ji Yuan, in his eyes, was already an equal opponent. At this moment, he already had a plan of attack in his head, with the ice crystal unicorn fighting off Dimsplay's head-on. The earth rock wolves and the wood grain demon statue attacked together. After all, he could only manipulate one imperial beast at the same time, so he definitely couldn't take care of attacks from multiple directions. Go! With the decision complete, Zhang Bao's gaze crossed. In an instant, the 3 imperial beasts followed his idea, with the ice crystal unicorn at the forefront, and the wood grain demon statue and the earth rock wolf on the sides. They each pulled away and rushed towards Dim in an encircling position. It's over. Jibuan. Zhang Bao's eyes were slightly cold as he looked towards the handsome youth not far away, but then he realized that the corner of this youth's mouth suddenly lifted up in an arc. Shasta! Only to see that the green-colored Qilin beast transformed into a ball of blazing flames and swept towards the wood grain demon statue at great speed. And then, without waiting for the unicorn and the earth rock wolf to react, under Zhang Bao's astonished gaze, a deep blue thunderbolt rushed out. Ji Yuan, actually summoned and manipulated 2 imperial beasts at the same time. Chapter 75, Who's Going to Die? Added for rainfall. Bang! A shocking roar spread across the ring. The moment Dim was close to the wood grain demon statue, he condensed the underworld flame into a huge palm and ruthlessly pressed this demon statue to the ground. The soul-scorching flames caused the demon statue to struggle frantically, but the palm made of flames didn't budge. Looking at the other side, Flash Prancer's body that contained infinite lightning crashed into the ice crystal unicorn, causing the unicorn to retreat back and forth. Then, it turned its head, and a ball of wildly exploding light coalesced in its mouth, spewing towards the stone wolf. Clang! The violent power of the explosion shattered the rocks on the exterior of the earth rock wolf, and its body flew backward for several meters. When Ji Yuan was able to manipulate 2 imperial beasts, the only advantage of the 5th grade was the abundance of soul power. So, within this minute, Ji Yuan had to settle the fight. Otherwise, he would fail with his soul power depleted. The situation has changed again. Not far away, Zhang Bao's pupils quaked. He looked at the Qilin beast and thunderwolf that existed in the ring at the same time, and for a moment, he was completely lost for words. On the stands, all the boiling shouts were coincidentally quieted down. The whole place, dead silent. Everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, stared blankly, mouths open, not saying a word. Silly, it's all silly, including Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin. They were also dumbfounded. In the entire room, excluding Mushu Xin, no one knew that Ji Yuan could control 2 imperial beasts at the same time. In the corner of the stands, Zhao Tianhou, who had a smile on his lips, was also slightly stunned, and Lu Qian, who was on the side, was even more tense, even involuntarily leaning forward, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. What a surprising little guy. Zhao Tianhou suddenly laughed. Good. This godson, recognizing is too earned. Inside the field, Zhang Bao's eyelids twitched and his lips went dry. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he simply couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. You hid the grade? A moment later, he questioned in a tone of utter disbelief. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan shook his head and let out a shallow smile. 6th grade Imperial Beast Master. As in fake, guaranteed. As the words fell, his eyes were filled with thunderous light. Ow dash! Shining Prancer raised his wolf head high and let out a howl that penetrated the entire arena. Rumble! Suddenly, under the shocked gaze of countless people, a dark cloud as black as ink appeared high in the sky, and within it, thunder rolled. Thunder judgment! Along with Ji Yuan's words, a sky full of lightning poured down from the dark clouds. Giant rock barrier, wall of ice. The terrifying thunder might was vast, and in the ring, Zhang Bao's face changed drastically as he hurriedly gave orders. The tip of the ice crystal unicorn's horn immediately erupted with a 7-colored luster, condensing a floating ice wall in midair. Radiant light flowed on the ice wall, permeating an impenetrable power. The earthen rock wolf also let out a howl immediately, and the earth element surged out crazily all over its body. A semicircular rocky barrier shading Zhang Bao and it together. Boom! Bang! In an instant, a thunderbolt blasted on top of the ice wall and rocky barriers. The stirred-up thunder debris scattered on the ground, leaving behind a tiny crater. In the barrier, Zhang Bao gasped sharply as each blast of thunder caused the barrier to tremble. Although he had only advanced to the 5th grade for a short 2 months, but he was a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master after all. Zhang Bao looked at his palm as madness flashed in his eyes. Since the Imperial Beasts couldn't win, there was only one last method. His last card. Boom! At the same time, the fortress finally could no longer support itself and was split apart by the thunder. Ah! Zhang Bao roared angrily, his fists clenched tightly, veins surfacing on his arms. High above, the dark clouds gradually dissipated. It's getting close, Jibyuan, and it's getting close to the limit. After all, it wasn't the 5th grade, and manipulating 2 beasts at the same time, he could only last for a minute at most. Ji Yuan, next, will be my last strike. If you can take it, this final counts as your win. Zhang Bao's roar resounded through the clouds, and Ji Yuan's gaze was grave as he recalled Shining Spirit and Dim to his side, struggling to adjust his final state, only to see that the wood grain demon statues, ice crystal unicorns, and earth rock wolves on the field had turned into a ray of light and drilled into Zhang Bao's chest. Boom! At first glance, an extremely terrifying soul power fluctuation erupted within Zhang Bao's body. It's the Zhang clan's resonant battle technique, soul melting lead. My goodness! Ji Yuan actually forced Zhang Bao into such a situation. I've heard that this soul-melting lead is an extremely rare, resonant battle technique jointly initiated by a royal beast master and a royal beast, and it's a real treat to be able to see it with my own eyes today. However, this soul-melting lead seems to have a not-so-small after-effect. As I recall, after casting it, it will make the Imperial Beast Master's entire body weak and paralyzed for 7 days and 7 nights. TSK, to be able to force Zhang Bao to use this move. Ji Yuan, though defeated, is still honored. In the corner, Zhao Tianho's smile remained the same as his eyes swept over Zhang Bao and, finally, coalesced on Ji Yuan. Godson, how would you take this last move? In the ring, the rampant and raging soul power fluctuations within Zhang Bao's body generated endless hurricane winds, blowing against Ji Yuan's clothes as well as the fur of the two beasts. Resonance battle technique? Ji Yuan felt a trace of familiar fluctuation, and then, he suddenly smiled. Resonance battle technique? I, too, have. Dim, shining vampire. As he drank softly, dimming and shining spirits' bodies were taut and poised to strike. Ji Yuan similarly collected all his thoughts, and the remaining soul power in his body converged towards the heart location. It's impossible to defeat me. When the gale suddenly stopped, Zhang Bao's whole body muscles expanded to the extreme, and his body, which was already filled with a huge gathering of soul power, longed to be released. Unleash, resonance, light and shadow raid. It was also at this moment that Ji Yuan took the initiative to rush out. Howl, ow dash. Beside him, dimming and shining spirit let out a roar at the same time. Immediately afterward, only to see the two beast figures actually split into two at the same time, manifesting two identical doppelgangers. Ow! The two flash vampires charged at the forefront. They were extremely fast, their bodies transformed into two masses of lightning, bringing up a burst of fuzzy currents that made them elusive. In the aftermath, Daiming and its doppelganger released the underworld flame at the same time, and under the intermingling, a cloud of mist was formed. For a moment, this sonorous double mist completely enveloped Zhang Bao. Aha dash. He crossed his arms over his chest, his pupils staring dead ahead. At some point, soul-melting lead violent charge. Zhang Bao suddenly roared wildly. Swish, he shot out like a cannonball, and strong soul power fluctuations condensed into a substantial shield in front of him, slamming down on top of shining spirit and dimming. However, what he didn't expect was that his well-timed charge had directly penetrated the bodies of the two beasts. Phantom. His heart was appalled, but before he could react, a terrifying fluctuation had already crept in. Only to see. Ji Yuan's face was pale and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc as he appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Soul shock. In his defenselessness, Ji Yuan's palm pressed against his chest, and terrifying soul power fluctuations exploded. At this final moment, Zhang Bao was ultimately a 5th grade royal beast master, and he quickly reacted by similarly pouring out his internal soul power madly at Ji Yuan. Bang dash. A shocking roar. Chapter 76, Victory Undecided. The ring. The obscuring mist created by dim and shining spirit was slowly dissipating. The entire audience, hundreds of thousands of spectators, all stood up in unison. They knew that this was the last wave of the two to clash. And who was the deer in the headlights? Zhao Shan grabbed his hair with both hands, not daring to breathe. Mu Shuxin gripped the edge of the bleachers, her beautiful eyes flashing. Su Ziyin's small hands clenched tightly, her heart constantly praying. When the last of the fog cleared, on the field, one man stood and one man fell. The man standing is Zhang Bao. Shasta. A portion of cheers went up. Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin. The three of them sighed deeply when they saw the scene. However, it was soon released. After all, the other party was a 5th grade royal beast master, and it was already very good for Ji Yuan to be able to fight like this. Those who supported Ji Yuan similarly fell silent, listening to the cheers of Zhang Bao's supporters, even though they also knew that a 6th grade victory over a 5th grade was simply a pipe dream. But, in the hearts of the Ji Yuan supporters, there was still some disappointment. Suddenly, Zhang Bao, who was standing in the middle of the field, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, his body sank down straight backward. At the same time, the handsome youth lying on the ground made a move. He was seen rolling up, struggling, on his hands and knees, and staggering to his feet. A strong sense of dizziness and weakness continued to assault the entire body. Ji Yuan's eyebrows twisted into a ball, covering his mouth and coughing violently a few times. The palm of his hand trembled slightly, and the coughing he had just done brought out a pool of scarlet blood. Hiss! His eyelids trembled, and at this moment, a terrible sharp pain came from his left rib. In the clash just now, his soul shock strike had broken Zhang Bao first, causing his opponent to not fully strike his attack. But even so, based on the way the slightest breath now produces a sharp pain, I'm afraid his left rib is not in a good condition. That's all. Ji Yuan covered his ribs with one hand while staggering over to Zhang Bao. The palm of his hand lightly beckoned, and the shining prana figure appeared. Because of Ji Yuan's current bad condition, along with the fact that there was very little soul power left, Shining Spirit looked sickly as well, and the beast's eyes were slightly drooping. Nevertheless, the shining vampire complied with his thoughts. Slightly opening his large mouth as a tiny ball of wildly explosive light coalesced, pointing directly at Zhang Bao's head. Good. Zhang Bao lay on the ground, panting heavily, his sight firmly locked on Ji Yuan. For one. Recognize. Before the words were finished, Zhang Bao seemed to have reached his limit. His eyes rolled over and he lost consciousness, even if he didn't say the third word. But, with the current scene of Ji Yuan still being able to summon the imperial beasts, victory or defeat, there was no need to say anymore. The last breath that was hanging was let out by Ji Yuan in a long exhale. Finally, he couldn't carry on either, and with two black eyes, he lost consciousness. Winning. The whole room, silent. No one could believe that the ultimate winner of this battle of the 5th rank against the 6th rank would be Ji Yuan. In the meantime, Zhao Shan in the audience's seat had red eyes and directly let out an indescribable howl. Immediately afterward, a huge banner appeared in his hand with a flash of the royal ring. Mu Shushin's similarly pretty face excited to the extreme. The two old self-taught one person pulled a corner, directly opened this banner. At the same time, Zhao Shan read the content of the banner out loud like a madman. Tremble everyone. You're facing the #1 rising star of Linyan City, the #1 fierce man of Linyan City, the #1 imperial beast master of Linyan City. Ji Yuan. Jibyuan is the champion. Ji Yuan. Mu Shushin was also holding the banner high, not caring about the image of a beautiful woman, jumping and shouting. The enthusiasm of the two instantly set the others ablaze. In a split second, the horrifying roar of the mountains and seas spread through the clouds, penetrating the interior of the arena and reaching the ears of all the citizens of Guanmian City. Countless people raised their arms and shouted at this moment, waving the flag and cheering for the unconscious handsome youth lying on the ground. Su Ziyin stood quietly in the crowd, looking at the screen, the handsome young man's face. A happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The crowd cheered unabated as the medical team entered and took the two men away separately. Those who had previously supported Zhang Bao retreated in disarray amidst a chorus of boos. But then, something unexpected to countless people happened. The host delayed announcing the results of the match without any statement, while the arena directly turned on all the light sources, signaling the audience to exit the arena in an orderly manner. This scene struck the crowd as strange. There is another way. Inside a room, several people sat casually, and in front of them was a huge screen. A scene from before Zhang Bao's coma was repeated on it. For one. Recognize. His words were clear and repeated over and over again. This is the only point we can capitalize on. A woman stood in front of the screen, her eyes sweeping across the rest of the room as she said, Zhang Bao didn't admit defeat, and Ji Yuan has fallen into a coma, so this final is considered a draw. It's just that. In that case, I'm afraid the others won't buy it. Indeed, those ranked downtowns already have grievances. If they make such a mess, will they? Gentlemen, the woman said in a cold voice, I don't think you guys have understood what the consequences will be once you let this Ji Yuan win the title. First, his winning the title will put no more obstacles in the way of old man Yang's plan to merge downtown. Do you really want to merge with those lousy low-level urban areas and share resources with them? This Ji Yuan came from a low-level urban area, and now he has countless supporters. Once Ji Yuan wins the title, the merger of the downtown area will also be completely finalized. Incorporating the downtown area, not only will our wealth suffer, but even our business will take a serious hit. Gentlemen, please think carefully about the consequences of this. After the woman finished speaking, the remaining few people in the room were silent. A moment later, a man spoke out. This young Ching is cold and unsympathetic. If this matter of merging the downtown area really materializes, I'm afraid that part of our business will not be able to continue. Muli, what are you going to do? A few other people were silent, as if they were acquiescing to the man's words. Seeing this, a cold smile spread across the corner of the mouth of the woman named Muli as she said, It's very simple. Utilize the rules and change the winner of this match to Zhang Bao. There have been previous finals of the downtown competition, and there have been instances where both sides were unconscious, and the final result of the contest will be voted on by 120 municipalities, and the one with the most votes, the winner. Well, this is within the rules, and the key point is still because Zhang Bao didn't personally say he admits defeat. Her words caused the people present to nod their heads after pondering for a moment. Go ahead and run it like you said. Chapter 77? How does it count? Shame on you. Guanmian City, a certain upscale restaurant. Inside the box, Zhao Shan was furious. Mushu Xian and Su Ziyin also frowned slightly. At the moment, it's the night after the final. After all, it was the #1 ranked city. The medical level naturally needed no introduction. And after only one night, Ji Yuan recovered as before. Only, he did not expect that the next morning, the final result would be a draw. What's the count if it's a tie? Ji Yuan played with the cutlery in front of him and looked at the three. They were all Miss Young Masters of the Imperial Beast family, so they naturally knew a bit more about this situation than he did. It has happened before, and the final result will be voted on by the 120 municipalities, the 5 great clans, and some specific people from the Imperial Beast Alliance. Then, the winner is decided by the number of votes. Su Ziyin spoke softly, and just as she finished speaking, Zhao Shan immediately cursed, "I bah, letting old Ji and Zhang Bao compare votes?" On the side, Mu Shuxin said, "There's no need to be in a hurry. The rules state that if both sides involve personnel from the 5 great families, to avoid suspicion, the 5 great families cannot participate when voting. That's true, but there's no guarantee that they'll do anything in secret. I'll have to contact Pops." With that, he immediately got up and went to the phone. At this moment, Su Ziyin suddenly said softly, "I will think of a way for you. No need, don't have to embarrass yourself." Ji Yuan shook his head repeatedly. He understood Su Ziyin's situation in the Su family. Even if she could really do it, she would definitely pay a big price. He didn't want to see his dear friend suffer in any way for himself, except for Zhao Shan, because he has thick skin. Seeing Ji Yuan's resolute attitude, Su Ziyin pursed her red lips and stopped speaking. Ugh, it's just one thing after another. Mu Shuxin sighed lightly. She could not help any more in this matter. She could only be anxious. And today, the internet is polarizing opinion. There are those who are angry, those who support the vote, and those who analyze it rationally. Overall, the most crucial point in the matter of the draw was because Zhang Bao did not utter the word admit defeat. Under the deliberate guidance of some people are clinging to this point, brainlessly washing their hands and calling for a national consent vote. This last downtown competition is pulling out all the stops, both in terms of conversation and heat. Inside the box, the atmosphere was silent. Not long after, Zhao Shan pushed the door and folded back. Pops reassures us that beyond that, there's nothing. Zhao Shan shrugged. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters up in the air, a golden eagle of enormous size flew under the moonlight. On its back, stood a middle-aged man with graying temples and a grim face. The golden eagle didn't know how long it had been flying, and at a certain moment, it suddenly swooped down. Passing through the layers of clouds, he eventually settled down in a courtyard. It landed silently, and the middle-aged man leapt down to retrieve it. Tanha. Just as he stood still, a pale male voice sounded from the corner of the courtyard. He looked over and saw an old man with a cane in his hand and a stooped figure walking slowly forward. "I know what you came for." The old man laughed. "Come inside and sit down?" He seemed to be in a bad mood, and after nodding his head, he nonchalantly walked into the house. It's a courtyard with vintage furnishings and decor in the rooms. Incorporating the downtown area was something I brought up 20 years ago. The old man sat down in his chair with his cane, trembling, and said, "At that time, you were the only one who supported me. Some people, who have been in high places for too long, so long that they think everyone in the world is living the same, paper-thin life as they are. The good thing is, over the years, someone finally woke up and started supporting my program." The old man spoke to himself, his wrinkled pale face seeming to be gathering some sort of emotion. "What good is the support program?" He grunted coldly. "Why would they suppress such a beast royalty genius like Ji Yuan? Why would they rule this match as a draw? After all, isn't it because of the word, prejudice? Could it be that Imperial Beast Masters of low birth and lower rankings in the downtown area really don't deserve better resources? You need to calm down. This kind of thinking has been ingrained for a long time, and it's not something that can be fixed with a flick of both hands." The old man let out a long sigh. "I've been trying to change for so many years." Change? The prevalent anger under his eyes filled the room, but he remained calm. "If you really want to change all this, you should stop this farce from being created." Tanha. The old man shook his head. "You should know that this matter is within the rules. Moreover, those who support Zhang Bao are not a few. Take a moment, Mayor Tam," he said leisurely. "A tie vote is not a bad thing. Perhaps, it will be able to bring this Ji Yuan's reputation to the next level. That's only if someone doesn't tamper with it." He grunted coldly. "Isn't that what you came to say?" The old man glanced at him. "Don't worry, I will supervise." The words fell. "In that case, I'll trouble the teacher." He changed his face in a second and stood up, bending his head slightly as a sign of respect. "It's getting late, so I won't disturb the teacher's rest. I'll go first." After saying that, he pushed the door out, came to the courtyard and summoned the golden eagle, disappearing in a flash. The old man sitting in the room seemed to have anticipated this scene and did not move a muscle. Only a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "High above, Marquis of Heaven? Well, it's what you and I expected. I know, I'll be in touch." Above the golden eagle, his gaze flickered. The morning after the final, the third day, Ji Yuan, who had departed from his hotel room and was riding in a special car, had an indifferent expression on his face. "The voting process will be live-streamed in its entirety. The camp that voted consisted of 120 mayors, the 5 imperial beast families, and the 15 top brass of the alliance. The total number of valid votes is 140, and as Jibyun set out on his way to the scene, on the other side, the Zhang family, pop, crisp rattles echoed. On Zhang Bao's left cheek, there was a reddish slap mark. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. What did you say? You're going to abstain? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Bao, his tone cold. A loss is a loss. I'm no match for Ji Yuan, I admit it. Dad, why would you do something like vote on the winner and runner-up? Zhang Bao's tone was firm and heavy. He didn't understand. What do you recognize? The middle-aged man stormed out and swung out another palm. A hot and sharp pain came from his cheeks, causing Zhang Bao's teeth to clench. You are a member of the Zhang family, as a 5th-grade imperial beast master, yet you lost to a nobody coming out of a small city. Don't you feel ashamed and admit defeat? Do you want the Zhang family to be reduced to a national laughingstock from now on? Asshole, if you don't go today, get out of the Zhang family and never come back. Chapter 78, Determining Victory and Defeat, plus one more for the Great Lion. The voting venue, located in the northern part of Guamian City, a huge hall in a circular shape, compared to the vibrant atmosphere of the final site. Here, it seems depressing. 120 mayors were neatly seated in the circular hall. The 10 top executives of the Imperial Beast Alliance were seated at the front position of the hall. As for the central figures of this scene, Ji Yuan as well as Zhang Bao, the two were arranged in the center of the hall, with 2 simple tables and chairs, and the two were seated facing each other. The whole atmosphere of the meeting was depressing and serious. There were no hangers-on. Due to the final day, there was a scene where both players were unconscious, resulting in a tie. According to the rules, today, the voting process will be held, with the mayors of all the cities in the country, and the senators of the Imperial Beast Alliance voting together. The voting process will be streamed live in real time and under national scrutiny. At the top level of the Imperial Beast Alliance, a middle-aged man with a beard spoke in a serious tone. When he finished speaking, he simply sat down. Click, the mechanical voice sounded. A translucent screen was projected behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao. At the same time, 2 buttons popped up in front of the mayors present, and the senators of the Imperial Beast Alliance. 1 red, 1 blue. The screen also split in 2 at this point, changing to blue and red. Blue, for Jibyun. Red, for Zhang Bao. I ask all participating mayors and senators to begin voting for your favorite winner by combining the performances of this year's competition. The cold mechanical voice did not contain a trace of emotion, as if it were an intelligent butler in a rest area. Almost as soon as its words fell, all those involved in the voting pressed the buttons in front of them. One time, the screen behind Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao floated out the downtown area represented by the voters. Outside, Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin were each at home, while keeping in front of the TV, watching the live broadcast. The hearts of all 3 were in their throats as the real-time vote counts appeared as well as changed. On the live feed, it could be seen that Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao's votes were increasing at nearly the same rate. Jibyun 20, 21, 25, Zhang Bao 23, 24, 26. The votes between the two bit off more than they could chew, and it was a moment that had the whole internet talking. Holy, look at the momentum. It's not going to be another tie vote, is it? Can't say for sure. 10 senators haven't done it yet. The votes are now contributed by 120 mayors. Can't tell. Alas, the votes of the two have come to 50, so close that it's not good to say it's a tie. What is this? 120 cities split in half? No. Zhang Bao's vote stopped at 56, and Ji Yuan's is still going up. Pop-ups flew across the air, and in an instant, exclamation points nearly took up the entire screen in the live broadcast. Inside the venue, as the soaring votes gradually slowed down, or even stopped, in the end, Ji Yuan's vote count was at 64. The number of votes for Zhang Bao, on the other hand, is 56. Between the two, there is a difference of 8 votes, but everyone wasn't happy, because, that's just the votes of 120 mayors. When the 10 alliance senators pressed the voting button with expressionless faces, Zhang Bao's votes, once again, began to change. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bao's vote count soared to 64, tied vote. But, it's not over yet. As the red and blue screens, 2 names surfaced at the same time. The votes for Ji Yuan and Zhang Bao rolled simultaneously, double, eventually settling at 65. At this point, all 130 people have finished voting. Of these, out of 120 mayors, Jibyun received 64 votes, and of the 10 alliance senators, Jibyun had only 1 vote. Asshole, how dare someone turn against us? Inside one of the houses, the sound of a glass breaking rang out. A woman screamed and cursed in exasperation. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Immediately afterward, she instantly dialed a phone number. Inside the meeting hall, Tan He, who was sitting on the side, had a calm expression, and a hidden light flashed under his eyes. His gaze swept over the bearded man among the senators, the one who had cast his only vote for Jibun. This was unexpected from Tan He. According to the plan, Ji Yuan should lose this vote by 1 vote. The other mayors exchanged eye contact. They, too, hadn't expected it to be so dramatic. Vote count complete. The mechanical voice sounded. Due to the tie vote between both sides, in accordance with the additional rules, the 4 Imperial Beast families will be notified to head to the venue for the final vote. Due to Zhang Bao's player's special status, according to the rules, the Zhang family needs to avoid suspicion. The venue, once again, returned to dead silence, and the entire internet, as a result of this result, exploded. Damn, if you ask me, we should just award Zhang Bao a loss. At the time, he was the first one to pass out and Ji Yuan was after him. Can't this be considered a win for Ji Yuan? A bunch of dogs chasing after Ji Yuan and biting him every day. You're the water army hired by the Zhang family, right? Ugh, only you lowly downtown guys can empathize with Jibun, right? That's just it. Isn't it good to stay honest in your little place? Why must you come up to the mouth? This war of the keyboards, centered around the high rankings of the downtown area, begins. While waiting for the Imperial Beast family to make their way to the venue, both sides cursed until they flew off the handle. At that moment, a post came out of nowhere, instantly putting an end to the mindless scolding between the two sides. Should Jibby lose? Take a look at the potential of this small town player. The poster of this post, ID, Nightfall Silent. On the internet, the #1 big fan who embraces Ji Yuan. In the first round, when Ji Yuan was deeply involved in the public opinion storm, this, Nightfall Silent, fought with his tongue and cursed against others for more than 2,000 floors. At that time, countless people were speculating that this, Nightfall Silent, was Ji Yuan's trumpet. However, after Ji Yuan's victory over Xiao Lingjie in the 4th round, this ID was no longer active. I can't imagine that today, she, once again, shows up. Moreover, it was still so verbose that the entire post, dissecting every battle that Ji Yuan had participated in the downtown competition, especially during the finals. Many people couldn't figure out what made Zhang Bao lose, and Nightfall Silent answered, all of you have overlooked one of the most crucial places, the gap in soul power qualifications. In fact, if you all pay attention, you will be able to learn all the information about the 2 contestants, which will be made public at the finals. First is Zhang Bao. He became a 9th grade Imperial Beast Master at the age of 18, and after 7 years, he stepped into the 5th grade 2 months ago. Soul power qualification, lower level. Then there's Ji Yuan, who awakened his extraordinarily powerful soul qualification at the age of 18, and after a 2-year window period, he only contracted his first Imperial Beast just before the downtown competition kicked off. Until today, Ji Yuan has only become a Royal Beast Master for more than 3 months. 3 months of advancing from the 9th rank to the 6th rank, exceptional soul power qualifications, and the 6th rank yet being able to control 2 Imperial Beasts at the same time. Based on those 3 keywords alone, any one of them wouldn't necessarily be mediocre when placed on someone else, would it? But why, when it comes to Ji Yuan, is it so overwhelming? Could it be just because he represents the lower urban areas? In the post, Nightfall Silent gagged the crowd with a plain and simple statement. 4 people in a chat group. Zhao Shan, boy, you guys take a look at this post. Who the hell is this, Nightfall Silent? I must find him and treat him to dinner. With that, he shared the link to the post. Mu Shuxin, I'm reading it. It's so well said. I'm getting the feeling that this is the water army that Old Tan spent a lot of money to hire for Ji Yuan. After all, between the lines, he knows Ji Yuan too well. Su Ziyin digressed and said, watch the live stream. It's time to decide the winner. Chapter 79, The Champion of Champions. Outside the venue, in front of a heavy brown wooden door, 2 men and 2 women of extraordinary temperament and dignified dress stood. 3 of you, how about getting through to each other? The suited male representative of the Xiao family laughed. I'm voting for Zhang Bao. I vote for Zhang Bao too. The male representative of the Mu family spoke faintly. Zhang Bao. The female representative of the Su family also nodded. The female representative of the Zhang family was the only one left silent. Gentlemen, please enter. At that moment, the wooden door slowly opened. Each of the 4 received an ancient copper round coin. A ruling coin placed on a player's table is considered a vote for the opponent. Mechanical sounds start up and lights hit an aisle inside the serious venue. The representative of the Xiao family was in front, and was the first to step out, placing the ruling coins on Zhang Bao's table under the attention of the entire room, as well as the live broadcasting equipment. Zhang family, Zhang Bao 1 vote. The Mu clan's representative followed closely behind, taking the same steps and walking to Zhang Bao's table without hesitation, gently putting down the ruling coins. Zheng family, Zhang Bao 2 votes. It was the Zheng family's turn to be represented. With light steps, she walked to Ji Yuan's table with round coins in her fingertips and gently clasped them on his table. Lin Yun City, 1 vote for Ji Yuan. The moment. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the last one, the representative of the Su family. Her crucial vote will determine the winner of this downtown competition. Immediately, the representative of the Su family stepped forward. She walked to the center of the venue and passed Ji Yuan under the gaze of countless people. The winner is already decided. Shu, only. She eventually stopped in front of Zhang Bao's table and tossed the round coin in her hand. The bronze-colored round coin arced in the air, and under the watchful eyes of countless people, it landed accurately on Ji Yuan's table. The sound of round coins hitting a wooden table rang out, and the representative of the Su family flashed a grin at the camera. Flat again. The representatives of the Shao and Mu families who retreated from the scene all had a heavy expression on their faces, and of the 5 great families, their 2 families were closest to the Zheng family. The Zheng family was so powerful that their socialization with any family was just right, not too deep and not too shallow. Only the Su family, withdrawn, quiet, do things as they wish, such as now. No one can know what these Su family members are thinking in the head. There was silence. I don't know if the crowd was again surprised by this result. The votes are tied, and according to the additional rules, it will be the 3 alliance fathers who will make the final decision. A mechanical voice broadcasted while 3 uniformly sized screens were projected in the center of the venue. The screen flickered like a splash screen, as if some sort of remote connection was being made. At the same time, somewhere inside a quadrangle. Let's not let this farce go on any longer. How about abstaining? Gentlemen, you mean, keep the end result a draw and share the title? What's not to like? By doing so, it will save face for the Zheng family and also give an explanation to the boy from Lin Yun City. This kind of small matter shouldn't have been a concern for us old things, so that's it. I agree. Old man Yang, what about you? The indistinct and slightly clear words echoed in his ears. Sitting in the retro-furnished house, the old man stroked the cane in his hand without saying a word. The old fool, pretending to be deaf again. Never mind, let's see him take a stand later. Inside the venue, the flickering screen suddenly had a picture at one point. 3 screens, each corresponding to 3 old men. They, then, were the senior figures of the Imperial Beast Alliance. The first old man, eyebrows and hair are white, with a stroke of snow-white beard. Traces of time are obvious on his face, and he is dressed in white, appearing immortal. He was Li Chongqi, one of the 3 great beast masters of today. It is he who proposes to abstain from voting. The second old man, with his crane hair and smile, it was hard to deduce his true age from his appearance alone. Likewise, he was one of the 3 great beast masters, named Yen Pun Pui. The third old man was the Alliance Patriarch who had talked to Tan He and advocated for the merger of the urban areas. Yang Qing. The moment the images of the 3 old men of different shapes and colors appeared, all of the people in the room stood up, bent their heads and bowed their backs, and performed a salute before sitting down. Please, Alliance fathers, adjudicate. Mechanical sound cue. Li Chongqi and Yen Punpa were silent. Yang Qing got up at this time, and he mortared his walking stick, making a crisp tapping sound. Historically, when it is necessary for us to adjudicate, we look back at the performance of the 2 players during the competition. His aged face was frank, his cloudy eyes swept over the 2 contestants in the arena, and finally, they were fixed on Ji Yuan. Combining tournament performance and final play? I, for one, choose Jibyuan. After Yang Qing finished speaking, he tapped his cane, and his screen once again returned to the splash screen. His words caused the various mayors present who supported Ji Yuan to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This patriarch opened his mouth and pretty much sealed the end. After the 2 patriarchs, Li Chongqi and Yen Pun Pui, received Yang Qing's answer, they both flashed in thought, and immediately, they chose to abstain from voting. To this point, after the ruling of the Alliance Patriarchs, the winner of this year's downtown competition is Ji Yuan. The serious venue lights up with a mechanical sound. Ji Yuan stood up and swept his gaze across the room, and then, with his heart in his mouth, he bent down slightly. Snap. In the meantime, a crisp clap came out. He leaned his back against the seat and gazed at the handsome youth in the arena, smiling out of the corner of his eye as he gently applauded. As he did so, an applause filled the room, echoing in this venue. Congratulations, Zhang Bao got up and said with an expressionless face, and then he was the first to leave the stage. Outside, ow, roar, Old Quarter took it. Old Quarter is the champion. It's cool to go around in such a big circle and these mother ******************************************************************************************************************10 excited. The 2 women who were also in front of the TV showed varying degrees of joy. Guanmian City, somewhere, asshole, outrageous, it's outrageous. Inside the house, there was a constant loud noise of falling and smashing. Also in Guanmian City, the ancestral land of the Jiang family. So you were the one who changed the senator's vote? By a clear pool. Jiang Tianho sat cross-legged, and in front of him was a fishing rod. He smiled as he listened to the inquiry on the other end of the line. Suddenly changed my mind. I think my godson still needs this title to hold up. On the contrary, it's you who took advantage of my godson and made up a second non-existent bet. Aren't you afraid that he'll flip out if he finds out? On the other side of the phone, the same laughter came from a voice. Ji Yuan will understand. And now that the plan is complete, I've prepared a big gift in order to thank him. Oh, what gift? Reveal it to me for my information? Screw you. This is a secret between Ji Yuan and I. It can't be revealed to anyone. Tan He, you really have to thank this godson of mine. Since he appeared, you, the Iron Rooster who doesn't have a penny to his name, has become more generous. Thinking back to the days when we went to school together, I still like you better now. Hey, you and I have been close friends for so many years, and now that your son and Ji Yuan are equally inseparable, isn't this just fate? Ha ha, I really don't know if this little guy Ji Yuan will still do anything earth-shattering when he goes to the academy. Chapter 80? For you, Lin Yun City. Since the night the polls closed, the city has set off fireworks for 3 days and nights. These fireworks are made of a unique material made by Kojo that bursts with brilliant colors and produces no smoke. It was lit for 3 days and 3 nights, costing a total of $100 million. Moreover, in a single night, a statue covering an area of 300 square meters and 15 stories high appeared in the center of Linyan City. The statue was made of white and smooth stone, and thousands of laborers, along with hundreds of Earth-type imperial beasts, were used to build it. The carving, a handsome young man with his head held high, spirited look. Beside him, there were 2 5-story tall imperial beast statues, a griffin, and a giant wolf, respectively. The statue was lifelike and restored, the moment when Ji Yuan was in the final ring, manipulating the 2 beasts at the same time. Below this statue, a monument stood, and on it, several large golden characters were engraved. This statue honors the Lin Yun City representative, Ji Yuan, for winning the national downtown competition. Jibyuan made history. In the downtown competition, First Chop Downtown ranked 15th Haojin, re-beheading the second-ranked downtown area, the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Lingjie, eventually breaking into the final ring where previously the lower downtowns could only watch. In the ring, he went head-to-head against a 5th-grade Imperial Beast Master without losing, and eventually, in the voting, he was recognized by the patriarchal figures and took the title. This downtown competition champion of Ji Yuan can be said to be justified, on the internet or in reality. No one dares to say anything anymore. Lin Yun City, too, had become famous because of him. The city's citizens know that in the coming year, Lin Yun City will no longer be a low-grade urban area, and the lives of the city's citizens, after the huge influx of resources, will be greatly improved. Right now, a tall, white-skinned woman stood under the statue of Ji Yuan, silently looking on, her eyes filled with trance and endless remorse. Rai-Nika, the old woman's voice came from the back, and the woman sniffled and turned her head, looking at the old woman and murmuring, Auntie Chin, do you think that he will still forgive me? The old director of the Blue Sky Orphanage shook his head and handed out an ornate envelope. By Little Abyss's light, our city, there are 100 Imperial Beast Master spots to the Sacred Sky Super Academy. Chen Qin held the envelope out to Lin Yunjia and said, You're not willing to leave it at that, are you? If you really want to make up for the mistakes you made, try to catch up with him and really help him. The 5th day after the polls closed, according to the process, today would be the day that the 3 super academies would select the new students. The moment. On the fringe of Guanmian City, an extremely wide flat field was swarming with people. Today, 120 participants of the urban competition, as well as the Imperial Beast Masters from the cities that had bailed out of the Super Academy, were gathered on the Hirano. Among them, 100 Royal Beast Masters from Linyan City were the first to find Ji Yuan, the big brother, and then they followed him one after another. At the same time, there was a steady stream of participants from the lower-level urban areas who came to greet Ji Yuan. Hello, my name is Chun Feng. Hello, my name is Lu Tongyi. Hello, one by one, as if by agreement, introductions are made, hands are shaken, and then they leave to make way for the next person. Ji Yuan could only be patient and respond one by one. During that time, there were a number of people of the opposite sex who wanted to leave a contact, but all of them were politely refused by the long burgundy-haired Mu Shushin. She stood right beside Ji Yuan, her flawless face paired with her long burgundy hair, her entire person exuding an unrivaled temperament. It made quite a few girls feel ashamed of themselves. Holy, what an exaggeration. In the 20 minutes we've been here, the people who said hello to old season haven't stopped. In the back, Zhao Shan muttered in a small voice. On the side, Su Ziyin stood quietly in the crowd, her starry eyes gazing at Ji Yuan's back, flickering vaguely. Among the 100 royal beast masters from Lin Yun City, Lin Yunjia hid in the crowd, staring blankly at Ji Yuan's side, the pretty and lively girl. Oi oi. At this point, a thin figure suddenly sprang out of the crowd to come to Ji Yuan. Su Wook, seeing the visitor, Ji Yuan froze. This guy was none other than the young master of the Su family who was obsessed with shining prana and couldn't help himself during the final four. Hey, so what? I just wanted to ask you, what college are you planning on going to? Su had a smile on his face and kept rubbing his hands together, completely lacking a young master look. What do you want? Ji Yuan glanced at him, following your lead. Of course. Su hemmed and hawed. Poof, you're eyeing Ji Yuan's imperial beast, aren't you? Suddenly, a cold grunt came from the back. Su's smile froze, and his eyes widened when his sight crossed over Ji Yuan's right shoulder and saw the melon-faced, ice-colored girl. Sister? Kissing sis? In the meantime, Zhao Shan also looked at Su Ziyin in surprise. Ahead, Ji Yuan and Mu Shuxin were also a bit surprised. Nonsense, what is it if it's not your own sister? You're stupid you. When Su heard Zhao Shan's words, immediately changed his face and became domineering. You. Zhao Shan was furious at being inexplicably sprayed with a sentence and was about to dislike it. How do you talk to my friends? But at this time, only to see Su Ziyin 2 steps forward. White small hand stretched out, fiercely grabbed Su's left ear and twisted it fiercely. This kind of intensity made both Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan tremble. Ow. Ouch. Wrong. Sis, I was wrong. As expected, Su screamed miserably and acid tears came out. I drop a good boy. I said this woman twisting the ear how so skillful. Get half a day. The original has long been a victim. Zhao Shan swallowed hard, and Su Ziyin sniffed and glared at him angrily. Seeing this, Zhao Shan hurriedly hid behind Ji Yuan, shivering. The commotion here attracted a lot of attention at once. Seeing a single gaze cast, Su Ziyin, who was not accustomed to the hustle and bustle, instantly loosened her grip, took 2 steps back, and lowered her head. Ji Yuan looked at Su, who was grimacing and constantly inhaling and rubbing his ears, and laughed dumbly. Shoo! Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky and fiercely landed in front of everyone. These 3 landed without splashing any dust or movement. Only the vast soul power fluctuations emanating from their bodies foreshadowed their identity. Of the 3, 2 women and 1 man. The woman standing in the center, wearing a long blue dress, swept through the crowd and opened her mouth. Champion, step forward. As the words fell, the crowd of thousands of people immediately made way. Ji Yuan walked slowly to the very front as everyone watched. The 3 men's gazes were cast. A wordless oppressive force pounced on his face with a strong intimidation, trying to break the calmness of Ji Yuan's face. However, Ji Yuan was not humble and his face was as heavy as water as he said softly, Lin Yun City Ji Yuan, meet the 3 seniors. Seeing that this handsome youth's face did not change, the blue-skirted woman was extremely satisfied in her eyes. Don't be too polite. We are here for you. Chapter 81, My Schoolmate, +1 for the Big Lion. Holy, these 3, are they all deans? The deans of the 3 great super academies actually came to greet us personally? How big of a ing face do you have? People looking for a champion and you're the champion? The crowd was in an uproar. I didn't expect that the godly dean would actually show up in person today, especially when the crowd heard one of the deans say that it was for Ji Yuan. The gazes of the crowd towards Ji Yuan were filled with envy. Gentlemen, how about starting the offer? I'll go first. At this time, the voluptuous, blue long-dressed gorgeous woman bloomed into a smile, blinking a pair of big watery eyes at Ji Yuan and said, I'm the dean of the Lantian Academy. Lu Qingshi, as long as you can join, I'll give you the green light for everything in the academy. Yo, it's not just imperial beast resources, soul power resources, and skill resources, etc. It's everything yo. Also, we have a lot of female students in Aratian Academy, so if a handsome guy like you comes, he'll be very popular. This Lu Qingxi is like a natural charm. Soft and gentle voice makes many brats present stupid. He was even already brainstorming about the wonderful life after entering the Arashikage Academy. In the back, Mu Shuxin's eyes were filled with hostility as she looked at this beautiful dean. Su Ziyin stood in the crowd and similarly pouted her small mouth and snorted coldly. Okay, I'm done. You guys. After winking at Ji Yuan and revealing a smile that made many boys swoon, Lu Qingshi slowly retreated back to her original position. Right behind him was the only man of the 3. The man wore a set of black and gold clothes, and his angular face was characterized by steadiness and a touch of arrogance. He had been cold and unsmiling since he had appeared. I am the vice president of the Jieling Academy, Zhang He. The Jedi Spirit Academy is perennially number 1 among the 3 major academies. You only need to know that is enough. Zhang Yi's tone was flat. In fact, this trip was meant to be for show. A champion of the downtown competition only, although this champion was a bit out of the ordinary. However, for the Jedi Spirit Academy, there were too many geniuses who had seen too many geniuses, and more importantly, he was a member of the Zhang family, so how could he possibly be pleasant to Ji Yuan? Vice presidents are so draggy. What do you know? To be able to be called the strongest academy among the 3 academies where demons are gathered, there must be a capital of madness. Crowd whispers. Zhang Yi didn't care about his attitude, and after finishing a sentence, he directly came to close his eyes. Ji Yuan looked at him and laughed coldly in his heart, the contempt in the other party's eyes undisguised. It just so happened that he had no intention of entering the Jedi Spirit Academy in the first place. At this point, the woman who had been silent since her appearance, took 2 steps forward. This woman possessed a head of ice blue long hair. Her features were exquisite, and her eyebrows were characterized by a coldness that rejected others. She wore a set of blue and white attire that set off her graceful body like a cool fairy. Sacred Sky Academy, Tang Yi. Today, on behalf of my teacher, I invite you to join Sacred Sky Academy. Her voice was crisp and moving, her tone indifferent, and when she finished, a translucent chip appeared in a flash of her snow-white palm. Ji Yuan took it and held it in his hand. This kind of information repository, after injecting soul power, an unhurried voice rang in his ears. No one knew what information Ji Yuan had gotten, and a moment later, he expressionlessly put the information storage device into his imperial ring. Then, with an apology, he said to Lu Qingshi, I'm sorry, Dean Lu, my first choice, in fact, is Sacred Sky Academy. At those words, Lu Qingxi immediately revealed a disappointed look, that look of aggression pulling full, letting some bloodthirsty brats in the back cursing Ji Yuan in their hearts. Do you understand the ing choice? Let me choose. Look, Lu Qingshi was full of aggression, pointing at Zhang Yi and Tang Yi, saying, I'm the only one who came in person, so you can't even bear to reject me? Saying that, her fingertips lightly placed on her red lips, blossoming a flash of flavor that filled the eyes of many world-weary brats with fascination. Immediately, a gaze of jealousy and indignation came from the back, piercing Ji Yuan's back. Ji Yuan eyelids twitching. This woman is a little difficult to handle. One word, one action, and you make yourself a target. Dean Lu, please don't molest my schoolmate. Luckily, the cold goddess Tang Yi spoke up and relieved him. Yo, you're on the defense now? Could it be that our little iceberg is also attracted to this champion? Lu Qingshi's eyebrows flicked up, and she looked at Tang Yi with a teasing smile. The cold and colorful goddess, her indifference unchanged, calmly responded. Anyone who decides to join the Sacred Sky Academy is a schoolmate that I need to take care of. You could tell she was serious when she said that. Lu Qingshi whirled around and sighed. It's really worthy of being a good student who always dominates the top 3 of the list. It would be good for those girls in my academy to have an awareness like yours. And then, she looked at Ji Yuan with a smile. Ji Yuan, I'll remember you, ruthless little guy. You owe me a favor, but you'll have to pay it back in the future. Yo, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Zhang Yi said faintly, that's clever. He didn't forget to look at Tang Yi during this time. All of these people spoke with such meanness and harshness, but when they fell into Ji Yuan's ears, they could only make him laugh it off. Whether it's a chicken or a phoenix, it's not Vice President Zhang's turn to say. If I remember correctly, not only did schoolmate Ji Yuan defeat your son Zhang Bao in the finals, but in the voting venue, he was even personally affirmed by Elder Yang Yuan. Vice Dean, I suggest that you pay attention to your wording. The cold and colorful Tang Yi didn't have any scruples at all and directly retorted for Ji Yuan in cold words. Zhang Yi's face was as usual, and after glancing at her lightly, he didn't seem to intend to take it personally. Tang Yi continued on as well, stepping forward and waving at Ji Yuan. Hokage. Ji Yuan stepped forward. Please stand over there and I will take you back to the academy after I have identified the other schoolmates. Tang Yi raised her right hand and pointed to an open space to her left. Good. He obediently walked over. This Tang Yi alone deserved a share of respect for relieving himself and disliking Zhang Yi after their first meeting. After he stood still, Tang Yi swept her cold eyes across the room and said, next, the schoolmates whose names I read, please come out and line up from behind him, with schoolmate Ji Yuan as the leader. Zhao Shan, He Fun, Su Ziyin, Mu Shu Xin, Zhong Xian, Su Su. This list, the 3 major academies had long since been finalized. All those who were qualified to be selected into the academy this time, from the smallest of origins to the number of imperial beasts and so on, were all at a glance. Therefore, a situation may arise. Apart from people like the imperial beast family who could choose their own academy, Other outstanding people might be picked by all three academies at the same time. In this way, the college with the first option has a head start. The other two colleges will have to pick the leftovers, and the winner of the contest chooses who gets to choose first. The scramble was on from the start. Chapter 82 Going to Sacred Sky Super Academy. Tang Yi's list was long, and after reading it for about 5 minutes, in the end, there were about 400 people who had been chosen by the Sacred Sky Academy. Of these, of the 100 in the city of Lin Yun, 50 were men and 50 were women. The males, along with Ji Yuan, joined the Sacred Sky Academy, while the females, all of them, were absorbed by the Erisher Wind Academy. Lin Yunjiao was also included, only Ji Yuan didn't know about it, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. For the girl who grew up in the same orphanage, the other had died in his mind during the late fall test, with Tang Yi having finished her selection, and without waiting, she politely said goodbye towards Lu Qingshi before waving her hand and summoning an ice-dawn griffin with a figure that covered the sky with a frigid aura. This was the second time Ji Yuan had seen other griffins. Zhao Tianho's griffin contained a divine light, as if it was a holy beast that saved the world. And this ice-cold griffin of Tang Yi's was filled with endless coldness and solemnity, as if it was like its master, only to be viewed and not to be desecrated. In terms of size alone, Tang Yi's griffin was superior, with a back as wide as the flat earth capable of holding more than 400 people. An imperial beast of this size could be said to be the first time Ji Yuan had ever seen one in his life. Even not only him, even Zhao Shan sked. Just like that, the 400 new students rode Tang Yi's ice-cold griffin and rushed into the clouds. This big guy looks stronger than Pops. At this moment, the four of them, Ji Yuan, were sitting cross-legged at the very front, separated from Tang Yi by only about 5 meters. Zhao Shan stroked the back of the ice-cold griffin with his hand and marveled a little. No. Su Ziyin lightly shook her head, her starry eyes gazing at Tang Yi's back as she whispered. The strongest of the only remaining griffin races in the world today is Uncle Zhao's Sacred Peak Griffin. Then there is the Yen Peak Griffin and the Dark Peak Griffin. As for this Cold Peak Griffin, it can only be ranked last. However, the upper limit of the bloodline of these griffin races are all of the mythic level, already belonging to the topmost imperial beasts in the world. When it came to information about these imperial beasts, Su Ziyin was clearly more knowledgeable than Zhao Shan and Mushu Xian. Listening to her words, Ji Yuan's gaze flickered as he pretended to ask carelessly, "What about the Star Peak Griffin? It's that big guy we encountered in the Beast King's secret realm." "I'm not too sure." Su Ziyin smiled apologetically. The Star Peak Griffin is an emperor-level species from the ancient century, and there is too little information left. However, there is one thing that can be determined. The Star Peak Griffin is an existence that defies all of its kind? That I know. Mu Shushin suddenly took over and raised her hand. Because the Star Peak Griffin's elemental attributes are extremely special. I heard that it's able to utilize the power of the universe. Yes. Su Ziyin nodded. Using the power of the universe? Ji Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart and then fell into deep thought. In the chip Tang Yi handed him during the invitation to enrollment just now was a message and a picture that only he could see. The content of the picture, a skeleton covered in silt, with the caption, "Sacred Sky Academy, has everything you want." Initially, his heart first shook when he saw it. It was unlikely that Tan He would divulge his secret. There was only one possibility that Dimming and Shining Spirit had been seen by this dean, to see the end of the story. In fact, the matter was inevitable. Although the Emperor creatures have long been extinct for many years, it is unlikely that no information has been preserved. As long as these people in high positions had the intention to keep an eye on the bottom line of Dimming and Shining Spirit, they would soon find out the truth. So, what he needed most from the beginning was shelter. In this downtown competition, he had already been considered to have indirectly offended the Zhang and Xiao families of the 5 great families. Once it is known that his imperial beast is an extinct emperor-level creature, I'm afraid that these guys will go out of their way to invite themselves to give a clear explanation. Therefore, it is especially crucial to have one, or even more, big people who can protect him. Judging from the chip given by this Sacred Sky Dean, the other party should be conveying a friendly message. All conjectures would be answered when they arrived at the Sacred Sky Academy. Because of the step into winter, the haze was heavy above the heights. The 4 of them, Ji Yuan, had a chat, and after an unknown amount of time, the group felt the Cold Peak Griffin's flying altitude dropping. Is it coming? A flash of anticipation rose in Ji Yuan's heart. Looking back over the past 3 months, he hadn't really experienced academy life fully. Super Academy, what will it be like? I'm really looking forward to it. As the dive of the Cold Peak Griffin became more pronounced and rapid, everyone's vision instantly opened up when it passed through a thick gray cloud once again. Wah dash! Unexpected exclamations of surprise rang out across the griffin's back. Ji Yuan looked out, the light in his eyes leaping. At the moment, below them, there was a vast and infinite bloom. Looking down from high above, This land was like a giant chessboard, with countless buildings resembling a chess piece, stuffing the board to the brim. As you continue to descend, the tiny buildings begin to zoom in and the details of the city unfold, only to see that there was a crisscrossing road that was wide enough to accommodate 5 cars traveling side by side in these buildings. What was new was that it wasn't vehicles that flowed along these roads, but a lighted imperial beast. Not only that, even above the low altitude, there was also a flying imperial beast with wings spreading. Here, there is no imperial beast ban. Everyone can show their imperial beasts. At a glance, it was as if he had arrived in the city of imperial beasts. I'm a little excited. What should I do? Zhao Shan was already fond of bustling, and looking at the scenery on the street, he was somewhat unable to hold back the joy in his heart. At this time, Ji Yuan remembered something. By the way, how is your Snow Crag Ice Scarlet advancement going? Before the downtown competition, Zhao Shan's Snow Crag Ice Scarlet had fallen into advanced slumber, but after 2 months, there was no progress, and at that time, I was afraid that something would happen. Hey, wait and see. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan smiled mysteriously and sold the story again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan skimmed his lips and no longer looked deeper. At this moment, Tang Yi, who was at the forefront, suddenly opened her mouth. Schoolmates, welcome to the Sacred Sky Super Academy. Raising his eyes to the front, Ji Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink. Ahead, several majestic white buildings stood. At the forefront of these buildings were 2 huge doors made of pure gold. Above this giant door, the 4 big golden letters of Sacred Sky Academy glittered even in the gloomy weather. The cold peak griffin kept descending, seemingly ready to dock in the open space in front of this courtyard gate. Ji Yuan's last glance at the academy was magnificent and indescribable. He couldn't help but compare Lin Yun City's Ride the Wind and Royal Beast Academy to this place. Not one in a million. The thought rose in his mind. After the cold peak griffin's terrifying body that covered the sky settled above the ground, its ice crystal wings slowly lowered, forming a ladder that allowed the new students to safely descend to the ground. Everyone, with a look of awe, looked around, as well as these 2 extravagantly grand courtyard doors. After all of them had come to the ground, Tang Yi made a move with her palm and put away the cold peak griffin. Your admission information has been registered, so please report to the dormitory area immediately. Tomorrow, an entrance test will be held in Endless Square, and the results of the test will be related to everyone's class assignments. Chapter 83, Who's the Boss in a Bedroom of 4? Schoolmates, welcome to the Sacred Sky Academy. Tang Yi's tone was icy cold, and after she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped into the middle of the academy, minding her own business. At the entrance to the college, there are 2 signs. 2 arrows are drawn on it, pointing in both left and right directions. The boys' dormitory area is straight ahead on the left, and the girls' dormitory area is straight ahead on the right. It's quite simple and straightforward. Ji Yuan looked at Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin and smiled. Go and report first. I'll see you later. Good. The 2 women nodded their heads at the same time, and then they left in pairs towards the right. Let's go too. Ji Yuan turned back to look for Zhao Shan, only to find that the latter had already run to the front. At the same time, he didn't forget to turn around and wave at himself. Old Ji, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Just like that, the 400 freshmen split into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right, approaching the 2 very different buildings. What are you so excited about? Walking down the road, Ji Yuan groggily watched Zhao Shan jumping up and down like a monkey released from the zoo, attracting the attention of many students. Hey, I've asked Pops to take care of it. We'll share a dorm. Zhao Shan laughed excitedly. In fact, like Ji Yuan, he hadn't experienced academy life since awakening his soul power. So, excitement is inevitable, especially when it's still collegiate life with your best buddy. When they arrived at the boys' courtyard, both Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The building in front of him, 10 stories high and hundreds of meters wide, was shaped like a sharp giant sword, sticking upside down above the ground. The building is painted gray and white with a whimsical texture. Walking into the courtyard, the wide and incomparable courtyard was empty, as if it was specially designed for the new students to report and purposely avoided the old students completely. At the entrance to the first floor of the dormitory, a balding man with a cold face and black-rimmed glasses sat. When Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan took the lead and approached, the bald man raised his head with a swish. Sharp eyes shot at the 2, causing Zhao Shan to involuntarily shrink his head. Brush your face first. The bald man raised his hand and pointed to a machine hanging in midair off to the side. Ji Yuan walked over and a blue light shot out, sweeping across his face. A little while later, the light retracted and a female mechanical voice broadcasted. Freshman Ji Yuan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. Pop. To one side, a small drawer suddenly popped out of the wall, and within it, a square manual. Memorize everything in the handbook about the Academy's prohibitions. and don't overstep them in any way. The bald man held up his frames, stared at him, and said in one word, "You're the winner of this class? I'll be watching you." Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows lightly, so familiar with the words. This guy, it couldn't be the director of instruction or something like that, right? Picking up the manual, he stood and waited for Zhao Shan. Freshman Zhao Shan, dormitory 8th floor, room 811. Unexpectedly, the broadcast just rang. The bald man's serious expression instantly changed, and he looked at Zhao Shan in a pleasant manner, saying, "Oh, it's Mr. Zhao. What has Mayor Zhao been busy with lately? Holy, you're getting a face like that fast." Not only them, but the freshmen in line behind the two were all silently spitting. And then, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan took the lead in taking the elevator to the 8th floor. The aisles are wide and definitely not bad compared to the size of the dorms. Walk to room 811 and the door locks clear for facial recognition. With the heavy entry door opening, the scene that came into view made Ji Yuan freeze in the doorway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously. On the side, Zhao Shan was similarly a bit surprised. This so-called 4-room dormitory not only has a living room, kitchen, and balcony, but even their respective rooms are separate. Is this what the Super Academy is all about? This condition is also fantastic. The two men closed the door and looked through all 4 separate rooms. The dormitory is fully equipped, not only with home furnishings, but also with small items such as household goods, and the one room against the innermost was the largest of the 4 in comparison. Old quarter, you're staying in the biggest room, right? Zhao Shan pointed across the street and said, "How about I live across from you?" Seeing Ji Yuan somewhat hesitant, he went on to say, "What's there to think about? The two of us first come first served. Anyway, there are still 2 empty rooms. Before the words were finished, the door to the dormitory was suddenly opened. "So you have a wolf-type imperial beast too? Holy, why don't you let me see it later then?" At the same time, a voice entered the room as the door swung open. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both stunned when they heard this voice and looked along, and as expected, the lean Su Su pushed his way in. He was similarly stunned when he saw that there were people standing in the room, and then, when he saw the appearance of one of them, he directly let out a scream. "I'm going to, Ji Yuan, you live here too? Holy, what kind of luck am I in?" Su Su flew to the house at once, and that look almost made him cry with joy. Ever since he had seen Shining Spirit at the Final Four, he had thought about it day and night, wishing every day that he could observe this king of the wolf-type imperial beasts up close and personal again. Before he was admitted to the hospital, he had begged and pleaded in his heart for the desire to be assigned to the same dormitory as Ji Yuan. I didn't expect that to actually materialize. At that moment, he looked to the side where Zhao Shan was surveying himself with a strange look. "Why are you here?" "What? I live in 811 too. You have a problem with that?" As soon as the two met, they were at swords drawn. Well, a figure walked in the doorway once again, and Ji Yuan froze when he saw the visitor. The last member of this 4-person dormitory was a strong man with a tiger's back and thick eyebrows. When this burly man walked in, he was the first to look at Ji Yuan and revealed a naive smile. "Hello again." This person was none other than Zhong Xian, who lived in Villa 93 within the rest area of the downtown competition. What a coincidence. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. The man had made a pretty good impression on himself, smiling every time he encountered him. So far, all 4 people from dormitory 811 had arrived. Su Su, who is good at messing things up, played straight with permutations. "Since we have all the people in the dormitory, the first thing to do is to discharge the oldest, the second, the third and the fourth." Su Su tilted his head as if he wanted to run rampant and say that he was in charge, but when the line of sight swept over Ji Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. Ahem. Su Su pretended to cough a few times and looked at Zhao Shan and Zhong Xian. Eventually, he locked his target and stared at Zhong Xian. "Brother, you tell me, who's the right person to be the boss?" Zhong Xian sniffed, scratched his head, and said in a simple and honest muffled voice, "I don't know either. How about this? I'm the youngest. I'll be the 4th oldest." "You're young? You look just like my Uncle Lu," Zhao Shan said incredulously. Zhong Xian's looks were indeed mature, but it was also true that he was only 21 years old. Once he was told off by Zhao Shan, he didn't get annoyed and just giggled. Seeing that this guy did not fall for it, but instead recognized the oldest 4 directly, Su Su cursed in his heart, looked at Ji Yuan, scratched the tip of his nose and said, "So what, brother Ji Yuan, do you think that the boss this position? You want to be the boss?" Ji Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Can you beat me?" Chapter 84? Who's the penis? Su Su froze in place, wanting to retort, but couldn't, and could only say 3 good words in his heart. With this tournament winner, the boss position is kind of out of the question. Pop. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Su Su turned his head, but he saw Zhao Shan smiling brightly. "Lao San, You're a good arranging combination, so that the few of us are even a lot closer in terms of address. Cut. What did you think? Susu immediately smiled with his eyebrows when he was complimented by this, but in an instant, he sensed that something was wrong. Who the hell is the third? If I can't be the boss, I'm the second. Asterisk 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 you. Of the four of us, I have no problem with Season being the oldest, but the second has to be me. Asterisk 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 off. What makes you, a nameless, faceless guy, sit in the second seat? No name, no surname? Zhao Shan froze, then rolled up his sleeves, bound to have a good argument with him. Come on, you tell me, where is your cow? Susu tilted his head and chest out, proudly saying, I am a member of the 5 great imperial beast families. The Su family. My grandfather is even the current Su family head. And then? Zhao Shan's face was expressionless. That's not enough? Susu glanced at him. Enough is enough. Zhao Shan pretended to applaud. Then, he took a deep breath and said softly, Su kid, you can listen to me. Immediately, without waiting for Susu to speak, he violently raised his decibel and shouted, standing in front of you is, Zhao Shan, son of Zhao Tianhou, mayor of Hongling City, Zhao Shan, son of Jiang Wanqiu, daughter of the Jiang family, blood brother of the current downtown competition champion, and a good friend of your sister, Su Ziyin. Well, is this me being longer and stronger than you again? After saying that, Zhao Shan revealed a contemptuous and arrogant look for the first time. Ji Yuan shook his head and laughed shallowly from the side. This guy learned too much. While Susu obviously didn't expect Zhao Shan to actually have such a background, he then seemed to catch something and looked at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan in shock. You two are brothers? Don't listen to his bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Yuan waved his hand. Zhao Shan grunted. We're closer than blood brothers. We're iron brothers who were born and died together. How about it? What else do you have to say? I defy you. I'll fight you. Susu obviously didn't want to give up the second oldest position so easily. Fine. Let's fight tomorrow after the entrance test. What's the point of fighting? You rude ass. Susu snorted, walked to the round table in the living room and crouched down, stretched out his right hand and said, Dare you? I'll serve you if you lose. Zhao Shan was happy to hear that. This guy's small body, still want to arm wrestle with himself? With a rolled up sleeve, he walked directly across to Susu. Ji Yuan stood by and watched with interest. When Zhongxian came over and whispered, Big brother, who do you favor? The big guy had adapted quite quickly, and the name calling almost made him not react. Whirling around, he laughed. All have a chance. Soon, their hands were clasped together. Zhao Shan and Susu stared at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with imperative determination for the position of the second oldest. Begin! Accompanied by Ji Yuan's order, the two of them immediately showed their teeth. Their arms tightened at the same time, and for a while, neither of them would let the other stand still. Little thing, can't see that it's quite strong. A few words popped out of Zhao Shan's teeth. Susu's eyelids twitched as he seemed to focus all his attention on his right hand. In this way, the two men's contest lasted for 5 minutes before remaining motionless, and only the hands of the two men could be seen trembling frantically without being seen tilting to either side. 10 minutes later, both of them gripped the table's legs firmly with their left hands at the same time, their eyes staring at each other in death, not letting go of each other in the slightest. 15 minutes later, Susu, whose teeth were clenched, popped out a few words and said, You, still, don't, let go. Hand, on the opposite side, Zhao Shan similarly gritted his teeth and said, Whoever, first, releases, his hand, whoever, stupid, chance. 20 minutes later, big brother, the two of them are so persistent. Zhongxian stood beside Ji Yuan, looking at the two sweating profusely. Admiration could not help but appear in his eyes. It's a stalemate for 20 minutes in an arm wrestle. It's a talent. At the same time, it also reflects the determination of these two guys for the position of the second. Ji Yuan rubbed between his eyebrows and finally interrupted with a voice. Mushuxin and Su Ziyin have settled down on their side and want to ask us to stroll around the academy together. So you two stop fooling around. Here, no, your own sister is coming too. Pull your ears, now, asshole, Zhao Shan, I, just, am, defying, you, that, then, following, continue. Seeing that these two goods were endless, Ji Yuan sighed. How about this? You're both the second. That's always fine, right? At these words, both of them let go at the same time and looked at him, nodding their heads and saying, yes. Looking at the two men's right hands that were shaking like Parkinson's, Ji Yuan was completely speechless, feeling that these two tenacious seeds had been waiting for others to give them a step down. Come on, let's go and touch them in front of the college. After saying that, Ji Yuan took the lead and walked out the door, with the oldest Zhong Xian following closely behind him. Zhao Shan and Su Su glanced at each other, and immediately, the two of them said in unison, "Hello Lao San, I'm Lao Air, I'm a dick, I'm the dick." The two of them spoke to each other and just bickered with each other as they followed behind Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian. This college life, it's kind of not going to be quiet. With these two living treasures, every day will be lively. At the entrance of the academy, along with all of the 400 or so new students who had been admitted to the academy having been processed, an old student began to appear in the academy one after another. Mu Shuxian and Su Ziyin stood in the crowd, the two beauties with very different temperaments causing many people to glance back. After settling in, both women seemed to have changed their outfits. Mu Shuxin tied her long burgundy hair up in a ponytail with a black bow hairpin, revealing her flawless face, and paired it with a casual outfit that was lively and dynamic. Su Ziyin, on the other hand, used a light blue maple leaf hairpin to tie her black hair into a pillhead. Wearing a long gray dress, her fair melon face contained a hint of uninviting indifference. One is hot, the other is cold. Standing in the crowd, it was extremely striking. At that moment, when a handsome young man came from the distance, both women had different reactions. Mu Shuxin smiled and waved to Ji Yuan with a bounce. Su Ziyin's starry eyes, on the other hand, were lit up the moment she saw the handsome young man, and she stood quietly, her eyes glittering with luster. Sorry, it got a little crowded along the way and was delayed for a few minutes. Walking up to the front, the handsome young man smiled lightly. Well, was it good? Mu Shuxian turned her head sideways and revealed the black butterfly hairpin that held her ponytail to him, smiling inquiringly. This haircard was exactly the gift given by Ji Yuan when they were shopping together after the fourth round of the competition. Not bad. Ji Yuan laughed, and then looked at Su Ziyin, and when he realized that she was also wearing a pillhead with a hairpin, he gave a thumbs up towards both women at the same time. Very pretty. Receiving the compliment, Su Ziyin's ears flushed red, and as she was about to say something, the two women simultaneously spotted the burly Zhong Xian who was following behind Ji Yuan. Hello sisters-in-law, my name is Zhong Xian, the fourth oldest in the dormitory ranking. Zhong Xian lived up to his naive appearance, even speaking without doing any thinking at all. When these words came out, the two women were shocked at the same time, and Ji Yuan even almost stumbled as he hurriedly turned back and said, Zhong Xian, you've misunderstood. We're good friends. Su Ziyin swish lowered her head. White small melon face immediately rose a touch of red. Heart beating fluttering. Do not know what to say. And Mu Shuxin's eyes fluttered as she laughed dryly. Cough. Ha, so what? Ji Yuan is right. Oh. Zhong Xian scratched his head, his face filled with embarrassment. Sorry, I misspoke. Strange. These two women look like they just love Big Brother. I'm the second. You're the third. You fart. I'm the second. You're the third. At that moment, two arguing voices rang out from the crowd. The four people of Ji Yuan, who were still embarrassed in the last second, suddenly looked at the sound of the voice, only to see that Zhao Shan and Su Su were arguing so much that they even reached the point of arguing while walking. It came all the way to the heel and it didn't stop. What are you doing? Mu Shuxian asked suspiciously. We're fighting over who's the dick. The two replied in unison. What dick? Being a dick to who? The two men didn't even think about it. They just said, be a dick to the old season. Being Ji Yuan's dick. On the side, Ji Yuan face suddenly blackened down. Both of you get the hell out of here. Chapter 85 Entrance Test. 6 people, who wandered around from the afternoon until the evening before splitting up. Zhao Shan and Su Su are still bickering and fighting at every turn. Su Ziyin turned back into a silent girl, answering passively the entire time. Mu Shuxian pulled Ji Yuan to look at this and that for a while Zhong Xian kept following behind Ji Yuan, and whenever he looked at him, the admiration in Zhong Xian's eyes was extremely intense. On the way back to the dormitory, the two who had been arguing all day finally stopped moving. Ji Yuan had a rare moment of peace and quiet, and everything in this super academy exceeded his expectations, putting him in a good mood. Thank you. Suddenly, Su Su, who had been yelling all day about being the second, said in a small and sincere voice, thank you for being friends with my sister. My sister and I have always been on the fringes of the Su family. Both of our parents have been missing since we were young, and it was our grandfather alone who brought us up as siblings. My sister has a cold personality and is repulsed by strangers, which has led to the fact that since she was a child, she has had no friends in the Su family. I've tried to enlighten her over the years, until a while ago, when she suddenly ran away from home, leaving only a note telling me that she was going out for a break. I later learned that she went to the Valley of the Withering and met 2 friends. It was also after that I noticed she sometimes giggled at her cell phone screen. Su Su sincerely looked at Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan and said, since I was a child, what I hope most is that my sister can make friends and be happy. Really thank you. When he finished speaking, watery mist appeared in his eyes. This appearance made Ji Yuan somewhat unsure of what to say. On the side, Zhao Shan was silent for a moment, patted his shoulder, and said, although Miss Su usually loves to twist her ears, she is still a good person. Thank you. Su wiped his eyes and choked back a sob. So, can you give me the second position? Uing. Zhao Shan's face fell and he made a move to punch him. Su pulled his leg and ran. Zhao Shan chased after him and cursed. Ji Yuan looked at the backs of the two chasing and fighting inside. Old four, you must not be infected by the two of them. Good. Zhongxian smiled nervously and answered. Back to the dorms. Each of the four people also has a separate bathroom in their respective rooms. A layout that can no longer be described by the word convenience. After taking a hot shower, Ji Yuan fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, it was as if he was back on the cold stone floor, unable to move, letting those people with distorted faces gnaw and tear at him. It wasn't until a gentle knock sounded on the door that his eyes snapped open. Old Ji, wake up, you're going to be late. Zhao Shan's voice came in through the doorway. Ji Yuan was sleepy and opened his cell phone to see that it was 8:20, 20 minutes before the test. After washing up, he pushed out the door wearing a set of black slim-fit clothes. Zhao Shan and Su sat leaning against the living room couch playing with their cell phones while Zhongxian waited against the wall in front of his room's door. Seeing him come out, Zhongxian had a naive smile on his face. Big brother, go. Ji Yuan smiled and nodded. Walking out of the dormitory, the four of them surged with the crowd to the center of an expansive field in front of the school building. The endless square, paved by stone bricks, was smooth and flat, and on each stone brick, the face of a strange creature was carved. The creature was the species on the Holy Sky Academy school emblem, named Holy Air Rage Pterodactyl. It was said that this was an emperor-level creature that had survived for tens of thousands of years and was one of the guardian beasts of the Sacred Sky Academy. At this point, on the endless square, there stood 3 pillars of technological light filled with green light. This pillar of light is the most advanced, test pillar of light, of today. It was able to simultaneously measure the Imperial Beast Master's soul power qualification, grade, potential, and the bloodline level of the Imperial Beast he possessed within 2 seconds. Moreover, this test light column is impossible to deviate from, making it an extremely efficient inspection tool. With more than 400 new students, I'm afraid that if the 3 light pillars were activated at the same time, all of them could be tested within a day's time. The moment, on the endless square, excluding more than a dozen tutors from the academy, as well as the senior management, the remaining people were all new students who were waiting to be tested. The order of testing had long been sorted out according to the list, and as the champion of the competition, Ji Yuan was naturally placed in the first position. Also testing with him were 2 faceless men. Step forward. Next to the test light pillar stood a woman with a serious face. When Ji Yuan walked up to the front and back, she said softly, "Please touch the test pillar." He reached out and pressed his hand against the pillar of light. The cold touch transformed from the palm of his hand all over his body, and immediately afterward, the test light pillar began to vibrate. At the same time, the other 2 pillars of light had also moved. Shoo! At this point, the test light pillar where Ji Yuan was suddenly shot out a heavenly golden beam of light that shot straight up into the clouds. The other 2 pillars of light merely flickered for a moment before stopping, and an icy mechanical voice sounded. Li Heng, Soul Power Qualification, Intermediate, Soul Power Grade, 7th Grade, Imperial Beasts, 2, Bloodline Grade, Intermediate, Intermediate, Lu Yunxian, Soul Power Qualification, Lower Level, Soul Power Grade, 8th Grade, Imperial Beast, 1, Bloodline Grade, Intermediate. The information of the other 2 new students was broadcasted out. Both of them were from Linyun City and had been taken care of by Ji Yuan in order to obtain the qualification to enter the Super Academy. Li Heng, Lu Yunxian, combined rating, low, labeled, 5th grade student. The students of the Sacred Sky Academy were not divided into grades, only grades, with grade 5 being the worst and grade 1 being the strongest. While the 2 people's test ended, Ji Yuan's golden pillar of light was still expanding, and at the same time, a fierce wind rose up in the sky and the earth changed color. This kind of fluctuation caused the faces of those leading the test to be slightly stagnant. The tutors waiting not far away were even more colorful, and everyone's eyes were filled with fire when they looked at Ji Yuan again. That gaze is like finding a piece of gold in the gravel, which every mentor wants to take into his or her name. A shocking aura swept through the academy, and those students who were watching from elsewhere more or less revealed a look of surprise. Teaching building, in one of the separate classrooms on the highest floor, Tang Yi, a cold goddess with long, dark blue hair, sat in front of the window, looking at the through-the-sky beams of light from the endless square, pondering. This person is the winner of this year's competition? There were others in the classroom who were equally concerned about the entrance test. The man who spoke had silver hair and faced the window, vast soul power fluctuations surging within his upright stance. I guess so. This freshman class, excluding the geniuses of the great clans, this is the only one who is somewhat watchable. Golden Light Pillar. It seems to have a good base. It's normal to be able to take the championship. However, there's still a bit of a gap between it and Senior Q's Red Golden Pillar of Light back then. As soon as the silver-haired man opened his mouth, there were several people around him who agreed, and among them, there was even someone who said curtly, "Indeed, the Golden Pillar of Light is barely something to look at, but it's a first-grade student at best, and it's no match for Senior Q. Yeah, indeed, indeed." Just as a crowd was blowing up, buzz, suddenly, the Pillar of Light through the sky in the endless square changed drastically. From a golden color, it instantly switches to a pure black color. At the same time, there was a hint of eye-catching gold and yellow mingling in this black color. Ji Yuan's test light pillar shifted in color from gold to black gold. Chapter 86. The Emperor is Born. Hiss. It's actually the Pillar of Black Gold. Throughout history, those who have been able to trigger the Pillar of Black Gold have eventually become renowned Super Beast Royalists. I remember the last time the Pillar of Black Gold appeared was more than 20 years ago, right? Great. This year's Academy Gold ranking. There's something lively to see. The appearance of the black and gold Pillar of Light caused many concerned students to explode. As for the tutors waiting in the endless square, those waiting tutors directly had glints in their eyes, and the eyes that looked at each other were filled with hostility. Ji Yuan's test went on for about 3 minutes or so. He clearly felt a hidden power skimming through his body over and over again, as if it wanted to probe him for all his hidden secrets. Eventually, the golden Pillar of Light only transformed to black and gold when this power flowed to his Imperial Beast seal. As the power completely withdrew from his body, the Pillar of Light slowly dissipated. Immediately afterward, the results of the test, which made the several tutors look forward to it, were finally broadcasted. Freshman Ji Yuan, Soul Power Qualification, Exceptional, Soul Power Grade, 6th Grade, Imperial Beasts, 2, Bloodline Grade, Mythic, Mythic. When the results came out, not only were the mentors' hearts shaken, even among the 400 freshmen, there was no shortage of people who exclaimed in shock. Most of them only knew that Ji Yuan's Imperial Beasts were not bad, but they didn't expect at all that the bloodline level was actually at the mythic level. This could already be considered the top bloodline. Moreover, his soul power qualification was even extraordinarily high. Even in the top 10 ranked urban areas, special qualification is a rare existence. This guy, old season, always causes a commotion wherever he goes. In the crowd, Zhao Shan smiled happily. Ji Yuan was his good brother, and he naturally felt proud and honored when his good brother was in the limelight. Senior, he and I are lifelong friends. How about it? I'll be the second in the dormitory. No problem, right? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's thick arm and laughed. Zhong Xian tilted his head in thought and was just about to agree when Su Su suddenly interjected. You're immoral, actually engaging in unfair competition. What do you mean by unfair competition? At once, the two of them once again quarreled, and Zhong Xian stood by the side at a loss for words, not knowing who to stop or how to persuade. In the end, he remembered the method taught by his boss, and with both hands outstretched, he fiercely jammed the two men's necks with the crooks of his arms while Zhao Shan and Su Su were quarreling. Zhong Xian's body was already as strong as an ox, and this time, it was like grabbing a chicken, and stuck the two in his arms without moving. Big brother taught us a good way. Zhong Xian laughed nervously, oblivious to the gradual reddening of Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces. While the three were messing around, there was a ruling on Ji Yuan's final rating. Ji Yuan, overall rating, special, labeled as Emperor Born. When the last 3 words rang out, the tutors in Endless Square, who were already poised to start, froze. Emperor Born. The mentors were dumbfounded that there was a type of student above the first-class students. These students, representing the highest standards of the academy, are the unique students that the academy prioritizes for training. Sacred Sky Academy. There had only ever been a total of 6 new students that were labeled as Imperial students in the entrance test, and now, Ji Yuan became this 7th person. The mentors hung their heads powerlessly. The Imperial Shang was beyond what they could compete for. Imperial students, who had a specialized mentor, would be contacted by Ji Yuan when the entrance test was over. Ji Yuan-san, you can leave first. At this time, the woman standing next to the test light pillar was no longer as serious as before, and gave Ji Yuan a friendly and gentle smile. I don't have to stay here? Ji Yuan froze as the 2 who had tested with him earlier were asked to stay aside and wait. Only students who have been labeled 5 to level 1 will have to wait for the test to end. You are an Imperial student and can just leave. So can I wait for a friend? The test is over. Try not to stay in Endless Square. The woman still smiled and said, if she were any other student, she would have been scolded by her head and face. There was no way. Who let the person in front of her be the Emperor's student? When he received an answer, Ji Yuan had the good sense to leave. During this time, as he passed the three Zhaoshan. He said, "I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for you guys." Originally, he was quite eager to see the test results of the Zhaoshan trio, Mu Shuxin and Su Ziyin, Imperial Life. Ji Yuan's heart secretly chanted, "This name, what does it represent? It should be. It's a relatively good rating, right?" Just as he was walking in the direction of the dormitory, on his way, he suddenly glanced at a blue-haired figure walking towards him not far away. Fixing his eyes, it was actually Tang Yi, Jibyuan Hokage. The cold goddess stopped 5 paces away from him and spoke in a cold voice. "Something wrong, sister?" Ji Yuan looked at her suspiciously, and then, in a whirlwind, he only saw her turn around, and between the fluttering of her long blue hair, she said, "Teacher wants to see you." Along the way, Tang Yi always kept a distance of 5 paces. Ji Yuan obediently followed her through the school building to the very back, a square building with about 4 floors. During this time, many students would politely call out to Tang Yi as a senior sister after seeing her. Ji Yuan observed that the gazes of these students looking at her were filled with respect and undisguised adoration. It seemed that this cold goddess had a notable reputation in the academy. As she entered the square building, she made her way up. Ji Yuan observed everything that passed by before confirming that this building was the exclusive building for the academy's senior management. He also realized who it was, who wanted to see him. Sure enough, upon ascending to the 4th floor, Tang Yi's footsteps stopped in front of a cream-colored wooden door. On the wall outside the door, 5 gold plaques hung, the dean's office. Tang Yi extended her delicate palm and knocked on the door. "Come in." Inside the house, the muffled voice came. Tang Yi stood still, and when Ji Yuan saw this, he hurriedly pushed the door open lightly and walked in. The dean's office. It's a lot different than expected. There were no complicated ornate furnishings, just a simple arrangement of a few bookshelves, a coffee table, and a desk. On the wall behind the desk hangs a dragon and phoenix, powerful calligraphy. The content, in 4 words, the best of all possible worlds. "How's it going? Still getting used to it?" Behind him, a light laugh rang out. Ji Yuan turned around, only to see a man standing in white short sleeves, shorts, and slippers. The man was ordinary looking, but his eyes were so deep that staring at him would produce inexplicable avoidance emotions. It was hard to associate him with the word dean just by looking at his outfit. "Student Ji Yuan, meet the dean." Ji Yuan bent his head slightly in a gesture. "No need to be formal." The man smiled, and said, "I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it." He walked toward the tea table, and as he did so, he said, "Are you, by any chance, able to resurrect extinct imperial creatures?" Bottom line. But it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Ji Yuan's mind. Chapter 87? 2 complete skeletons. Moment. Ji Yuan organized his emotions without showing any cracks. But, the heart was still appalled. It was his biggest secret that no one else knew. "How does Dean?" At this point, Dean inclined his head and smiled. "Don't be so nervous. If I really want to do something to you, no one should be able to stop me within Daxia." He said it casually, but Ji Yuan didn't dare to take it as a joke. "Sit." The dean pointed to the sofa next to the tea table and said, while then he himself took the first step to sit down, crossing his legs and sizing up Ji Yuan with interest. Ji Yuan sat down and was silent. If the other guy wasn't aiming for a deeper look, then he was aiming for shoo. Suddenly, Dean threw out a round gray ring. Ji Yuan hastily caught it, and the moment he touched it, his consciousness entered a strange space. In front of him lay an immense skeleton. From the shape, it looks like it should be some kind of reptile. Ding! Complete imperial creature remains detected. A long-lost system beep sounded. The dean had given him an imperial ring containing the remains of an imperial creature. Exiting the imperial ring space, Ji Yuan looked at the other party. "Oh, Tanha asked me to give it to you. He said it's a gift for when you win the title." Dean spoke softly and smiled. Tan He. That said, he hadn't been in touch with him in a while, so it seems that Tan He is also conveying some kind of message to himself. Is this Dean? Can trust the meaning of it. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and put the imperial ring away. "Dean, how can I help you?" "Who knows?" The other party merely waved his hand and laughed. "It's still too early to talk about this. You only need to answer one question for me. Are you, by any chance, capable of resurrecting emperor-class creatures?" Hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer hid it and nodded his head. "Yes. However, there is a prerequisite for this matter, and it can only be done if the skeleton of the emperor creature is intact." At this moment, hearing him personally admit it, an imperceptible glint flashed in the dean's eyes. "Yes." Dean exhaled deeply, as if relieved, and said, "I do need your help, but not now. I'll tell you when I advance to the 5th rank, otherwise knowing too early will only add to the trouble. Don't worry, from now on, no one within the Great Xia can take your life." When he finished, he got up. Seeing this, Ji Yuan followed and stood up. The dean walked over to his desk, pulled a dark gold card from the bottom, handed it to him, and said, "This is the highest authority card, excluding a few individual places. Inside the academy, you can come and go as you please." Ji Yuan didn't move and took it, but in his heart, he was happy. After strolling around the academy yesterday, he had long ago locked down a few must-see places. These include, among others, a skills core room, a reading room, and a simulation training room. These places, divided into permission levels, the higher the level, the better it is naturally. And this, the dean again gave a royal ring. Inside, a more complete skeleton, dug up from the lost lands. What species it is I don't know. It had been sitting at the institute and I retrieved it for you yesterday. Thank you, Dean. Receiving the imperial ring, Ji Yuan politely exited the office. He darted back to his dormitory as fast as he could. It was empty, and it looked like the test wasn't over yet. After returning to his room and locking the door behind him, Ji Yuan immediately took out the 2 imperial rings, intending to start absorbing from the remains that Tan he had sent first. The remains were feared to be tens of meters long, and the massive skull was several times larger than a truck wheel, along with the message popping up after the absorption was complete. Creature, angry wood lizard. Race, giant spirit lizard. Bloodline, imperial. Attribute, wood. Trait, wild growth, exudes vigor, causing vegetation to grow rapidly. Also heals all non-lethal wounds. Remaining data, lost, remains intact, 99.9%. Round and round it goes again. The remains of this angry wood lizard were first contacted in the Beast King's secret realm, within the spider's lair. Afterwards, deep within the mining veins of Hongling City, in order to escape Zhangdi's siege, Ji Yuan burned all of the remains of this angry wood lizard in exchange for a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, this time, what Tan he gave himself would actually be the remains of a complete Angora wood lizard. With the unlocking of the Emperor's illustrations, Ji Yuan pondered for a moment and exited the Imperial ring space. He looked to the second one, the Imperial ring given by the Dean. Among them, stored was a half-man tall, skinny humanoid skeleton. Ji Yuan was first taken aback, thinking that this was the bones of some ancient human, but on closer inspection, the skeleton not only had a long tailbone, the head was also non-humanoid. Imperial remains detected. The system alert sounded, and he instantly inhaled it. Remains absorbed. Data panel being generated. Creature, frigid mandrill. Race, devil ape. Bloodline, imperial. Attributes, ice. Dark. Characteristics, demon spirit body, ignores all attacks of ice, darkness, and fire attributes. Remaining data, lost, remains intact, 100%. The integrity of the remains of the phantom cold demon elf detected, 100%. Is the perfect hatchling to be copied immediately? Looking at the prompt box, Ji Yuan was suddenly in trouble. In fact, after learning that advancing to the 5th grade would require a long wait, Ji Yuan had hesitations about his 3rd imperial beast, since he didn't know when he would advance to the 5th rank. This last imperial beast slot was especially important. Looking into his heart, neither the angry wood lizard nor this phantom cold demon were options that could move him. Though if it could reach the emperor level, it certainly wouldn't be a mundane imperial beast. But these 2 imperial beasts were really not in his preferred range. If only it was 5th grade, I wouldn't have to be so torn up about it. Sighing, Ji Yuan ultimately chose to put away the emperor's illustrations. Let's keep the 2 big guys asleep for now. Exiting the imperial ring space, and not knowing how long he had been dwelling on it, he vaguely heard Zhao Shan laughing outside the house. Pushing open the door, Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhongxian all turned their heads in surprise. Old Ji, so you're here. Zhao Shan ran over to him triumphantly, put his arm around him and looked at the other 2, shouting, Lao Si, who's the second brother of this dormitory? Zhongxian honestly said, you. To the side, Su Su pulled his head in a shrug, melancholy and disheveled. Seeing that he didn't retort, Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan with some surprise. What happened? Hey, guess what grade I'm rated as? And without waiting for an answer, Zhao Shan said without precedence, Level 2. Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow and then looked at the other 2. What about you guys? Zhongxian held out 3 fingers and said, I'm a 3rd grade student. Then, he patted Su Su on the back and said, 3rd brother is a 3rd grade student just like me. So it is. Ji Yuan laughed dumbly. The feelings were like this. Even the rating was pressed head-on. This time Su Su was completely speechless. Chapter 88, Classmates. Plus 1 more for the big lion. Night. 4 people in a chat group. Mu Shuxin, nervous. Tomorrow will be the official start of academy life. So nervous. After all, Size is confined to the home with no chance of getting out. But the thrill and excitement, for her old self, certainly outweighed the nerves. Zhao Shan, what a fun day. I'm the oldest. Ji Yuan, what ratings do you all have? I heard that you can't have classes together if you have different ratings. Mushohin, I'm a second grade student. Why can't we have classes together? Zhao Shan, hey, I'm also a second grade student. At Mu Shushin, I can't say we'll be in the same classroom. Mu Shushin, Zhao Xiaomei, I don't want to share a classroom with you. Suzy, I'm a third grade student. Level 3? In front of the screen, Ji Yuan frowned. Immediately, it occurred to him that Su Ziyin's soul power qualification was only at the lower level, and the only imperial beasts he possessed were a flame-devouring sparrow that he had seen. However, Su Su and Zhong Xian were also third-level students, so they hoped that the three of them would be placed in the same class, so that they could take care of each other. Mu Shushin, at Su Ziyin, don't be discouraged. Cheer up, you'll definitely be able to be promoted to a second-level student soon. Suzy, thanks. Ji Yuan, at Su Ziyin, go for it. Zhao Shan, at Su Ziyin, I'm the second oldest now, and there's the third and fourth oldest underneath me, so whoever dares to bully you just tell us, and I'll tell my brothers to clean him up. Mushu Xin, at Zhao Shan, hey, what kind of inexplicable words are you talking about? Ji Yuan covered his face. This guy, just like an overgrown child. After a few more conversations, the four of them bid each other goodnight and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan was woken up by his cell phone ringing. A quick glance at the time showed that it was 8:30. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, and when he picked it up, a boy rang out. Hello Ji Yuan, I'm your tutor, Lei Shi. Are you up yet? Hello tutor Ray, I was just about to leave for the school building. Ji Yuan, who was lying under the covers, replied, okay, why don't you go downstairs now? I'll meet you downstairs in the dormitory. The phone hung up. Ji Yuan fiercely climbed up, and after quickly washing up, he took a gentle step and appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. It was 8:30, and at that point it was already class time. The entire dormitory building was empty. At the entrance, a man in dark blue attire stood upright. The man looked middle-aged, with short hair exquisitely combed back and a pair of gold-colored, single-rimmed glasses over his right eye. At first glance, it looked like a gentle, scholarly air. Mentor Ray, Jibyuan approached. Come on, I'll take you to the logistics office first to get your costume. Lei Shi stepped forward, and during that time, looked sideways at Ji Yuan, from top to bottom. Once he went to the warehouse-like logistics office, Lei Shi quoted a list of sizes and such to the warehouse manager. After about 10 minutes or so, the janitor turned back with a sheet of loaded vehicles. Within it, there was a blue and white costume. This is the academy's uniform and a symbol of your identity. In the future, you must wear it properly in the academy. Pointing to a dressing room off to the side, Lei Shi said, go ahead and change. Walking into the locker room, Ji Yuan changed in a second. The collar of the uniform was embroidered in gold silk with a silent, roaring head of a ferocious beast, a logo unique to the emperor's life. The uniform was just the right size, adding a touch of vigor belonging to the youth to Ji Yuan's handsome face. Walking out of the locker room, Lei Shi nodded. Not bad. Then, he walked up and tapped Ji Yuan on both shoulders. Swish dash. Suddenly, a silver-white cape extended from the shoulders of the uniform just a short distance off the ground. Ji Yuan was surprised and observed sideways. The cloak material was extremely delicate. Under the light irradiation, one could clearly see a strand of special texture, and in the very center of this cloak, outlined in gold silk was a beast's claw, which was in the shape of a half-grip, clutching the word, Emperor, firmly in the palm of his hand. This is the Holy Spirit cloak that only Imperial-born can possess. Don't underestimate it. At critical moments, it can withstand the full force of a hegemonic great Imperial beast. Lei Shi packed the other things and handed them to Ji Yuan. Resisting the full force of a hegemonic royal beast? Ji Yuan didn't hide his surprise. Let's go to class. Follow Lei Shi and go straight to the school building. During this period, Ji Yuan also probably knew something about the emperor's birth. In the entire academy, there were over 100 Imperial students. There are 6 classrooms. The class that Lei Shi was in charge of had a total of 18 students. 19 in total after adding Ji Yuan this time. Take the elevator all the way up. When the topmost floor is reached, the elevator doors open. A strong, agitated aura came over the surface. A wave of soul power that was deliberately outwardly emitted. This welcome ceremony is held for every new emperor. Ji Yuan stood inside the elevator as if he was being gazed at by countless pairs of eyes. If one's mind is not firm, I am afraid that he will be paralyzed by fear on the spot. Unfortunately, Ji Yuan was not intimidated. What's more, the concentration of these soul powers, which varied from high to low, was bluffing, but it was not yet comparable to the concentration of an extraordinary qualification. Buzz. On the side, Lei Shi, who was watching, suddenly saw a layer of dark gray light patterns emerge on the surface of Ji Yuan's body. Shasta. The light pattern spread out violently, and the aura of soul power that had tried to suppress him was instantly washed away. In the corridor, several cries of alarm rang out. Extraordinary qualifications, truly extraordinary. Thoughtful in his eyes, Leisure stepped out of the elevator first. Ji Yuan followed behind with his face as normal. The top floor, the exclusive teaching floor for Imperial students. 6 classrooms, equally divided on this floor. Therefore, the size of each classroom is frighteningly large. Along the way, the number of people in these classrooms varies. However, Ji Yuan observed that at the podium position of each classroom, there was a huge drawbar placed, not knowing what purpose it served. By the time he passed 4 classrooms, Leisure finally stopped. He stood in front of an open door, a steady stream of noise coming through it, and the moment he stepped into the classroom, there was instant silence. "Come in," Thunderstone shouted. Ji Yuan stepped into the classroom, and instantly 18 men and women of various shapes and colors cast their gazes. With a quick glance, he suddenly saw a cold as ice blue-haired woman sitting still in the corner by the window. The woman nodded slightly in greeting as he looked on. "Yi Tang? What a coincidence." On the podium, Leisure laughed. "Ji Yuan, summon your imperial beast, Shasta." On the left side, a green and white fire-bathing unicorn emerged, and the temperature in the classroom instantly rose. On the right side, the black giant wolf that was quiet and contained a hint of berserk power appeared, and bursts of thunder echoed around it. Ji Yuan stood in the middle of the 2 beasts and swept across the room. His tone was slightly kind as he said, "Freshman Ji Yuan, please teach me more." Super Academy, speaking in terms of power, not to mention the black and gold pillar of light during the entrance test. The terrifying fluctuation of the 2 imperial beasts he summoned at this moment alone was enough to make everyone not dare to underestimate this new student. The worst of the Emperor's students were all 5th grade, and Ji Yuan's arrival kind of broke that routine. But, combined with his performance in the downtown competition, no one would be foolish enough to treat him as an ordinary 6th grade imperial beast master. Chapter 89, The First Lesson. Just in case some of you are behind on information, let me tell you that our new student is the winner of this year's downtown competition, Leisure said with a smirk, but his gaze lingered on Dim and Shining Spirit. As early as during the live broadcast of the competition, he had been curious about these 2 imperial beasts, and now that he was in close contact, he was able to feel that unique bloodline fluctuation, worthy of a mythical imperial beast. It's just a competition champion. Senior Ko was also the champion of the downtown competition back then. Below, 3 male students laughed. Dismissive. In the classroom, student desks and chairs are interestingly positioned, not neatly arranged as they traditionally would be, but each sitting in its own place. For example, the 3 male classmates who were letting out laughter at the moment were side by side in a row, and in front of the 3 of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown pupils. The rest of the students, window to window, back to back, piled up in a heap, with no neatness whatsoever. Yes, they are both contest champions. The black and gold light pillar of other new students can't even compare to the red and gold light pillar of your Senior Ko. It's so powerful. In the corner, a guttural voice rang out. Ji Yuan followed the sound and saw that the one who spoke was a bald man. His words caused those 3 to look slightly furious, while the Senior Ko they spoke of always had a calm face as he flipped through the books in his hands as if he hadn't heard them. When he didn't respond, the 3 of them fell silent. It seemed that this academy life, too, was not as amicable as he had imagined. But none of these things mattered to him. The top priority right now was to advance to the 5th rank, as well as having Dim and Shining Spirit expand another new skill. Beyond that, he doesn't care about anything. If you have the leisure to mouth off here, why don't you practice? Tomorrow is Friday. The golden ranking is unsealed. I don't need to remind you, do I? Leisure stood on the podium and swept over the 3 male students who had just initiated the trouble. And then, he made a pleased gesture towards Ji Yuan. In my classroom, the main idea is to be spontaneous. You want to sit in that seat and make your own arrangements. In the large classroom, the very center seat was occupied by the silver-haired man and his 3 lapdogs. The wall on the right side, in the direction of the corridor, was similarly occupied by a number of people. Sweeping down the room, the only seats by the window were only 3 tables and stools. The owners of 2 of them were the cold goddess Tang Yi and the bald man who seemed to be speaking for him just now. And the remaining one, empty. The distance separating this empty table from Tang Yi was generous. "Sister, can I sit in front of you?" Jibyuan walked off the podium, and because of the wide space, Dim followed behind with his chair in his mouth and Shining Spirit with his head on the table. "No." Unexpectedly, he was answered with a cold voice that concealed anger. Turning his head, he saw the silver-haired man, who hadn't said a word, staring at him coldly. "Yi Tang's admirer? Unlike. What's that about? Because he and I are both tournament champions?" His mind skimmed over the conversation between Dogleg and the bald man just now, and Ji Yuan had an answer in his heart. At that moment, Tang Yi chilled. Yes. At those words, Gloom flashed in the silver-haired man's eyes, and after coldly glaring at Tang Yi, he said nothing more. Ji Yuan sneered in his heart and signaled the two beasts to put down the table and chairs. Where is all the hostility coming from? These guys? After he had put the two beasts away and sat down on the podium, Lei Shi, who had taken everything in, looked as normal and said after snapping his fingers, "Today's lesson is about the maintenance and cultivation of the Imperial Beast space, but because of the new students, we're going to put the knowledge classes on hold for now. Jibyuan, come up here." Lei Shi beckoned. When he stepped up to the podium, Lei Shi pointed to a drawbar and said, "Push it forward." Ji Yuan gripped the lever, and a cold temperature covered the palm of his hand. As he pushed forward, in an instant, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. As the lever was pushed, a beam of technological light began to emerge from the walls of the classroom. At the same time, after the beams of light swept through, the walls transformed into a lush green forest, the ceiling turned into a clear sky of 10,000 miles, and underneath his feet, he transformed from the hard ground into a forested muddy ground. You can understand that pushing the lever will transform our classroom into a simulated realistic green space. The scale of this space is countless, and everything in it is controlled by. Seeing Ji Yuan's surprised expression, Lei Shi smiled and answered. When he finished, he clapped his hands. "I'm going to start handing out mission objectives." Yui Tang, too, the cold goddess responded. "Today, you are responsible for hunting 5 legendary great imperial beasts, with a time limit of 8 minutes. Good. Tang Yi nodded, and then the cold peak griffin appeared, and she leapt onto it, 1 person and 1 beast, disappearing in an instant. Koshwanji, in. The silver-haired man replied absently. "You are responsible for hunting 30 Overlord-class Imperial beasts, with a time limit of 10 minutes, 5 minutes tops." After Kushwanji finished speaking, his figure flashed and he ran towards the depths of the forest. Then, Lei Shi named all the remaining students one by one. Only after Ji Yuan was the only one left at the scene did he slowly speak. "This is your first lesson. As per the past, I will set you up to hunt 5 Overlord-class Imperial beasts, with a time limit of 10 minutes, but, combined with your performance at the downtown competition, and the black and gold pillar of light during the entrance test, I, for one, want to see your limits." As the words fell, a cursor suddenly appeared before Ji Yuan's eyes. This cursor was pale blue, shaped like an arrow, and pointed deep into the forest. "Go on, follow the directions, and I'll prompt you when you reach the location." Reicher clasped his hands and raised his chin. Interesting. Ji Yuan's palm clenched, and Dim's figure instantly emerged, carrying him, transforming into a ball of blazing fire and speeding along the arrow. Soon, they followed the guide to a circular clearing surrounded by green forest. Around the clearing, the woods were thick and almost impenetrable. "Let's start with the easiest." Thunderstone's voice rang out in all directions. At the same time, Ji Yuan was surprised to see a line of yellowish fonts appear in his field of vision. Wave 1, low-level bloodline beasts, number 50, roar dash, Shasta. A wanton roar suddenly rang out, followed by a fierce beast showing its teeth leaping out of the woods. In all directions, it instantly surrounded Ji Yuan. Dim, boom. The terrifying pressure of an emperor-level bloodline spread instantly, and these little guys with low-level bloodlines had their hearts directly shattered by this bloodline pressure. One of the fallen imperial beasts dissipated into dots of blue light. In front of his eyes, the yellowish numbers jumped rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they went from 50 to 0. Wave 2, medium and high-level bloodline imperial beasts, number 100. The imperial beasts that were much stronger than before once again emerged from the forest. Interesting. Ji Yuan smiled, and at that moment, fiery flames churned in the eyes of the dim beast. Giggle dash. The boiling underworld flame swept across the entire open space in a flash, the terrifying heat scorching out countless miserable screams. The number of imperial beasts in the second wave was likewise decreasing rapidly. In a few breaths, it was down to 0. Chapter 90, Outside Missions. Well, at the very beginning, Thunderstone stood with his hands clasped. In front of him, more than a dozen screens floated, projections of the real-time situation of all the students. Beside him, the cold woman with blue hair stood quietly, likewise observing. His griffin is very good at wide-range attacks and can take care of multiple directions at once. Lei Shi looked at a screen in the very center, a projection of Ji Yuan, and muttered to himself from time to time. Interesting. Can bloodline pressure directly crush a low-level bloodline imperial beast? Here's one for you, this guy. Let's see what you're going to do with it. Lei Shi waved his hand. Inside the clearing, before his eyes, the yellowish font changed again. Round 3, dominant imperial beasts, number 1. Ho! An odd gasp sounded from the forest. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked, only to see a pair of large hands with brown hair poking through the woods, poking out a huge human face. Immediately afterward, the man leapt out. Boom! Between the tremors of the ground, Ji Yuan raised his head and gazed. This big guy, he was no stranger. A man-faced mad ape? The species that was instantly seconded by Mu Shushin in the apocalyptic valley in the first place. He remembered that this human-faced mad ape was immune to fire attribute damage and was the natural nemesis of the fire element. Whoopee dash. This human-faced berserk ape was 4 meters tall, looking down at Ji Yuan and letting out a howl with its mouth open. Shining prana. In an instant, Din's figure disappeared and the black giant wolf was revealed. Wow! At the same time, the human-faced berserk ape waved his hand and slapped it. His terrifyingly large hand mixed with a strong powerful wind. Ji Yuan rolled backward to avoid it, while Shining Spirit made an instantaneous appearance on the backside of the Sphinx crazy ape. Standing up, he instantly shouted, "Unleash, frenzy explosion!" Roar! The flash vampire landed on all 4 claws and tensed his body, electricity overflowing from his mouth and thunder surging out. Bzzzzz boo! Basketball-sized balls of lightning light shot out in quick succession, exploding on the back of the human-faced berserk ape's head. The violent shockwave caused the Sphinx berserk ape to stagger on its feet and eventually fall to its knees. Lightning dance! Between the blossoming of the electric light, the flash vampire slammed into the spine of the human-faced mad ape, causing its huge body to flop to the ground. Then, at Ji Yuan's signal, flash prana swept to the head of the human-faced mad ape, and the ball of wildly exploding light in his mouth spewed out again. This time, the ball of light mixed with a hint of soul power exploded to stir up the fluctuation of the soul, and after several rounds, the human-faced mad ape gradually stopped struggling. In 1 minute, end the fight. It was decisive and good. Leisure looked at the screen, at the human-faced mad ape that disappeared as a point of light, and murmured, "Added to him, 3 hegemonic great imperial beasts." In his opinion, this should be the limit of what Ji Yuan could handle. Soon, 3 peculiar creatures with thick bloodline fluctuations appeared in the open space. One is shaped like a bison, but with a pair of sharp horns. One is like a lizard, but bears the head of a snake with an inverted triangle. The last one, a giant frog with a rounded body. These 3 imperial beasts were of a type that Ji Yuan had never seen before. Thunder judgment. The clear sky suddenly became dense with dark clouds. In front of the screen, Reicher carefully watched Shining Prancer's every move. The 3 hegemonic imperial beasts were shattered by the thunder without a doubt. Seeing this, he didn't pause as he continued to generate 3 overlord great imperial beasts and attack Ji Yuan. Then, he glanced to the cold figure on the side and said, "Well, he should be competent for tomorrow's outing, right? His fire-type unicorn and thunder-type wolf beast are just enough to make up for your elemental gaps. And for tomorrow's mission, he'll be on a team with you." Anything. Tang Yi's tone was flat. It made no difference to her who her teammate was. Most of the tasks, she alone was enough to handle. Well, remember not to let him get hurt when the time comes. After all, he's the one the dean personally instructed to take care of. Tomorrow's mission is slightly tricky. If not for the high rank of his imperial beast bloodline, I honestly wouldn't be willing to let him risk participating. Leisure raised his head and saw that the students had arrived back one after another, and took another look at Ji Yuan's condition. The 3 newly generated Overlord-class Imperial Beasts were similarly annihilated. 4 minutes, 7 Overlord-class Imperial Beasts? Not bad. This, I don't think, is your limit yet, Jibyuan. Immediately, he then said in a low voice, "Ji Yuan, come back. Today's lesson ends here." Inside the clearing, Ji Yuan, who had just passed the halfway point of consumption, heard Thunderstone's voice. Immediately, he leapt onto the back of the Shining Prancer and sped towards the way he came. Back at the very beginning, everyone was already waiting. When Ji Yuan arrived, Leisure pushed the lever on the side, the light flashed, and they were, again, back in the classroom. Thinking back to the simulated space he had just been in, he couldn't help but somewhat admire the technology of today's world. Tang Yi, Kushwanji, Zhang Wen, Lai Chong, Ji Yuan, those students who are named, stay for a while. Everyone else, you may leave. On the podium, after Leisure finished speaking, someone immediately got up and left. Before long, there were only 6 people left in the classroom. Tomorrow, our class has a commissioned assignment that requires a trip out of town. Delegating tasks? Ji Yuan's heart fluttered. There was actually such a thing. Interesting, this academy life. It's nothing like it was imagined. Mentor Ray, I have a question. Ko Genji, the silver-haired man, raised his hand. Thunderstone gestured for him to speak. Only to see, Kushwanji pointed at Ji Yuan and, word for word, said, "It's a bit inappropriate for him to take part in a commission when he's only just enrolled in school, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, in the corner, the bald man named Zhang Wen laughed darkly. Idiot. Then, from the podium, Leisure made a thoughtful face and nodded. Yes, oh, you're right. In that case, you don't have to participate. Let's go. Reicher waved his hand toward the door. You, Kushwanji got up with a slightly angry face, but then he seemed to think of something, clenched his fists, stopped talking, and took a big step out of the classroom. After he left, Lei Shi looked at Ji Yuan. It's your first time participating in a mission. There are a few things you need to explain first. First, any commission mission that involves leaving the academy has a certain degree of danger. When you go out, you must follow the arrangements and not act without authorization. Secondly, Tang Yi is your squad leader for this operation. During the mission, if you have any matters or thoughts, you must tell her first. Third, any commission mission that involves leaving the academy is classified as confidential, and whatever you encounter or do while participating in the mission cannot be disclosed to anyone. That includes the people closest to you, okay? Lei Shi's tone was incredibly serious and earnest. When Ji Yuan saw this look on his face, he immediately nodded his head solemnly in response as well. I know. Very well. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, meet in front of the academy. After leaving the teaching building, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory, only to find that Zhao Shan and the others were not there. Is class over yet? Exhaling, he sat down on the living room couch, thinking about tomorrow's mission. Looking at Lei Shi's appearance, I'm afraid that this so-called mission is not as simple as imagined. A classified level mission. What would it be? All that can only be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 91, The Grey Forest. Zhao Shan and the three of them came back very late, and I heard that because of the first day of classes, the curriculum was very full. All three of them acted tired, which surprised Ji Yuan. Imperial students. Not only did they go to and from class at random times, even their permissions were quite a bit higher than ordinary students. The next day, early morning, Jibyuan left the dormitory at 7. Thanks to the wide area of the academy, students could summon their royal beasts to ride for the journey. When he arrived at the entrance of the academy on his elegant green and white griffin, he found that someone had arrived earlier than him. A huge griffin shrouded in coldness lay prostrate on the ground, its huge eagle head slightly lowered, allowing the cold beauty in front of it to caress it. Hokage. Jibyuan leapt off of Dim's back. Tang Yi nodded as a sign. In fact, he had a lot of questions. However, he knew that others would not take care of him for no reason, so he did not make a fool of himself. After a while, Lei Shi, the bald man Zhang Wan, and the short-haired woman Lai Chong arrived in company. Morning. After a few people greeted each other, Lei Shi looked at Tang Yi and said, set off when you're ready, and proceed as planned. Tang Yi let out a hum and leapt onto the back of the griffin before signaling Ji Yuan to follow. The griffin was much smaller than when they first met. There's probably room for 3 or 4 people. It was a nice day, early in the morning, but the winter sun had risen early, flying high above the ground in a cold peak griffin, just in time to soak up the soft sunlight. The flight was fast, almost blinking away from the academy's range. You're from Linyan City? After an unknown amount of time, a cold voice rang out. Ji Yuan opened his eyes, somewhat surprised that the other party would take the initiative to speak. Spinning around, he replied, yes, if there's anything senior sister wants to know, I should be able to answer. Tang Yi shook her head, and after a long moment of silence, she said, in our class, there's also a Linyan City person. Oh, but according to the information he had learned, no one should have entered the Super Academy in the 10 years he had served. Could it be that this person joined the academy 10 years ago? That's not right. The age is definitely not lower with this conversion. But think back to the class. From the looks of the students can be called old. Only bald man Zhang Wan looks like an estimate of 30 years old. It's Zhang Wan? After thinking about it, he asked. No, Tang Yi denied. She is on an outgoing mission. So it is. Ji Yuan nodded, and the atmosphere once again returned to silence. After about half an hour, the griffin suddenly began to dive downward. Looking down, what comes into view is a gray earth. Arrived, Yui Tang said. Hold on tight, chirp dash. With a crisp eagle cry, the griffin accelerated violently, and a terrible sense of weightlessness spread. At this moment, Ji Yuan thought of a saying, people fly in front, souls chase behind. If it wasn't for the cold air emitted by the griffin that could shield the gale, with this terrifying speed, the 2 people on their backs would have to be thrown out. It wasn't until this cold peak griffin crashed into the ground like a cannonball, triggering an ear-splitting roar, that Ji Yuan looked around. Where they landed was an eerie gray woodland. It was as if a sprawling forest had been drained of its vitality, and all the lush green vegetation had turned gray. The leaves of the immensely gray tree shook slowly in the breeze, and a smell of old corruption pierced his nostrils. Ji Yuan frowned, but he saw Tang Yi jump off the ground first. Sister, this is. He jumped down with them, leaning down to pinch up a clump of black dirt from his feet and rubbing it in his fingers. The loose black soil was like the embers of burning wood and smelled burnt. This is the eastern border. Due to the influence of the terrain, the griffin's size once again shrunk by a circle visible to the naked eye, and was already almost the same as Dim. Tang Yi's icy cold eyes were filled with vigilance as she scanned the surroundings. Seeing her in this state, Ji Yuan was also secretly on guard, dimming around his body, following Tang Yi's backside, slowly advancing. After about 5 minutes of walking, Tang Yi suddenly raised her right hand. A bird of prey with dark blue feathers manifested, waving its wings in the air. Seemingly with its guidance, Tang Yi's pace accelerated a lot, leading Ji Yuan around in this gray and endless forest. The two had been walking for roughly 10 minutes before her steps finally slowed to a halt. In front of him was a huge cave that looked like the mouth of an abyss. It just grew on the ground, surrounded by dark red cracks, and its interior was dark, with strange echoes ringing out from time to time. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave and peered inside, and could only see some sort of dark red light constantly flickering. Shoo! Suddenly, the dark blue bird of preceding ascension swooped down and broke headlong into the cavern. Dozens of seconds later, Tang Yi made a move. Keep up! With a wave, she and the Cold Peak Griffin jumped right in. Seeing this, Ji Yuan hurriedly greeted Dim to follow along. Darkness instantly enveloped the room, and the fall didn't last long, touching the ground almost instantly. Bang dash! Just as it landed, the muffled sound of an explosion rang out ahead. Ji Yuan hastily looked up and saw the Cold Peak Griffin waving its wings as a sharp ice cone shot out. Beyond it, you could barely make out some strange-looking creatures being cleared. Without even having to think about it, Dimming swept out, alongside the Cold Peak Griffin, and unleashed an attack together. It was then that Ji Yuan took the time to look around. Beneath the cave, an underground cavern was hidden, and at the moment, the space in front of them stretched all the way down. The rock walls around them cracked, and a dark red light flowed through the cracks. Ji Yuan stepped forward, only to see Tang Yi's pretty face ice cold as she eyed the imperial beasts pouring out their attacks. When he came to the front, he could see the strange creatures, a wide variety of species, and the weirdest thing was that all of them showed deformities to a greater or lesser extent. Either the body is huge with a tiny head, or it has 3 heads and 6 arms and is hideous in appearance. I'm afraid those with low tolerance will have nightmares just looking at it. What kind of species are these? Ji Yuan's brows furrowed into a frown as he muttered. These creatures were screaming under the dual attack of the spectral flame and the ice and fire of the Cold Peak Griffin. Not long after, under the high temperature and extreme cold, they all turned into flying ash and ice chips. Tang Yi continued to move downward, during which she replied in a cold voice, "These are test subjects." "A monstrous test subject? Good lord, the alchemist is here?" Ji Yuan spat in his heart, but his footsteps did not stop. The two made their way down, encountering many more monstrous creatures in the process. He watched carefully and realized that the creatures had one thing in common. In the forehead position, there is a dark red mark carved. That mark looks strange, but also threw a trace of familiar. Cannot recall for a moment. As the downward slope leveled off, they, at last, came to the deepest part. Here, it was a hollowed-out underground space filled with oddly shaped glass containers, as well as some unintelligible bottles and jars. The entire space, lit in blood red, was filled with oppression and strangeness. When Ji Yuan's line of sight moved to the deepest part, his face changed slightly. Cursed Soul Country? Chapter 92, Goodbye to the Remnants of the Curse. See only. In the deepest part, near the wall, 5 huge glass containers were erected. Inside, there are 5 people with blood-red skin, clad in blood-colored veils. This kind of styling, Ji Yuan couldn't be mistaken. It was none other than that remnant of the Cursed Soul Country that had attacked him in Mushushin at the Apocalypse Valley back in the day. Bang! Almost the moment he realized the glass container exploded. Guard the perimeter. I'll deal with them. Tang Yi snorted coldly, and the Cold Peak Griffin instantly exerted its wings. Buzz! Light blue soul power fluctuations surged out from Tang Yi's body, attaching to the Cold Peak Griffin's attack and generating soul power resonance, only to see that the ice cones released by the Cold Peak Griffin became more and more glittering after resonating, and around each ice cone, a faint aura of soul power coalesced and crashed into those 5 people. Clang! Unexpected layers of soul power horns surfaced, parrying all of the Cold Peak Griffin's attacks. I'm afraid that these 5 people's soul force corner layers were even stronger than Secretary Lin's back then. Ho! Suddenly, a figure shot out from the clutter on both sides, pushing straight at Tang Yi. Fiery storm. In the nick of time, Dim maneuvered the underworld flame to form 2 flame barriers, stopping all the sneak-attacking creatures. Tang Yi wasn't distracted by this, and after she saw that the Cold Peak Griffin's attack didn't work the first time, she immediately summoned 2 more imperial beasts at the same time. They were a deer-shaped creature with radiant ice crystals, and an athletic, half-human tall ice blue snow hare. Swish dash! In an instant, the 3 ice-type imperial beasts crazily poured out splendid skill attacks towards those 5 remaining members of the Cursed Soul Kingdom in the distance, and Ji Yuan also simultaneously maneuvered Dim to clear out the monstrous creatures hiding in the shadows. Within this underground space, the loud sounds of fierce battles echoed. After clearing out all the hiding monstrous creatures, Ji Yuan hurriedly looked at the front battlefield. However, the indiscriminate bombardment of the 3 ice-type imperial beasts only cut down the spell soul remnant's soul power corner layer to a translucent state, and there was still a considerable gap from being completely broken. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned the Shining Spirit, just about ready to make an attack. Clang! Suddenly, a scarlet luster lit up, and almost as a reflex, Ji Yuan shouted, "Be careful, senior sister!" Swoosh! But as soon as the words fell, 5 scarlet spears pierced through the skills of the 3 ice imperial beasts and shot towards them. The spear was extremely fast, several times faster than in the beginning. Ji Yuan was considered to have dodged away with early defense, but Tang Yi and her imperial beasts not far away were not so lucky, only to see that ice blue snow rabbit was lying on its back on the ground, with a tiny bloody hole in its left abdomen. The other deer-shaped creature had its entire body penetrated and fell to its knees, its head hanging low. On the other hand, the Cold Peak Griffin as well as Tang Yi only received a few scratches. A large amount of bloodstains filled the air, and those 5 cursed soul remnants seemed to be attracted by the scent of the blood of the 2 imperial beasts, and their pupils suddenly turned blood red. Stars! Bunny! Tang Yi looked at the 2 life-threatening imperial beasts, and for the first time, her cold as ice face revealed a look of heartache, and then she hurriedly took them back into the imperial beast space. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it could be warmed over within the imperial beast space. When she looked at the 5 cursed soul remnants again, the coldness under her eyes was incomparably intense. Miso! The ice crystal glow flickered, and beside her, a tall figure with a stocky build and rugged muscles emerged. The figure was shaped like a human, but the head was a hideous wolf's head. The thick right arm carried an ice crystal long stick, and when it appeared, the huge wolf head let out a growl, as if carrying all the anger in Tang Yi's heart at the moment, and ran out towards those 5 spell soul remnants. These cursed soul remnants had a dull attack style, and even their movement style wasn't considered flexible. Since the beginning, Ji Yuan had never seen them make a run or dodge. After coming out of the glass container, merely walking slowly, the look was as if he was unfamiliar with the body. When the stocky werewolf charged forward carrying a long stick, the 5 cursed soul remnants merely tilted their heads, their blood-red eyes staring at the werewolf, not moving a muscle. Wow! The werewolf held a long stick in his hand and swept it out from right to left. Boo! Violent muffled sounds spread throughout the entire space, and as soon as the stick went down, the 5 spell soul remnants flew out backwards, crashing countless empty glass containers. Shoo! At the same time, the remnants of the fallen spell souls seemed to have been completely awakened by the stick. The 5 of them climbed up quickly, transforming into blood-red residual shadows, and instantly climbed on top of the werewolf, only to hear the werewolf let out a howl as these 5 remnants of the cursed soul were actually tearing and devouring its flesh and blood. Their attacks were primitive and frantic, and the werewolves continued to emit wails. Tang Yi instantly cried out when she saw this. Release the wild hostile chi. The wailing werewolves burst into a violent murderous rage. The strong aura fluctuations shook the 5 spell soul remnants away, but before they could catch their breath, these guys climbed up once again and once again engaged in frantic biting. This was a scene that Tang Yi had obviously not expected. She immediately wanted to let the Cold Peak Griffin go to relieve herself, but she was afraid that its attack would accidentally injure the werewolf, and for a while, her eyes were tangled in uncertainty. Release! Frenzy explosion! Suddenly, a whisper came from her side. Bang dash! Shasta! An explosive sound wave that made the soul tremble rang out. Immediately after that, there was a ball of blue and silver mingled lightning light bursting out, and in the blink of an eye, it impacted on the back of the werewolf. After resonating with psionic energy, a ball of wildly exploding light creates a soulquake when it is fired and explodes. The moment this ball of light exploded, all 5 cursed soul remnants had their souls go down. The werewolf was similarly stunned for a split second, but immediately it reacted, and once again a strong fluctuation of breath emanated from its body, shocking the 5 people lying on top of it and biting them away. A short while later, it retreated back to Tang Yi's side in a few dodges, gasping deeply for air, its body strewn with a blood-red wound. At this time, Tang Yi turned her head to look at Ji Yuan. She would not forget that this schoolmate's imperial beast contained a hint of soul power resonance in the attack he had just unleashed. Thanks. And then, she indifferently said thank you, only, her tone still did not contain any temperature. If it wasn't for Ji Yuan's decisiveness just now, I'm afraid her werewolf would have been injured even more. Just then, those 5 cursed soul remnants stood up once again and swept out. Frost spit, ice trace annihilation. Seeing this, Tang Yi chimed in a cold voice. On the side, the werewolf pestled the ice crystal long stick in his hand on the ground, and spewed out extremely cold ice breath from his mouth, mixed with terrifyingly low temperatures that froze everything, and wherever it passed by, a layer of frost instantly surfaced. The 5 cursed soul remnants' soul power corner layers were hidden, already on the verge of crumbling, and now that they were infested by this spitting breath, their movements slowed down. Chirp! At the same time, an eagle cry echoed, only to see the cold peak griffin's wings vibrate and swing down in a flash. Clang dash! 2 cold awns appeared smoothly, harboring a terrifying fluctuation that was enough to annihilate any object, and swept towards the throats of the 5 remaining cursed souls who were already unable to dodge. Ka-ching! The psionic corner layer shattered, and the cold aura was unstoppable, shooting backward and embedding itself deeply into the wall. Chapter 93, A Call from the Deep Woods. Blood spurted like a fountain. The 5 cursed soul remnants' heads were separated from their bodies, and their bodies collapsed helplessly to the ground. There was a hint of sticky black liquid in their blood. On the ground, it converged into a swirling mass that slowly turned. You, after all, will join us. In the meantime, a bizarre and indistinct whisper appeared in both Ji Yuan and Tang Yi's ears. The voice appeared suddenly, and after the two of them exchanged glances, a flutter suddenly arose in Ji Yuan's heart. He turned his head in a hurry, but he saw that the blood of the 5 remaining cursed souls had actually given birth to a black sphere that radiated evil ripples. Go! Ji Yuan felt fear for no reason, and when he only heard Tang Yi's slightly frightened voice, the cold peak griffin transformed into a cold light, carrying Ji Yuan and Tang Yi at breakneck speeds towards the passageway they came from. Just in time, Ji Yuan took one last look at the black sphere as it ruptured. Bang dash! The terrifying explosion shockwave that was enough to make the soul tremble spread out instantly, and wherever it passed, the ground or the air, even the light was swallowed up by it. The speed of this shockwave was extremely fast. Fortunately, Ji Yuan had long ago retrieved the flash spirit back to the seal of the Imperial Beast in time. But just as the cold peak griffin was about to rush out of the cave with the two of them, the black blast wave accelerated violently. Clang dash! The final aftermath triggered a violent tremor, and the cold peak griffin had just swept out of the cave when it was sent flying by the aftermath. Staggering, its beastly claws clamped around Ji Yuan and Tang Yi loosened, and the two fell sharply in different directions. The cold peak griffin reacted as soon as he was in a trance, swinging his wings toward Tang Yi. Ji Yuan, on the other hand, sprayed blood mist from his mouth during his rapid descent. The power contained in the final aftermath was not weak at all, causing both him and Tang Yi to suffer injuries of varying degrees. Grinning, in the nick of time, Ji Yuan called out the dim. A ball of fiery flames instantly wrapped and crashed into the grey woodland. A few moments. Ahem. Ji Yuan only felt that his internal organs had shifted, and an unspeakable sharp pain spread through his body. Roar! Suddenly, several beastly growls emanated from the surroundings. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Ji Yuan's mouth. What a disaster. Luckily, Dim was right beside him. Shock and awe was activated, and these beasts that suddenly appeared were shocked. But they didn't leave. Tang Yi was even closer to the impact of the blast aftermath than I was, and her injuries shouldn't be small either. The sharp pain left him lying on his back, and his consciousness was drifting. The injury, it was worse than he thought. Now, he could only pray that Tang Yi's injuries weren't too serious and that he could still search for himself for a bit. However, in this vast grey forest, the two of them landed at different points, and the branches of the trees were extremely thick, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple to find him. It's better to sit on your hands than to rely on yourself. Ji Yuan exhaled. His mind made up its mind. Although, it's a no-brainer, but given the current situation, not only was he seriously injured and could pass out at any time, there was even a pack of beasts eyeing him all around. It was all he could do. Imperial illustrations. In his mind, ancient illustrations appeared, and Ji Yuan's gaze rested on a creature that was emerald green all over, harboring oodles of vitality, as he murmured in his heart. Duplicate. Angry wood lizard hatchling. Reproducing, angstroms wood lizard hatchling. Please wait. Along with a green light manifesting around him, a palm-sized lizard that contained infinite vitality appeared. The deed. The moment the seal of the covenant is concluded. Boom! The sky suddenly changed color, and endless ounces of vitality spread crazily in all directions with Ji Yuan as the center. For a time, the grey forest floor actually abruptly revealed a blinding green color. Immediately after, it was the grey tree trunks began to transform, as if the dead forest floor was given life. Began to emerge a touch of emerald green color. Meanwhile, far away on the other side of the room, Tang Yi was as Ji Yuan thought. Her cold as ice face covered in blood because she was closer to the aftermath of the explosion. The eyes were tightly closed and the whole person had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, she was a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master, and even if she was unconscious, the cold peak griffin that hadn't been included in the Imperial Beast space could still be active. The place where she fell was similarly ushered in by countless strange beasts, and to deter them, the cold peak griffin doubled in size, shielding the unconscious Tang Yi underneath her. The heaven and earth anomaly triggered by Ji Yuan's contract could be detected even from 10 kilometers away. However, the other squad led by Lei Shi was deep in another underground cave, oblivious to everything in the outside world. The deed didn't last too long, and the shift in the grey woodland didn't spread too far, probably only about 500 meters. Ji Yuan was lying on the ground, and on his chest was lying a lizard with soulful eyes. The little lizard emitted a soft aura that flowed into him, healing the injuries. The sharp pain thus gradually subsided, and consciousness was no longer blurred. Creature, angry wood lizard, juvenile. Race, giant spirit lizard. Bloodline, imperial, slightly flawed. Attribute, wood. Characteristics, wild growth, exudes vitality, causing vegetation to grow quickly. Also heals all non-lethal wounds. Talent, insect nemesis, emits an aura of fear to insect-like creatures. Aura eyes, wide field of vision. Able to observe the situation in any direction without any dead angle. Passive skill, flexible volume, able to control the size of the body on its own. Maximum, 2 meters. Minimum, 5 centimeters. Skill 1, swallowing, spitting out the tongue. Sticking to smaller prey and then retracting it to swallow it. Skill 2, enlivening, emits healing light patterns, easing wounds and sharpening mental focus. Through the panel attributes, it could be seen that this was an imperial beast that favored the assist class. The surrounding beasts had long since been scared off by the commotion at the time of the deed. At this moment, after the injuries in his body were basically healed, he put away this angry wood lizard. Dim reappeared. Ji Yuan recognized the location and immediately took out his cell phone, ready to dial Lei Shi's number. Save. Suddenly, a weak, ethereal whisper inexplicably sounded. Ji Yuan's movements lurched as he jerked his head up and looked ahead. The moment this whisper appeared, the angry wood lizard, which had only just been contracted, emitted a strong responsive fluctuation in the seal of the imperial beast. It looked as if it had been guided by some strange guidance. Come to. The ethereal whispers continued, but they gave him the creeps, and he was ready to leave at once. But in the seal of the imperial beast, the angry wood lizard was strongly lamenting as it begged Ji Yuan to advance along with the whispers. What's that? After the contract, the imperial beast and the imperial beast master were unable to do anything too complicated to communicate with each other. Although their minds were connected, the only thing Ji Yuan could feel right now was the pleading and urgency of the angry wood lizard. The bizarre scene made him stop with a frown. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively stepped forward a distance of 10 paces. My child, to this, come. The moment the whisper rang out, a beeping sound appeared at the same time. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected. Tagged. Ding. Imperial creature remains detected. Tagged. Shasta. A beeping sound, as well as a point of dark blue light, suddenly appeared from the direction where the whisper came from ahead. Chapter 94? The Breathing Elf. 1, 2, 6, 8. Ji Yuan froze in place, incredulously counting the marked points of light in front of him. Surprisingly, there were actually a whole 18 of them. In other words, not far ahead, there were the remains of 18 Emperor-level creatures. In this instant, his mind was in a state of shock. And so on. That whisper just said, my child? Could it be a reference to the angry wood lizard? Please come over. I won't hurt you. At that moment, the ethereal whisper rang out once more. The weakness contained in the voice was extremely real. Ji Yuan frowned and pondered, and in the end, he chose to turn around and leave. But after just a few steps, he paused in his tracks. In his mind, the voices of the 18 emperors remains echoed frantically. Damn! Coupled with the fact that the angry wood lizard had been pleading and hissing, he turned around again and looked into the depths, gritting his teeth and ultimately choosing to go. Rich and famous. As soon as there was any kind of wind, he bailed, leaping onto Dim's back. The one man and one beast, with extreme caution, went deeper towards the front. Soon they were out of the woodland that had been brought back to life by the deed, and stepping once more into the gray, dead forest. This way. Along the way, ethereal whispers called out. Dim stops in his tracks when he comes to a dead-end road with dense gray tree trunks that make it impossible to move forward. Watch out! Ji Yuan looked around vigilantly, crossing over to. The whispers came out once again. This time, it was extremely close, as if it was right in front of them. But in front of Ji Yuan and Dim, there was no road at all. Holding on to his suspicions, Ji Yuan reached out and flicked a sliver of soul power towards the dense cluster of tree trunks in front of him. However, he saw that soul power directly pass through this dense tree trunk, sending up ripples. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he no longer hesitated. The command was given, and the Dim pack crashed headlong into him. As expected, the dense cluster of tree trunks seemed to be some sort of illusion. They passed through without any obstruction, and the scene after this illusion caused Ji Yuan's pupils to suddenly shrink. Behind the illusion was a pool of water that had long since dried up. Unlike the gray and dead silence of the outside world, the ground here, though cracked by drought, but, in these crevices, bright green weeds grow. What shocked Ji Yuan was that there were a total of 18 skeletons in this dried-up pool of water, forming a circle as if they were kneeling. The skeletons, incomplete, some missing limbs, some missing heads, some missing spines, and in the very center of these skeletons was a wooden statue. The wooden sculpture was curled up, and from the basic outline, it could be seen that it possessed a human form. Is that you calling? Ji Yuan stared at the wooden carving and asked. Yes. Immediately, an ethereal voice rang out. This time it was close enough to make his pupils shrink. The wood carvings have become immortal? You? What are you? He gulped. Habitat wizard. Elves? The bottom of Ji Yuan's eyes were covered with astonishment. He had read in books that in the ancient century, there had also been quite a number of powerful imperial beast masters who possessed imperial beasts of the elf clan. Compared to other species, the elves were not only as resourceful as humans, but even possessed extraordinary battle strength, making them the most unique imperial beasts that countless people aspired to possess. What's wrong with you now? But what made him feel strange was that this wooden sculpture didn't look like the elves recorded in the books. Ancient century, great war, life, passing, I, for one, am on the verge of death. The words of the woodcarver were broken and somewhat disorganized, and no details could be heard. After thinking about it, Ji Yuan summoned the angry wood lizard. It lay down on its palm and hissed excitedly towards the wooden sculpture. Me, the, children, save, help me. The second sentence was addressed to Ji Yuan. The angry wood lizard can provide a lot of vitality. Can it save you? Ji Yuan was unmoved. Still just asking questions. Not enough. Needed. More. More life? Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with wariness. Humans, raw energy, does not work on me. Need. My child. No. Ji Yuan shook his head and said frankly, this is my imperial beast. I won't let it die. Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, the angry wood lizard in his palm was tilting its hair back to let out a crisp cry. It was willing to give its life for this birthright elf. Strange, this angry wood lizard has only just been duplicated, so it's reasonable to say that it couldn't possibly have extra memories. Unless, Ji Yuan frowned, unless, this breath elf was in existence engraved into the genes of the angry wood lizard. You, misunderstood. At this point, the wooden statue weakly said, it, will not die. Immediately afterward, the wooden sculpture said the most crucial words, you can save me. I, willingly, contract. At those words, Ji Yuan's face was as normal, but his heart was stirred, just waiting for you to say that. Raising his eyes, looking to the wooden sculpture, he said, I'd like to save you, but since there's not enough life in the angry wood lizard, what am I supposed to do? Who knows? This wooden sculpture said directly, absorb the remains, duplicate, create hatchlings. Ji Yuan's heart shook. Coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Now I can read minds. Wouldn't it be like he's been running around naked since he came in? Since you read my heart, you are still willing to make a contract with me? For a moment, he forced himself to stop ruminating and voice his doubts. I, for one, have no choice. Receiving an answer, he was silent for a few moments before he began to step forward. When he was about 10 paces from the wooden statue, he stopped. In his hand, the angry wood lizard leapt out and came to the wooden sculpture, his eyes filled with longing. Wow! Accompanied by a flash of green light, Ji Yuan clearly felt the seal of the imperial beast belonging to the angry wood lizard dissipate. At the same time, the wooden sculpture seemed to take a long breath, and under his gaze, it actually began to move its body. From a curled-up position, it slowly turns into a kneeling position. The molding was unchanged, remaining brown and wood-carved. Thanks. After stretching its torso, it nodded to Ji Yuan. Immediately afterward, a strange rune with a greenish color suddenly floated out from its brow. Seeing this, Ji Yuan didn't have any hesitation, and his soul power instantly condensed into a contract seal, merging with this rune. Giggle. In an instant, a thumb-sized green mark appeared at the center of Ji Yuan's eyebrows. This is the seal of the Sentinel of the Born Elves. The wood carving was decisive, but it had no choice. As Ji Yuan had said, the world today was too far away from the ancient century, and the imperial creatures had long since become extinct. If there are no emperor-level children to integrate into its body, its ultimate end is to become a lifeless wooden sculpture. Stay in this space forever and ever. If Ji Yuan didn't happen to possess the ability to create imperial creatures, I'm afraid, no one else in this world would be able to save it. Chapter 95? Mu Gu. As long as I can replicate all the hatchlings of these remains, you'll be back at your peak? After the deed, Ji Yuan stood beside the wooden sculpture and looked around at the skeletons and asked, no, but at least it will allow me to recover my true elven form. The wood carving shook his head. So, immediately, Ji Yuan began to absorb it. He started with a skeleton on the far left, but just after inhaling it, it made the corner of his mouth twitch. Remains absorbed. Creature name, Angry Wood Lizard. Remains intact, 55%. When a creature in the Emperor's iconography is duplicated, the integrity of the accumulated remains is zeroed out, leaving only the corresponding iconography behind. If you want to replicate the hatchling again, you must continue to search for the remains. I can't imagine that this first skeleton, again, is the Angry Wood Lizard. He couldn't help but sigh that this guy was really close to him. The remains are 55% intact, and the hatchling that was copied has a bloodline level of only legendary. Is it copied? Copy. Mentally sure. He then walked towards the next remains. The hibernation elf followed him, and when the Angry Wood Lizard appeared, it crouched down and gently incorporated it into itself. Another absorption brought a smudge of skin, just a small one, to the wooden sculpted body of the born elf. Remains absorbed. Data panel being generated. Meanwhile, the second skeleton had finished absorbing. Creature, Vanilla Winged Wolf. Race, Flying Wolf. Bloodline, Imperial. Attribute, Wood. Characteristics, missing. Remaining data, lost. Remains intact, 73%. Copy. The integrity of the remains is 73%. The level of the copied hatchling's bloodline is only of legendary level. Is it copied? Is all this high integrity only legend level? Ji Yuan froze, and then he made a copy of it in a whirlwind. That's all. He duplicated it as he sucked it up in front of him. The hibernation elves, on the other hand, were in the background, soothing and fusing as they did so. 18 sets of remains, not exactly well preserved, but all over 50% complete, all absorbed and duplicated in about half an hour. Meanwhile, just after he had copied the last of the skeletal creatures, the Emperor's illustration had changed, detected that the number of Emperor creatures duplicated by the host has reached 20. The Emperor icon will be upgraded soon to unlock more functions. The upgrade is expected to take 36 hours, so stay tuned. Finally upgraded? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. Good fellow, this threshold for upgrading, isn't it a bit high? He was almost taken aback when he withdrew from his mind and turned around, only to see, in front of him, a white-skinned and beautiful woman standing in a pavilion. That long light yellow hair hung like a waterfall, and under the curved willow eyebrows was a pair of clear and moving eyes. The fair and flawless skin was glowing, and on the pink cheeks, the thin lips that looked like rose petals were slightly pursed, and the corners of the mouth held a hint of delight. Just in time to restore the elf to his true form, she wore a green-colored sarong, and under the hem, a pair of small, delicate and smooth feet bounced on the ground, like a sparrow breaking free from its cage. It was light and joyful. Ji Yuan just stared blankly. This so-called elf real body, some beyond his expectations. After sizing him up, he finally rested his eyes on the other man's pointed ears. There, it's the only thing that's different from humans anymore. All of a sudden, just as she was immersed in the joy of regaining her true body as an elf, in front of Ji Yuan's eyes, an information panel surfaced. Creature, born elf. Type, elf. Bloodline, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Characteristics, unknown. Talent, unknown. Skill 1, unknown. Skill 2, unknown. Path of progress, unknown. This puzzling attribute panel made Ji Yuan think for a moment that he hadn't made a mistake. At this point, the breathless elf, who had been excited for a while, seemed to come back to his senses and looked to the side at Ji Yuan. Seeing him frowning, a cute smile appeared on his face and said, "Don't worry, I can't read minds anymore." Her words brought Ji Yuan back to his senses. Looking at the other man's smile, he suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and after rubbing between his eyebrows, he snapped, Wait. How old are you?" At the moment, this girlish look of the other party left him with no way to adapt. Hearing his words, the breathing elf froze. Whirling around, she replied, "Not used to it? I thought you'd prefer to spend time together in this position." After saying that, under Ji Yuan's gaze, she suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. In just an instant, the childish cuteness on his face disappeared, transforming into calmness and high spirits. "In the future, do you want me to spend time with you in a mature manner?" Her tone was flat, with a vicissitude of experiencing the changes of the world. It was very different from the lively young girl's appearance before. "You can still play like that?" Ji Yuan man was dumbfounded. "Of course, I have harsher gestures." With that said, she seemed to change again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. No, it's better to change back to the way you were just." "Yes, master." In an instant, she was back to her innocent and cute self. "What did you call me?" "Master." Why does that sound weird? Call it something else." "Okay, what would you like me to call you?" Ji Yuan opened his mouth and lost his mind for a moment. Scratching the tip of his nose, he said, "Better think of a name for you first." No. Unexpectedly, the guy's head shook like a rattle. I have a name. Oh, what's it called? The hibernation elf cocked his little head in thought before saying, Muge. Muji? Ji Yuan repeated it and nodded. Alright, Mugu. How old are you? Well, there should be 880. Mugu seriously recalled, but the numbers that came out of her mouth almost made Ji Yuan's jaw drop in shock. Can't remember. My memory is fuzzy right now. I need to get some rest. Maybe I'll remember. When she finished speaking, she stretched out, her perfect body on display in front of her. Ji Yuan avoided the sight and said, Then you should go back into the seal of the royal beast to rest first. Well, I've remained a wooden sculpture for more than 4,000 years. I do need to rest badly. Immediately, her body transformed into specks of light that surged into the seal of the imperial beast at Ji Yuan's brow. Oh, forget it. Suddenly, Mu Ji's voice came out. Shoo! Immediately afterward, a ball of emerald green energy swept out and crashed into the incoming illusion. At once, the illusion dissipated, revealing the gray woodland. Almost simultaneously, his cell phone rang. Pulling it out, it was Reisher calling. What made him sweat were the 6 dozen missed calls. At a glance, it wasn't just Reisher, but also several people from Zhaoshan. Hey, Mentor Ray. Ji Yuan, you finally answered the phone. Where are you now? Are you hurt? Chapter 96? Gold, silver, bronze. When a giant insect landed from the sky and stopped in front of Ji Yuan, he realized that during the time he had been helping Mugu recover, Reisher had gone crazy looking for himself. On the insect's back, Reisher looked at the intact Ji Yuan and breathed a deep sigh of relief. If anything happens on this trip, go back and the dean can skin him. Grandma, never let this guy go on a mission again. Eventually, Ji Yuan took the shuttle bus for the return trip. This giant insect had a dark and hard unicorn horn, and by the looks of it, it should be an enlarged version of the unicorn fairy. At this moment, on the back of this large unicorn fairy, Reisher criticized Tang Yi, who had just awakened from her coma, with a serious face. Beside him, the bald man, Zhang Wen, and the short-haired woman, Lai Chong, watched with interest. It was the first time they had seen Tang Yi being criticized. Ji Yuan was ashamed and apologized on behalf of his cold senior sister. He didn't expect that the place where Mugo was hiding would block all signals and perceptions from the outside world. This also led to the fact that they searched for close to an hour in vain. Be smart on future missions. Okay, Reisher sternly reprimanded. If something really happened on this trip, how should he explain? Got it. Tang Yi and Ji Yuan nodded at the same time, one indifferent as usual, the other slightly formal. Then again, are you guys saying that the blood of the remnants of that cursed soul converged into a bomb? Thunderstone asked. Tang Yi didn't have the intention to open her mouth, so when Ji Yuan saw this, he replied, Indeed, I saw the moment it exploded with my own eyes. These rats, a new tactic. Tutor Ray frowned and stopped talking. The ride was silent. Returning to the academy, the unicorn immortal landed in Endless Square, attracting the attention of countless students. However, they averted their eyes when they realized the uniforms that Ji Yuan's few people were wearing. The emperor was born, and was able to perform unique, outgoing missions, something that everyone knew by heart. This mission is also considered a successful completion. Each person will be rewarded with 10,000 point coupons. Go to the Holy Dragon Tower to collect them when you have time. Reisher put away the unicorn fairy and looked at Ji Yuan and the others and said, Tomorrow is a day of rest. There is no need for classes. After the separation, on the way back to the dormitory, suddenly a person with an ID called Untitled added him as a friend. Note, Tang Yi. Just after agreeing to the application, the cold and colorful schoolmate sent 3 messages in a row. Sorry about today. If you have questions later, you can ask me. The Holy Dragon Tower, on the east side of the school building. Looking at these 3 concise messages, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Tang Yi, she had said that she was obligated to protect every schoolmate, though she didn't show much when she was on the unicorn's back. Still, through these 3 messages, one could feel the guilt that she had failed to protect herself. Thank you, sister. Without saying too much, Ji Yuan simply replied. Returning to the dormitory, just as he pushed open the door, he heard a shout. Zhao Shan, when I charge into the silver ranking, you'll immediately hand over the second place. Hey, little old man, it's not too late to say that when you actually rush into the silver ranking, only to see that Su Su was angrily confronting Zhao Shan. Ji Yuan's arrival caused both of them to be stunned. And then, Zhao Shan bounced up from the sofa in one go and ran over. Old Ji, where did you run off to early in the morning, and you're only back now? Counting down the time, Ji Yuan and his group left the academy at 8 o'clock. And now, it was around 12 in the morning. Nothing, out on course. He smiled. Then, puzzled, he asked, what were you guys just talking about? The silver list, that is? At this statement, The two men looked at him like he was an idiot. Old G, it's been 4 days at least, and you don't even know what the silver list is? Yeah, you're getting a little out of line here, being told by the two. Ji Yuan smiled sarcastically. He really hadn't heard of this stuff. Immediately, the two men pulled him to the couch and sat down, and one of them said, "In the academy, there are gold, silver, and bronze, 3 lists. Weren't we graded as students during the entrance test? Students from level 5 to level 2 are encompassed in the bronze list. The first class and imperial students, on the other hand, are listed separately in the gold and silver lists. Give me an example." Zhao Shan grabbed the conversation and pointed at Su Su. He's currently a 3rd level student on the bronze ranking, and now that he wants to be promoted to a 2nd level student, he needs to challenge a student on the silver ranking. Once the challenge is successful, then he will be promoted to the 2nd level, and the rookies that he defeats will fall to become level 3. Zhao Shan's explanation was simple and easy to understand, but the example he gave made Su Su unhappy. Q. How is being defeated by me a rookie? What's a rookie if he can be defeated by you? These two guys are like bombs. 1 point, bursting into flames at the same time. Ji Yuan got up with a bit of a headache. The oldest for Zhongxian was not in the dormitory. He should have a class. He went back to his room and locked the door behind him, isolating the two from the noise. In his mind, pondering the information he had just learned. So it is, by that logic, wouldn't it then follow that the Imperial Sangha is also capable of being challenged and replaced? Interesting. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Then, in that case, wouldn't he be on top of the golden list now? Then if someone wants to challenge themselves, as far as he knew, the entire academy was not the only one with a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master among the Imperial students. Many 1st grade students, again, are at this stage of the 5th grade. These guys are either former Imperial Sangs or challengers in the Eye of the Tiger. Now, as a 6th grade, he himself was considered the weakest emperor born, right? 5th grade, when exactly would his chance for promotion come? That's when the cell phone rang. Ma Shuhin? Connecting. Lively laughter came. Ji Yuan, where are you? Are you free? Come out. I have something to tell you. What is it that you have to me to say? Don't ask so many questions. Since you're free, come to Endless Square. I'll wait for you here. Hanging up the phone, the dormitory Mushu Xin looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were firm, clenched her fist, seemed to be cheering and pumping, and then she pushed the door to leave. A jump. The layout of all the dormitories was the same. In the room next to Mu Shushin, the melon-faced silent girl had her back to the door of the room, her small hands clenched, not knowing what she was thinking. When Ji Yuan appeared in the Endless Square wearing a uniform that belonged solely to the Emperor's student, that handsome and dashing image caused many female students to look sideways. Likewise, the long-awaited girl with the long burgundy hair was the center of attention for many people's male classmates. Mu Xian stood still, watching the handsome young man keep walking towards her, his eyes flashing with light. You look good in that. It's nice. When he approached, Mu Xian blossomed into a beautiful smile. Really, I think so too. Ji Yuan jokingly raised his eyebrows. Gee whiz, not modest at all. Mu Shushin skimmed her lips, outwardly no different from usual, but only she herself knew that her heart was beating violently at this moment. A flash of nervousness welled up more and more, especially when he thought about what he had to do next. Okay, down to business. What's the point of calling me out? Jibyuan smiled. What about? Mu Shushin took a deep breath. Her character is supposed to say what she has to say. At that moment, raised her volume and said, Ji Yuan, buzz. The moment she had just opened her mouth, 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, suddenly appeared in the sky above the academy. At the same time, a voice that spread throughout the entire courtyard rang out. Silver ranked 1st grade student, Kushwanji, challenges gold ranked imperial student, Ji Yuan. Chapter 97? Deliberate sniping, plus more for the enchanting Dragon King, Ko Ng? Isn't he an emperor born? What's the situation? On the Endless Square, Ji Yuan raised his head, only to see that high in the air, his own name and Kushwanji's name were 1 gold and 1 silver respectively, slowly flashing. On the opposite side of him, Mu Shushin's courage that she had managed to muster up was even more completely dissipated because of this sudden interruption. She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, cursing what a hell of a situation to come by such a coincidence. At this point, Ji Yuan thought about it and dismissed the possibility of renaming. This Kushwanji held inexplicable hostility towards himself, and he was smart enough to immediately think of a possibility. Kushwanji intentionally lost to a certain first-class student, and then challenged himself as a first-class student to disqualify him from the Imperial Sangha. Except, it's still operating like that? And what's the point of doing so? But before that, What did Mushu Xin just want to say? Raising his eyes, he looked before him. Mushu Xin's eyes were lowered, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression somewhat displeased. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Seeing her like this, and thinking that it was his own distraction that had angered her, Ji Yuan smiled. Mushu Xin looked into his eyes, but found it hard to say anything more, and could only sigh. It's nothing. Who is this Kushwanji? You've only enrolled in school and you've pissed him off? Glancing at the two names on the sky, she was a little puzzled. I don't know. Ji Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know where this dude's hostility was coming from. You should be careful then. Most of the first-class students are not simple. That's it for now. I have class this afternoon, so I'll go back first. Mushu Xin's interest was gone, and with a light step, she turned to leave. Meanwhile, above the sky, many more names appeared, basically one gold and one silver. At that exact moment, his cell phone vibrated and he scratched it open. Tang Yi, Kushwanji isn't an ordinary 5th rank. It's only stronger than the Zhangbao you defeated in the competition. A word, but he read the other man's meaning. Let me get out of the way. Indeed, the main reason why he was able to defeat Zhangbao in the first place, excluding the fact that his imperial beasts happened to be restrained by Ming and Shining Spirit, was the difference in information. And with the entire battle of the downtown competition broadcast live, he, arguably, has no secrets left. Although today, an extremely special imperial beast was contracted, the breath elf Mugu. However, her panel clear, unknown, is a mystery. After a while, seeing his delayed reply, Tang Yi sent another message. If you want to answer the battle, go to the Holy Dragon Tower. Thanks, sister. After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan replied, and after that, he walked towards the east side of the teaching building, the Sacred Dragon Tower, the only building within the Sacred Sky Academy that towered over the clouds. The surface of the tower was chiseled with uneven diamond-shaped patterns, matched with dark yellow lacquer, and under the sunlight, it was like a piece of dragon scale, extremely dazzling. Traditionally, the higher the tower, the smaller the area. The Holy Dragon Pagoda, however, was layered as one, with the top sticking straight up into the clouds, as if it was a bridge connecting heaven and earth, with no end in sight. It was rumored that the Academy's guardian beast, the Sacred Air Fury Winged Dragon, was perched at the top of this Sacred Dragon Tower. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, withdrawing his upward gaze, and along with the surrounding crowd, entered the tower. The first floor lobby, in the shape of a ring, has a strong sense of technology that hits you just as you enter. Virtual screens covered in data and content were projected everywhere, and inside the hall, there were many counters, each manned by a specialized staff. In a corner, Ji Yuan found the promotion challenge stage. Compared to other overcrowded counters, here, there are much fewer people. This student, do you wish to initiate a challenge, or respond to it? The staff at the counter were full of youthful energy and wore college uniforms that looked like part-time student jobs. Responding to challenges, Jibyuan said. Okay, please say your name. Class, Jibyuan. Okay, the relevant challenge information has been retrieved. The person who has challenged you is 1st grade student Kushwanji, 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. Would you like to choose to answer the challenge? I shall fight. Alright, the challenge is in effect. Time tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Dueling Arena number 1. Looking forward to your performance. Because of the mechanism designed to move students up and down the hierarchy, the flow of all challenges in this area is spot on. There were a total of 20 small dueling arenas built in Sacred Sky Academy, as well as one giant dueling arena. Aside from promotion challenges, any personal grudges students have can be dealt with by dueling. After answering the challenge, Ji Yuan didn't choose to leave and looked at the part-time student and asked, do you have to be here to initiate the challenge? Of course not. You can also choose to spend 500 points on the challenge order device. The part-timer smiled and pulled out a coin-sized item from under the counter. Produced by Tech Era, it projects the rankings of the 3 major lists, gold, silver, and bronze, at the touch of a button. He operated it as he spoke, and instantly, 3 moderately sized virtual screens appeared in front of Ji Yuan. After purchasing the challenge order, you'll be able to view the list and initiate or respond to challenges from anywhere in the academy. It's very convenient, classmate. Do you want to buy one? Only 500 point coupons. The part-time student instantly transformed into a master salesman and looked at Ji Yuan expectantly. 500 point coupons. Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Only earlier, Lei Shur had said that there was a reward of 10,000 points per person for this outing mission. At first, he didn't know the purpose of this thing, but now it seems that the point coupons should be the common currency in the academy. It just so happened that the 10,000 point coupons rewarded by this quest were collected at the Holy Dragon Tower. Keep it for me. I'll come get it later. After saying that, Ji Yuan looked around and found the counter of the Quest Reward Settlement Center, and quickly walked there. Okay class. The part-timer smiled as he watched his back as he left, secretly laughing. Another one sold. At this rate, I'll soon be able to buy the coveted skill core. According to the rules, as long as he could sell a challenge order for 500 points, he would get 100 commission. In the end, Ji Yuan obtained the first money he earned in the Sacred Sky Academy at the Reward Settlement Center. With this huge sum of money, he shopped around, and then embarrassingly realized that he could not afford what he wanted. In the end, he had to leave the Holy Dragon Tower with a challenge order in his hand. Back in the dormitory again, Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing. Zhong Xian had already returned and was sitting on the sofa, looking at the arguing too, revealing a silly smile from time to time. Big brother, seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian hurriedly greeted him. I heard someone sniped you on purpose? The two bickering men both lurched at the words. Then, rushing around, he stared at Old Four and said, what did you just say? Who's going to snipe him? A promotion challenge. Ah, a first-class student challenging an imperial student will be broadcasted throughout the academy. Didn't you hear? Zhao Shan and Su Su were puzzled. Could it be because the two of them had just gotten too involved in the quarrel and neglected it? Chapter 98? Here comes the chance, added for the enchanting Dragon King, Dormitory 811. So, this Kushwanji deliberately dropped a level and then challenged you again just to squeeze you out of the Imperial Sangha? Zhao Shan frowned, incomparably confused. This mother asterisk is fine. Isn't it just bullying softness and fear of hardness based on the fact that you haven't advanced to the 5th grade yet? Words can't be said like this. Su Su shook his head. I've learned about this Kushwanji's reputation. On the entrance test 3 years ago, he triggered a pillar of red golden light and was assessed as a first-class student. Then, he spent a year advancing from the 6th rank to the 5th rank, and after consolidating for a week, he challenged an Imperial Sangha and won. This guy doesn't look like a bully. Whose ing side are you on? Zhao Shan cursed angrily. TSK. Su Su glared at him. Can you let me finish my sentence? In normal times, the two would have launched a new round of verbal warfare, but now that it was about Ji Yuan, Zhao Shan could only hold back. Seeing him quiet, Su Su then looked at Ji Yuan. I heard that there is a silver-haired beauty in your class? A silver-haired beauty? Ji Yuan frowned as he recalled, but had no impression. So many people are rumoring that Kushwanji is one of the silver-haired beauty suitors. And doesn't he have silver hair? Dyed it. I thought you said you weren't sure where his hostility was coming from. Could it be because you're too close to the silver-haired beauty? Su Su's words suddenly reminded him, in the classroom, of his own front desk, the empty table and chairs. No wonder Kushwanji looked furious when he chose his seat that day. He hadn't even met this silver-haired beauty in person, and he could get a grudge just for picking a seat? What is this? A bully? A god of pure love? More or less outrageous. So, you chose to answer the war? Of these three, the one who understood Ji Yuan the most was Zhao Shan. Why not? Ji Yuan laughed. It's been 2 years since the other party advanced to the 5th rank. I don't need to remind you of that, do I? Su Su looked at him with surprise. Could it be that this guy is hiding some big tricks again? Are you sure you can win? He asked tentatively. Thinking too much. Ji Yuan shook his head. The other party is a genuine 5th grade. No matter how heaven-defying I am, I don't have a chance of winning. Then you're still. Losing is losing. Not waiting for Su Su to speak, Ji Yuan suddenly laughed softly. What's more, winning or losing this battle doesn't mean anything. If I lose, I'll just lose the title of Emperor Sang. I chose to answer the battle, not with the certainty of victory, but because I will not run away from anything. A battle of promotion and demotion is just a battle. Imperial Sang or First Class Sang. It's just a title to me. Just in time. Take this opportunity to let me feel the true strength of a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. There were no waves in Ji Yuan's heart. Saying these words, he wasn't defying his heart, but really didn't care. First of all, he was holding a permission card, given by the dean himself. With this permission card in place, where Emperor Shang could enter, he could enter, and where Emperor Shang couldn't enter, he could still enter. Secondly, nowadays, one's soul power grade was indeed a hard injury. Even if one said it in a flowery manner, it would not change this fact. Su Su and Zhongxian stared at him blankly, obviously somewhat unable to understand. Only Zhao Shan silently gave him a thumbs up. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan appeared at the first dueling arena on time. The silver-haired, brown-pupiled Kushwanji's face was calm, and when he looked at Ji Yuan, teasing lurked in the bottom of his eyes. The dueling arena was medium-sized, able to accommodate thousands of people at once. Today's scene was surrounded by maybe a couple hundred students, mostly those who didn't have classes and loved to be there. Zhao Shan, the three of them, and Mu Shuxin didn't come because they had classes. Only Su Ziyin, who had a petite and delicate figure, stood silently in the crowd. Most of the people gathered around were discussing the fact that Kushwanji would defeat Ji Yuan within a few minutes. It was a duel without suspense. The moment the whistle blew, Kushwanji had intended to humiliate Ji Yuan a bit and only summoned one imperial beast. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan used his full strength the moment he came up, manipulating both dimming and shining spirit at the same time, catching the cocky Kushwanji off guard. Unfortunately, after all, there was too much of a difference in grade, and this duel ended with Ji Yuan's defeat. However, he had fought against Kushwanji with a 6th rank and still lasted for 5 minutes before losing, which was already pretty good. Just ask, how many 6th grades can fight against 5th grades for such a long time? Basically, they were crushed, after failing to retire. Because of the excessive consumption of soul power, Ji Yuan's face was slightly pale. The crowd of onlookers dispersed and he blended in, his steps unhurried. Suddenly, a small pale blue glass bottle was handed to him. Ji Yuan froze and looked sideways, only to see a fair and flawless melon face. Su Ziyin? No classes today? He laughed. Su Ziyin nodded with concern. This is soul power replenishing liquid. No need to waste it. I'm fine. He waved his hand. And seeing this, Su Ziyin pursed her red lips and took the glass bottle back. Grasping the corners of his coat with both hands, he followed him, walking side by side. At the back, Lei Shi pushed his single-rimmed eyes, gazed at Ji Yuan's departing back, and said softly, once he advances to the 5th rank, there will be no opponents amongst the same rank in the entire academy. He turned his head sideways to Tang Yi, who had long blue hair beside him, and said, believe it or not, maybe. Tang Yi said indifferently before stepping away. That, walking through the academy, Su Ziyin, whose eyes flickered, was silent for a long time before she suddenly spoke out. Are you alright? Ji Yuan turned back and laughed. I'm fine. Losing to a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master. I can accept it. He looked down at his hands, and to be honest, after clearly recognizing the gap between him and the 5th grade, he did feel a bit lost in his heart. Oh, chance of advancement. Come quickly. Yesterday. At this time, Su Ziyin whispered. Did Shuxin say anything to you yesterday? During her speech, she carefully glanced at Ji Yuan's expression. Ma Shuhin? Didn't say anything. Ji Yuan froze. What did she mean by that? Just as he wanted to ask a question, in his mind, a mechanical beep suddenly came out. Ding! The Emperor's Illustrated Book has been upgraded and the new function is online. Please call out the Emperor's Illustrated Book has been checked. In the meantime, right at the moment when this Emperor's illustration finished upgrading, Ji Yuan suddenly felt that the soul power that was recovering in his body began to transform in a peculiar way. It felt as if a gully had appeared within his body, causing the soul power to converge and merge into a stream. Moreover, the stream is gradually expanding in size, and it seems that in a short time it will be transformed into a rushing river. For a moment, the soul power began to stir inexplicably, as if guided by some strange guidance, frantically converging towards the abdomen. This feeling. Just kidding. This Emperor's Illustrated Guide had just finished upgrading, and his 5th grade chance came? Chapter 99 Impact on the 5th grade. Cosmic Star River. What's wrong? On the side, Su Ziyin was a bit puzzled when she saw him suddenly stop. I've got some sudden things to do. How about dinner tonight when they're out of class? Good. Ji Yuan looked impatient, and seeing this, Su Ziyin nodded her head obediently. Go away. Shining Prana. The black giant wolf appeared, and after Ji Yuan waved to her, he leaped up and his figure instantly disappeared. Su Ziyin stood in place, staring blankly at his departing back, her red lips lightly opened, seemingly saying something. Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory as fast as he could, rushed into the room, locked the door, and after that, the whole person flung himself onto the bed. He sank his mind into his body, and gray soul power was converging towards his abdomen in a steady stream. In just a short while, the soul power had already converged into an indescribably terrifying ocean. Raging power was brewing in it, but Ji Yuan detected a hint of abnormality. According to Tan He's original statement, when the soul power converged into an ocean, it would slowly stop, and eventually, he would feel a nebulous connection. This connection would prompt him to open up his own imperial beast space. However, right now, in his body, the soul power in the abdominal position had converged into an infinite ocean, with huge waves of gray soul power churning, and the water surface was not calm in the slightest. At the same time, the soul power continued to converge in a steady stream. A swelling sensation was beginning to intensify from the abdomen. He had a premonition that if he couldn't suppress the expansion of his soul power, he was afraid that he would explode and die. Damn! But there was nothing he could do to stop it now. As the ocean formed, he had lost control of his soul power. Well, just when he was at a loss and could only watch the soul power ocean expand wildly, A lazy ethereal voice suddenly sounded from his heart. Immediately afterward, Ji Yuan was surprised to see that in his consciousness space, the figure of the breath elf Mugu actually appeared. She was haunted by a greenish-yellow sheen all over her body, looking like a delicate ceramic doll. What a majestic sea of soul power. Master is breaking through the 5th grade? It was as if she had just woken up and almost jumped out of her skin at the scene in front of her, not caring about how she appeared in his space of consciousness. Ji Yuan hurriedly shouted, "I can't control my soul power right now. The situation is bad. What should I do?" Mugu seemed a bit surprised by his question, then hurriedly said, "Sync your mind, feel the flow of soul power, and try to become one with the sea of soul power." Hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately complied. He took a deep breath, discarding all thoughts and stabilizing his mind as he descended towards the gray ocean. Gradually, he began to feel the control of his soul power return, the flow becoming slower, but still continuing. Master's soul power concentration is complex and special. If it's an unusual Imperial Beast Master advancing to the 5th rank, the sea of soul power should stop after it converges. Gray soul power. Master's qualification is extraordinary? No, even if it's an extraordinary qualification, such a vast sea of soul power should be enough. Mu Ji's figure drifted recklessly in Ji Yuan's space of consciousness. After a moment, she made a contemplative face. "Master, when you merge with the sea of soul power, please visualize as much as possible." Imagine? Imagine what? Well, I vaguely remember that there is a special situation that occurs when an Imperial Beast Master advances to the 5th rank, just like the Master is doing now. And once upon a time, this phenomenon was known as uncapped. Imperial Beast Masters with no upper limit soul power will have their sea of soul power expand endlessly after advancing to the 5th rank. It can be understood in this way: the ocean is not enough to satisfy you. It must be bigger and more infinite than the ocean. So, Master, imagine to your heart's content. Harness the power of the soul with your imagination, and let it expand to some form that can hold all things better than the ocean. Mu Ji's words echoed in his heart as Ji Yuan came to a realization. Spinning around, he began to frantically recall what form in this world is more vast than the sea. Desert. No. One nation. It's still not right. Planet? Yes. The infinite sea. 2. Can't compete with a planet. Even the oceans still exist within the planet. For a moment, a planet constructed from a blanket of gray began to emerge in Ji Yuan's mind. In his abdomen, the sea of soul power also began to gradually coalesce and expand in the direction of the sphere. Wait, at some point, although the shift from ocean to planet made the distending pain much weaker, his soul power was still raging in a steady stream, as if it wasn't satisfied. If that's the case, why not be more daring? Open your eyes. Ji Yuan gazed at the planet of soul power that was about to form within him. Boom! Shasta! The planet crumbled and exploded into countless gray dust. Master! Mugu was startled by this sudden scene, thinking that something had happened to him, and hurriedly looked over. However, he saw a ray of madness and determination on Ji Yuan's handsome face. His eyes, endless soul power swept through them. At the same time, the countless soul power dust that had exploded began to reorganize once again. As Mugu witnessed everything, her gaze shifted from confusion to disbelief, and then from disbelief to shock. The gray soul power was frantically converging according to what Ji Yuan's mind was thinking, as if the imagery of this moment was more in line with their thoughts. Time passes by. When a strand of intense exhaustion rose in Ji Yuan's eyes, the soul power, finally, gradually returned to calm. And within him, it presented itself, not as an ocean, not as a planet. It is that which is full of infinite possibilities, contains infinite mysteries, and no one has ever known its full picture. The cosmic river of stars. What's an ocean? How huge is a planet? In the cosmic stars, everything is so small. Why limit the upper limit of imagination when it is harnessed by imagination? Other people's 5th grade soul power converged to become an ocean, and Ji Yuan's 5th grade soul power transformed into a radiant starry sky, transformed into a vast starry dome, transformed into an endless universe of stars and rivers, just like no one could explore the limits of the universe. This moment's Ji Yuan, even he himself, did not know where his limits would be. The moment this star river of soul power formed, unspeakable fluctuations raged within him. Was it a sign that from now on, his soul power reserves would be as inexhaustible as the cosmic firmament? He was, right now, just looking for someone to strike out with all his might for once. The moment. He was incredibly eager to find out where his limits were. Cosmic stars and rivers. To the side, Mugu stared blankly at this shocking scene made from the convergence of soul power. The gaze that looked at Ji Yuan could not help but have a trace of extra happiness in it. This youth, Not only does he possess the power to resurrect extinct creatures, he also carries, uncapped, soul power. To be able to expand the sea of soul power into a river of soul power stars, this youth's ambition and perseverance were far from extraordinary. Chapter 100 Opening up the Imperial Beast Space. A big surprise. Looking at the cosmic star river formed by soul power in front of him, Ji Yuan's heart surged. His ultimate goal, the dream of forming an army of exterminating creatures, could finally be carried out. After exiting the space of consciousness and returning to reality, the first thing you do when you open your eyes is grab your phone and check the time. Afternoon, 3 o'clock sharp. It was only about 9 a.m. when he got back to his dorm. I didn't realize it had actually been so long. He didn't forget what he said when he parted with Su Ziyin in the morning, and immediately sent out applications to eat together in the dormitory group, and the group of 4. Soon, the crowd issued extremely uniform words, classes don't end until 9 p.m. Have a snack instead. Seeing this, Ji Yuan could only helplessly return a good. Putting down his cell phone, his heart, abruptly, gave birth to a strand of throbbing. It was a marvelous sensation, caused by the river of soul power stars within his body. Opening the space of the Imperial Beast, Ji Yuan murmured, sinking his mind once again, following the throbbing wisp and gradually drifting towards a certain mysterious space. Half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours. When the time moved to around 7 in the evening, Ji Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he murmured, dim, snort, space rippled, and the green and white unicorn beast slowly appeared stepping on the blazing flames. Dim was no longer manifesting from the seal of the Imperial Beasts, but, rather, coming out of space. Imperial Beasts. Space. Thanks to Ji Yuan's elevated soul power grade, the underworld flame around its body became even hotter and hotter. Shining prana. Bzzz. Electricity surged and the giant black wolf was revealed. The blue accents on the shining vampire's fur likewise grew brighter and brighter. Strong fluctuations closing in and out as it breathed. Looking at the two beasts, a soft smile surfaced on Ji Yuan's face. Mugatu. Immediately after that, there was his third Imperial Beast, the Breath Elf. The lively and cute elves show up in style. Opening her eyes, she looked around curiously before, only then, resting her eyes on Ji Yuan. Perhaps it was because of the promotion to the 5th rank. His eyes were as if they contained infinite rivers of stars, becoming deep and ghostly. This is where you live? Mogata stepped forward and unashamedly collapsed onto the bed, reveling in the softness of the mattress. Without waiting for Ji Yuan to say anything, she suddenly sat up in a flash. Her eyebrows furrowed and she pouted with an angry look. What's wrong? Ji Yuan was stunned by her inexplicable look. Who knows? Mugu stood up, walked over to Dim and Shining Spirit, stretched out his hands, pinched the hair of the two beasts, and said angrily, both of you, who just said that I was rude? Ji Yuan was confused, but the next second, he saw Dim arching his head towards Shining Spirit, in a manner that seemed to be pointing out. For his part, a low growl emanated from his throat, and his large mouth opened and closed as if he were speaking. You cursed it, so it must be you. Mugu let go of Dim at once, and both hands grabbed Shining Spirit's mane fiercely, shaking it left and right. The scene of Shining Spirit prostrate on the ground, whimpering for help towards Ji Yuan, made him stand in place, dumbfounded. In a few moments, the giant wolf, who had been tidied up by the elf, lay on the ground, burying its large head in its chest, with its two front paws covering its eyes, as if to say, oh, no face to see anyone. Ji Yuan looked at the clapping, smug Mugu and said incredulously, you can communicate with them? Of course, it's an elf power. Mugu slightly raised her chin, with a look of there's more you don't know. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Ding! That's when the cell phone rang. Grabbing it, he saw a ghostly face from Zhao Shan's private message with the caption, come on out, everyone's waiting for you. Waiting for me? Where? Endless Square. Good. Putting away his cell phone, he waved his hand and retrieved Dimming and Shining Spirit back into the Imperial Beast space. Do you want to come along? Ji Yuan looked at Mugu. Though technically, she was a sentinel, but seriously, a talking, thinking elf with a mind of her own. Can you really just think of her as a royal beast? I want to sleep, Mugu replied after carefully thinking about it. At those words, Ji Yuan was about to take her back into the Imperial Beast space immediately. I want to sleep here. Whoops, she said, pointing to the big bed behind her. This is my bed. Ji Yuan was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Doubt and naivety in the eyes of the hibernation elf. You're the only one who gets to sleep in your bed? Sleep. Ji Yuan waved his hand and had to let her be. Anyway, now that he had opened up the Imperial Beast space, he would be able to recall Mugu at the first opportunity no matter where he was. After receiving the consent, Mugu laid down on the bed with a flying leap, her perfect cheeks surfacing with comfort. For the first time in her life, she slept in a bed. Maybe it was so comfortable that she went from laying down to falling asleep in 3 seconds. Seeing this, Ji Yuan shook his head helplessly and prepared to go to the appointment. But just the moment the door to the room was opened, surprise! A white, clean male face suddenly swooped in. Ji Yuan was so agitated that he almost swung out a fist on reflex. But when he saw clearly the person in front of him, he uttered in shock, "Zhao Shan." It wasn't just him. In the dormitory living room, Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Ziyin, all of them. "Why are you guys here?" Ji Yuan froze. In the meantime, as the door to the room slowly opened, the nearest Zhao Shan's afterglow glanced at the bed inside the room, where a person was lying. Zhao Shan was first startled. Then, as if reacting to something, he took a step out and yanked the door of the room, about to close it. Wait! Suddenly, at the back, Mushu Xin shouted, "Old Ji, why didn't you say something in advance when you did this so I could cover for you?" Chosen shouted quietly as he pressed against him. "What do you mean?" Ji Yuan was confused. At this moment, only Mu Shuxin stepped forward one step at a time, tilted her head, and looked into Ji Yuan's room. When she truly saw a silhouette dressed in a light green sari lying on the bed, her pretty face changed color and she let out a cry of shock and disbelief. At the same time, Su Su, Zhong Xian, and Su Ziyin gathered up. When they saw the sleeping Mu Gu, each of them had a different expression. A bad smile surfaced at the corner of Su Su's mouth, secretly giving Ji Yuan a thumbs up. Zhong Xian, on the other hand, laughed nervously and scratched his head, looking at his big brother with a gaze full of admiration. As for the silent girl, first she flashed with shock, and then, a touch of shyness and loss rose in her cheeks. In that short minute, dormitory 811, 6 people, 6 expressions. The only one who looked like he hated it was Zhao Shan. It was also at this time that Ji Yuan violently realized why these guys were and why they looked like this. He hurriedly turned back to the bed, only to see Mu Ji's arms wrapped around the quilt, sleeping soundly. The scene is, indeed, extremely misleading. At once, Ji Yuan slapped his forehead and said, both embarrassed and speechless, "It's not what you think. It's all a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, when these words were uttered, several people looked at him with indescribable eyes. I can't even wash myself by jumping into the Yellow River. Chapter 101, Warmth, for the Enchanting Dragon King, TSK. Right now, dormitory 811. In the living room, Ji Yuan was sitting on a bench, and in front of him, the 5 Zhao Shan people were seated neatly, and were looking at him, and the sleepy-eyed elf beside him, with a critical eye. "This is the Imperial Beast, you say?" Su Su looked at Mu Gu, and after surveying her from head to tail, her eyes were stunned and unabated. In terms of looks and stature alone, Mu Gu was more outstanding than both women present. What a lie! It was really hard for him to associate this kind of beauty with the words, Imperial Beast. Su Su came to Zhong Xian's ear and whispered, "Fourth, learn from your oldest majority. In the future when you are caught red-handed doing something bad, just say that the other party is an Imperial Beast." Off. Ji Yuan's face darkened. Then, he looked helplessly at a few people and said, "She's an elf, so naturally she can't be considered an Imperial Beast in the traditional sense. Understand? Elves?" Only after these words came out did the 5 people come to a realization. At the same time, the 5 had just noticed the girl's pointy little ears. "Phew, you scared the out of me." Zhao Shan breathed a long sigh of relief. "I told you, how could the old Ji I know be that kind of random person?" The 2 women also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts at the same time. Mu Shuxin got up and came to Mu Ji's side, blinking her big eyes and continuously surveying. She couldn't help but say, "Worthy of being an elf, it's really beautiful." After she said that, Su Ziyin hesitated for a moment before she also stood up and came to follow her. Taking a closer look, being surrounded by 2 women like this, Mu Gu was a bit uncomfortable, so she beamed and looked at Ji Yuan and said, "Master, I want to sleep. I want to rest." Before the words were finished, Ji Yuan immediately waved his hand to take her back inside the Imperial Beast space. But, her words were still heard by the 5 people present. What did she call you?" Instantly, Ji Yuan covered his face in tears, wanting to die. For more than 10 minutes, in order to avoid any more misunderstandings, Ji Yuan briefly talked about the process of meeting Mu Gu, a modified version. Of course. "So, she's been trapped in the Grey Forest?" Mu Shuxin's eyes were filled with pity. This elf was also too pitiful. Su Ziyin also pursed her lips, her pretty face filled with heartache. How else can I say it? Girls do have a great capacity for empathy. Only, what Ji Yuan did not expect, there is another person was also moved. "Big brother, you're actually willing to let her suck your vitality. You are really a reliable and good man." The thick-browed, Large-eyed Hanyu Zhongxian likewise listened with reddened eyes. This is more or less an exaggeration. Ji Yuan waved his hand, finally clearing up the matter of this heavenly misunderstanding. After taking a breath, he then asked, "So, didn't we say we'd meet at Endless Square? Why are all of you here? A surprise party for you." "Of course," Mu Shuxin said, and immediately, the light of the imperial ring in her hand flashed, and immediately after, a huge cream cake appeared on the table. On the top of the cake, written crookedly in colored jam, was "Go for it, you're the strongest. Ziyin made the cake, and I drew the characters, so don't be ugly." Mu Shuxin pinched her waist with both hands and smiled brightly. And, at the same time, Zhao Shan also took out a coin from his imperial ring and placed it on the table, saying, "This is what the three of us saved up a few days worth of point coupons and went to the Holy Dragon Tower specifically to buy it for you. What's this thing called?" Zhao Shan couldn't think of anything for a moment and looked at Su Su and Zhongxian. "Challenge order. Staying like this, you still have the face to be a dick? Damn you. If it weren't for old G's face, I'd have to clean you up today." Zhao Shan waved his fist and looked at Ji Yuan amidst Su Su's blank stares. "It's alright old G, we're not ashamed of losing to the 5th rank. We believe that you will be able to win back, and when the time comes, you can just use this challenge order directly." And Kushwanji. His words caused the remaining 4 to all nod their heads at the same time. The results of today's duel were trumpeted by Kushwanji and his lapdogs. They even came up with the slogan, "Champions," but there's a difference. After all, he was a veteran student who had been enrolled for 3 years, and with his status as an imperial student, Kushwanji still had some calling power. After the duel ended, the few people at recess heard about the incident in question, as well as the comments mocking Ji Yuan. In Zhaoshan they thought, Ji Yuan all the way out of Linyun City, during the downtown competition, although there are ups and downs, but he has not lost. Even on the final stage, he miraculously defeated Zhang Bao. So, this time it failed, and to take care of his emotions, a few people pulled together a group to discuss the day. After thinking a lot, he realized that Ji Yuan didn't seem to need anything in particular. In the end, Su Ziyin and Mushu Xian suggested making a cake, while Zhao Shan and the three of them thought of buying a challenge order. It was up to Zhao Shan to step on the spot and make sure Ji Yuan was in the dormitory all day, then wait for the moment he opened the door and give him a big surprise. It turns out that Ji Yuan could see the most sincere concern in the eyes of the 5. For no reason at all, he felt a pang of nostalgia, his heart fluctuating and rising with warmth. "Thanks." Ji Yuan forced back his emotions, his voice slightly hoarse. Chosen put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. A few people also smiled at the same time. Is it ready to eat?" This warm scene was broken by the sound of Su Su gulping. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly explained, "You guys don't know, my sister's cakes are delicious. Besides, it's almost 8 o'clock and I'm so hungry." Rolling eyes, each of the 6 held a piece of cake and ate it while chatting in a harmonious scene. "So, Miss Su actually carries a full range of equipment with her?" After digging a mouthful of cake into his mouth, Zhao Shan looked across at Su Ziyin in surprise. "Hey, my sister's equipment is expensive. It's all bought from Kogi." Su Su was smug as if the cake was made by him. "Then why didn't you show it live in the Beast King's secret realm in the first place?" Zhao Shan flirted. "The circumstances were such that you had time to eat cake?" Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows lightly. This guy really said whatever came to his mind. He still remembered the scene in the Beast King's secret realm when Zhao Shan was scared by the big spider and cried out, "It is! You were so scared you peed your pants. You couldn't eat it even if I did." Su Ziyin followed Ji Yuan's words and said in a delicate voice, "This silent girl will always come alive when she dislikes Chosen." Cut. Zhao Shan inclined his head and put on a lazy look. "Wet your pants? There's more to this? Sis, tell me properly." Su Su wouldn't let go of any opportunity to mock Zhao Shan, and instantly his eyes glistened. "Get lost, Su Ziyin. If you dare to say that, we're through." Zhao Shan was instantly anxious. "Don't be afraid of him, Ziggy, and tell me. I want to hear it too." Mu Shuxin was also up in arms and laughing. Zhongxian sat in the corner with a naive smile on his face, quietly watching. At this point, Ji Yuan suddenly spoke out. "I have something to tell you all." He opened his mouth and the scene froze. "Just now, I advanced to the 5th rank. I am, right now, a 5th grade Imperial Beast Master." Chapter 102? You have 3 seconds. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yuan. A few moments, Zhao Shan swallowed the cake in his mouth. "Really?" Ji Yuan smiled, vaguely revealing a hint of soul power aura. Boom! In an instant, the 5 people present all felt a terrifying pressure that was like a flooding beast. This hint of soul power aura he revealed was like a large hand that violently strangled the 5 people's throats, causing their breaths to stutter in unison. For just a moment, the psionic power was withdrawn. "Are you still human? How can anyone cross directly into the 5th rank from the Imperial Beast initiation in 3 months' time?" Mushu Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but speak the true thoughts in her heart. These words were deeply shared by Zhao Shan and Su Ziyin, and Su Su and Zhong Shen, who were not yet fully aware of Ji Yuan's bottom line, nearly dropped their jaws in shock after hearing these words. The two of them stared at Ji Yuan as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes glaring out. Ha ha, old man's brother is awesome. Zhao Shan even directly wrapped his arms around Ji Yuan, tears coming out of his eyes in excitement. Su Ziyin sat on the side, gazing at his handsome face, her starry eyes shining with luster. Old Ji, was it because you lost to that son of a Kushwanji that you were suddenly possessed by the god of imperial beasts, opening up the 2 chakras and advancing to the 5th grade? Zhao Shan was just too happy. 5th grade? This was the same grade as his uncle Lu. It's not as mysterious as you make it out to be. Jibyuan smiled. Is it because you lost to Ko Genji? He rather thought it was because of the upgrade of the Emperor's illustrations. After all, the Emperor's illustrated guide had just finished upgrading, and the opportunity to advance to the 5th grade had arrived. At this point, Su Su returned to his senses and grabbed the challenge order. What do you want? He moved a great deal, leaving the crowd puzzled. Of course it's a war letter to Kushwanji, Su Su said excitedly. Didn't this son of a bully old G 6th grade? Now let's see who's afraid of who. Crazy you. Zhao Shan snatched the challenge order as soon as he could and angrily rebuked. What? Are you going to go on the field and fight Kushwanji when the time comes? Old G just advanced. He's not even solid yet. What's the point of fighting? Being scolded by him, Su Su froze. Inside the room, Mu Shuxin and Zhong Xian looked at him with puzzlement in their eyes. His sister, Su Ziyin, was even more furious with anger embedded in her brows, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was in the way of the crowd, she was afraid that she would have just harshly reprimanded him. Yeah, sorry. Su Su shrunk his head and whispered. It's all because of the arrogant remarks that this Kushwanji exuded in the academy after winning. It's too suffocating. Son of a, it's obvious that he won the duel by taking advantage of the grade, and he's still villainously saying that there's also a gap between the champions of the tournament. I can't help it. Zhao Shan sneered. Where is this? Have you forgotten everything that happened at the downtown competition? Wasn't it much harder to hear them than now? However, this Kushwanji's dog legs were indeed extremely detestable. At the end of the duel, a few of them were still sitting in the classroom, and they had already heard a series of comments such as, there is a gap between the champions of the competition and the black and gold pillar of light is nothing more than that. If they really wanted to say they hated it, a few people only hated that they were the same 6th rank and couldn't fight back for Ji Yuan. Don't worry, I'll get this debt back. Now, well, let's not talk about such things. Isn't it a surprise party? Let's be merry. Ji Yuan smiled and held up the cake in his hand, sidetracking the topic. Seeing this, all of them put the unpleasantness behind them, and inside the house, the pleasant atmosphere was restored. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning, Ji Yuan, class starts at 9:30 today. Don't forget. Early in the morning, Lei Shi took the initiative to call him. With yesterday's duel coming to an end, there was no longer a place for Ji Yuan among the 100 or so emperor students of the Golden 100. He who had become a first-class student should have reported to the transition class by all rights. But the academy has had a hidden rule since ancient times. Students of the black and gold pillar of light, even if they aren't imperial students, can enjoy the same everything. The reason why it was a hidden rule was solely because the 6 black and gold pillar of light triggers in front of Ji Yuan were all enrolled with the strength of the 5th rank. Even when challenged, it is impossible to fail. So, this rule was never activated, and it faded into oblivion. Lei Shi called him today as a sort of reminder. The moment. Instructional building, Emperor's birth floor. Ji Yuan was 10 minutes ahead of schedule, and he walked into the classroom, causing the noisy atmosphere to go abruptly still. Didn't he lose to Senior Ko? Why is he still here? Couldn't have gone to the wrong classroom blah blah blah. A single glance swept across the room. While Kushwanji was away, his 3 lapdogs were active. Tang Yi's blue hair was draped over her shoulders as she looked out the window, seemingly not wanting to pay attention to the noise within this classroom. Ji Yuan realized that his table and chairs had left their original location and were moved to tie up with Kushwanji's 3 lapdogs. Buy a new guy. So it is. This Kushwanji is really playing a good game. Have a first-class raw dogleg challenge himself and then lose on purpose. Then he would take the opportunity to challenge Ji Yuan, who was a 6th grade, and restore his identity as an emperor born. In this way, not only to bring his new dog into the class, but also to kill the thorn in the side. So it can be said that 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the 4 lapdogs made a lot of mockery, repeating the words, there is a gap between the champions of the competition over and over again. The rest of the students were all looking at Ji Yuan with interest, wondering if he would forcefully hold back his anger and leave in a stifled manner, or if he would strike out in annoyance. However, in their opinion, holding back and leaving was his only option. After all, he was only a 6th rank. Just as a pair of eyes stared at him, Ji Yuan finally moved. His face was calm as he walked slowly towards the 4 doglegs. Yoo-hoo! What? You're not convinced? Want to go for another fight? The 4 doglegs were amused by his actions. A mere 6th rank. What can he turn over? In 3 seconds, move my table and chairs back into place. Ji Yuan stopped in front of the 4 and said blandly without joy or anger. When these words came out, the crowd was all a bit stunned. This Ji Yuan is crazy. The opposite side is for 5th grade. He is a 6th grade with the courage to talk like this? At the same time, Tang Yi, who was always gazing out the window, also withdrew her sight and looked at him. The 4 doglegs even looked at each other in dismay, then unanimously let out an exaggerated laugh. 1. No need to count. Just tell us what you want to do. Ha ha ha. You didn't lose your mind after losing to Senior Ko, did you? 2. Humph. Giving face. Not to mention the 4 of us. Just the fluctuations emanating from my sea of soul power can crush you to death. That newly promoted dogleg, desperate to perform, immediately smiled fiercely and unleashed his soul force fluctuations without reservation. 3. Boom. When Ji Yuan's words fell, a soul power fluctuation that caused the entire Emperor Sang to change their faces drastically erupted. This kind of pressure, both the bald man, Zhang Wen, and Tang Yi's pupils shrank. Chapter 103, Maintenance of the Imperial Beast Space. The newly minted dogleg's originally smug smile instantly changed to horror. The moment his soul power touched Ji Yuan, it was as if it was dragged by some force into a strange space. In front of him, there was the boundless, cosmic starry sky made from the convergence of countless grayish soul powers. This is, his voice was hoarse, and a tidal wave of loneliness and frustration washed over him. In this vast universe, he felt an endless amount of terrifying soul power churning. Didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just soul power fluctuations? Suddenly, a handsome face emerged from the universe and took over his entire field of vision. A mere ocean. And you presume to compete with the river of stars? Get out! Shasta! The newly promoted dogleg violently opened his eyes. His legs went limp, and he sat on the ground, staring at the handsome youth in front of him, trembling continuously. Ji Yuan continued to release his soul force pressure, which was one of the characteristics after advancing to the 5th grade. The remaining 3 doglegs were equally fearful. This level of pressure had never been felt even on their senior coup. What's going on with this Ji Yuan? He was a 6th grade yesterday. What? How come he's a 5th grade today? Take my table and chairs and put them back, he said again, faintly. In this moment, the 4 bullying doglegs immediately restored his table and chairs to their original positions with their hands and feet, without even the slightest deviation. Then, the 4 of them were no longer as arrogant as they were just now, and stood coyly in place, looking at Ji Yuan. His soul force pressure was too terrifying, making them unable to muster up any resistance at all, and this feeling was just like facing Tutor Lei. Ji Yuan took a step forward, crossed over the 4 people, and pulled out a stool to sit down. You advanced to the 5th rank? The classroom was silent. Only Tang Yi's icy voice rang out. By chance. Ji Yuan turned back and laughed lightly, but while he was making light of the situation, the others sucked in a breath of cold air in their minds. You know, since ancient times, the 5th grade students who triggered the black and gold light pillars were basically invincible existences at the same level. Will this Jibuan be the exception? Thinking back to that terrifying soul power pressure he had just exuded, somehow, the thought that Ji Yuan would be stronger than those people arose in the back of some people's minds. After all, in addition to the title of 5th grade Imperial Beast Master, he could still possess Imperial Beasts with extraordinary qualifications as well as mythical bloodline. 4 words setter. Once a person of this level stepped into the 5th grade, he or she would be as invincible and unstoppable as those seniors and sisters of the past. Nice. Receiving his answer, Tang Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. Just then, a handsome man with silver hair and brown pupils walked into the classroom. The 4 doglegs saw him as if they had seen a savior and rushed to welcome him. Kushwanji froze when he saw the 4 of them looking like they were bursting with aggression. But then, he frowned, just as he was about to open his mouth. One of the doglegs who was closest to him grabbed it and shook his head. He advanced to the 5th grade. The dog-legged whisper reached Kushwanji's ears, causing his pupils to involuntarily shrink. For a moment, he didn't move and walked back to his seat with the 4 of them. The newly promoted dogleg moved a new set of tables and chairs, and the eyes that looked at Ji Yuan already had a touch of fear in them. He would never forget the scene he saw when his soul power collided with Ji Yuan. That boundless universe of stars would be etched in his memory forever and ever. Ji Yuan hadn't glanced at Kushwanji since the beginning, asking Tang Yi for some advice. Senpai, what are the total ways of spending point coupons in the academy? He's still holding 500 point coupons, which should be considered a huge amount of money, right? Points are the only currency in the sacred Sky City. Try to save them and don't spend them on things that aren't necessary, Tang Yi replied. Sacred Sky City. The same bustling urban area that he had seen when he was riding the Cold Peak Griffin. Unnecessary things. Can you give me a little spending advice? Schoolmarm? You've just advanced to the 5th rank now. And the point coupons. You should use them to purchase space stones and Imperial Beast skill cores. Space rocks? Tang Yi's words made him freeze. What was this? Damn. I'm like an illiterate. How come I've never heard of any of them? No, I can't just think about getting stronger all day anymore. I still need to learn more information. Of course, there are better ways to learn information than reading books and asking a professional. Which should be better? For example, Tan Crane. He hadn't been in touch with Tanha for a long time, and the dean of the Sacred Sky Academy. The promise of advancing to the 5th rank at the time of enrollment was likewise not forgotten by him, and there was also the upgrade function of the Emperor's Illustrated Guide, which he hadn't had time to check out yet either. Doing all this math, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of things he hadn't done. Classmates. At that moment, Thunderstone finally appeared. He stepped into the classroom and first swept the entire room, and then, his eyes fiercely fixed on Ji Yuan. 5th grade. A brilliant light flashed in Lei Shi's eyes, and he immediately began today's lesson. Perhaps it was because Ji Yuan had also advanced to the 5th rank. In this class, he explained, maintenance of the Imperial Beast Space. After one lesson, Ji Yuan had a comprehensive knowledge of the Imperial Beast Space. It's not just about storing the beasts, it can also be used as a training ground for the beasts. The so-called Imperial Beast Space maintenance was utilizing the Space Stone that Tang Yi had mentioned. Space Stones, a product of the technological meta. There are 3 main categories: healing, skills, and nurturing. Healing class Space Stone. As the name suggests, after installing it, the healing efficiency of the Royal Beast Space will be significantly improved, and even possess unexpected effects. Skill type Space Stones, on the other hand, allow Imperial Beasts to better understand the core of the skill and speed up the progress of learning the skill. As for the cultivation of Space Stones, the aspects involved are more complex. According to Lei Shi's words, it is more inclined to scientific researchers. It is not useful to them, do not need to understand. Simply put, Space Stones are maintained every once in a while when their energy dries up and needs to be replenished. The selling price of this thing has high and low. A penny. The higher the price is, the corresponding effect is also stronger. And vice versa. As the lesson drew to a close, everyone was distracted, minus Ji Yuan. After all, it was a class specifically for Ji Yuan, and this kind of basic knowledge, they had all already learned. Seeing this, Lei Shi knocked on the blackboard and prepared to end the day's lesson. Go out for practical training tomorrow. Go down and get ready for each of them, and meet at the entrance of the academy at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. Ji Yuan, Tang Yi, you two stay for a bit. Everyone else, out of class. After the words were said, the others got up and left. Before leaving, Kushwanji glanced at Ji Yuan with a touch of provocation, but then, he saw a challenge order suddenly appear in Ji Yuan's hand. A few moments later, Buzz, Silver ranked 1st grade student. Ji Yuan, challenges Gold ranked Imperial student. Kushwanji, Chapter 104, a duel between the 5 products, extra for the Great Lion. Inside the classroom, the students who hadn't left yet stopped in their tracks and looked at Ji Yuan in surprise, while some of those who had already left were even more excited to go and come back, holding on to their melon-eating mentality. Oomph. Kushwanji sneered continuously as he took out his challenge order and directly chose to answer the battle in front of everyone. At the same time, information about the duel is sent in real time to the 2 people's challenge orders. Afternoon, 2 p.m. Arena 4. Everyone's heart secretly said, there's a good show to watch. Kushwanji didn't stay, and after scraping Ji Yuan fiercely, he left with his 4 dog legs. After the students had almost left, leaving only Ji Yuan and Tang Yi, Lei Shi stepped down from the podium. With a grudge, Tutor Ray smiled at him. Ji Yuan smiled similarly and did not reply. I was planning on having you and Yui go out, but since your duel is in the afternoon, you don't have to go. Lei Shi said to Tang Yi, the outgoing squad needs support. You're ready to go on a trip. You'll probably be gone for a week. Aha. The cold goddess nodded. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 2 in the afternoon. Today, the entire dormitory 811 skipped class and came to the 4th dueling arena early in the morning to occupy the front row. Mushu Xian and Su Ziyin also took leave from their respective tutors to come and cheer for Ji Yuan. The number of onlookers was equally large for this duel. Didn't these 2 just fight yesterday? Why are they here again today? Moreover, isn't this Ji Yuan a 6th rank? He actually dares to challenge. Is he stupid? I don't think it's easy to say. No one will rush to lose face. Ji Yuan definitely has something to rely on. The crowd of onlookers had a wide range of opinions, most of which were in the mindset of watching the action. and wouldn't really go out of their way to support anyone. Of course, Ji Yuan and Kushwanji's family and friends were a different story. Especially Kushwanji, his appearance was already outstanding, coupled with his high-cool and infatuated persona. After 3 years of enrollment, he still attracted a lot of admirers. After yesterday's battle, the words that humiliated Ji Yuan were able to spread so quickly, and it was also due to the help of these admirers. At the moment, a group of female students were holding flower bouquets as if they were a complete cheerleading squad, cheering for Kushwanji in the crowd. This scene, it made Zhao Shan and Su Su look red in the eyes, pulling their necks and chanting for Ji Yuan, while Zhong Xian utilized his burly size to wave the flag Zhao Shan gave him. Meanwhile, Mu Shu Xin, wearing a burgundy ponytail, pushed up her sleeves and jumped up and down to cheer for Ji Yuan. She was already incredibly beautiful, and with her unashamed and energetic appearance at the moment, she attracted the attention of many people. The duel hadn't even started yet, and there was already a lot of bickering under the arena. A duel of this level was hard to see on a normal day. The ring. Kushwanji laughed coldly as he listened to the cries from the stage. Today, I'll let you understand that even if you advance to the 5th rank, you're not qualified to clamor in front of me. You're overthinking it. Ji Yuan shook his head. I still have a bunch of things to take care of. Compared to coming down, cleaning you up is just a matter of passing by. In the calmest of tones, he uttered the most defiant words. Kushwanji showed no joy or anger, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. After the referee saw that both of them were ready,